Chapter 1, Terrified. After awakening in a room steeped in antiquity, University Counselor Song Fu Ling gazed around at the disheveled space, her frail form hunched over as she pressed her palm against her forehead. She maintained this posture for nearly 5 minutes, struggling to regain her composure. The certainty in her mind was that she had traversed time, likely into a modestly prosperous family of the past. With no recollection to guide her, she could only speculate that last night a burglar had invaded her quarters, rummaging through her belongings, possibly employing some vile trick to render her unconscious. Even now, her limbs felt weak, leaving her unable to rise, her mind in a daze. Yet, uncertainty lingered. How might she perish to return to her parents? Her journey had begun due to a year-end cleaning incident, where she had inadvertently shocked herself while wiping down the water heater, yet here there was no electricity to be found. The thought of returning seemed futile. As this realization gripped her heart with a painful tightening, she could scarcely imagine the fate of her parents should they lose their only child. Would they be able to endure the sorrow of her demise, clutching her charred body as they wept? Perhaps delaying her death could offer a glimmer of hope. Sitting upright, she finally released her grip from her forehead, her large, expressive eyes widening in astonishment. That moment, as if responding to her anxious state, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Qian Peiying burst into the room, her body swaying as she stood at the threshold. Upon locking eyes with the frail girl on the bed, who bore a striking resemblance to her daughter at the age of 10, her heart raced uncontrollably, rendering her momentarily speechless. Breaking the silence, tears brimming in her eyes, Song Fu Ling mustered the courage to call out, "Mom." Having prepared an escape plan in her mind, she thought, if this were not true, she would simply claim it was a nightmare. The single utterance of "Mom" sent Qian Peiying into a flood of tears. Though she could not fathom how her daughter had transformed from a 20-something into a 10-year-old, she was certain this was her beloved child. Overcome with emotion, Qian Peiying could barely stand, exclaiming, "You nearly frightened me to death, Fu Ling. I thought I would never see you again." Thus, the mother and daughter were reunited amidst chaos, embracing one another in a symphony of tears and fervent words, their bodies instinctively intertwining in a flurry of affection. Qian Peiying incessantly caressed her daughter's face, exclaiming, "Why are you so thin? How old are you? Were we merely wasting our time being tall and slender? Did we somehow end up in someone else's body? Mom, you have no memory either? What do we do now? I don't even know my age. I woke up like this. But you, Mom, you seem younger, though your skin looks pale and unhealthy. It's truly a calamity. We didn't commit any sins in our past lives. How could we end up being electrocuted in ancient times? Daughter, you have no idea how my heart dropped when you fell from that ladder. I was so panicked, I could only rush forward to catch you. Thank goodness I held on, otherwise, what would have happened to you here?" The mention of this incident stirred a tempest of emotions within Song Fu Ling. She was enraged and terrified. She had to confront her predicament. "Do you even comprehend, Mom? Just moments ago, I wished for nothing but to end my life, so, I must ask you, why the insistence on a year-end cleaning? Why must every nook and cranny be tidied? Who visits and inspects the corners of a home? If they do, they must be unwell. Every time I lay down to play on my phone, you chastised me for being lazy, for not helping out during break, for not being as obedient as your colleagues' daughters. And now, after cleaning windows, walls, bathrooms, and even behind the water heater, we end up in ancient times. I suspect our modern bodies have turned to ashes. Dad even suggested hiring a couple of people to help. He has the means. He didn't want you to tire me out. He wanted me to enjoy my winter break. But, Mom, where is Dad?" Qian Peiying had been in a state of emotional turmoil since awakening, her physical state dizzying. Upon hearing her daughter mention her husband, she realized the gravity of their situation. It mattered not whether they were in the past or the present. Whether they had been reduced to ashes was of little concern. What mattered was the family being together. The two exchanged fearful glances, their spirits returning to clarity. With a determined tone, Qian Peiying, despite her trembling hands, reassured her daughter, "Your father must have followed us. Do not fear, he wouldn't abandon us. If I hadn't found you, it would have been another story. But just before you fell, I think I heard him open the door. He went downstairs to fetch my reserved discounted oil, and he would have returned shortly. Think about it. How long could it take to go up and down the elevator? He would have been back in less than 2 minutes. He must have been brought here with us. Yes, that makes sense. Let's hurry and find him." Song Fu Ling nodded vigorously. Yet, despite their hopeful words, both knew the fear of uncertainty loomed. What if he hadn't come? What if her father was lost in this ancient realm? "Is anyone there? Can anyone hear me?" Qian Peiying tightened her grip on her daughter's hand for courage, calling out into the courtyard. Song Fu Ling, summoning her courage, tentatively called into the air, "Father? Father?" Their calls were met with silence, the untainted air enveloping them. As dawn transitioned from a gray hue to a brilliant blue, the faint smoke of cooking fires began to rise from nearby homes. The mother and daughter searched every room, even venturing into the streets, yet they found no sign of the family, no sign of Song's father. This absence enveloped them in a heavy silence, their spirits sinking. For the next hour, they exchanged not a word, yet both arrived at the same resolution. Song Fu Ling, feeling despondent, thought, if father had not come, no matter how difficult it may be, she must live on for mother's sake. Qian Peiying clenched her teeth, realizing that without memories, knowledge of their surroundings, or even the era in which they found themselves, if they lost the old song, she would be her daughter's sole support. She had to be strong, to shield her daughter from all adversities. As time slipped away, just as despair began to settle in their hearts, footsteps finally approached from outside. Someone paused at the door, which swung open to reveal a tall man clad in a blue long robe, his head adorned with a square scarf.
Chapter 2. Together a man stood at the door, hesitating with 1 foot inside and 1 foot outside, his demeanor reflecting uncertainty. He offered a polite smile to the mother and daughter, but remained silent. As his lips curled upwards, the swelling on his forehead became even more pronounced. This appearance, along with his expression, heightened the anxiety of the duo who had just traversed from the modern world. When the man opened his palm towards Song Fu Ling, the hearts of the mother and daughter surged into their throats. In his hand lay a misshapen piece of Dove chocolate, a testament to the man's tension and grip. Upon seeing the chocolate, Qian Peiying felt a rush of conflicting emotions, her legs giving way as she collapsed to the ground, weeping, "Old Song, I knew you could do it. You came. You truly came." Her voice brimmed with fear, unease, and exhilaration. "Dad." Song Fu Ling propelled herself into the man's embrace, her tears flowing freely. It had been a decade since she had wept in her father's arms, crying out of fear and seeking his protection. Song Dad sniffled, attempting to suppress his own tears, his heart a tumult of emotions. He was profoundly grateful to the heavens, the earth, and fate for reuniting their family of 3. As he wiped away his daughter's tears, he took a couple of steps forward, extending his hand to assist his wife, who sat on the ground. "Get up, Peiying. I can't, don't pull me, I can't stand up. I need a moment," she replied. Song Fu Ling continued, "Mom and I were terrified. We don't know where we are, who we are. What is even more frightening is that we don't have any memories. Dad, can you imagine? The thought of losing you makes life seem meaningless." The man, maintaining his composure amidst the chaos, firmly pulled his wife from the ground, grasping his daughter's hand as they moved inside. "We can't cry here, it's too public. Let us discuss this in private. I remember things. So there's no need to fear. Let us go inside." Once the door was secured, they gathered in a triangular formation, neglecting food and water, their proximity offering a semblance of safety. "Old Song, what on earth is going on? Please, tell us in detail," Qian Peiying urged. In truth, Old Song was reluctant to elaborate, his heart heavy and his thoughts jumbled. He wanted to exclaim, "What in the world is happening?" His wife wished to take things slowly, while he sought silence. However, he sighed, "I'm not blank-minded. I found some memories, and indeed, they are quite alarming. Let us start with the beginning. During the time when I had no memories, I had just opened my eyes, my mind still foggy, when a strangely dressed woman stood by my bedside, smiling as she offered me a bowl of medicine. Upon hearing this, I was too frightened to drink it, as it reminded me of something from a drama I had seen, and her appearance resembled that of Pan Jinlian. Seizing the opportunity when she stepped out, I fled. I was stealthily navigating, touching the wound on my scalp, unsure of my identity, carefully observing passers-by. The more I looked, the colder my heart became. And before I knew it, I stumbled and fell hard. Do you see this bump on my head? I hit a rock. That fall disoriented me completely and reopened my previous injury, mixing old and new wounds, which somehow triggered my memories. A flood of recollections surged forth. I clutched a stone for an hour, otherwise, I wouldn't have returned so late. As he recounted this, Qian Peiying and Song Fu Ling hurried to inspect his wound, but he waved them off dismissively, continuing, "There's no need for concern. Now, let us discuss our family situation in detail. I hope you both remember, it's crucial not to get confused later, especially given the superstitions of this ancient era. My family name is also Song. To begin with, I have an elder sister named Song Yin Feng, who married a brother-in-law living in the mountains. In my memories, she was quite beautiful and we bore a strong resemblance to each other. My sister declined proposals from better families in other villages to support my education, marrying a hunter who lived in the mountains instead. You see, hunters possess no land, which in the eyes of villagers signifies a lack of roots and security. However, the family proposing from another village offered only 6 taels as a bride price, while my brother-in-law's family could provide 15. Consequently, my parents consented, using that money to support my education, hoping I would achieve success. Indeed, I did well, a humble scholar who excelled in my examinations, gaining some notoriety. From that moment, I changed the fate of the Song family by marrying you. I will discuss matters regarding you later. For now, I need to continue. Old Song faltered, his thoughts evidently disordered. Song Fuling prompted, so, by altering your sister's fate, does that mean there are no others in the family? Yes, your aunt, or rather, your Gumu, remember that, daughter. Her family has since moved down the mountain because her children have grown, making future marriages inconvenient. My brother-in-law is also quite elderly, unsuitable for mountain life. Thus, I borrowed 25 taels from her, knowing she was building a house and buying land, as one needs land to survive. My brother-in-law had saved money from hunting for half his life, but couldn't he contribute? In my memories, I never expected her to repay it. I considered it a gift. This is significant in my memories. Is this not a change in her fate? I married a wonderful wife and gained a wealthy father-in-law, altering both our destinies. My elder sister is the eldest, followed by 2 brothers, Song Fu Kai and Song Fu Shi. I am the youngest, named Song Fu Sheng, not Song Jianyi. So remember that. My widowed mother now lives with my 2 brothers, managing the household, with many nieces and nephews. In this place, families do not separate while parents are alive. I have significantly improved my parents' and brothers' fortunes. Previously, my grandfather allocated only 7 acres of dry land to our family. After marrying, I gradually provided them with 6 acres of prime land over the years. This does not even include the filial silver given during New Year celebrations, the Qingming festival tributes, and numerous other forms of support. Qian Peiying could no longer contain herself, exasperated that they had yet to reach the crux of the matter, and remarked, "Old Song, I just want to know where we are, what we are called, and what we should do next. Why are you digressing? Didn't you ask me to elaborate?" He retorted, "In my mind, these are the key matters that need addressing, so I must address them one by one." Song Fu Ling, exasperated, interjected as the 2 continued to bicker. "Dad, please take a moment to think. Mom, don't rush him. The 3 of us are together now. How much worse can it get? Do you not remember how ecstatic you were to see Dad just now? Let him speak in his own time. He just had a flood of memories. He probably hasn't processed them all yet before rushing back to find us." "Always siding with your father," Qian Peiying replied. "But look, it truly is my daughter who brings clarity." Chapter 3. After effects. After praising his daughter, Father Song glanced at Qian Peiying's expression and understood her irritation. He cleared his throat and advised, "It seems we truly cannot return. There is no use in exerting ourselves with such thoughts. If we only could return when our bodies are in peril, that would be foolish. I would never consent to that." Song Fuling echoed, "Mother, I too wish to leave this dreadful place and do not wish to hear of matters that hold no relevance to me. However, the uncertainty is the crux of the issue. What if we face a calamity and yet remain stranded here? That would leave us with nothing, merely ashes. When that time comes, dear parents, you would lose me, and I would lose you. Such an outcome appears far more dreadful than life in ancient times. Therefore, your mother still struggles to accept reality. She does not comprehend the truth that a miserable existence is preferable to no existence at all, unlike you, my child. I can assure you, the remarks I made earlier likely went in one ear and out the other for your mother. She may outwardly demand we get to the point, yet in her heart, she is preoccupied with thoughts of returning to the modern world." The exchange between the father and daughter was evidently intended for Qian Peiying, producing a notable effect. With tears in her eyes and a quivering voice, Qian Peiying lamented, "I shall not interrupt any longer. Please, continue. You must remember these details." "Remember? Nonsense." Father Song waved his hand, indicating it was indeed time to get to the essential points. He turned to his wife and said, "My name is Song Fuxing, and I am 29 years old, the same age as you. Your father in ancient times immediately took a liking to me, believing I would excel in the upcoming examination and achieve great success. Thus, we married early, following the trends of the era. However, I never passed another examination after that. He misjudged my potential. After marriage, we only had one daughter, Song Panya, who is now 13 years old. In the first 2 years of our marriage, we lived with the entire Song family in the countryside. The village was called Dying quite far from the county town. Our county town is already somewhat remote. So one can imagine what that village was like. Dying was the furthest village in the administrative region, making it quite a challenge to reach the county town for market days. To put it plainly, if one were to traverse the winding mountain paths from that village, it would take days before one was beyond the jurisdiction of the local magistrate. In modern terms, we would be considered part of Hunan province. Now, do you understand who we are and where we stand? Qian Peiying did not respond. Song Fuling, who had always shared a close bond with her father, chimed in. I understand. We are indeed in a place that is neither here nor there. My name is Song Panya. It appears all the girls in the Song family are named Panya, with the eldest and second daughters being Daya and Arya, while I am the youngest, hence Panya. I am indeed intelligent and astute. You do have elder sisters, Daya and Arya, who are the daughters of your second uncle. You have been frail since childhood. They wish for you to gain weight, hence the nickname Panya. Father, what does my mother call herself? Old Song, hearing his daughter's inquiry, glanced at his wife with a hint of flattery and replied, Your mother has not changed her surname. She still bears the surname Qian. This should bring some clarity to your mother's heart. Father, how fortuitous. Could it be that this is our past life manifesting? Have we traversed into the essence of our ancestors? Father Song felt a wave of sentiment, particularly in this moment set in antiquity, and continued. What is even more ironic is that whether in the modern world or here, I am still relying on the Song family's resources, borrowing from the Qian family. Just like your maternal grandfather, who passed on his culinary skills to me and lent me a significant portion of his life savings. We once operated a small eatery and sold popsicles. Bit by bit, this is how I eventually established my factory. It is unfortunate that your grandfather fell ill early on. He departed this world before your grandmother. Even your biased grandfather received my filial piety. He spent 2 years bedridden, and I tended to all his needs, covering his hospital expenses. In his final moments, he insisted on being taken to your uncle's home. Why, you ask, Fuling? Your grandfather merely wished to pass away among his favored family, hoping to leave the gift money to his eldest son. He claimed to have lost his mind. Yet he still managed to draft a will, as if anyone desired that dilapidated house in the countryside. He left behind hardly a shred of good sentiment. Such blatant favoritism is rare, and I sometimes questioned whether I was adopted. Nonetheless, even then, your grandfather ensured I was honored with a grand burial. Your maternal grandfather, however, did not grant me the opportunity to serve him. He simply slipped away in his sleep, having dedicated his life to giving to me and your mother. Qian Peiying could no longer contain herself. Was her husband intentionally provoking her nostalgia for her parents? She was already anxious enough about their situation. They had traveled back to ancient times, yet he continued to bring up such trivial matters from the past. Did he not realize how disheartening it was? Why was he speaking without focus? Wasn't he meant to be discussing Fuling's maternal grandfather from ancient times? Old Song, with a stiff neck, suddenly felt a surge of frustration. He was determined to address the matter at hand, speaking rapidly. It doesn't matter if we have traveled to ancient times. Even if I were to transform into a celestial being, I would still voice my concerns. No matter where I go, I stand by my convictions. My father-in-law treated me well, yet I cannot even pay my respects at his grave. Conversely, my biological father treated me poorly, and I must still labor for him. This time, it is even more fitting. The old man has fulfilled his lifelong dream. With our departure, it is akin to settling affairs of the past. Qian Peiying, how can you be so indifferent? Our factory, home, vehicles, and savings will all belong to my elder brother. Your sister-in-law will undoubtedly be overjoyed. Her smile's wide enough to show her teeth. Just thinking about it infuriates me. We toiled tirelessly to save for half a lifetime. Qian Peiying glared at her husband. Enough already. This was years ago. Why can't you move past it? You'll only end up getting yourself worked up again. Just a moment ago, you were urging us to be open-minded and accept that we cannot return. Yet now you are spiraling back into old grievances. Song Fuling quickly chimed in to soothe her father. Yes, father, calm down. My mother may not understand you, but I do. After all, this sudden change is bewildering for anyone. We are experiencing what one might call the after-effects of time travel. We must not dwell too deeply on it. For instance, we cannot ponder our modern careers too deeply. If we do, it becomes apparent that my examinations were in vain, your efforts were for naught, and my mother's good relationships with her colleagues have yielded no returns. We will never see our friends from the modern world again. All those familiar faces, both good and bad, including my uncle. If you wish to argue with him now, he is but a shadow. It is futile to harbor resentment. As for the money from the modern world, well, particularly the funds my mother was so adept at saving, She wouldn't let me spend a dime. If I spent even a little, she would chastise me for being wasteful. Now look at us. We have left, and the money is gone. She continued, her voice growing smaller. And what of me? I have regressed to 13 years of age. I must start anew. Look at my short legs and small hands. I was once young and vibrant. I did not need this surprise of starting over. I have endured over 20 years of schooling, and countless examinations nearly drove me to despair. Now, I find myself illiterate in this ancient script. Furthermore, the patriarchal society here is unimaginable. I can no longer travel, earn a salary, or spend as I please. There are so many restrictions. As her words trailed off, Song Fuling cradled her chin in her hands, murmuring, forget it. I no longer wish to speak. Father Song sighed. Is my daughter truly advising others? She ought to tend to her own spiraling thoughts first. Chapter 4. The ancient father-in-law. The atmosphere was rather somber. Qian Peiying cast a meaningful glance at her husband, suggesting he should speak up, disregarding their daughter's mood. As she would soon recover. After all, she was not truly 13. Mr. Song felt a twinge of regret for his earlier lack of composure, which had dampened their daughter's spirits. Aware that circular conversations offered little solace, he rubbed his face, attempting to muster some enthusiasm, and addressed his wife. Peiying, your ancient father-in-law has indeed been quite generous to us. Old Master Qian, having traversed the land as a merchant in his youth, was rather shrewd. Eventually, after acquiring a secret brewing recipe, he settled down and opened a tavern in the county. He had but one son and one daughter. You are the eldest, with a younger brother. Your mother passed away when your brother was merely 10, and these are details you should keep in mind. As I mentioned earlier, my fortune lies in having married you. In the early days of our marriage, we lived in a rural setting among a large family. Your father, fearing the toll of labor on your health, would hire help during busy farming seasons, allowing me to escape the toil. After you bore our daughter, the doctor warned that your health was severely compromised, making future pregnancies unlikely, which intensified your father's concerns. When I failed the imperial examination, he took it upon himself to arrange a teaching position for me, ensuring we could distance ourselves from rural hardships, fearing my parents would burden you. He even prepared a house for us. This very dwelling we occupy was gifted by him. Speaking of the house, it marks the third phase of his life. With a booming liquor business, he had to expand to the capital, taking your brother's family with him. After his departure, the distance between the capital and the county made it impractical for him to return often, and he worried for your well-being. To alleviate his concerns, and perhaps fearing my meager earnings would not suffice, he decided to transfer ownership of the tavern to you. Do you understand? In essence, he not only gifted us a home but also a business. Hence, he has been exceedingly devoted, providing for his daughter and son-in-law in ways that must remain discreet, as he feared it might impact my chances in the examinations, given the societal hierarchy of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. Moreover, I suspect he wished to spare me from feeling inadequate. If I were to be ridiculed as an unworthy son-in-law, it would surely lead to conflict at home. Hence, he kept the tavern's generous transfer under wraps and sent a trusted manager, Uncle Nyo, to oversee the establishment. For reasons unknown, Uncle Nyo remained single and took residence at the tavern. It is located just a short walk from our home, and each month, he dutifully delivers the profits to us. Essentially, we manage nothing while reaping financial benefits. At this point, Mr. Song paused, recalling the circumstances that had led their family into this ancient scenario. He turned to his wife, frowning, Peiying, there is another matter. The income from the tavern is known only to your father, my widowed mother, and my two brothers. My own elder sister remains oblivious. Previously, I mentioned sending money home for my mother to acquire more land, claiming it was income from teaching. Yet how did the thief learn of our fortune? How could he have known? Qian Peiying scoffed lightly. What about your two sisters-in-law? Surely your brothers discuss matters at home. You share every trivial concern with me. And their families have connections too. In this world, once a secret is shared with one person, it ceases to be a secret. Are you implying that an acquaintance might be behind this? Mr. Song nodded thoughtfully. That does make sense. It would be easier to target us. Just the three of us here. We must investigate who might be responsible and take precautions. As they spoke, Qian Peiying inquired, by the way, when I was unconscious with our daughter, where were you? Did you sustain your head injury while defending yourself against them? Defend myself? Mr. Song internally lamented the previous owner's cowardice and his own predicament, finding it disgraceful. His memories revealed that he had been bowing to the late teacher who had helped him pass the examination when the teacher passed away, forcing him to kneel until dawn as a dutiful disciple. Naturally, this had allowed him to evade the enchantment. However, even at home, he had found himself at a loss. His memories indicated that upon returning, he had inadvertently crossed paths with the three thieves, and in fright, he had crouched to the ground, unable to face them. It was likely they had underestimated him, and as they departed, one had struck him with a blow. Upon discovering that their hidden savings had been emptied, he felt a pang of sorrow and rushed to report the theft to the county magistrate. Perhaps he thought that as a student, he would garner some respect, prompting a swift response, but he found the magistrate absent from the office, having left the county with his attendants. Initially, I compared the situation to a character from a tale, a maidservant from the magistrate's household. Qian Peiying, unclear about the implications, simply nodded along, while their daughter, Song Fuling, discerned the underlying tone. "Oh dear, father, it's fortunate you have come here. You have certainly brought a more spirited essence to his soul." At such a crucial moment, a man who only concerns himself with finances, neglecting the well-being of his family, is truly lacking in character. Qian Peiying feigned agreement. Still disinterested in the ancient affairs, now that we have clarified our family situation, let us prepare a meal. We can discuss further while eating. With that, she rose and headed to the kitchen. Song Fuling leaned against the doorframe and asked, "Mother, did the thieves also steal our rice and flour?" "No," Qian Peiying replied, glancing at the grain sacks, feeling a ripple of emotion within her, no longer as indifferent as before. Why? Because even without memories or knowledge of this ancient era, she understood that having flour and rice in their home was a considerable blessing. Many families in both ancient and modern times, even in the 70s and 80s, struggled to afford such staples. The brevity of her husband's subsequent remarks brought tears to Qian Peiying's eyes. "My body is that of a student. Without your father's provisions, you would not have such comforts." Knowing you might go without, he has instructed Uncle Nyo to not only deliver monthly silver but also to provide 50 pounds of flour, 20 pounds of rice, and a can of oil. Ever since he moved to the capital, this arrangement has persisted, regardless of rising grain prices. Pausing momentarily as she scooped rice, Qian Peiying's voice trembled, thick with emotion. "I will treat him as my own father. We must show him kindness from now on." Noticing her tone, Song Fuling cautiously approached. "Mother, why are you crying again?" Qian Peiying hurriedly wiped her tears with her sleeve, unsure of how to respond. The more she tried to suppress her tears, the more they flowed. In that moment, she longed for her long-deceased parents, yearning for her biological father. Unlike what her husband suggested, her father had not merely been kind to her husband, he had been wholly devoted to her, caring for her well-being before and after her marriage, concerned that she might face hardships without speaking of them. Chapter 5. The useless golden finger. Song Fushing sighed, realizing that his wife was missing her parents. He approached her, gently patting her shoulder in a comforting manner. "It's all right, I'll prepare dinner today. Don't be deceived by the lack of ingredients." With that, he rolled up his sleeves and sat on a low stool, preparing to start a fire, instructing his wife and daughter to wait outside for the meal to be ready. Upon the mention of ingredients, Song Fuling and the tearful Qian Peiying exchanged glances, suddenly aware that they had overlooked a crucial question. Qian Peiying hastily wiped her tears and, in unison, asked, "Where did you get the chocolate?" Song Fushing replied leisurely, "Indeed. Why did you only ask now?" "I was startled at the time." He possessed a personal space. This space contained everything from the modern world. By pressing his right thumb against the red mole in the center of his palm, images of his former home would materialize in his mind. To retrieve items from this space, he had to visually locate them, meaning he needed to know precisely where the items were. His thoughts had to traverse this space. Could ancient objects be stored within this space? The answer was no. Conversely, could modern items be brought into ancient times? Yes, but Song Fushing had to clear his mind, focusing on the desired item. During this transformation, his expression would become vacant, as if possessed, rendered speechless and immobile, for his thoughts were wandering within the space. Moreover, and most importantly, everything within this space remained unchanged, impervious to the passage of time, yet devoid of electricity, water, or internet. One could not use a mobile phone or watch television. It was merely a brightly lit house. This meant that when they ventured into ancient times, the interior would remain as it was before their departure. For example, if the cucumbers on the north balcony were slightly wilted before leaving, they would remain in that state indefinitely. If there were fresh tomatoes in the kitchen basin, they would still be moist upon arrival in the past. The state of frozen meat would also remain unchanged. Whatever temperature it had before leaving would persist. As their family embarked on this journey to ancient times, Qian Peiying, dazed, held a container of yogurt that her husband had transformed according to her instructions. In a daze, She peeled back the lid and tasted it with her tongue. As the yogurt spread across her lips, a sudden clarity washed over her. She felt as though she had been living too narrowly in the past. From now on, there was truly nothing she could not accept. She heard her daughter urging her father, "Can you conjure up a lighter? Otherwise, without you at home, my mom and I won't be able to cook. We need time to adapt to using flint." Her father nodded in agreement. "Yes, we must consider what you two will eat in my absence. Particularly since you don't know anyone here and cannot venture out carelessly. We'll take our time to familiarize ourselves with everything. Mom, let me prepare some fried dough twists for you both. I'll make plenty, so if I'm not home, you and Mom can have those as a snack. I'll also cook some lean meat porridge, braised pork, and stewed eggplant. This will be our ancient housewarming meal. Just watch me work my magic." Suddenly, her daughter expressed newfound practicality, grabbing her father's arm with wide eyes. "No, we should gather ingredients on site. Didn't you say that once something is used up, it's truly gone? We can't bring anything from the outside. Unless absolutely necessary, we must refrain from using anything from the personal space. Remember?" Seemingly unconvinced, she emphasized to Song Fushing, "You can only take oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and essential living supplies. Everything else must be earned in ancient times. We need to earn more to buy what we require." Qian Paying chimed in. "Exactly. Listen to your daughter. Do you think you can manage?" She then turned to Song Fuling with a smile. "I believe your father is in for a challenge. The real Song Fushing never earned much as a teacher. If he relies solely on teaching now, he's in trouble. He lacks substance. He didn't even pass the entrance exam for junior high and had to use connections to get into high school. Hey, Paying, you're becoming increasingly unreasonable. Speaking nonsense in front of the child. When did I ever fail to pass junior high?" Qian Paying laughed heartily. No wonder old Song was anxious. Indeed, this matter had been concealed for over 20 years. To think that her husband had always boasted that their daughter Fuling's success in graduate school was due to him. Claiming his low educational background was a result of unfortunate circumstances, and had he been fortunate, he would have been a postdoctoral scholar. What a tall tale. If boasting were taxable, they would be facing famine at home. I was just making a casual remark, using it as an example. I'm concerned about our ability to live well. We are unfamiliar with ancient times. Without any memories, I might hold you back, so I'm just reminding you." Song Fuling expected her father to become infuriated and declare, "You don't need to remind me. Just watch." However, to her surprise, he remained silent as he washed rice and kneaded dough, his demeanor increasingly dejected. Song Fuling moved closer to offer comfort. "Dad, I believe in you. You will succeed." Song Fusheng shook the flour from his hands and, in a low voice, said, "It's not that. I'm troubled by something else. Something more unsettling than just having this space." Song Fuling was taken aback. "I have yet to specify which dynasty this is because I cannot comprehend it either. Look, we have soy sauce in iron pots, along with garlic and ginger, which means we can cook. The key point is that we also have corn, although its yield is low. However, there are no sweet potatoes, tomatoes, or peppers. At least, I don't recall seeing or eating them." Qian Paying did not grasp her husband's meaning, wondering why this statement was more disconcerting than possessing a personal space. Yet, she promptly turned to their most educated daughter. Despite her philosophy, major being of little use in ancient times, Song Fuling pondered for a moment before analyzing. "Dad, the presence of corn suggests it could be the Ming dynasty. The absence of sweet potatoes and potatoes is also normal, as historically they came after corn. As for peppers and tomatoes, they belong to an even later period. The issue lies in the fact that it is not referred to as the Ming dynasty. It's called the Jiao dynasty. Listen to that name. Even someone who struggled to pass junior high knows that historically, this dynasty never existed. I've never even heard of it." "What does that mean?" Qian Paying exclaimed in shock. "There is no such era? Have we drifted into a void? But we are real people. I can feel pain. Time travel, personal space, and now an alternate dynasty." Song Fuling adapted quickly, taking only a few seconds to gather her thoughts before asking, "Dad, just tell us directly. Don't worry about scaring us. What is wrong with this dynasty? I fear it may not be stable. It could be on the brink of chaos. And we don't even know what this dynasty is. Your studies in history will be of no help. We cannot foresee disasters, and that worries me." Chapter 6. An urgent matter. Song Fusheng anticipated that speaking out would yield this very reaction. The mother and daughter were utterly unresponsive. He took the task from his wife's hands, noting that the dough had risen to twice its size. He deftly flattened the dough and cut it into strips, twisting each piece into a twisty pastry while speaking. "Do not be alarmed. We have not yet reached that point. However, I believe we must prepare ourselves mentally for the possibility of needing to gather more grain and silver. Can you really analyze this situation? His wife retorted. You are merely a young scholar. I doubt the accuracy of your assertions. Indeed, father, perhaps you are overthinking it? Song Fuling chimed in, echoing her mother's sentiments. Song Fuxing sighed in resignation. You think I enjoy making baseless analyses? This is a matter of having a broader perspective. Recall that in the early years after my marriage, I failed to pass the scholar examinations due to my own circumstances. However, in the last 5 years, it is not that I could not take the exams. Rather, the imperial examinations have been suspended altogether. Where can I go to take them? Seeing his wife and daughter still staring at him in confusion, he continued, You ponder this for a moment. If the imperial court were in chaos, could the examinations truly be halted? For 5 years, no less. I have heard the emperor is quite aged, perhaps in his 60s or 70s, and without a designated heir, it seems unlikely that he will appoint one. Just watch the dramas depicting the Kanshi emperor. His sons are as cunning as foxes, each vying for power at the expense of the others. You must understand. Even amid such rivalry, there was still the stabilizing presence of the Kanshi emperor, a time of prosperity. Yet we now find ourselves in the Jiajing era, where the common folk live rather modestly, and the court has been divided among the 5 princes, each controlling a portion of the realm. Understand this. They are ready to act at a moment's notice, and the mere declaration of war would bring about devastating consequences. I am not privy to much else, given our remote county. However, I have heard from my colleagues that the Prince of Wu and Jiangnan and the 4th son of the emperor, who governs the regions of Fujian and Guangdong, have clashed over territory not once, but twice in recent years. Fortunately, we reside within the borders of Hunan, under the jurisdiction of the Qi Wang, the emperor's 2nd son, who is not fond of trouble. We have lived peacefully under his rule for many years. Yet this fortune is also a misfortune. I have little faith in him. Why? Qian Peiying frowned, believing that a steady hand was far preferable to one inclined toward warfare. My dear wife, he wields little power. He resides in the same city as your father, the princess residence being there. However, it is not his fondness for Hunan that keeps him here, but rather the limited scope of his governance, as he oversees only a portion of Anhui province to the east. Beyond that, even the region of Luzhou does not fall under his control. Our tranquil existence seems precarious. Should you doubt it, inquire with your daughter. Do you think my perspective is flawed? We must be prepared for a change of residence if we wish to continue living in peace. Song Fuling nodded, succinctly affirming her father's analysis. Father is correct. We must either submit or expand our influence and confront others. Remaining timid while anchored to one place will only lead to our demise, especially given our current position. Mother, you must have heard of Zhengzhou Station in modern times. It is the only railway station connecting to all provincial capitals, highlighting the significance of this location as a vital transportation hub. As if to corroborate her thoughts, a sudden, urgent knocking resounded from outside, startling the 3 of them. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Qian Peiying's face paled, and she clutched her chest, exclaiming, Old Song, hurry, go see who it is. They are pounding on the door as if to break it down. Noticing her daughter was about to follow her husband outside, she quickly grabbed Song Fuling's arm, saying, You must stay here. We would not recognize anyone we encounter. We cannot afford to reveal ourselves with just a few words. This ancient time is terrifying. A period we do not fully comprehend. Killing is as easy as cutting a chicken. Mother, please remain calm. We cannot hide forever, Song Fuling replied. Whatever father instructs, we shall comply. Surely no one would randomly seize and execute us. With a deep breath, Qian Peiying decided to accompany her daughter outside. However, when the door swung open, the 3 of them were caught off guard, as if they had not prepared themselves for the sight before them. Standing outside was a youth of 17 or 18, his half-clothed body smeared with blood, cradling a 4 or 5-year-old boy in his arms, who appeared filthy and burdened with a small package. Upon seeing Song Fuxing and the others, the injured youth uttered not a word, but suddenly knelt before them, bowing his head. He then pulled out a blood-stained letter from his chest and solemnly presented it. A sense of foreboding washed over Song Fuxing as he took the letter and called out, Why are you kneeling? Stand up and speak. What has transpired? Fortunately, old Nyodo had accompanied them. He was the shopkeeper left in charge of their establishment by Song Fuxing's father-in-law. He had not appeared initially as he had gone to secure the mule cart. Now, with red-rimmed eyes, he urged, Son-in-law, do not inquire further. It is futile. His name is Zhuang, a mute. One of the attendants purchased by the master for the young lord. You must read the letter quickly. Something has undoubtedly gone awry at the master's residence. and it must be serious, or otherwise, the young lord would not have been brought here in Xizhuang's arms. Very well, I shall read it now. As Song Fuxing unfolded the letter, he gestured to the boy in the youth's arms, indicating to his wife and daughter, quickly, take the little one inside. Give him something to eat, and find out what has happened. Upon hearing these instructions, Qian Peiying and Song Fuling turned their attention to the boy. It was the first time the small child looked up since his arrival. His face, smudged and indistinct, revealed only his large, expressive eyes filled with trepidation. It seemed he had been too parched to speak, gazing silently at Qian Peiying, shaping his lips to form the word aunt. Qian Peiying felt an unfamiliar sensation wash over her. In her modern life, she had been an only child, and apart from her daughter, she had little regard for other younger relatives and had never taken on the role of an aunt. Yet, in that instant, something inexplicable stirred within her, and her eyes welled with tears, her heart aching. She stepped forward to take the boy into her embrace, feeling him stiffen against her. She softly reassured him, Mixiao, do not be afraid. It is all right now. Song Fuling reacted swiftly. Mother, please take him inside and check if he is injured. Father, you must hurry to the clinic and fetch a doctor. Look, this Xizhuang is still bleeding. Old Nyodo, fearing that Song Fuxing might become distracted and delay reading the letter, quickly interjected, Miss, allow me to assist. Xizhuang has brought a mule cart. I will use it to transport him swiftly. Without waiting for a response, he dashed away. The newly appointed young lady, Song Fuling, had no mind to dwell on this new title, as Xizhuang appeared to be losing consciousness, wobbling unsteadily as he attempted to rise, startling her into instinctively reaching out to help him. Her gesture, however, startled Xizhuang as well, causing him to stumble and crash against the doorframe. Before she could feel embarrassed, her father inadvertently provided a more awkward situation. Song Fuxing, while engrossed in reading the letter, seemed to falter, stumbling and nearly collapsing in the courtyard. Father, are you all right? Song Fuxing's grip tightened around the letter, the veins on the back of his hand protruding. There is a matter of great significance. Chapter 7, Daughter. I am afraid. Song Fuxing assisted the 4 strong men into the back courtyard side room, pointing first at the basin and then at the wooden barrel in the courtyard. The barrel contained water that had been sun-dried to prevent the freshly drawn well water from being too cold, typically used for washing. You wash yourself first. Lie down and rest for a while. Close your eyes as long as you can. You haven't slept for 2 days and nights. Make the most of this time to recuperate. Otherwise, when we set off again, your body may not withstand it. When old Nyo's family arrives, I'll have the doctor bandage you. If you need anything, just call for me loudly from the front yard. After giving his instructions, Song Fuxing hurriedly turned and tugged at his daughter's arm, moving forward. Song Fuling had intended to remind her father that the 4 strong men were mute and could not call out loudly, but seeing her father's swift pace and anxious expression, she swallowed her words. She clutched her cumbersome skirt with one hand while the other dug into her palm, pondering her father's remark about setting off soon. When Song Fuxing pulled his daughter into the room, he made a point to look around cautiously, perhaps feeling that not seeing anyone didn't guarantee safety. He then insisted that Song Fuling cough loudly to test the soundproofing. Inside their home, there were only the 3 of them, along with the 4 strong men and their newly recognized cousin, Qian Mishu. The 4 strong men were sent to the back courtyard, while Mishu and his mother remained in the outer kitchen. Old Nyo had gone to summon the doctor and would not return for at least 10 to 20 minutes. Who is my father guarding against? Or is he simply too anxious? Song Fuling thought, nervously gripping the door handle as she whispered, Dad, if you have something to say, just say it. Truly, no one can hear or see us. The way you are acting makes me uneasy. Damn it, Song Fuling thought. Song Fuxing opened up, as if unleashing the terror that had gripped his heart. He began to pace and curse. What a stroke of misfortune. They don't even give me a moment to breathe. We just arrived at this wretched place, and chaos ensues immediately. I warned you that this place was not peaceful. Yet your grandfather and uncle were thrust onto the city wall as cannon fodder. This Qi Wang, what a useless fellow. Everything is lost, gone, it's all over. The city is about to fall. What do you mean, gone? Who is gone? Song Fuling was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend. This was not modern times, no? It was far from it. Seeing his daughter's face turn pale, Song Fuxing clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, forcing himself to remain calm and take responsibility. However, his composure lasted no more than 5 seconds. We need to flee quickly, daughter. Your grandfather's letter stated that Qi Wang, unable to win, will fight desperately and never surrender. The soldiers from other cities have not yet arrived, so he is sending all the men in the capital to battle, letting out only those as young as Mishu. who is hardly of any use. Moreover, a conscription notice has already been issued for men aged 12 to 45. No wonder when I first arrived. The county magistrate was away. This notice must be speeding our way. But you're a Tongxing, right? This place tends to favor scholars, doesn't it? Don't we often hear that they're exempt from labor? Looking at his daughter with a hopeful expression, he said, you don't pay attention when watching those dramas. A Tongxing is of no use. Even a Jiren and Xiaocai must go. In wartime, emperors and princes also die. Survival comes first. If we can hold the city, there will be plenty of opportunities for examinations in the future. What does it matter if I'm not there? If the city falls, they will come crashing in. Won't they? Won't there be a massacre? They won't spare me either. I'm 29. I will definitely be captured. 2 words, be captured, mean more than 10 sentences. Song Fuling grasped Song Fuxing's hand, urgently insisting, then what are you hesitating for? Why so much unnecessary talk? Let us go, quickly, let us leave. The last word stretched into a panic-stricken pitch, revealing her level of distress. Where do we go? What do we eat or drink? Even if we leave, we can't go without any preparations. Finally, Song Fuxing managed to suppress his anxiety, shaking off his daughter's hand and plopping down onto the ground. Before entering the space, he sat cross-legged, reminding her, quickly think of what else we need, and keep an eye on the door. We must not let anyone discover our family's great secret. Without waiting for a response, he entered the meditative state, mentally searching through their modern home. Meanwhile, Song Fuling stared at her father for a few seconds before springing into action. She rushed to the bed, lifted her gaze, and noticed that the curtains were hooked. Without a second thought, she yanked them down, not even knowing what she intended to do with them, acting out of sheer panic and grabbing whatever she could find. She then dragged the quilt to the floor, pulled up the bed sheet to use as a bundle, and began to pack. The candlestick, sewing basket, cooking oil, and a basin adorned with fragrant items, along with several pieces of cotton cloth for washing faces and feet, were all tossed haphazardly into her bundle. She opened the wardrobe and pulled out several dark-colored ancient garments, specifically searching for a cotton jacket and pants, only to discover there were no cotton trousers, just skirts, those ankle-length skirts. Song Fuling muttered in frustration. As she rummaged for ancient shoes, Song Fuxing, sitting cross-legged in the middle of the room, finally emerged from his mental search and brought back the first batch of supplies from their modern home. Daughter, quickly see what else we might need for our escape. What are we missing? Song Fuling turned around, startled by the array of items her father had gathered. Wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, Song Fuxing urged, you start sorting through the essentials. I'll look for more items and think of how to explain this to your mother so she can accept the reality quickly without fussing or crying. After saying this, he fell silent once more, diving back into the space. This time, due to the urgency of his entry, he did not close his eyes as before, but kept them fixed on the table's leg, unmoving. Song Fuling crouched down and began to count. 1 waterproof double shoulder bag, 1 deep blue Adidas backpack, a kitchen knife, an axe, a baton, a flashlight, 2 batteries, binoculars, an alcohol stove, a half box of alcohol blocks, a barbecue grill's rack, and a black Japanese pot of unknown material. She also gathered a wooden spatula, a sealed 5-liter bucket of soybean oil, 2 bags of unionized bamboo salt, and 2 cans of unopened fermented tofu. The white sugar, when it appeared, was haphazardly wrapped in paper, with only a small portion spilling out, amounting to half a bag at most. Indeed, in modern times, she and her mother had been on a diet, seldom using sugar in their cooking unless baking cakes, which they hadn't done in a long while. Thus, opening a bag of sugar could last a long time with little stock remaining. Song Fuling glared at her father's profile and thought, why don't you grab some common medicines? I wonder if you'll remember to look for them this time. They're right there in the TV cabinet. Ugh, it's so frustrating. I can only remind you, but if I shout at you, you won't hear me in the space, right? Chapter 8. Preparation. Father is indeed my biological father, truly and undeniably. Song Fuling gazed at the garments in her hands, touched by her father's thoughtfulness. Although he had forgotten to bring the medicine once again, he had managed to procure clothes for her. Among these garments, the most essential item was, of course, the underwear. Song Fuling had long desired to address this matter and yearned to change her attire. However, ever since her arrival in this new realm, she had been in a constant state of turmoil, not having had a proper meal to eat. Given the circumstances, she had little time to dwell on such trivialities. To be candid, she initially found it quite uncomfortable to wear the original owneress clothing. But considering the current dire situation, one must adapt and speak accordingly. If she were to remain overly particular, it would only serve to distress her parents further. After all, she was now inhabiting a 13-year-old body, slender and petite, too timid to don modern attire and ill-fitting in ancient garments. Complaining about them would necessitate the purchase of new fabric, which seemed excessively fussy. She had already taken possession of this body, so it was unreasonable to be critical of it. Thus, she resolved to adapt, even if it meant enduring the peculiarities of ancient dresses, and to keep her demands to a minimum, considering her parents were already on the brink of mental exhaustion. Yet, no matter how understanding she strove to be, she could not be relegated to wearing open-crotch pants. Indeed, these were open-crotch pants, with the undergarment beneath the skirt allowing a draft, a triangular opening presumably for ease of use in the lavatory. It was evident that both men and women in this place donned such apparel. The first time she experienced the sensation of a gentle breeze while moving, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. It was quite indelicate to mention, especially knowing that anything she retrieved from this space would have to pass through her father. She finally comprehended why ancient women's skirts were so long and why revealing undergarments was deemed inappropriate in those times. Frankly, it would not be acceptable even in modern times. Such an open design could hardly be considered proper. At this moment, Song Fuling felt a swell of gratitude towards her father, who, despite his flustered demeanor, still took the time to find clothing for both her and her mother from the space. Upon inspection, she discovered that her father had indeed gathered a considerable amount. There were undergarments for the three of them, 3 pairs each. The undergarments appeared to be in disarray, including regular autumn shirts and vests, along with 2 half-sleeve cotton t-shirts and a pair of hot pants, which her father seemed to have mistaken for regular shorts. Nonetheless, it was acceptable to wear the hot pants over the smaller shorts. Additionally, there were socks, 5 pairs for each person, and particularly in her collection. There were not only cotton socks, but also 2 pairs of velvet ones, which she had forgotten about entirely. How had she lost track of those? There were also several pairs of thin autumn trousers and thicker fleece pants, but only 1 pair for each person. Song Fuling tied the excess socks and 3 pairs of thick fleece pants together with twine and placed them in a makeshift bundle fashioned from a bedsheet, alongside the ancient clothing and shoes. With autumn just beginning, even with the temperature fluctuations, they would not be needed immediately. However, she was uncertain how long they would be on the road, so it was prudent to prepare warm clothing. She set aside the 2 pairs of sports pants her father had retrieved, 1 gray for her mother and 1 black for herself. She planned to wait until her father left before donning the underwear and hot pants, layering the thin autumn trousers and sports pants over them. The trousers and sports pants would appear excessively long for her current stature, but she intended to tuck them into her socks and secure them with twine. Her mother would dress similarly, and they would wear the ancient skirts over, ensuring that no one would notice while keeping warm. If the situation deteriorated, they could simply remove the skirts and flee. Having organized her belongings, she stuffed essential items, such as binoculars and a flashlight, into a waterproof backpack. At that moment, Song Fushing regained clarity. Upon his 3rd entry into the space, he had finally remembered to bring the medicine, along with a thermos used during their outdoor excursions. Father, how did you manage to retrieve that? The thermos is plastic, and the binoculars and flashlight are already quite alarming. You'll need to fabricate an excuse unless we abandon the old cow and the rice birthday celebration and only concern ourselves with the 3 of us. Song Fushing waved his hand dismissively. Forget about those, our survival is paramount. However, the thermos was stainless steel. Such material did not exist in ancient times, and it appeared far too extravagant. Oh dear, the flashlight and binoculars are essential for survival. These items are not irreplaceable. I should have reminded you. Stop dilly-dallying, daughter. I cannot return them, and I'll take the blame for everything. Now let us discuss something useful. What about the medicine? There is no need for you to say anything. Song Fuling quickly interjected, for whenever her father was with her and her mother, he tended to ramble excessively. In the past, he appeared quite robust and dignified in public, but at home, he often vented about others, leaving no one believing his character. As her mother would say, your father is quite petty, indeed, often keeping count and being loquacious, holding back his true self in public. This medicine is our lifeline. Each box is precious, especially the anti-inflammatory ones. Without them, our survival in the ancient world is uncertain, even if we become wealthy later. I will not be overly benevolent and will ensure my mother remains unsympathetic. I understand. Song Fushing. He had yet to utter a word, and his daughter had already said it all. Now then, stop with the now then nonsense. Father, you must go back inside. Do you recall the storage room? The small partition that was once a cloakroom? Find the ladder and climb up, The second door in the top cabinet holds the aluminum moisture-proof mat. You mean the one used for camping? Right, your tent. Oh dear. I tossed it into the garage. Too late. The garage isn't here either. If only I had known. Stop, father. No need for that useless talk. The aluminum mat is the kind given by the dealership when buying a car, you know? It's lightweight, insulating against heat and cold. You have one in your car as well. In crucial moments, it can also shield against rain. I purchased a large roll for $28, and it takes up minimal space, perfect for sleeping outdoors. Anything else? Song Fuxing realized that, indeed, a brave man is supported by 3 allies. His daughter's input would make it more comprehensive. Grab 2 bags of salt as well. We were approaching the new year before we arrived here. Given my mother's penchant for stockpiling, she must have some in reserve. Please, search thoroughly. Take out all the grains. We have no idea how long we will be on the run. 6 people will require meals, and we must stay together at all times. Do not bring anything else out, especially large items. Even the rice birthday celebration cannot be deceived. While it's convenient now, I will fill the packaging into the stove pit and replace it with burlap sacks, blending it with the household grains. At this, Song Fuxing interrupted his daughter. The grains can wait. We are not just 6 people. We must head to your grandmother's house. With that, he settled back into the space. What? To grandmother's house? Song Fuxing's eyes widened in astonishment, and after a few moments, she grasped the reasoning. Indeed, if there were a draft for soldiers, her 2 uncles and several cousins would not be able to escape either. Since they had taken possession of someone else's body, they must fulfill their filial duties. Unbeknownst to her, this was a charming misunderstanding. Her biological father did not possess such noble intentions. Firstly, their ancestral home lay at the outskirts of this administrative region. They would have to pass through it to escape the jurisdiction of Qi Wang. Secondly, there is strength in numbers. Being in a group would provide protection from being attacked or robbed. To form a team to combat monsters, one must either rely on skills that connect them or blood relations. In critical moments, blood ties prove to be a relatively dependable alliance. Chapter 9. Farewell. Old Nyoto called from outside. Son-in-law, the doctor has arrived. Song Fuxing urged, Father, please wake up. The doctor is busy in the space and won't come to. Helpless, Song Fuxing opened the door slightly and slipped outside. Unsure whether to address him as Uncle Nyoto or Elder Nyoto, she opted for silence. The 4 strong men are in the backyard. Please lead the doctor there, she instructed, her expression revealing hesitation. Old Nyoto gestured for the doctor, who was carrying a medicine box, to proceed first, and then inquired, Miss, do you have any further instructions? Song Fuxing quickly waved her hand. Unaccustomed to such treatment, I don't have any money for the doctor's fee here. Do you have some? Someone broke into the house last night and stole all the money. My mother and I were affected by a sleeping incense, and my father returned too late to reclaim it, she explained. Now old Nyoto understood. No wonder your son-in-law has such a large bump on his forehead, he thought. He quickly scanned Song Fuxing and recalled Qian Pei Ying's appearance, concluding that the 2 women seemed unscathed. Only her son-in-law had been beaten, which relieved him. Miss, I have money. There is silver in the shop as well, he assured. Just then, Song Fuxing's father, Song Fuxiang, emerged from the room, signaling her to return inside and gather her belongings before shutting the door. He then beckoned old Nyoto to the backyard, indicating he had something to discuss. In truth, old Nyoto had information to report as well. To save time, he spoke first. Son-in-law, something feels off. On my way to the clinic, I noticed several wealthy families leaving the county with their carriages, including relatives of the county magistrate. They were carrying quite a load and seemed to be heading out of town. Song Fuxing nodded and briefly recounted the situation. Just as he finished advising old Nyoto, a child's cries suddenly echoed from the kitchen, filled with palpable terror and a heart-wrenching plea. Aunt, run. Qian Pei Ying did not flee. Instead, old Nyoto ran first. Before departing, he handed Song Fuxiang the loose silver, meant for the 4 strong men to gather medicine. As old Nyoto exited the Song residence, tears streamed down his face, his heart echoing the words he had just heard. A drought in the south has brought refugees, and they have come to attack us with the 100,000 troops of King Wu. The master was gone, the young master was gone. And the young master's childhood companions, Big Zhuang, Second Zhuang, and Third Zhuang, were executed for being deemed traitors while trying to protect the young master, Qian Mishou, as they fled the city to find the 4th strong man guarding the orchard. It was only before the master passed that he distributed his wealth to ensure Qian Mishou's safe passage. The city had been sealed off 2 days prior. And the young mistress had heard rumors that King Qi was conscripting young maidens and married women to reward soldiers who captured enemy heads. That very night, upon hearing of the young master's death at the city's defenses, the young mistress hanged herself. Old Nyoto wiped his tears, swallowed the lump in his throat, and hurriedly climbed onto the mule cart to head to the shop. He resolved that his tears were futile. If the master knew, he would scold him. He had to live for the two remaining bloodlines of the Qian family, Qian Peiying and Qian Mishou, to protect them, fulfilling his duty to the master's kindness. Old Nyoto. Just as Old Nyoto's mule cart came to a halt, Boss Bai of the grocery store rushed over, grabbing his arm in urgency. Brother Nyo, do you have any news from the city? It's rumored that King Wu is attacking us, and some say it's due to the drought in the south, not war. To be honest, my house is in chaos. Just now, several carriages from the Yu family left the city, and they are one of the wealthiest families in our county. Old Nyoto shook off Boss Bai's grip, tied up the mule cart, and fed the mules hay as he informed him. Old Bai, quickly gather your things and leave. If war breaks out, none of your 4 sons or 3 sons-in-law will escape. Also, as a courtesy for imparting this information, do not spread it around. Otherwise, the authorities may seal the city gates early, and we won't be able to flee. I won't forgive you for that. What? Boss Bai's eyes widened. Not expecting the worst scenario, he slapped his thigh. I'll head back and make arrangements immediately. He paused, emotions swirling in his eyes, and clasped his hands. Brother Nyo, take care. Old Nyoto did not even glance up, turning back to the shop to pack, glancing at the neatly arranged bottles of liquor on the counter. He only took 2 jars and placed them on the mule cart. He then dashed to the backyard, found the box where he kept his savings, emptied it into his arms, and hurriedly gathered a few articles of clothing. Finally, he took his provisions, a jar of oil, and a packet of salt, locked the shop, and prepared to leave. At that moment, Boss Bai's eldest grandson arrived, breathless. Grandpa Nyo, my grandfather sent this for you. He hurriedly placed the items onto the cart and ran off without another word. As Old Nyoto cracked the whip and urged the cart forward, he glanced at the gifts: 8 water bags for bamboo tubes, 2 raincoats, and 5 oil umbrellas. He sighed. It was worth defying the young master's orders to inform Old Bai. It was not the weight of the gifts that mattered. After all, he was fleeing and abandoning the shop. What significance did the gifts hold? At this critical moment, when everyone was scrambling to escape with life-saving essentials, Old Bai had taken the time to send his grandson with such useful supplies. The mule cart stopped in front of a small courtyard. The woman who opened the door appeared surprised upon seeing Old Nyoto, quickly shutting the door to avoid alarming her daughter-in-law. Old Nyoto scrutinized the woman's face. He had never married. In his youth, he had sought vengeance for his mother, sustaining grievous injuries that left him unable to father children. It was the master who saved him, allowing him to live. He had never considered marrying. But this woman had always secretly washed his clothes and prepared warm meals for him, never demanding anything in return. He thought perhaps a good life was on the horizon. They could be companions and live together. However, after he spent most of his savings to purchase the courtyard, this woman's son had opposed it, driving away the matchmaker, fearing that his mother would remarry and be ridiculed for it. This is 5 taels of silver. Take it. Here is the deed to the courtyard as well. I'm leaving. With that, Old Nyoto climbed back onto the mule cart and departed. Tears welled in the woman's eyes. She sensed the impending chaos. Just an hour ago, her son had returned, boasting of earning military merit to become an official, declaring his allegiance to the prince. To her, her son seemed mad, but as a woman, what power did she have to intervene? Looking at the silver in her hands, she knew Old Nyoto had little left, having spent it all on the courtyard. At this moment of parting, he could still give her 5 taels, enough for her expenses for 4 or 5 years. Her heart felt as if it had suddenly opened a chasm, filled with hope for his safety. Chapter 10. Departure. Although Qian Mishu was merely 5 years old and his speech lacked coherence, he managed to articulate the essential keywords while drinking porridge in the kitchen. As the child confided in his aunt, Qian Peiying, his sorrow grew palpable, and he abandoned his meal, shattering the bowl in a fit of despair, lamenting that there was no point in eating when grief overwhelmed him. This culminated in an outburst of tears as he cried out in panic for his aunt to flee. When Song Fuling rushed into the kitchen, she found her mother kneeling before the stove, nearly igniting herself, trembling with flour and oil on her hands. She thought she would have to coax her mother gently. However, upon calling out "Mother," Qian Peiying quickly turned to fix her gaze on her daughter. Her eyes wide in shock for a prolonged moment. Instead of accepting her daughter's aid, she sprang to her feet with remarkable agility, intent on escaping. grabbing Song Fuling's arm. She kicked aside a wooden stool and dashed out, her voice rising in urgency. "Oh my, Lao Song. It's bad. Where are you? Hurry and come out. We must leave at once." Song Fuling grasped her mother, pleading, "Mother, stop shouting. The letter mentioned that my father just returned from gathering medicine for the Forjuang and is in the backyard organizing things." Without waiting for her daughter to finish, Qian Peiying interrupted, her face flushed with urgency. "Organizing what? Your father has been far too reckless. He doesn't seem to grasp the gravity of the situation. What does it matter if he is buying medicine for the Forjuang? We three can leave. That's all that matters. Hurry." In her fervor, she scolded her daughter, tugging her toward the backyard in search of her husband. Song Fuling struggled to free her arm from her mother's grip, realizing her mother's agitation was escalating. In a desperate attempt to regain control, she pinched the web of flesh between Qian Peiying's thumb and index finger, signaling her to observe Qian Mishu. Standing at the kitchen entrance, Qian Mishu locked eyes with his aunt and immediately burst into tears. His youthful heart was heavy with sorrow, burdened by grief far beyond his tender years. The realization that he was forsaken by his aunt and that his grandfather and parents were lost left him feeling utterly desolate. With the household help either deceased or fled, he pondered how he could possibly survive. Qian Peiying, witnessing the child's anguished tears, swallowed hard, avoiding his gaze. Suddenly, she struck her chest with a fist, declaring, "My heart feels uneasy. I need to take a moment. I'll be right back." Song Fuling, observing her mother's rapid departure, knew her heart was fine and called out, "Father will be here shortly, and Manager Neo will return soon too. Once he arrives, we can leave. Please, go change your clothes. I've left some clean garments by your bedside. Remember to put the skirt on top and grab a few thick clothes and shoes for both you and father. Check thoroughly and pack everything useful." As Qian Peiying scurried toward the bedroom, she waved her hand dismissively. Meanwhile, Song Fuling remained busy, not having the time to comfort Qian Mishu. She rushed into the kitchen to gather provisions, assessing the supplies. Her heart sank as she discovered that while there was a substantial amount of flour, there was only a half bag of rice, a single can of oil, a meager amount of sugar, and just the bottom of a salt container. Kicking aside scattered items, including a basket containing over 20 eggs, she instructed the child, "Move these to the front gate. If you can't carry them all, take fewer and make multiple trips. Be careful not to break anything." On his first trip, Qian Mishu sobbed, but by the third trip, he was drenched in sweat and had forgotten his tears. Meanwhile, Song Fuling prepared to retrieve the large iron pot, essential for cooking on their journey. As she contemplated the need for water, she glanced at the large vat, realizing it was too heavy to transport without tipping over the mule cart. Nonetheless, water was imperative. She resolved to fill a wooden barrel. Knowing they could not afford to search for a water source while fleeing, they needed at least some cooking water for the journey. Handing a ladle to Qian Mishu, she instructed, "Stand on the stool and scoop water into this barrel." Older sister, the basin, Qian Mishu pointed to the dough that had risen, ready for frying, and then to the porridge his mother had lovingly prepared. At this moment, Qian Mishu could not tolerate even the slightest waste of food, haunted by the memories of hunger during their journey, which now made him uneasy. It was no wonder he felt this way. The experiences had been harrowing. When fleeing for 2 days and nights, they had lost the silver belonging to the Forjuang to desperate refugees. To expedite their escape from the city, Forjuang, fearing for Qian Mishu's safety, relinquished the silver without resistance. They endured hunger for an entire day, and when they realized their pace was too slow, Forjuang concealed Qian Mishu in a thicket at night, embarking on a robbery himself, which led to his injuries. However, he neither sought silver nor took lives. His sole aim was to commandeer a cart pulled by 3 mules. After securing the cart, he struck the mules to hasten their flight, discarding the belongings of the family they had robbed along the way, thereby avoiding a deadly confrontation. Thus, there was a misunderstanding. Young Qian Mishu could not articulate the tragic fates of his grandparents and parents, and Forjuang, being mute, could not clarify matters. Song Fuxing and Manager Nyo assumed the cart was simply for travel, while Song Fuling and Qian Peiying, though aware of the arduous journey ahead, could hardly fathom the necessity of theft for survival. As the family worked diligently to gather their belongings at the front gate, old Nyo arrived on time with a cart drawn by 3 mules. Upon seeing Song Fuxing, he reported, "Son-in-law, here is the salt, 2 pounds, purchased at a high price, and it can't be found elsewhere. I went to several shops and pleaded, but no one would sell it. Additionally, I managed to buy a charcoal brazier and tripod, but only half a bag of charcoal, as this is early autumn and supplies are scarce. As for knives and rakes, The blacksmith's wife said there were none available. Please keep this remaining silver. It is all that is left from the shop, though it is a bit short. As he spoke, old Neo deftly accepted 2 quilts from Qian Peiying and stowed them in the cart's corner, quickly pushing the silver into Song Fuxing's hands. Without waiting for a reply, he dashed into the yard and soon returned, his head adorned with feathers, carrying 3 chickens. It appeared he had gone to the backyard to catch and slaughter them. Old Neo secured the chickens onto the cart and began gathering water buckets, rice sacks, and the larger items that Song Fuling struggled to lift. Song Fuxing watched old Neo's industrious figure, clutching the silver pouch tightly. It was absurd. Just 3 days prior, old Neo had handed over all the shop's proceeds. How could he still possess any money? He realized this was likely old Neo's last personal silver, amounting to 22 taels, given freely to him. Feeling ashamed for not contributing silver, Zhuang worked harder, using his uninjured arm to hoist the iron pot onto the cart. He then dashed back inside to retrieve Song Fuxing's writing box. In his view, a scholar valued such possessions above all. Books were treasures. However, Song Fuxing merely extracted a pile of paper, intending to use it as kindling, discarding the rest at the entrance. Old Neo was astonished, exclaiming, "Son-in-law, what about your books? They're too heavy and of no use. We must go. Drive." Chapter 11. As the mule cart exited the county town, Song Fuxing, Qian Peiying, and Song Fuling turned in unison to glance back at the city. They had been there for less than 12 hours, and now they were leaving in such a frantic manner. Song Fuxing patted the old ox on the shoulder and advised, "Take the back roads. Avoid the main road that passes through 2 towns. The old ox raised his whip in praise. "Young master, you are indeed talented and thoughtful." I was just about to say the same. In modern times, Song Fuling would have laughed at such a declaration of talent, but at that moment, she could not summon a smile. Feeling uneasy, she said, "Father, let us head towards grandmother's place. I remember you mentioned that route leads further north. And aren't we supposed to go north?" "Indeed," he replied. "The south is suffering from drought, so we must flee to the north. Once we reach your grandmother's, I need to inform the village head to let everyone who can escape do so. Alas, it is not easy. They are all impoverished folk, and lives are at stake. I doubt anyone wishes for their sons and grandsons to be conscripted to their deaths. We should also quickly find a few strong laborers, those with livestock, so they do not hinder our escape, and we need to gather enough provisions to match ours. If we encounter bandits, or a large number of refugees, we can look out for one another. Father, the refugees from the south shouldn't arrive too soon, right? I suspect our prefectural city hasn't fallen yet. If it had, or if the conscription orders had reached the county, there would already be a mass exodus from the county town. Surely, the officials would be the first to flee, rather than a small group like us who receive the news early. True, if that is the case, it might be somewhat better. After all, if the refugees from the south cannot come through the prefectural city, it could facilitate our escape without the threat of being robbed or attacked." Song Fuxing glanced at his daughter, still so young. She had never experienced hunger in modern times. Always preoccupied with how to eat well and enjoy life, constantly studying and working. How could she understand the depths of human cruelty? He shook his head. "I fear the conscription orders are imminent, if they haven't arrived already. The county magistrate seems to be pondering something, and for now, the city hasn't been sealed off, but I suspect that day is not far off. Perhaps he intends to flee with his family rather than share the fate with the Qi King. Regardless of what they think, the towns and villages below are all aware that war is approaching. Even if most cannot escape the draft, a small number will. And even that small number will be significant. What are refugees? The more they flee, the worse it becomes, the further they go. The less they have to eat and drink, ultimately becoming refugees. The South is ravaged by disaster this year, and while we are not exempt from drought, I do not wish to merely hide. I intend to leave because we can no longer remain here. Even if we avoid conscription, we cannot evade the refugees rushing in from the south. We cannot escape the taxes imposed by the Wu King after he seizes the city. This is also the implication of your grandfather's letter. In truth, your grandmother's harvest this year is poor, and grain prices are soaring. We are barely subsisting on thin gruel. If we flee, how much food can each person carry? If we cannot eat, we must resort to theft. Killing 1 or 2 is better than starving to death." As he spoke, Song Fuxing noticed a glimmer of light from the side and turned to see his wife holding a kitchen knife, startling him. "What are you doing?" he asked. Qian Peiying murmured, "I'm holding this knife for a sense of security. If you hurt yourself, we are far from safety." But Qian Peiying interrupted urgently, raising her voice. "You need to be quiet. You and your father are not allowed to speak. I do not want to hear it. The more I listen, The more I feel that fleeing is futile, we might as well wait for death. It's all the same wherever we go. The four strong men, nursing their bandaged wounds, exchanged glances at Song Fuxing's expression. It was rare to see a woman speak to her husband with such defiance. Surely, she would be reprimanded? Qian Mishu huddled in the corner of the cart, casting timid glances at his aunt, his heart racing as he thought, "Aunt, I am just a child. And you are a woman. If uncle gets angry and refuses to take us along, what will we do? For the sake of survival, you must be kinder to uncle." However, contrary to their expectations, Song Fuxing merely sighed and placed a reassuring hand on Qian Peng's tightly clenched fist. In that moment, he realized that his wife's courage was less than that of their untried daughter. He too felt anxious, and chatting with his daughter provided some relief. "Everything will be all right. Do not worry. I am here. As long as we evade the conscription, the refugees are not a concern. They lack weapons, and their kitchen knives are not as numerous as ours. If anyone dares to rob us on the road, I will give them a taste of my strength. Do you believe me? You know me. I am not like others who regret not performing well in fights. I usually exceed expectations. Besides, even if we cannot win, we at least have a solid foundation for retreat tactics." Both mother and daughter knew that Song Fuxing was boasting again, and they found no comfort in his words. "Mother, put down the knife and prepare a meal. Look at that white flour. At least make some fried twists. We need to be well fed to have the strength to fight." Yes, daughter is right. The child has tea eaten yet, and we will be on the road for several hours. Now that there are fewer people on the road, you can fry or stir fry. The aroma will attract no one. Prepare more food while we can. With that, Song Fuxing rummaged through their bundles and pulled out a Japanese-style alcohol stove. This device was convenient. They could cook on the cart without needing to stop to light a fire. He was grateful that his daughter loved to spend money in modern times. For their home now had an alcohol stove and a box of solid alcohol blocks, of which they had only used a few, leaving over 40. Moreover, he was thankful that the three of them had visited Russia to watch the World Cup, where his daughter had purchased a military-grade binocular and flashlight, truly useful items in ancient times. Reflecting on this, Song Fuxing looked at Song Fuling, feeling a pang of sympathy for his child, knowing she would endure hardships ahead. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Let us stew the chicken. The dough has risen enough. We might as well add more flour to make more fried twists. I will fry them, and this way, we can preserve food for a few more days. For strong men, help me set up the large iron pot. Remember to place the iron rack over the charcoal basin for the pot. We will cook rice in 2 pots together. Do not be stingy with the charcoal. We will take it one day at a time. Mishu, tidy things up and help your uncle clear some space." Upon witnessing her father's determination to use all the grain, Song Fuling was alarmed. "Father, no. Let mother marinate the chicken. It can last for many days. If you use all this grain and oil, what will we do when we reach my grandmother's with a crowd of people? If there isn't enough food, we will find a way together. We will endure hunger together. I know your grandmother well. Once we arrive, if you wish for something with oil, it will be impossible. She would rather save it, making it heavy to carry, and only cook when others have run out of food. She is grain, and if it is robbed, that is simply who she is." Song Fuxing brushed away his daughter's hands from the flour sack. "We will eat our fill one day at a time. I will fry twists for you, and your mother will prepare marinated eggs. Carry them separately. If anyone asks for them, do not give them away." Noticing that Qian Mishu was staring at him intently, he added, "Make sure to pack a portion for Mishu as well." Chapter 12. Unaccustomed to her new identity, Qian Peng felt a heaviness in her heart upon hearing her husband's words. So, after serving her mother-in-law in the modern world, she was finally liberated, only to find herself once again in the ancient era, where she had to continue serving. It seemed like a tightening spell was being cast upon her once more. She could hardly bear to ponder what kind of mother-in-law awaited her in this new time. Casting a few glances at the grain sacks, her eyes flickered with uncertainty. Previously, she had found her daughter's reasoning sound, saving wherever possible, but now, she felt a surge of frustration that she couldn't express, nearly erupting at her husband. Yet, who were they saving for? Who knew what might happen in the next moment? Just look at how their family of 3 had fared over the past 12 hours since their time travel. It served as a warning that they might suddenly return to their previous life. Of course, there was also the pressing concern. If they truly reached their hometown and her husband's suspicions were correct, if nearly 20 people were fleeing from famine together, their food situation would undoubtedly be dire. From what he implied, her ancient mother-in-law would not be an easygoing person. Upon meeting, she would likely demand the food supply be handed over, controlling how much each person would eat. That was unacceptable. Why should an old woman have the final say? Qian Ping was unwilling to part with the food, and if they were to save any, it would need to be shared among them all. It was better to keep the food for themselves, as long as no one was watching. Now was the time to prepare hearty meals for her husband and daughter, at the very least. Having a full stomach would help them endure longer. To speak frankly, she had no memories tied to those others, nor any feelings for them. Who were they to her? If it weren't for Lao Song's insistence that safety in ancient times required numbers, she would have wanted to run away, leaving them behind. Don't even mention obligations tied to someone else's child, who would willingly come to the ancient world. That would be truly unfortunate. After coming to this realization, Qian Ping exclaimed, "Then why not add some white flour? Let's make everything." Song Fuxing's hand trembled slightly at the sight of his wife's assertiveness, taken aback by her boldness. "Make everything?" he questioned, a hint of disbelief in his gaze, feeling his wife was perhaps being sarcastic. He knew she was far more skilled at managing their household than anyone else. While he had just urged their daughter to eat well before their journey, it was out of concern for her. He wanted her to enjoy one last hearty meal before facing hardships. But in reality, what would they do if they found themselves without food or water on the road, staring at each other in bewilderment? Although the space they had stored modern provisions in was full, could they access it openly? He feared that any discovery of their secret would lead to dire consequences. With a sigh, Qian Ping glanced at her daughter before addressing her husband. "Let us make twisted donuts and some dough pieces. Bake more of those, you're good at it. Also, let us fry some oil tea flour. These foods are compact, can stave off hunger, and can be preserved for a long time. If we use up all the white flour, it should last us a while. When we get to our hometown, if my mother-in-law insists on serving rice porridge for every meal, we shouldn't expect special treatment. We can't be the only ones eating differently. If you and our daughter find yourselves unable to bear the hunger, you can discreetly pull out some of the food to nibble on." Then she remembered Qian Mishu. She gently ran her fingers through the child's hair, feeling her heart soften. Since arriving in this ancient time, she had steeled herself against everyone, yet this child was an exception. Regardless of whether this journey was a reincarnation or not, she would look after the only descendant of the Qian family. As long as she was alive, she would protect this child. Qian Ping thought to herself, still yearning for a return to the modern world. She could endure any hardship for herself. But she couldn't bear to think of Mishu and her daughter subsisting on thin gruel. She resolved to prepare some filling and delicious food for them. Song Fuxing noticed the smile lines forming at the corners of his wife's eyes. "I share your sentiments. Let us not waste time. Let us get started." With that, they both immersed themselves in their tasks, unwilling to waste a drop of water for washing their hands. They needed to conserve every bit for cooking. Before long, the cart felt as hot as a steamer, with a large iron pot on a charcoal stove and a Japanese pot set atop an alcohol burner, both ignited simultaneously. With a total of over 80 pounds of flour, Song Fuxing planned to use 30 pounds for the twisted donuts. He estimated that with the dough properly risen, they could fry around 500 pieces, requiring more than 3 liters of oil. Casting a glance at the 5-liter oil barrel that had been conjured from their storage space, as well as the meager pound of rapeseed oil from their ancient home, he decided to use the oil from the barrel first. Once it was depleted, the barrel could still serve as a water container, which was far superior to the heavy wooden barrels that held little water. On the other hand, Qian Ping was busier than Song Fuxing. Not only did she need to knead the dough for the dough pieces, but she also had to fry 30 pounds of oil tea flour. In her view, it was better to fry fewer twisted donuts if it meant preparing more oil tea flour. After all, twisted donuts could only last a little over a month, especially in the autumn weather. Plus, she had to remind her husband, during their brief stops, to discreetly open their daughter's snack bag from the storage space and remove the small packets of desiccant to prevent the hundreds of twisted donuts from becoming moldy. However, oil tea flour was different. It had numerous advantages. Most importantly, it required little oil, only 30 grams for a pound of flour. For 30 pounds, she would need less than 2 pounds of oil. It was also convenient. When hungry, one could simply soak it in hot water and enjoy a meal. Go find the sugar wrappers in the bag, and also look for the sesame bags, Qian Ping instructed the 4 strong men. "Are you putting sugar in the tea flour?" Qian Mishu asked, growing anxious. "Ah, you're quite perceptive," Qian Ping replied, amused. Qian Mishu, with his 5-year-old logic, calculated, "Auntie, sugar is precious. If we're hungry, 1 bowl of water is a meal. If you fry the tea flour without sugar, that's another meal. If you eat a few bites of sesame, that's yet another meal." Qian Ping chuckled. "Look at you, so pitiful. Go on, don't linger by the pot. You'll get scorched. Rest for a bit with your sister." Thinking of her daughter, Qian Pei suddenly realized that the girl had been silent for quite some time. No wonder she felt something was amiss. She glanced up to see Song Fuling frequently wiping the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve while focusing intently on sewing a quilt cover. "What are you sewing?" Song Fuxing chimed in. "Can you even sew? Don't prick your fingers." Song Fuling shot a glare at her parents. What kind of ancient girl doesn't know how to sew? If Lao Nyodo and the 4 strong men heard that, they'd be puzzled. The original owner could even embroider. With such low intelligence, if they had been transported into a spy thriller, they would surely become cannon fodder. Remaining silent, Song Fuling pushed the item in her hand forward, signaling them to look for themselves. She was busy sewing a moisture-proof mat into the ancient quilt cover. Otherwise, the mat would be too conspicuous. She knew from personal experience that when she attended an outdoor music festival in modern times, she would wrap herself in the moisture-proof mat when it rained and grew cold. People would stare at her, let alone in ancient times, where the shiny aluminum foil would raise questions. Realizing this, Song Fuling anxiously gestured to her father to look at her Adidas bag, implying, "There are binoculars and other items in the backpack. You need to come up with a story to deceive Lao Nyodo and the others first, so they can bear witness and validate that these peculiar items are legitimate. It will be easier to convince the folks back home." Chapter 13. "I am a good man." Song Fuxing coughed lightly and called out, "Old Nyo?" This startled Old Nyo, who almost struck his mule with the whip in shock. Turning to express his astonishment, No, son-in-law, that's too much flattery. Just call me Old Nyo." Referring to me as Nyo Zhongguei was already an overestimation of my worth. How can that be? We have fallen to such depths. Why should we concern ourselves with titles? "Son-in-law, please, it is inappropriate to call me Nyo Zhongguei now that the shop is gone. I implore you to simply call me Old Nyo." "Enough. I shall not argue over this," Song Fuxing remarked, pointing at the Adidas bag and the waterproof cloth bag, feigning ignorance. "Have you seen these items before? There are many things inside. Your late master must have shown them to you." Old Nyo waved his whip while glancing back, dismissing it lightly. "No, I haven't seen this package before." "What? That cannot be. How could you have never seen it?" Hearing her father speak this way, Song Fuling hurriedly lowered her head, fearing she might betray her amusement at her father's theatrical display. Song Fuxing continued, perplexed. "These peculiar items were bought from the vassal states when my father-in-law traded in the southern regions. Did you not accompany him?" Old Nyo suddenly understood, nodding as he explained. "No wonder I have not seen them. I was not by his side when he traveled to the southern regions. I was taken in by him when he passed through Anqing, by which time he had already opened a tavern along the official road, and later moved into the county to open a shop. Although I accompanied him southward, it was for cotton trading, not to the southern regions." Song Fuxing remained bewildered, muttering to himself, "These strange items, could there be only one set? What about my brother-in-law? Have you not seen them either? Surely, my father-in-law did not reserve them solely as a dowry for his daughter?" Hearing this, Song Fuling rolled her eyes, thinking it unnecessary. Old Nyo believed the son-in-law's analysis was sound and sighed deeply. The master indeed cherished the young lady. He would think of her whenever he acquired something good. It must be so. After saying this, he cast a glance at Qian Pei, who was fervently frying the oil tea noodles, entirely unconcerned with the novel items Song Fuxing had presented or their origins. Old Nyo's mind was preoccupied with the earlier incident. The young lady had shouted at the son-in-law, startling him and causing him and Si Zhuang to exchange worried glances, scarcely daring to breathe. For a moment, he almost thought they would part ways before even reaching 2 miles. What was the outcome? The son-in-law's reaction exceeded his expectations. He did not scold the young lady, but instead comforted her. Thus, Old Nyo remained curious, not only about the son-in-law's rapid change of attitude, but also about the young lady, who would never have dared to act this way before. Previously, when the young lady gave birth to her daughter and, due to health issues, could not bear more children, she was anxious that her husband might consider taking a concubine. She proactively proposed that all the shop's earnings be handed over to him, and from that day on, she was more aware of where the family's silver was hidden than any thief could ever be. As for why he had served as steward for so many years without frequently visiting, it was due to his concern that visiting too often might remind the son-in-law of the dowry. The master had been even more cautious, never publicly disclosing that he had been supporting his daughter after her marriage. He understood that the shop in the county had been passed to her, fearing that the son-in-law might be labeled a son-in-law who relied on his wife, and might later vent his frustrations on the young lady. Moreover, the son-in-law had, over the years, contributed to the Song family by purchasing fine farmland and spending considerable amounts of silver, a fact both the master and the young lady were well aware of. Old Neo still remembered the previous year when he visited the master in the capital. Upon inquiring about the young lady and the son-in-law, the master had berated him for not speaking the truth. In truth, he had been unjustly accused, as the young lady would never confide in him or share her grievances to relay. It was a mutual agreement of silence. How could he have known the situation? Then the master had scolded the son-in-law harshly, saying, "That Song Fuxing thinks that just because I am away from the county, I cannot return to deal with him? Does he truly believe I am incapable of managing this from a distance?" Such remarks were absurd. He lamented the fact that in his hometown, his wife wore patched clothing while his daughter and granddaughter were adorned in silk. How could he not inquire why his daughter deserved to wear fine clothing while her husband's family struggled? He reflected on his past naivety, realizing that having been a scholar was of little use if one did not comprehend basic human decency. At this moment, old Neo wished he could visit the master's grave and reassure him, "Rest easy, sir, you were not mistaken," just for the sake of the young lady's spirited reprimand to the son-in-law, who, instead of losing his temper, had coaxed her while promising to guarantee her safety. Old Neo felt a mix of astonishment and an inexplicable sympathy for Song Fuxing. After all, which wife would dare to confront the head of the household so boldly? Even a son-in-law should not be treated this way. Moreover, observe how the son-in-law was assisting the young lady in the kitchen. At his age, old Neo had never witnessed a man cooking before. When had he acquired such skills? The aroma of the fried dough was irresistible, and he could hardly suppress his hunger. Sighing, he could not help but acknowledge the son-in-law's capabilities. No wonder he had excelled in his studies and emerged as the top scholar. Adversity reveals character, and the master could finally rest easy. Unbeknownst to Song Fuxing, old Neo was engrossed in these thoughts. Had he known, he would have eagerly boasted to old Neo, "Cooking for my wife is merely the beginning. Soon, I shall also assist her with the laundry, as this is a matter of familial duty." Grateful for the ease with which he could win favor, Song Fuxing felt a surge of pride in his deceptive talents. Enthusiastically, he handed over the first batch of fried dough, perspiration beading his forehead as he urged, "Eat, everyone, please indulge without hesitation. This first meal signifies good fortune, a harbinger of abundance to come." As he distributed 2 pieces to each person and was about to call out for Qian Ping to take a break and eat while it was still warm, a sudden realization struck him. He needed to discuss an important matter with his esteemed wife, how to address her mother without incurring her wrath. In ancient times, scholars were expected to speak with utmost humility, and he held a position of some standing, did he not? As a scholar, referring to his wife as the humble one would be deemed inappropriate. He was certain that if he dared to call Qian Ping the humble one, she, in her current state of forgetfulness, devoid of any ancient sensibilities, would likely glare at him and retort, "You are the one who is humble." Chapter 14. Glutinous rice bricks. Such is the nature of women. When busy, they prioritize work over meals, always finding more tasks than others. Thus, Qian Ping disregarded Song Fuxing's advice, continuing to fry pot after pot of noodle tea, to avoid wasting oil. She nimbly took on the task of frying dough twists as well. She had her husband sit beside the old ox to catch a breath of fresh air, for cooking in the cramped carriage was stifling, nearly unbearable. She urged him to take a moment to relax and eat. Amidst her dual responsibilities, her anxiety grew as she aimed to hastily finish the meal preparations. She needed to empty 2 pots, one for boiling tea eggs, using up all 20 or so eggs from their ancient household. The sooner they were boiled, the better they would soak up flavor. Salted ones could be stored longer. She filled a pot with boiling water, filled several water bags, and used up the remaining water. This served 2 purposes. First, to empty the containers for refilling once they returned home, maximizing space. Second, to distribute the water bags among the oxen and the others, providing them with a reliable source of drinking water rather than relying on sharing from a bucket. She also prepared her daughter's water flask and Raisho's water bag, adding some brown sugar and ginger slices to ward off potential colds during their travels. Better to be safe than sorry, especially when it came to the well-being of her children. It was far more considerate than showing favoritism in front of a crowd back home. Neither Song Fuxing nor Song Fuling paid much attention to Qian Ping's flurry of activity. They were accustomed to her ways. Whether boiling dumplings or preparing meals, she had a tendency to insist they start eating while she finished her tasks. "You two go ahead," she would say. "I'll eat after I clean the counter with the steam." They had grown used to it. The 2 men shared dough twists and opened a jar of fermented tofu, relishing their meal alongside the old ox. Qian Mishu, observing the scene, looked from one to another. At 5 years old, his tattered clothes reflected their plight. Yet his clean face and small hands, framed by a handkerchief, lent him an air of innocence. He felt a pang of sympathy for Qian Peiying, almost as if he were her own son, and this tugged at his heart. Approaching her, before he could speak, Qian Peiying called out, "Mishu, don't come so close. You might get splattered with oil. Go eat over there." Refusing to move away, he raised the dough twist toward her. "Auntie, eat." Qian Peiying glanced at the small bite marks on the pastry. "You go ahead and eat first," she replied. Noticing his disobedience as he attempted to shove the greasy treat into her arms, she quickly blocked him. "What is this? Are you full already? Who knows when the next meal will be? Eat more, save some for yourself." "But there is so much food. What will you leave for me?" "That is still not enough to last long. You can count it yourself. I'm small, so I save some for you." "Auntie, afraid you won't have enough." Qian Peiying exclaimed, "Fulling, listen to this. You should learn from your brother. My fatigue seems worthwhile now." Song Fuxing turned back, teasing, "This little rascal knows how to flatter." "Mishu, why don't you say something nice to your uncle? Don't you want to save some food for me?" Qian Mishu blinked, thinking to himself, "How could you compare to Andy? You can't even compete with my sister. Only Auntie and my sister ensure I'm fed. They are my true kin and will never abandon me. If Annie gets too hungry, Uncle will find many new aunts, and my sister's life wouldn't be easy either. Let alone mine. So why flatter Uncle? It's pointless." With that thought, he tugged at the burden he had been carrying. Song Fulling, noticing her little brother's anxious grip on his bundle, grew curious. Since their reunion, he had clung to it tightly. "Mishu, can you tell me what's in there?" Qian Mishu covered his mouth, whispering conspiratorially, "Sister, only you and Auntie can know. Don't tell Uncle." "All right," she agreed, turning her body to shield their father's view. "Go ahead, he can't see." Song Fulling assumed such secrecy indicated a treasure, perhaps not gold or jewels, but something of great value. She never imagined it was a brick. Qian Mishu corrected her, "It's a glutinous rice brick. If I get hungry, I can nibble on it." Song Fulling almost recoiled at the smell. "Can you even bite into that? You'll break your teeth. Besides, it's not edible. Look, it's moldy. Throw it away. You listen to me. Sister has food, and you won't go hungry, I promise." Her words stirred a panic in both Si Zhuang and Mishu. Si Zhuang waved his hands, making distressed sounds. Qian Mishu lunged forward to protect the bricks. "No, I can't throw them away. Grandpa gave them to me. He said when we're starving, Andy can have one, and I can have the other." Qian Peiying shot a glare at her daughter. "Don't you dare throw it away. You'll make Mishu cry. Let him have it as a keepsake." Song Fuxing rolled his eyes at Qian Mishu, internally lamenting how his ancient father-in-law must think so little of him, believing he could starve his wife and daughter. No wonder the letters reached the point of entrusting the care of his family to others, with long paragraphs scolding him for good measure. He would never read those letters to his daughter or wife, fearing they would mock him mercilessly. Everyone else dismissed the incident, genuinely believing the bricks were their last sustenance. They speculated that Qian's grandfather had prepared them to prevent their grandson from being robbed of other provisions on the journey, for no one would desire the unappetizing rice bricks. They theorized that only undesirable rations could ensure survival. Song Fuxing directed the oxen, "Isn't that a water hole up ahead? Let us stop there, let the mules rest. Drink some water and eat some grass. We'll get out and stretch." The old ox let out a sigh of relief. They had run for 2 hours straight, and with 3 more hours, they would nearly arrive before nightfall. Song Fuxing extinguished the fires beneath the 2 pots, helped his wife and daughter down from the carriage, and handed Qian Peiying a raincoat, signaling her to use it for their daughter while she relieved herself. Just as he was about to turn to address his own needs, he noticed Qian Mishu trailing behind Qian Peiying. He pulled him back. "You're coming with me." Qian Mishu squatted down to relieve himself. His eyes fixated on the burden on Song Fuxing's shoulder. It was his. Song Fuxing, slightly annoyed, remarked, "Don't worry, I have plenty of good stuff, much more than you. And I'm not as stingy. I want to lose it." Qian Mishu remained silent, casually grabbing some grass to wipe himself. After a moment, he grimaced, "It's scratchy." Song Fuxing sighed, "Just wait." He turned back to the carriage, locating some cloths used for washing faces at home, distributing them to the old ox, Si Zhuang, Qian Mishu, and himself. "Here, use these. Remember to wash them after, hang them up to dry. Be economical, these were mine." The old ox declined, "Son-in-law, you can keep them for your own face. I'm not particular at home." Song Fuxing found the conversation unbearable, as he could hardly endure without paper, without cloth. He would be even more distressed. "Take them, I'll split the soap pods later. Each of you take a piece to tuck in your waist. It won't suffice to bathe, so keep clean to avoid illness." Chapter 15. The question of excrement and urine Song Fuxing was preoccupied with the dilemma of using the restroom, while Song Fuling's situation was even more dire. Firstly, squatting in the vast wilderness, with a glance upward revealing the azure sky and fluffy clouds, accompanied by the buzzing of small insects, was a stark contrast to sitting in a bathroom scrolling through her phone, where time held no consequence. Song Fuling felt increasingly parched, in her urgency to expedite the process. She was further distracted by her mother's incessant reminders. The more her mother nagged, the more she felt a loss of control. From now on, when you relieve yourself, you cannot tear off 9 segments of toilet paper as you do at home, her mother admonished. Dear girl, you have no idea that we only have 4 bags of tissue in the storage room, and that hardly amounts to many rolls. We also only have 2 or 3 packs of paper towels, plus those already opened on the dining table and in your room. Calculated up, that's all we have. Oh, and there are those cotton face wipes. You have 2 boxes in the bathroom. This is the entirety of our family supplies. Once they're gone, your father has no means to replenish them. Song Fuling, feeling disheartened, asked, so how many segments am I allowed to use? While shielding her daughter with a raincoat, Qian Ping gazed at her daughter's head and replied, for small needs, try to make do. If you can't, just 1 segment. For larger needs, for segments. What? That's hardly enough? I need to scrape my fingers. Don't make a fuss. This is it. You can't use it every day or at every meal. Can you see that? Qian Ping produced a velvet sock from seemingly nowhere. This is your own sock. Don't be picky. You take one, and I'll take one. It's soft. And right now is when you should use it. There are water pools nearby, so just use it to wipe, and then rinse it out for the next time. Today is just the first meal, so I'll still let you use paper to ease into it. But, dear girl, I must remind you to save the paper for when there is no water nearby. Also, you must ensure no one is watching when you use it. Your father has always said that in ancient times, using paper for such purposes was unacceptable, especially with the modern paper we have, which is far superior to their writing paper. If ancient folks saw it, they'd curse us behind our backs, for paper is precious, very precious indeed. Song Fuling looked up. Deliberating, Mom, I'm not being picky, but socks really won't suffice. Can't we use towels instead? Qian Ping firmly rejected the idea, saying no. Our towels are even scarcer than the paper. We only have a few, and if we were to be unfortunate enough to remain here for a lifetime, what would you use then? I've already thought it through. Once things settle down, we'll use the foot towels your father used before, clean them thoroughly, and then he can use them for his face. At least that would be better than those ragged cloths here. Besides, all the towels we have were purchased by you. Don't you know how large they are? If I let your father use them, how much soap would you need to wash each time after using the toilet? Socks are ideal, small, soft velvet, and easy to clean. Then can I at least have a bar of soap to carry with me? Otherwise, it will smell terrible, and surely, there will still be an odor after washing. Before she could finish her sentence, Qian Ping waved her hand, asserting, no, you will use this ancient soap from home. We have 2 bars in our bundle, one for your father and one for us. I think it's quite good, resembling the soap your grandfather used for laundry in the past. Our soap should be reserved for washing your face. Just think about it, dear, it's not that I'm stingy. If your facial cleanser runs out, what will you use? Can ancient soap compare to our modern soap? I'm grateful that before the new year, I bought plenty during supermarket promotions. I stocked up on toothpaste, and I have many tubes of baking soda, far superior to those Japanese and Korean brands you used. Plus, during a promotion on JD, I got a large box of laundry detergent and a box of laundry pots, along with a deal on toothbrushes. See? I'm clever. You used to say I was always looking for bargains, but in critical moments, you can't match me. People who live must keep some supplies on hand. Your electric toothbrush costs so much, equivalent to 10 ordinary ones. Tell me, how many times can you use it? Or will you charge it? Listening to her mother, Song Fuling felt deflated, realizing she was being deprived of everything. Qian Ping seemed oblivious to her daughter's distress. I worry now. We maintain our hygiene to avoid dysentery. But what about those folks back home? Eating from the same pot, they rarely brush their teeth. Oh dear. And what about those children? They must have lice or something. Women in ancient times never cut their hair, letting it drag on the ground. I hope we don't catch anything. Mom, please stop. I have goosebumps all over. I truly admire you. Either you avoid facing reality, shouting and wailing, or when you do confront it, you analyze every detail. Thus, it's good enough to be alive. There will be more hardships ahead. Don't scrunch your little face. If you haven't finished, hurry up. I'm here supporting you. As they all returned to the mule cart, Song Fuxing noticed his daughter seemed a bit downcast. What's wrong? He inquired. Nothing, she replied. He didn't press further. as the sounds of horse-drawn carriages were evident both ahead and behind them, particularly in front, where several families appeared to be on the move. The old ox cracked his whip, saying, "Son-in-law, see? It was wise not to take the main road into town. The situation there is hard to predict." Luckily, the 4 strong ones were clever enough to send us a message with the mule cart, allowing us to travel swiftly without delay. Look at those ahead. Most are horse-drawn carts, indicating they received news early, likely families with some influence, perhaps even having connections at the post station. He continued, and behind us, there are definitely not just 10 or 8 families, but looking further back, there seem to be no more carts, just those on foot and the slower, impoverished ones. Alas. Indeed, Song Fuxing agreed, glancing at the sky. It was around 5 in the afternoon, and if they could arrive by 8, it would be a blessing. A weight settled in his heart as he thought, "We must keep moving forward. There can be no more rests." The families traveling nearby are well off, lacking neither food nor drink, and pose no threat to one another. The moment we fall behind, we risk being overtaken by the destitute, empty-handed, and fleeing. But could they really rest once they arrived? Song Fuxing knew well that while his wife and daughter might steal a moment's respite in the cart, he himself could not afford such luxury. He must organize their relatives for a structured escape and bear the burden alongside his brothers, allowing his parents and nieces and nephews to occupy the cart. In the end, he would have to carry a load on foot. This moment of stillness was indeed a rare reprieve. Sighing, he contemplated the morrow. If he had to traverse without the company of his wife and daughter, he could hardly bear the thought of living. Turning back to glance at his daughter, he intended to offer her some encouragement, but nearly choked on his breath upon seeing her condition. "What happened to your eyelid?" Song Fuxing's right eyelid had been bitten by a mosquito, leaving only a narrow slit. With unshed tears, she looked at her father, wanting to cry out, "It's too hard. Living is too arduous." First, the struggle of using the restroom without paper, and now being attacked by mosquitoes. She restrained herself for several seconds, unable to voice her frustrations, and awkwardly rubbed her mosquito bites against the cart's wooden edge. Realizing that in the short time it took to use the restroom, she had been bitten multiple times. Chapter 16. The difficulty of obtaining things regarding how to guard against the large, pesky mosquitoes of autumn, which can bite so fiercely that they draw blood, old Nyoto remarked. "Son-in-law, I regret my oversight. However, once we reach your hometown, things will improve. Typically, in rural areas, people gather mugwort, dry it, and ignite it." Si Zhuang mimicked a series of gestures. Old Nyoto explained, "He means that boiling mugwort and applying the water to the skin is effective as well." Si Zhuang nodded eagerly in agreement. Qian Peiying found it curious, remarking, "This girl certainly attracts mosquitoes more than others. Just look at me. I haven't been bitten at all." She pointed to Qian Mishu, adding, "It's strange, that child hasn't been bitten either." Qian Mishu, sitting with her legs crossed, responded, "Sister sat by the door, and I was right in front of you, fanning the pot to create smoke, cough cough." This implied that the smoke was a remedy for the mosquitoes. Song Fuxing watched his daughter intently as she fidgeted, scratching her ears and appearing uncomfortable, her eyelids swollen. Yearning to scratch yet refraining. He thought to himself, "Oh dear, the child is suffering. She is truly pitiable. What use is it for these people to chatter now? The journey still has over 3 hours to go, and those already bitten cannot simply endure in silence. A solution must be devised promptly." Before speaking, Song Fuxing exchanged a knowing glance with Qian Peiying. "I recall that during my exam days, a classmate gifted me a mosquito-repellent ointment, suggesting I use it during tests." Qian Peiying appeared bewildered. Though she understood her husband's hint to search their supplies, there was indeed no mosquito repellent at home. The one from last year had run out. Additionally, back when they traveled through time, it had been the dead of winter, and now, having crossed into the ancient season, it was autumn, both a temporal and seasonal shift. Song Fuxing furrowed his brows, growing somewhat impatient. "Did you not bring it? Have you forgotten?" His implication was clear. She needed to remember where it might be. The two exchanged glances, each hesitant to speak, when suddenly their expressions shifted. Wait, her husband had mentioned the exam and using it during that time. Their daughter had taken numerous tests. She must have brought it along. Indeed, they had some cooling oil at home. "Oh, how could I forget?" Qian Peiying exclaimed, recalling how she had cherished it, having placed it deliberately on their daughter's bedside table. "I mean the small low table at the head of the bed, you know? By the window side." Song Fuxing understood immediately, suggesting, "Check the 2 drawers in the bedside table." He then asked, "Did you bring it?" "I did," Qian Peiying replied, handing him the bag. "It's right here." "Where?" "It hasn't appeared yet," he mused. "Why do I suddenly feel a bit dizzy?" "It's the heat. I'm feeling hot." Qian Peng quickly organized. You should take a short rest. I'll sit beside you to block the sunlight and fan our daughter to ease her discomfort. In that moment, Song Fuling truly felt no itch. She believed she could endure any discomfort. For the sake of her parents who were retrieving the cooling oil for her. Their earnestness, this exchange of concern made her want to laugh heartily. Song Fuling's laughter startled Qian Mishu, causing old Nyodo and Si Zhuang to glance back in surprise. Qian Peng blushed slightly, as she was not one to lie, but with no other options, she playfully nudged her daughter's arm. Your father is getting all muddled with heat. How can you still laugh? You're disturbing his rest. Song Fuling couldn't help herself. Recalling a comedic skit by Zhao Bin Shan, which included lines about different paths to wealth, some through labor, some through deceit, and others through sheer effort. While she whimsically mused about her father needing to first dream before obtaining anything. Chapter 17. The masked Qian Mixiao gazed up at Song Fuling in a daze. Should being bitten by a mosquito not cause pain? Yet, her sister laughed. Was she dazed from the bite, or had she been struck in her laughter spot? Sister, let me fan you. Yes, please do. Song Fuling turned Qian Mixiao's petite frame away from their father, while outside, Si Zhuang and old Niu continued to drive the cart. As their father conjured items from the space, no one paid attention. Before he became distracted, he had deliberately placed his Adidas bag as a pillow beneath his head, unzipped it, and had his hand inside. Ha ha he ha ik. Qian Peng shot her daughter a disapproving glance. Calm down a bit, your laughter is quite aimless. What good fortune has befallen us to provoke such mirth? One should not be carefree. It's just the right moment for Mixiao to fan you. While I still have work to do not disturb your father's rest. Having said that, Qian Peng swiftly placed the grilling rack she had conjured from the space onto the charcoal basin. It had previously served as the grill for barbecuing. She ignited the fire. Within a short time, she had learned to use a flint, showcasing the remarkable adaptability of humans. First, she lit the alcohol stove, allowing the tea eggs to continue boiling in the Japanese pot. After inspecting the remaining 20-odd pounds of flour, which had risen significantly, she crouched in the cart to knead the dough, as it would be difficult to exert force otherwise, and began rolling out the wrappers. Step by step, Qian Peng felt a great sense of order in her heart. To what extent could she estimate? She could indeed roll out the dough into pieces the size of chess pieces, and as the charcoal basin caught fire, she would place the pieces upon it to bake. When they reached the desired doneness, she would sprinkle salt evenly with her right hand while continuously kneading the dough with her left, all without wasting a moment. This skill truly stemmed from the legacy of the modern Qian family. Old Master Qian had once worked for the government, and in the past, he had collaborated with Song Fuxing to establish a small eatery chain. Despite Song Fuxing having already engaged in dubious dealings to curry favor with the hospital director, allowing him to don a white coat for what could be considered a legitimate job, he did not neglect to assist in the snack shop, rising early each day to prepare dumplings with over 20 staff members before heading to work at 7. Qian Mixiao paused her fanning and, unable to contain herself, sniffled. Does it smell good? Song Fuling inquired, inwardly thinking, Mother hasn't even added the milk powder yet. Otherwise, it would smell even better. Alas, circumstances do not permit. As Qian Mixiao opened her mouth, saliva began to trickle down. This time, there was no need for anyone to watch over him. Fearing he might interfere with Song Fuxing's activities, he turned his back to him and sidled up to his aunt, occasionally asking, when will it be ready? Can I taste it when it's done? Meanwhile, Song Fuxing, in a state of physical unconsciousness yet mentally invigorated, remained oblivious to the happenings around him. Engrossed in his tasks in the space, he thought to himself that it was indeed a rare opportunity to gather some items. He first made his way to his daughter's bedside table, retrieving some cooling oil, and glanced at her vanity, casually taking a few hair ties. Then he wandered around the living room, and upon noticing the window, he climbed onto a stool with a fruit knife, intending to remove the layer of mesh from the window screens. This way, they could cut it into pieces for everyone to share on their journey, sparing them from mosquito bites. Surely, they could not have pedestrians carrying dried mugwort while walking, and with old Neo driving the cart, the mosquitoes were especially bothersome. Simultaneously, Song Fuxing found it quite curious that the space provided everything without a hitch. He recalled how much he had spent on each square meter, and now everything was delivered back to him without exception. However, if he hadn't purchased it, for instance, if he reached out through the window to touch the air, it would be futile. After collecting all the mesh from the screens and folding them neatly, he suddenly remembered the year his daughter graduated from university when she had invited a few friends over for Halloween. He had sent his wife away to play mahjong, thinking he would be away on a business trip and chaos ensued at home. When he opened the door, he was nearly frightened to death by 5 or 6 girls wearing bloodied masks and white masks resembling ghosts. Thankfully, the music was blaring, otherwise, his scream would have alerted them. Hey, where did those masks I confiscated go? He thought to himself. If he could find them, he could give them to his daughter to ward off mosquitoes, sparing her eyelids from bites. Chapter 18. The Frightening Power of Fear. Uncle, you're awake? Can you smell the delicious aroma of Auntie's roasting? Would you like to taste it? Song Fuxing glanced at Qian Mishu and remarked, indeed. He was roused by the tantalizing scent, prompting him to rise and sit cross-legged, cradling his oddie bag. Qian Paying quickly inquired, how do you feel? Are you still groggy? If you're not, could you fetch that ointment for our daughter? Let the child apply it. Song Fuxing rummaged through his bag, which was nearly akin to a treasure chest. Here, take this, he said, handing it to his daughter. He then feigned curiosity, asking Qian Paying, hey, what is this? My dear wife? Did you pack this? Qian Paying replied, isn't this a window screen? It seems you dismantled the windows in the space, and you still ask me? Quite convincing, I must say. Ah, I just packed it casually, she added. What are you doing with that? There's south no proper place for serious items, and this? Song Fuxing paused dramatically, as if a sudden spark of inspiration had struck him. With a fitting expression, he said, hey, you know what? This thing has great utility. He concluded his thought and immediately shouted outside, essentially conveying, Si Zhuang, the old ox needs to pull the cart. You shouldn't be idle either. Grab the scissors and trim it down, starting from the top, just to the neck, and then tie it up. This is splendid. We need not fear mosquitoes anymore. And it's breathable. Let us see how many more pieces we can cut. When we return home, I will share some with a few brothers. Si Zhuang turned to receive the 10 window screens that had been removed, feeling the material with surprise. He understood that while 10 sounded plentiful, in reality, only half would be distributed, and it would undoubtedly be shared with those walking outside. The individuals in the cart would not receive any. He needed to cut carefully to minimize waste. Song Fuxing continued to transform the contents of his bag. With a swift motion, he pulled out 4 masks and began to chastise his wife in a mock-serious manner, saying, what was the purpose of stuffing this into the bag? Isn't this the face mask toy I bought for our daughter during the examination years in the city? And that day it rained, to save a bit. They closed early, and since it wasn't finished, I bought it all to amuse the child. He added a few more words of reproach toward Qian Paying. I've realized you're someone who rummages through everything. Qian Paying shot a glance at her husband, thinking to herself that he was rather entertaining in his performance. She also wanted to inquire why he had unearthed such a trivial item from the space. What for? Song Fuxing handed his daughter a mask depicting the Grim Reaper, exchanging a knowing glance with her. Let us put it to good use. Your mother stuffed it in the bag anyway. Look, it fits perfectly and can ward off mosquitoes. Thus, they were ready to confront the mosquitoes head-on. At that moment, Qian Mishu turned around and burst into tears. Si Zhuang, hearing the commotion, quickly turned back, clenching his fists tightly, almost causing his wound to reopen. The old ox driver, still holding the whip, was frantic, fearing the child had been burned while cooking in the cart, which was indeed risky. As he turned, he locked eyes with Song Fuxing and nearly toppled off the cart. Oh dear heavens, this is not what the son-in-law described as an unfinished mask. It's been overdone. Just then, Song Fuxing, comforting the crying Qian Mishu, said, don't cry, sister will change it right away. All right, it's changed, she said, now donning a mask devoid of color, resembling a ghostly visage. The old ox driver remarked, This is precisely what the son-in-law meant by unfinished. There's not a single stroke on it. Meanwhile, outside, a child was also crying. A 6 or 7-year-old boy, having pushed away his nurse, shoved aside the maid blocking his path and sprinted after the Song family's mule cart, shouting as he ran. It smells so good. Stop them for me. Chapter 19. Don't run if you have the ability, young master. Trouble has arisen. Someone is attempting to hijack the carriage. Old Nyoto shouted, his voice filled with urgency as he gripped the reins tightly. The 3 mules, spooked, began to bray loudly as if in a frantic race. He bellowed, whoa! Instantly, chaos erupted within the carriage. The skewered pieces of meat on the grill scattered, and the hot pot nearly toppled over. Simultaneously, the 4 strong men reacted swiftly, leaping from the carriage with agility, positioning themselves defiantly before the intruders, ready to confront any would-be thieves. Song Fuxing abruptly pulled aside the tattered curtain, brandishing a kitchen knife as he shouted, what are you doing? Planning a robbery? Come on, I'll deal with you. The 2 men on horseback exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. One of them dismounted and clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, saying, "Gentlemen, it appears there has been a misunderstanding. My companion and I are merely seeking something." Before anyone else could speak, a furious voice from inside the carriage interrupted. "Misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding is this? You nearly scalded my children. I swear, I'll fight you for this." The intruders' faces flushed with embarrassment, particularly as they were berated by a woman. They found themselves at a loss for words and could only glance at Song Fuxing, hastily explaining, "To be frank, our young master caught a whiff of the delicious aroma from your carriage and has been clamoring to know what delectable food could smell so sweet." The old lady, concerned for her grandson who has been exposed to the elements, sent me to inquire if you might share or sell some of it. Song Fuxing was taken aback. After all that commotion, it was merely a case of the child's cravings, which left him drenched in sweat. "I must say, my good fellow, there is no need for such an approach. With your horses, even if you rode alongside us and called out your reasons, we would have halted. Yet you knew full well that we were preparing food, with hot pots and sizzling oil, and still chose to obstruct us. While your grandmother may be concerned for her gluttonous grandson, we have children too. Are our children not deserving of consideration? They could have been scalded." The two retainers remained silent, bowing their heads. After a minute of silence, old Nyoto and the four strong men turned to look at Song Fuxing. He glared at the intruders and licked his dry lips. "How old is your young master? Still asking for food?" "Not yet 7, came the reply. "Then I refuse." Qian Peiying interjected. The retainers understood that it was the loud woman who held the final say and turned toward the carriage, clasping their fists again. "Madam, may we? No sale." At that moment, another horseman galloped over, and upon seeing the gathering, raised an eyebrow, recognizing the once notable Song Tongsheng, who had aced the imperial examinations. "Song brother?" Song Fuxing furrowed his brow, recalling the wealthy family known for their silver shop. "Brother Yu." Old Nyoto recognized him too, during his earlier errands. Old Bai had mentioned that the Yu family had dispatched several carriages. "Ah, no wonder, no wonder. Just earlier, I saw a wealthy household bustling about, cooking. As you, the eldest son of the Yu family, was about to offer some polite opening remarks, Qian Peiying's voice rang out again. "Song Fuxing, are you leaving or not? Why all this idle chatter? You're calling each other young master and young lord while I am merely a common woman. Look where we've ended up, reduced to fleeing. What airs do you have? You're so bold to block our carriage and demand food. I won't sell you a single morsel. I'm sweating profusely here. Not even for gold would I trade it. If you have the guts, don't run away. Go help the prince fight in the capital." Song Fuxing discreetly tugged at her mother's sleeve, whispering, "Mother, while you're scolding them, remember that these are local residents. You shouldn't mention your sweat so openly. They might find it peculiar." Qian Peiying picked up the mask that had fallen at her feet, donned it, and pulled aside the carriage curtain. "Get in, Song Fuxing. I'm telling you to get in." Seeing that Yu, the eldest son, was startled by the mask, Song Fuxing felt a wave of relief wash over him. He swiftly climbed into the carriage, wearing an expression of embarrassment, and said, "Brother Yu, I am in a predicament. This mule was purchased for me by my father-in-law. Farewell." Chapter 20. A blood incident caused by a cow this time. Old Bullhead was particularly anxious, constantly fearing that his young lady might soon be dismissed, primarily due to her unruly behavior. He found himself puzzled. Could it be that with the sudden demise of the master, young master, and madam, the Qian family was left with only their daughter? In a state of profound distress, had she finally lost her inhibitions? When he heard Song Fuxing climb into the carriage, he inquired, "How is it? Is everyone all right?" Old Bullhead let out a long sigh of relief, and the robust Si Zhuang seated beside him also relaxed, smoothing his chest. Qian Peiying, with wide eyes, retorted, "What do you think? I was terrified out of my wits, worried about a robbery and the carriage overturning. And that pot of tea eggs. Thankfully, the fire had long been extinguished. They were not too hot, but they still splattered all over me." After speaking, she neglected to check herself and instead turned to Qian Mishu, applying soy sauce to his reddened forehead while scolding, "I told you to stay away from the pot. Yet you didn't listen. How does it feel now? Remember this lesson. When your uncle's relatives arrive, there will be even more people, and you'll struggle to get a plate of food. Just keep in mind, wherever your sister goes, you should follow. If she has the sense to navigate the situation, you might benefit from it too." For reasons unbeknownst to him, Qian Mishu's eyes suddenly welled with tears as he silently sobbed, tightly embracing Qian Peiying's waist and burying his head in her bosom. The child was overwhelmed with emotion, recalling the moment when the pot nearly toppled over onto him, and his aunt had selflessly stepped in front to shield him. pulling him into her embrace. He had thought that his aunt would treat his sister and him differently. Yet Qian Peiing merely assumed he was frightened and patted his back dismissively, continuing to complain. Look at this mess. The chess pieces are all dirty. Just smell me. I reek of tea eggs. I might as well be a traveling snack. Once the clothes dry, they'll surely attract flies. Song Fuling, who had been crouched in the carriage tidying up, couldn't contain her laughter upon hearing her mother's words. She stifled her giggles, shaking her shoulders as if she were crying. At that moment, Song Fuxing, who was quietly cleaning up the aftermath, softly asked her, "Daughter, where's the cherry?" "What cherry?" "Ah, this child." When he exited the space, he specifically took a box of 21 Jean Whita and picked 2 large cherries. The Jean Whita was tossed into the bag, intended for his wife and child to have one each daily during the journey, while the cherries were meant for his daughter. Oh, Song Fuling realized, and quietly informed her father, those people are truly heartless. Mom should scold them more. She had been secretly savoring a cherry, reluctant to bite it all at once, and had painstakingly held it in her mouth until it softened. Just as she bit into it, the mule cart began to spin, accompanied by loud cries, startling her so much that she swallowed it whole. Alas, sighed Song Fuxing. What's wrong? I was thinking of saving the pit. In the past, when cherries were free, she would eat them leisurely while watching television, but now even eating a cherry required saving the pit, which was beyond Song Fuling's imagination. The sudden shift in circumstances was hard to adapt to. They had truly learned how to live well. She reached into her skirt and suddenly realized that hiding things in her pockets was no longer feasible, as it would look inappropriate for a girl her age to be constantly reaching into her trousers. She nudged her father with her elbow, and when Song Fuxing turned to look, she seized the opportunity to swiftly slap the remaining cherry into his mouth. However, to her surprise, her father reacted even quicker, promptly spitting the cherry into his palm, and, in one swift motion, popped it into the mouth of the chattering Qian Peiing. Qian Peiing, momentarily taken aback, stood there with her mouth agape for a few seconds before spitting it out with a puff, lifting the little head of Qian Mishu in her arms and swiftly feeding him the cherry, while hushing him. Song Fuling covered her eyes, utterly unable to watch. It was too tragic. It was merely a cherry, yet 2 people hesitated to consume it. It was revolting, 1 cherry, and 3 mouths worth of saliva. Furthermore, her father extended his hand toward Qian Mishu's chin, waiting. You can't eat the pit. Come on, spit it into your uncle's hand. In a small voice, Song Fuling asked her father, Dad, what were you thinking? You went in and only brought out 2 cherries. Couldn't you have brought more? Bringing more wouldn't have been feasible. I thought you would share with everyone. Are you foolish? 2 cherries are enough. 1 for you, 1 for Mom. What about Mishu? I didn't think of him at the time. And what about yourself? Song Fuxing leaned closer to his daughter's ear and whispered, I ate an apple inside. It's preserved in the space, and I didn't even throw away the core. Don't worry about me. Song Fuling felt a pang of jealousy and didn't speak to her father for a long while. As the mule cart raced faster through the picturesque landscape of setting sun and soaring eagles, where autumn waters met the vast sky, it finally entered Dying Village around 8 in the evening. Song Fuxing thought to himself that it must be quite peaceful in the village at such a late hour. After all, everyone had been busy with the autumn harvest during the day, and if they stayed up too late, they would waste food. Typically, most families would succumb to sleep once darkness fell. However, upon entering the village, he was greeted by the resounding shouts of his father and mother, their voices mingling with the barking of dogs and the encouraging shouts of neighbors holding torches, creating a lively atmosphere. People were debating, asserting that one could not inscribe the character for Song with a single stroke. What black-hearted brothers! I'm going to confront them today. I'm furious. If I hold it in any longer, I might just set fire to their house. Another elderly woman, wiping her tears, looked wronged yet raised her voice. Sister-in-law. Back when we had divided the family, my little uncle was frequently ill and needed medication. We never complained. After the division, my son's father still insisted on helping you more, saying it was only right to care for my little uncle due to his poor health. When my little uncle passed, your family still sent someone 2 miles to see my son off, shedding tears in secret. How could you utter such words about burning down my house? Shut your mouth. Song Fuxing's father was livid, jumping up and down in anger, shouting. The division was instigated by you. You're the one with the malicious intent. You took advantage of everything, land, property, and even household items. You pretend to be virtuous while taking advantage of us. You told my father that since my son passed early, you were afraid I wouldn't be able to manage. So you took a larger share, claiming that if I managed to hold on, My brothers couldn't let their nephews starve. And now, after my father's passing, you immediately took the cow away. That cow was used for working the fields while my father was alive. You said we were struggling and that it was tough without my son. Where's that cow now? Bring it out for me. And regarding what you just said, search your conscience. If my brother truly cared about my son during his exams, why didn't he lend me a couple of coins? When I came to borrow, you wept about being poor, and I, foolishly, almost let you take the few coins I had left. By the end, feeling that it was futile to argue with this self-pitying sister-in-law, who was eloquent and manipulative, no one in the village spoke ill of her. In a fit of rage, she shouted, "Let your brother come out. Stop hiding behind your wife, pretending to be virtuous. If you don't clarify this today, I want to let it go. I'll just kill the cow. That way, we'll all be relieved." Chapter 21. I, too, shall slay a bull. The sentiments of Song Fushin and his wife and daughters towards their hometown differ vastly. His wife and daughters possess no memories. Their emotional state resembles that of a solitary person, engaging anew with everyone as if starting from scratch. In contrast, he is burdened with memories, each recollection infusing his being with a torrent of emotions, ranging from joy to sorrow, sometimes overwhelming him. This emotional turmoil often tugs at his conscience, leaving Song Fushing with an inexplicable sense of guilt for having occupied another's body. Why does he feel this guilt? He has pondered this while traveling, imagining a scenario where he had not taken over this life, devoid of such sentiments, yet that existence would be utterly dismal. For instance, had he traversed here in his original body, akin to an alien's sudden arrival, he would likely have been met with hostility, possibly facing a brutal demise at the hands of the villagers. If he survived, he would be bombarded with questions. Who are you? Where do you hail from? Why have you come here? Furthermore, as a modern individual, he would be ill-equipped to comprehend ancient characters, rendering him illiterate and relegated to mere agricultural labor. Lamentably, without land to cultivate, he would have no means to provide for his family. Even begging would be perilous, as a misstep could lead to death at the hands of the affluent. Engaging in menial labor would require a contract that would effectively bind him as a slave, whose life could be extinguished at a moment's notice by an unforgiving master. Therefore, he is grateful for inhabiting this body, having acquired literacy and a supportive family, becoming the most accomplished member of his household. It is easy to imagine the profound sorrow his parents would feel if they knew their beloved son's spirit had been displaced. This thought amplifies his guilt. Having usurped this life, he feels compelled to fulfill his familial obligations. Moreover, this guilt intertwines with his complex emotions towards his hometown. His family has treated him kindly. For instance, during moments of near starvation, he can always return home, knowing they would support him. This reliance on his family compels him to reciprocate their kindness. Thus, when he hears that his mother has yet again clashed with his aunt, he is filled with indignation. He is angered by the bitter sweetness of his aunt's family, and the fact that she bullies others with the tacit approval of his uncle. He is frustrated by his mother's incessant complaints, likening her to a stubborn bull that, year after year, fails to reclaim what is rightfully theirs, only for matters to end in futility. He resents that his mother continually suffers at the hands of his aunt, as if they are lifelong adversaries. The more his mother protests, the worse her reputation becomes, leaving her labeled a shrew, while his aunt's family is widely recognized for their loyalty and righteousness. As the sound of the mule cart approached the village, Song Fushing's mother and aunt ceased their quarrel, turning their attention toward the commotion. When the weary mule cart finally drew near, illuminated by the flickering torches, his mother, Ma, recognized her son. She clapped her hands on her thighs and hurried towards him, exclaiming in excitement, "My third son has returned from the county. Slow down, dear. Did you come back specifically to help gather the harvest? I knew you would think of home." Her voice, louder than during their earlier dispute, conveyed a sense of pride. "What do you have compared to my fine son, who has returned with 3 mules to assist us?" Song Fushing's second cousin, Song Fusho, stood among the crowd, muttering under his breath, "What's there to flaunt?" He was promptly silenced by a gentle slap from his aunt. Despite the warning, he continued to harbor disdain for Song Fushing, the son-in-law of the wealthy Qian family, who was now touted as the most promising of the Song clan. What a disgrace, he thought, wishing to avoid any association with the wealth of the Qian family. Song Fushing's elder cousin, Song Falu, emerged alongside their uncle. He wore a serious expression and remarked, "It's fortunate you've returned, third cousin. When you greet father, I will take the opportunity to ask a few questions in front of everyone, so that my aunt's annual antics do not bring shame upon our family." Ma interjected, her voice filled with surprise. "Oh, third daughter-in-law, fat girl? You've all returned? And who is that? She pointed at Qian Mishu, momentarily confused. While she recognized the familiar faces, the presence of a child, and the cart piled high with goods puzzled her. Surely, they had not brought back so many gifts to assist with the autumn harvest. Directing the oxen, Song Fuxing instructed them to lead the mule cart into their yard. He momentarily overlooked the figure of his uncle, gesturing for his elder and second brothers to follow. Go quickly, give the mule some water, and find some good food to feed them. Afterward, he scanned the crowd for his brother-in-law, hoping to gather everyone and avoid repeating his story multiple times. As Song Fuxing searched the crowd, he again bypassed his uncle. Song Dabo, no longer smoking his pipe, cleared his throat. His second son immediately inquired, "Third cousin, have you seen my father?" Song Fuxing waved to two villagers, instructing one to summon the village head and the other to call his brother-in-law's family from the foot of the mountain, stating there was an urgent matter. Curious, one villager asked, "What is this urgent matter?" He just returned from the county. Before Song Fuxing could respond, his elder cousin approached. Song Falu, embodying the authority of the eldest of the Song family, regardless of any divisions, addressed Song Fuxing. "Third cousin, you cannot simply." Interrupting him, Song Fuxing furrowed his brow. "Do not waste my time. The bowl belongs to our grandfather. It was never divided. And now your family is using it without even offering to lend it to us. What nonsense are you spouting?" Song Fulu was taken aback by the boldness of Song Fuxing, who had always been the most concerned with reputation and propriety. "You? I say, third brother, have you lost your mind? Your mother's temper is well known throughout the villages. Do you not realize that no one wishes to ally with the Song family because of her? If she continues this way, it will tarnish your reputation. How can you?" Once again, Song Fuxing cut him off, recalling that the original owner had always emphasized filial piety and reputation. Blaming himself for the years of inaction regarding the bull, suppressing his mother's complaints, and being manipulated by his uncle for the sake of future examinations. "Sorry, but from this moment on, things will change. If my brothers and I choose to indulge her temper, we shall. Whether or not it affects our reputation is our concern, not yours." With that, he shoved his elder cousin aside and, addressing his uncle, declared, "I have no time to argue with you. If you utter another word of nonsense, I shall slaughter the bull." The villagers were stunned to witness the typically scholarly Song Fuxing making such a bold proclamation as he unsheathed a cleaver from behind him. Chapter 22. First impressions in the countryside. It is quite alarming when someone suddenly draws a knife after a few exchanged words. The abruptness rendered the surroundings utterly silent, with everyone staring wide-eyed, frozen in place. Uncle Song gazed in astonishment at his nephew, Song Fuxing, as if he were a stranger. Meanwhile, Song Falu, his eldest son, had nearly stumbled and fallen when pushed by Song Fuxing. In a panic, he grasped the arm of the person beside him to steady himself, still clinging on as if in a daze. Even Song Fushou, who had been internally cursing Song Fuxing as a reckless fool, swallowed his provocative words upon catching sight of the gleaming blade, glancing nervously around. Only Ma Shi made any sound, weeping softly. Yet this cry was different from her earlier wails upon her husband's death, which had felt like the sky was collapsing. It was not the desperate sobbing she had done when her family faced bullying from villagers, nor was it the furious outcry when her land was wrongfully seized. Now, she covered her eyes, quietly sobbing, her body slightly turned, wishing to hide her tears from everyone. Ma Shi was in a highly agitated state. Recalling how her third son had often advised her to maintain good relations with the villagers, to endure some hardships, and to stay close to Uncle Song's family. With her father and husband gone, Uncle Song was the eldest relative, and she felt a duty to honor that kinship, fearing it would tarnish their reputation and impact their future otherwise. She felt as though a weight rested heavily upon her. Just moments ago, when her son had reassured her that he would indulge and cherish her, no matter what she did, she felt a profound sense of relief wash over her. Wiping away her tears, she thought to herself that her late husband had never spoken such comforting words. Her son had not been a waste of her sacrifices for his education. In that crucial moment, knowledge indeed made a difference. "Come, my son, give the knife to your mother. As for the cow, I shall never mention it again. I truly do not want it," she shouted towards her sister-in-law. She resolved to uphold her promise regarding the cow, realizing that if her son could go to such lengths for her, she could not let him confront Uncle S' family with hostility, for that would only harm her son's reputation and her own family's standing. Even the harsh words she had often muttered about having a heart of stone, wishing for divine retribution, she swallowed back, fearing escalation if her son truly acted out. Then, she seized the knife, wiping her nose from the tears she had shed, and grasped Song Fuxing's arm, leading him home. "Let us go home. We haven't eaten anything warm all day. I will prepare something, as there is nothing at home to eat." "Why is there nothing to eat? Didn't we just harvest?" Song Fuxing replied, taking advantage of her momentum as they walked together. In truth, he had not intended to brandish his weapon upon their first meeting, but the incessant annoyance of those around him had driven him to it. He was anxious to return home to check on his foolish wife and daughter. Surrounded by strangers, he feared revealing too much. It was better to resolve matters quickly than to engage in a drawn-out confrontation. As the mother and son made their way home, the murmurs began. Whispers of curiosity circulated, questioning whether Song Fuxing had been possessed by some spirit, for he had never behaved in such a manner before. Some exchanged glances at Aunt Song, expressing doubts about her claims regarding familial loyalty. After all, Song Tongsheng was an educated man, unlike many in the village, and had always shown diligence in caring for his uncle's family, earning respect for his kindness. Soon, someone chimed in, recalling how Song Tongsheng had provided silver to exempt his uncle's family from labor duties in previous years, during a time when many young men from the village were conscripted. Without Song Tongsheng, his uncle would also have faced a similar fate, perhaps even risking his life. Such sentiments served to vindicate Song Fuxing's actions, suggesting there must be a justifiable cause behind his outburst. The villagers, now reconsidering their earlier judgments, began to waver in their opinions when Aunt Song returned home, anxious to avoid further embarrassment. She called her youngest daughter, Solan, aside to whisper instructions, urging her to find out why her cousin had returned. Upon her return, she noticed the villagers were regarding her with a different demeanor. With a smile, she feigned ignorance, continuing her conversation. "You know, Fuxing is over 30 now. It's quite a spectacle for him to behave so impulsively. In a few years, even my chubby girl will be getting married, and we'll all be the subject of gossip. He must be struggling in the city, perhaps feeling overwhelmed. Living with his father-in-law is no easy feat, and his teaching job was arranged through the same. He likely hands over his earnings to my niece." Sighing, she continued, "It's truly not easy for him. Just earlier, Falu was reminding me that when children are distressed, they often take it out on those closest to them." As she concluded her thoughts, she noticed the villagers' expressions shift again, but before they could ponder further, someone announced the arrival of the village head. The village head, surnamed Song, was not only the village chief but also the clan leader, wielding considerable influence in the community. However, he had grown old and reluctant to retire, preferring to remain uninvolved in the daily affairs. As night fell, he ambled by, leaning on a cane and supported by his eldest grandson, passing near the scene without inquiring about the commotion, seemingly oblivious to the earlier events, and continued on his way to Song Fuxing's home. If Song Fuxing's first encounter with his family was marked by a display of bravado, then the first meeting for Qian Peiying and Song Fuling was characterized by timidity. Upon entering her grandmother's yard, Song Fuling noticed that everyone was gathered outside, tending to a small fire. Children of all ages were busy with various tasks, twisting hemp rope, gathering hay, chopping vegetables, while the women utilized the firelight to wash clothes and tidy the yard. A low table nearby held bowls and chopsticks, suggesting that they had yet to dine. Upon spotting the mule cart entering the yard, the children expressed surprise at the arrival of Qian Peiying and Song Fuling. A girl, appearing around 12 or 13, rushed over, exclaiming, "Third aunt," and eagerly grasped Song Fuling's hand, exclaiming, "Pengya, you're back." As Song Fuling looked back at her, the first impression she had was one of sorrow. The girl appeared to have suffered greatly. Her face was gaunt, her skin darkened, and her malnourished complexion struck Song Fuling as she felt the roughness of the girl's hand, which, despite her tender age, was calloused and coarse. Meanwhile, Qian Ping found herself surrounded by adults, who welcomed her as a sister-in-law, while a small boy, no more than 8, squeezed in beside her, eager to call her third aunt. It was clear to Song Fuling that her scent of tea and boiled eggs was a magnet for the children. Chapter 23. The Battle of Mothers-in-Law and Daughters-in-Law. Madame Ma entered the courtyard without a moment's pause, bustling about. "Eldest daughter-in-law, why are you idly chatting with the third daughter-in-law? Can't you see there's work to be done? Can't you even fetch a bowl of water?" "He sure," the eldest daughter-in-law of the Song family, responded cheerfully. "Then I'll go boil some water." "Boil water?" "No, first steam some food." She glared at the second daughter-in-law. "You sure? Is the West Wing tidy enough for someone to stay in? Hurry up and clean it. I can't do everything myself." Noticing her grandson Song Jinbao pestering Paying for food, Madame Ma swiftly dealt him a sharp reprimand. "You sure, who had intended to prepare the house?" realized her dinner plans were dashed and that she might not even have a bowl of thin porridge. Upon seeing her only son being scolded, she quickly embraced him and took him away. As for her daughters, the eldest and second daughters, they received their share of reprimands from their grandmother, who found fault with the second daughter for her lack of insight and even slapped her. Zhu sure chose to ignore it. When the plump girl returned, the two daughters swarmed around her, their eyes glistening with greed, as they had been eyeing the apricots she had collected. Yet, they did not think to wash or prepare them for their younger brother. Madame Ma berated them, questioning the purpose of raising such worthless children. Upon hearing their grandmother's harsh words, the eldest and second daughters surprisingly felt a sense of joy and rushed to the main house to fetch apricots. They knew that since the apricots had ripened, their grandmother had treated them as precious treasures. After collecting some to send to their aunt, they distributed the worm-eaten ones to their cousins and reserved the spoiled ones for their little brother, Song Jinbao. Yet, they themselves were left empty-handed. Even if they thought to gather some from the ground, they were met with scolding, as their grandmother insisted that all the apricots be saved for their third uncle's family. She declared that when it came time to pay taxes after the autumn harvest, they would take the gathered apricots and fresh corn to their third uncle. When the plump girl's family arrived, they were allowed to eat, as she was not one to hoard food. Plump girl Song Fu Ling stood there, stunned. Although her grandmother had treated her poorly in her previous life, she had never dared to scold her openly. After all, she had never given her the chance. If anyone dared to treat her poorly, she simply wouldn't visit. Her maternal grandparents cherished her. She had never heard such harsh words directed at a granddaughter, as if it were a joke. Yet, her grandmother was particularly kind to her, the so-called worthless child. Madame Ma insisted that Song Fu Ling sit down to have some porridge, and, turning to Pei Ying, spoke warmly. Third daughter-in-law, once they finish their tasks, encourage everyone to take a break and eat. We must honor our in-laws. We cannot let it be said that the Song family hires workers and fails to feed them. Tomorrow, I will go and buy a few pounds of meat. Madame Ma then pointed at Qian Michaud. Is this the help you brought? No. It's from my brother's family, Qian Michaud replied. Madame Ma was taken aback to see the only male of the Qian family dressed so poorly. She furrowed her brow momentarily, suppressing her confusion, then smiled brightly at Qian Michaud, grabbing the wooden bucket filled with porridge. She ladled a generous serving for both Qian Michaud and Song Fu Ling. You two eat first. It's your first time at your grandmother's house. So eat your fill. After serving, she left, her excitement bubbling over as she asked, Third daughter-in-law, what were you and your brothers discussing at the door? Is there something a mother shouldn't hear? Nothing that shouldn't be heard. It will come out eventually. However, Song Fusheng was keen to save time. He was informing his elder brother, who had studied carpentry, to prepare a cart and harness a mule to pull it. Ideally, they would attach a cart to each mule so they wouldn't have to push it manually, allowing the mules to carry the load. He instructed his elder brother to take 2 nephews to start working. He also arranged for his second brother to lead 4 strong men to carry grain into the courtyard so they could load it onto the cart when ready. What is this all for? Madame Ma was taken aback. Everyone felt a sudden chill in their hearts. Just then, Song Lijung arrived, along with Song Fusheng's brother-in-law, Tian Shi Fa. Song Fusheng supported his mother with one arm and his grandfather with the other, ushering his brother-in-law into the house. As they passed the dining table, he told Qian Peiying, hurry and eat. Once you're done, tidy up and help check what should be taken and what shouldn't. Don't load the broken stuff onto the cart. 5 minutes later, the sound of Madame Ma's wailing filled the room. Uncle Tian Shi Fa rushed out of the main room, stumbling as he ran. Qian Peiying silently poured the hot porridge back into the wooden bucket and handed it to the strong men carrying the grain, instructing them to take it to the cart. She then turned back into the kitchen and glanced at her sister-in-law, He-Shur, who was standing there, reminding her, you should head back and pack your things. I can't help you in your house. I'll keep an eye on the pot. And when the food is ready, we can eat on the way. After saying this, she efficiently gathered the necessary oil, salt, and vinegar from the kitchen, making sure to remember to pack 2 buckets of water. He-Shur, however, dropped her rolling pin and ignored Qian Peiying's advice, suddenly shouting for her husband and 2 sons to go deliver a message to her family. This loud call drew Madame Ma out from her room, who immediately slapped her eldest daughter-in-law. He-Shur covered her face, her eyes glaring at her mother-in-law. She had always felt a sense of pride in this household, especially since she had given birth to 2 sons in quick succession, while her sister-in-law had only produced 2 daughters before finally having Song Jinbao. The third sister-in-law was even worse. Without a good family, she would have been dismissed long ago. Madame Ma pointed her finger at her eldest daughter-in-law, scolding. Don't glare at me. If you want to deliver a message to your family, go over the mountain yourself. Don't order my son and grandson around. If you're not worried about your life, they are. Hurry along. Go escape to your family, and let us save some grain." As she scolded, she shoved her eldest daughter-in-law outside. Throughout this, Qian Peiying remained focused in the kitchen, her mind swirling with thoughts, yet her hands worked diligently. However, when she heard Song Jinbao yelling in the courtyard, "Auntie is stingy, hiding the food and not sharing. No wonder she smells good," she felt compelled to step outside despite her intention to remain uninvolved. Song Jinbao, with a tea egg in one hand and a twist of dough in the other, stuffed the egg into his mouth without even peeling it. Qian Misho was incensed and lunged at him. "Give it to me. That's for us to eat on the road. It's made by my aunt and my sister, and I didn't dare to eat it. What's yours? What belongs to my aunt is my Uncle S, and my Uncle S is my grandmother S, and belongs to the Song family. You're nothing." My mother said from now on, everything that belongs to my uncle is mine. Zhu Shi quickly rushed forward and covered her son's mouth. Standing at the kitchen door, Qian Peiying declared, "Who taught you to say such things? Do you have no shame? Your uncle and I are still alive, and you're already coveting our family's things. Normally, I wouldn't mind sharing food, but given the current situation, those who are not in a hurry to escape should not get on the cart. That mule belongs to my family, and the food on the cart is also from my family. If you insist on causing a scene, then we will part ways, each to their own, and each will eat their own." Madame Ma turned to glare at Qian Peiying. Chapter 24. The Complexities of Human Emotions. Song Fushi hastily abandoned the grain sack he was carrying and dashed towards Song Jinbao, delivering 2 sharp slaps to his backside. Upon witnessing his son being struck, the father's anger flared, especially as he observed his child stubbornly kicking out in defiance while stuffing his mouth with twists of fried dough. This only served to infuriate Uncle Song further, as he felt deeply embarrassed by his wife's earlier remarks. In a fit of rage, he raised his leg, ready to deliver a kick. Immediately, Zhu Shi rushed forward, tearfully pleading, "Please, my husband, we only have this one child. Spare him, I beg you. If you need to vent your anger, then take it out on me instead." The scene devolved into chaos, with the child crying and the woman sobbing. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Song Lada, preoccupied with modifying the mule cart, had also kicked his wife twice in frustration. He perceived his wife as a fierce tigress. Yet when confronted with the reality of their situation, she seemed utterly oblivious. In his desperation to quickly harness the mule to the cart, his hands had developed numerous blisters. And with the darkness rendering visibility nearly impossible, he had inadvertently jabbed his eldest son, who was assisting him, with several painful pricks, drawing blood. In the midst of their frantic efforts, his wife inexplicably approached their youngest son, attempting to coax 12-year-old Erlang into stealthily departing several miles ahead to alert the He family. Such behavior from a mother was incomprehensible, disregarding the well-being of her own child. He sure, having been kicked, took the opportunity to stagger forward, collapsing onto the ground. While patting the earth with her hands, she cried out in despair, "I never wanted this, but what about my parents? If I don't send word, what will happen to my 3 brothers? They could be conscripted into the army, thrust into battle with no hope of survival. This could cost my parents their lives. Your parents' lives are at stake, but our Erlang is not merely a piece of flesh from your body." In response to her husband's anguished words, he sure raised her tear-streaked face, igniting a flicker of hope within her. "I will go send the message. His grandmother will not abandon him. Erlang is different. She will surely wait for him. Yes, dear husband, I beseech you. I bow to you. Let Erlang run swiftly. We will all wait for him. And for my family as well. I implore you." Song Lada lashed out again, delivering a kick to Yishir's chest. Why could she not comprehend that her brothers might not be willing to risk their lives for her? With another forceful kick, Yishir fell to the ground, coughing violently. And had it not been for their 2 sons intervening, she would have likely sustained severe injuries before she could escape. As chaos erupted in the courtyard with children being punished and women weeping, Ma Shi felt as if her head might explode from the tumult. Overwhelmed, she sank to the ground, gazing up at Qian Peiying with fury, exclaiming, "Third daughter-in-law, are you satisfied?" Qian Peiying, taken aback, thought to herself, "What an unreasonable old woman. What does she want? Did she incite these conflicts among the princes? Did she cause the drought in the south? If she were truly so formidable, we wouldn't be in this predicament. If you were to ask me, I am not satisfied at all, and I have no time for idle disputes." Extending her hand, Qian Peiying demanded, "Hand over the key to your pantry." Ma Shi, defensive, clutched her waist and retorted, What do you need the key for? What do you think? Do you believe I would abandon you or them? Everyone must leave. And what will you do for food and drink on the way? Is your oil and salt locked away in that pantry? Hand it over. Ultimately, Mosher lowered her head, reluctantly unfastening the key from her waist and extending it. Yet, as she did so, a sense of foreboding washed over her, causing her to hesitate. Qian Peiying snatched the key from her grasp, turning back toward the kitchen, casting a glance at the chaos in the courtyard and declaring, "Everyone seems so idle, yet still have the energy to bicker." Ma Shi, observing the back of her third daughter-in-law unlocking the pantry, felt a surge of resentment. In the past, her daughters-in-law had spoken to her like timid kittens, but the current situation was starkly different. With a furious swing of her hand, she yelled, "Are you also idle? I am still alive and do not need your mourning. If you wish to leave with the cart, then go back to your rooms and hurry up." After her tirade, Ma Shi intended to sit and collect herself, feeling the weight of decades of hard work slipping away. However, the commotion from the neighboring house, where her uncle's family resided, erupted anew, drowning out her thoughts. Previously, her uncle's wife had sent her daughter to eavesdrop, curious about the sudden arrival of Song Fuxing. This act of spying had quickly spiraled into chaos within their household. The discord was primarily between Song Fuxiu, who often muttered curses about Song Fuxing being an obstacle, and his sister-in-law. The quarrel escalated, with both parties seemingly ready to resort to violence. The reason for the confrontation stemmed from Song Fuxiu's wife, who was 8 months pregnant and wanted to avoid the exhausting autumn harvest. The couple had decided, since they had not yet separated their households, to return to her family under the pretense that her parents missed their daughter. However, Song Fuxiu was anxious to fetch his wife, eager to have everyone wait for him. His sister-in-law disagreed, arguing that those who left first would naturally arrive sooner than those who followed. She insisted that he should use the ox cart to transport the grain, as the oxen would speed up their journey, allowing him to fetch his wife and then hurry after the rest. Upon hearing this, Song Fuxiu's sister-in-law exploded in anger, taking the ox and grain away, unleashing years of pent-up frustration. With a barrage of harsh words, she berated her selfish brother-in-law, brandishing a door bolt as a weapon, threatening anyone who dared to intervene. In her mind, she resolved that in this moment of crisis, there was no room for consideration for anyone's feelings, not even her in-laws. From this point forward, survival took precedence. Ma Shi, overhearing the ruckus from the neighboring house, realized that their internal strife was nothing compared to the ferocity of their neighbors. Suddenly, she felt no need for restraint. The matriarch swiftly stood up and shouted towards the kitchen, "Third daughter-in-law, don't forget the soybean paste jar and the pickled vegetables." After issuing her reminder, she dashed towards the vegetable cellar in the back courtyard. Ma Shi did not intend to gather a significant amount of vegetables. However, if she could conveniently acquire a few extra, it would be a bonus, especially since she had hidden 4 taels of silver in the cellar. Meanwhile, Song Fuxing, who had been in the main room, finally exhaled a sigh of relief, drenched in sweat. He had heard the commotion caused by his wife, but had been unable to intervene due to the pressing situation with the village head, who nearly collapsed before him. He had been forced to apply pressure to the old man's chest and pinch his acupressure point, despite his lack of knowledge on the matter. Fortunately, the old man was resilient and managed to recover. Seated on a wooden chair, Song Fuxing gulped down a bowl of water, wiping his lips and gazing at the village head. The sight startled him. The old man, after instructing his eldest grandson to return home and send word, had observed as the boy leaped out of the window and dashed away. The village head had watched his grandson disappear from sight before suddenly collapsing to the ground. Is this not a grave predicament? Chapter 25. Heartbroken, the village head, with a face full of wrinkles, lifted his gaze towards Song Fuxing. He had watched this boy grow from a tender age, witnessing his gradual rise to prominence over the years. Among the 10 miles and 8 villages, apart from an old scholar, this lad was the most learned, having topped the examinations for young scholars. It is well known that for a peasant family to support a scholar is no easy feat, and to raise one who can achieve academic success is akin to a blessing from their ancestors. In that moment, as the village head and the patriarch of the Song family, his joy surpassed even that of the boy's own parents. Understanding the boy's character all too well, he inquired with a hint of hope, "Is there no way to escape, even if it means hiding in the mountains?" Song Fuxing replied solemnly, "Grandfather, our family has a total of 13 acres of land. Based on the usual weather conditions over the years, my elder brothers and the entire family toil relentlessly, yet we scarcely yield a few stones of grain. Let me calculate this for you. Our family requires roughly 1,500 jin of grain per year to feed 10 mouths, which is about 150 jin per person annually, translating to 13 jin monthly, or merely 4 liang a day. For a strong laborer, 4 liang is hardly sufficient. It must be taken from the mouths of women and children. The children cry out in hunger, saying that their grandmother is stingy, only providing them with thin gruel. In our situation, our family is considered small. My 2 elder brothers help out with labor during the slack season, and I send money home each year. Our village has relatively better conditions. However, some families rent land and must pay the landlord 40% of their harvest. I cannot even begin to imagine what those families eat daily. Perhaps an average of 1 liang? Just enough to barely survive. Grandfather, you may not understand why I am presenting these figures to you now. I must emphasize that this is before taxes are deducted. Over the years, the tax burden has increased from 1/15 to now 1/7. Yes, even under these circumstances, people are still managing to scrape by, foraging for roots and wild vegetables. But now, with the war raging outside, do you think the prince will not demand even more grain to support a larger army? Will they seize half, or even more? Considering the calculations I just shared with you, even with over 30 acres of land, you would still see families starving. There is truly no way to remain here. Whether through conscription or being captured, survival is impossible. This is under the condition that the city holds. If it falls, the conscripted youths will perish in battle. The victorious prince may grant us a reprieve, but he was stationed to the south, where a drought has devastated his people. He will undoubtedly redirect our grain to aid his former subjects. This is my optimistic view. If the invaders show no interest in our land and choose to plunder the refugees, what of our fates then? War, grandfather, leaves the land barren and filled with the bones of the fallen. The village head trembled as he absorbed this analysis, chilled to the bone. There seemed to be no path forward. We must flee. He pointed at Song Fuxing and asked, "Boy, where do you suggest we run to?" "Through the path behind our mountain, heading north towards the Yin Wang," Song Fuxing replied. "The Yin Wang is known to be compassionate towards the common folk. Surely he would reduce our tax burden. He too must be wary of other princes attacking, lest we arrive only to find we must flee again. To be honest, I am uncertain of his compassion. I have only heard tales. Nevertheless, it is currently our best option, for going south is not feasible due to the disasters there. Also, the emperor is located in that direction." "What?" the village head exclaimed, astonished. "The emperor is there?" Song Fuxing sighed. "He has been there for 5 years, grandfather. I cannot believe you were unaware of this." News travels slowly among the common folk, who only concern themselves with the basics of survival. "Thus, the Yin Wang is temporarily safe," he continued. "Consider this. If any prince dared to attack the Yin Wang, they would have to contend with the emperor's presence. Such an act would be regarded as regicide. The entire realm would rise against them, and at the very least, other princes would seize upon this pretext to eliminate the threat. I surmise that we may enjoy a few years of stability as long as the emperor remains unharmed. No one would dare to act rashly. Do you comprehend what I am saying?" "Not entirely," the village head responded cautiously. "This concerns many lives. We must tread carefully." "Are your predictions based solely on conjecture from books?" "Oh heavens!" Song Fuxing wished to shout, feeling exasperated. He was merely trying to save lives, believing that to save a single person is worth more than the construction of 7 pagodas. Because this elder had yet to speak, a significant portion of the village hesitated to flee, respecting his authority. Yet, upon returning to his meager patch of land, he found himself overwhelmed by a surge of local sentiment, thus worrying and reasoning with the old man. Finally, Song Fuxing, unable to contain his emotions, raised his voice. "Whether it is from books or not, this is plainly evident. This is what we call political acumen. It is the most basic knowledge required for governance. How can you not grasp this?" The village head broke down in tears, his face streaming with sorrow, startling Song Fuxing, who thought his outburst had caused it. "Child, I cannot bear to leave our ancestral hall. It is our very foundation. Our ancestors rest here, and the 30+ acres of land we painstakingly acquired. Each acre was hard won. Over the years, we have not sold any land to fund our descendants' education, and now we cannot take the land with us, nor can we abandon our forebears' graves. Has my life as work been for naught? Grandfather, please do not cry. We must go out and sound the alarm. If we do not flee now, it will truly be too late. Remember this. And let the villagers remember, in life, the matters of sustenance are paramount. Apart from death, nothing else is of great consequence." Song Fuxing felt his own emotions swell, nearly brought to tears by his own words. His heart was filled with compassion. Yet he wasted precious time instead of seeking allies for their escape. Standing at the entrance of Song Fuxing's home, the village head shouted, "Where are all those people who were just gossiping? The spectators? They should be gathering now." After venting his frustration, he tossed aside his walking stick and found he could walk without its support. Grasping a rolling pin in one hand and a large iron pot in the other, he began to clatter noisily. The old man worried that those further away would not hear. No longer taking measured steps, he ran while calling for everyone to assemble, announcing that disaster was imminent, all the while banging the pot. He raced ahead, with the elderly Mrs. Ma trailing behind, exclaiming, "I just took that pot off the stove. It hasn't even been loaded onto the cart yet. In the blink of an eye, you have run off with it. How am I supposed to cook on the road?" Stopping to catch her breath, Mrs. Ma found she could not keep pace with the old man, and in frustration, she clapped her hands and stamped her feet, tears of indignation welling up as she lamented, "Bring that back. I kindly informed you to flee, and not one of you even offered my son a respectful bow. And now you leave me with nothing but this heavy iron pot." Chapter 26. Once departed, do not inquire about the path as the clock approached 9 in the evening. The village of Dying burst into a cacophony of noise. The air was filled with the sounds of barking dogs, bleating pigs, and the flurry of chickens, all of which created a symphony of discontent. The livestock, agitated and restless, seemed to express their distress in a collective outcry, their cries resonating painfully, signaling the grim reality that their owners were subjecting them to indiscriminate slaughter. The anguished cries of the elderly, women, and children mingled with the hurried footsteps of those frantically searching for forgotten belongings, echoing from one home to another in a disordered chorus. Amidst this chaos, some elderly men, particularly a few elder statesmen, who usually remained taciturn, now vociferously asserted, "You may go. I am beyond the draft age. My duty is to guard our ancestors' graves, the ancestral hall, and the small patch of land we possess. When the time comes, I shall receive word and return home. A home must not be abandoned." Others among the elderly were motivated not by duty, but by a sense of self-preservation. "You go on. My frail body cannot flee far and would only burden you." Their declarations evoked a heart-wrenching response from their dutiful children, who wept as if facing a final separation. Song Lijing, despite being older than some present, maintained a calm demeanor. He refrained from intervening, believing that the necessary reasoning had already been articulated and that he had reiterated Song Fuxing's sentiments to the crowd. There was little more to convey, as it was impossible to persuade each household individually. Turning to his eldest son, he voiced his intentions, hoping to sway the elderly with his words. "Eldest son, I must accompany you. I cannot tend to our acres of land on my own. As for guarding the ancestral hall, at my age, if I were to perish there, who would even know? Even if I succumb halfway, you could dig a pit for me. Regardless of the circumstances, it is better for the family to be together. When I am alone, my heart aches with worry." His eldest son, moved by his father's words, recognized that such a father was indeed admirable, expressing his desire to avoid causing distress to his children. This appeal had a modest effect. While some elders remained obstinate, others appeared to waver. As the villagers debated who would stay and who would leave, they suddenly noticed that the 3 mule carts belonging to Song Fuxing had already emerged from their yard. Following closely were 3 ox carts from the wealthy butcher's family, a prosperous household known for their affluence, surpassing the preceding mule carts. From a distance, Song Fuxing called out to Song Lijing, "Grandfather, we are leaving." With a wave of his hand, the gates of his home swung wide open. 2 of his sons piloted the ox carts, while 5 grandchildren worked together to push handcarts into view. The scene unfolded like a tidal wave, the entire family joining the exodus. Witnessing this, the urgency among the onlookers intensified. Shouts of encouragement filled the air, with some insisting, "We must gather the grain. It cannot be left in the fields." A daring man proclaimed, "Even if I risk my life on the road without food or drink, I'll harvest first and hide in the mountains if necessary." This notion sparked a flicker of hope in many hearts, prompting more men to rush from their homes with hoes slung over their shoulders, rushing towards the fields. Upon arrival, they were astonished to see that Song Fuxing and his group had not departed directly but were instead harvesting with remarkable vigor. The children from several families jumped off the carts to gather corn, their heads bowed in concentration. The women, disregarding the propriety of their attire, filled their skirts with corn, darting back and forth from the fields to the carts, selecting any corn they could find, regardless of ownership. By 10:30, the scene transformed. First 3 families, then 5. Later 10, and eventually over 20 families flooded into the fields, their eyes wild with determination as they frantically harvested. Meanwhile, Song Fuxing's group had completed their work. He glanced back at his 3 mule carts, realizing there was no longer room for his parents and children to sit comfortably. Wiping the sweat and dirt from his brow, he declared, "Let us go." Though the pursuit of wealth was perilous, he reasoned that having enough provisions for the journey was essential. After all, who could predict what the next moment might bring? One must first ensure their survival. In front of the mule cart, Song Fuling encouraged her grandmother, Mrs. Ma, to climb aboard, while she turned to her mother, who gestured for her to go ahead. "You get on. There's no room for me. Your father and I will follow shortly. Then I shall go too," she insisted. "Listen to me, Fuling," Mrs. Ma called out once settled. "Erji, let Jinbao come up." Song Lar cast a glance, but did not comply, for the first mule cart was already filled with his mother, younger siblings, and a multitude of belongings, leaving no space for anyone else. However, he felt a pang of sympathy for his son, who had long been awaited after 2 daughters. He glanced at the second cart, but it was similarly packed with the year's grain and provisions belonging to both his family and that of his brother-in-law, along with preserved meat from previous hunts. As for the third cart, Song Lar did not even consider it, as it was filled with freshly harvested corn, and it was imperative that his elderly parents find a place to sit. Together with his brother-in-law, they began to haul a handcart loaded with jars of fermented sauce, pickled vegetables, and various pots and pans, along with 2 filled buckets of water. He instructed Song Jinbao, "Stay close to your father, behave yourself, and if you misbehave, I shall discipline you. We will rest when we are tired." At that moment, Song Lada and his 2 sons were also maneuvering a handcart, laden with an assortment of items. He urged his brother, "You need not worry. You and your siblings should go with the mules." Song Fuxing contemplated the ease of such labor, but he was not accustomed to it. In the dark, he could easily end up in a ditch. "I'll have my brother-in-law, Huzi, drive. He can keep an eye on his grandmother. Brother, please let us take turns resting." "There's no need, Lar. You aren't suited for this rough work. Do as I say." Thus, the group, in mutual deference, carried their torches and set forth on their journey, most of them on foot, resembling a winding stream flowing through the night. Chapter 27. The heart is weighed down by 8. Old Lady Ma lifted the curtain of the carriage window, constantly turning her head to gaze out. She looked back at the road they had traveled, reflecting, "This path was once familiar, yet it will never be traversed again." She stared at the narrow lane leading to Dying Village, pondering, home used to mean returning to this village. Regardless of how far one wandered or how dilapidated the place was, one would always return home, even in the dark. Yet now, she was uncertain where home lay. She observed the land where corn had just been harvested, recalling how, in the past, she would have fought tooth and nail to protect even a fraction of those 13 acres. Now, she had nothing, no house, no land. "Oh, father, mother, my husband," she lamented. "I had no choice. It was all for the sake of future generations. Without descendants, what is the purpose of living? That would be truly hopeless. So I shall cast you aside for now." The more she thought, the heavier her heart became. The old lady covered her eyes, tears streaming down her fingers. In no time, her front garment was dampened, her shoulders shook, and she stifled her sobs, releasing sounds akin to hiccups from her chest. Qian Mishu leaned forward, glancing at old Lady Ma. Once he confirmed that she could not see his small gestures due to her hands over her eyes, he gently tapped his sister, Song Fuling, who lifted her gaze. Qian Mishu tilted his chin toward their grandmother, signaling to his sister, "Look, Grandma is crying." Song Fuling sighed inwardly, deliberately avoiding eye contact with her grandmother, twisting her body slightly to face the door. She thought to herself, "Let Grandma cry freely. I shall pretend not to see or hear." For in moments of profound sorrow, what one seeks most is not to be disturbed. That is what she desired. This way, Grandma could cry without burden, and whether or not she could come to terms with her feelings, she would eventually look ahead. Song Fuling quietly rubbed her left arm with her right hand, then vice versa, finally clasping her hands together tightly, only to discover they were trembling. She had no other recourse but to clasp her hands between her legs. Why were her hands shaking? From the exhaustion of harvesting corn. Finding humor in hardship, she mused. If she could harness the fervor from that frenzied corn-picking moment in modern times, truly, there would be no end to her triumphs. For instance, in a television show where participants are timed to rush into a supermarket to grab as many items as they can, if she could channel that energy, she would fill her basket to the brim. If only the entire family from ancient times, the same crew from the corn picking, could participate, the shelves would be stripped bare. As this thought crossed her mind, she smiled. However, this smile was ill-timed. Just as old lady Ma had finished crying, she lowered her hands and saw her granddaughter smiling, which irked her. Am I crying and you are laughing? Huh? Startled, Song Fuling turned to her grandmother. You, child, are you foolish, or what? Your heart seems to weigh as much as a stone. What is there to laugh about now? We've lost everything, yet you are so merry, aren't you? No, I'm not laughing. Do you think I'm blind? In the dark, how can you see so clearly? Perhaps you're mistaken. I see clearly. Fine, I was wrong. This sudden misinterpretation is bewildering. What do you mean by that? Oh dear, Grandma, could you not? You are overthinking this. Even if I were laughing, it wouldn't be at you. What would you have me say? Pausing, Song Fuling added, I misspoke, I said it. What good does it do to say something wrong? You are merely mocking my tears. Grandma, if you speak like this, it loses its meaning. Your words are contradictory. Why would I find anything amusing in your tears? My laughter could very well be a reflection of my thoughts elsewhere. Moreover, there is a saying that one can find joy amidst suffering. Laughter does not necessarily equate to true happiness. It might be a silent sorrow. Ma stared incredulously, bewildered by the young girl's response. How can there be joy in suffering? Who are you trying to fool? Song Fuling chose silence, having resolved to let her grandmother vent a few words and then move on, hoping to release her pent-up emotions without disrupting their journey. After all, who would fixate on whether someone laughed or not? This only proved that Grandma was seeking an opportunity to express her frustrations, and she would not provide one. Old Lady Ma squinted, noticing how her granddaughter had changed. Although previously spoiled, she was honest and affectionate, having known since childhood that it was her grandmother who washed her diapers, unlike the few male grandchildren she had cared for. Now, however, this girl seemed to distance herself, sitting as if 8 feet away, offering no comfort despite the tears, and before she could even scold, she raised her chin, mirroring the behavior of her third daughter-in-law, returning home as if she had transformed into another person, with a demeanor that could silence a bull. The old ox driving the cart felt his back stiffening, sensing the silence within the carriage. A bit of quarrel or reprimand would be better. In truth, the old lady was simply unhappy, and with no one else around, she found fault with her granddaughter. Qian Mishu gazed at Song Fuling, filled with admiration for her sister's demeanor, which appeared so normal, as if she hadn't just been arguing. Suddenly, old lady Ma began rummaging through her belongings, uncovering a basin that had been packed by Song Fuling's family at their departure. She shook off the dust from her clothes and kicked the basin towards Song Fuling with her toe. Looking down, Song Fuling exclaimed, Where did this corn come from? How did it end up on the cart? Is Grandma a magician, hiding so many? She peeled the husks, then took 2 to rub them together until they became kernels. Turning to her grandmother, she hesitated to ask, Is this the procedure? No, don't you need to dry them first? Are you sure you're not punishing me for laughing? Old Lady Ma, as if anticipating the question, rolled her eyes and declared, What is there to dry? In this situation, they would be snatched away if left hanging on the cart. First, rub them into kernels and bag them. Tomorrow at noon, we'll find a chance to dry them. Oh, Song Fuling extended her trembling hands, dutifully lowering her head to rub the corn. Qian Mishu thought he might have an opportunity to retort, but then old lady Ma fixed her gaze on him. He blinked several times, instinctively clutching the small bundle on his back, feeling a bit uneasy, and donned the zombie mask his sister had given him. Old Lady Ma. Chapter 28. Multifunctional among several masks, Song Fuling had a particular fondness for the zombie mask, primarily due to its extravagant cost and its striking realism. What did it resemble? The mask was adorned with what appeared to be splatters of blood, enhancing the grotesquely realistic decayed effect. It featured several plump, white maggots affixed to its face, with 2 shiny, black eyes devoid of whites, and coarse, short eyebrows, complemented by exaggerated crimson lips. In fact, within those vibrant lips were a few large teeth, which Song Fusheng had deemed excessive before retrieving it from storage and had removed to avoid further realism. In an unexpected turn of events, Qian Mishu, without a word or prior notice, simply glanced at old lady Ma and donned the mask. One could only imagine the fright that overtook her. Her complexion turned ashen, her eyes widened, and her mouth agape, rendering her momentarily speechless. Previously, she had always believed that genuine fright elicited an audible gasp, a notion grounded in decades of experience. It was only now that she realized this was not the case. True terror left one voiceless, the air lodged in one's throat, rendering the tongue immobile. Thus, the most dire situation unfolded. The child wearing the mask was too frightened to even glance in her direction. Yet, She wished to call for her granddaughter, whether to help her regain composure or offer her a sip of water. She longed for a glance, yet feared the child might simply roll her eyes in exasperation. However, the dilemma was that she could not utter a word, and her granddaughter, adhering to her task, was meticulously grinding corn, utterly oblivious to her distress. At this juncture, Qian Michaud, wearing the mask, turned to observe old Lady Ma, pondering, what is the matter with grandmother? Something seems amiss. Nevertheless, he opted to remain silent, preferring to avoid any potential conflict that might arise. The young boy had entirely forgotten that when Song Fu Ling first donned the mask, it had terrified him to the point of nearly soiling himself. Ironically, it was precisely this fear that prompted Song Fu Ling to gift him the mask. Once worn, he could not see his own reflection and thus would not feel afraid. Old Lady Ma, her throat parched, trembled for what felt like half a minute before finally hurling a corn cob at Song Fu Ling. She looked up, illuminated by the flickering oil lamp, exclaiming, "Ah!" She swiftly tossed 2 more cobs to ease her grandmother's distress, asking, "Grandmother, what is the matter?" In her mind, old Lady Ma thought to herself, "It seems I am fortunate. Otherwise, I would never hear you ask me that again." She noticed her grandmother's eyes were closed, yet her hand pointed toward Qian Michaud. Following her gaze, Song Fu Ling chastised, "Why didn't you give a heads up before putting that on? Look at how you frightened grandmother." Qian Michaud replied, oblivious. Song Fu Ling, prioritizing her grandmother's well-being over reprimanding her cousin, hastily unfastened her water flask and poured water into the cap. She contemplated that if drinking water did not alleviate the situation, she would resort to administering 2 heart-saving pills to her grandmother. Old Lady Ma, trembling, leaned toward the cap, only to scald herself on the first sip, which made her tremble even more. She had no idea where her granddaughter had procured the hot water, and she wished to ask, "Did you feed me like this when I was young? Just hot water. Are you trying to scald me? Forgive me, grandmother. I will blow on it for you." Before she could even begin to cool the water, Qian Michaud offered his water pouch. Old Lady Ma instinctively glanced at it, clutching her chest once more. As Song Fu Ling administered the water, she urged, "Take it off, please. Just remove it." She further reassured her grandmother, "It's merely a prop. My father bought it as a toy. He got all 4 for a bargain, and they were poorly crafted. Besides, everyone in the larger town wears similar styles. Do not dwell on negative thoughts or be frightened. The books say it is a shaman from a place quite near us, where people wear such masks to drive away spirits. If you look at it a few more times, you will become accustomed to it." Old Lady Ma shook her head, unable to acclimate, muttering, "Throw it away. Grandmother, we cannot discard it. Look at how the mosquitoes have bitten me. I will need to wear it again shortly. And I'll make sure you have one as well, perhaps draping a veil around your neck. Once you feel better, you will see how my uncles are often blinded by mosquitoes. We cannot afford to waste such useful items. Our family is in dire straits and needs to utilize every resource available." Having said this, Song Fu Ling reached for the mask from Qian Michaud and thrust it into her grandmother's hands, urging, "Feel it. It's fake. Touch it. Is it not frightful?" Old Lady Ma merely stared in silence. Half an hour later, Old Lady Ma donned the zombie mask, sharing Qian Michaud's sentiments about its frightfulness. Meanwhile, Qian Michaud transformed into a clown mask, and Song Fu Ling wore one with a painted white face. Another mask was set aside, intended for the journey ahead, as they planned to stop and gather corn once they finished grinding. At that moment, Song Fu Ling's second aunt arrived, accompanied by Song Jinbao. "Mother, let Jinbao ride. Our Jinbao truly cannot walk any longer." Song Fu Ling's second aunt, Mrs. Zhu, thought to herself, "I'll subtly hint to Old Lady Ma to have Song Fu Ling disembark. Why should a little girl sit while the boys trudge along? The older girls have likely worn blisters on their feet, and they lack suitable shoes. At least Fat Girl has proper footwear." However, she could not express this outright, as it would offend the family of her third brother. Such matters were best left to Old Lady Ma, who bore no grudges against her third brother's family. Additionally, if Old Lady Ma showed favoritism toward her third brother or Fat Girl, one of them would have to get off the cart, inciting ire toward Qian's child. Mother, look at how Jinbao's feet are faring," she said, lifting the cart's curtain. Mrs. Zhu could hardly have anticipated that inside sat 3 specters, collapsing beside the cart and nearly being crushed by the wheels. Chaos ensued. Qian Peng doused Mrs. Zhu's face with water, attempting to rouse her. Seizing the moment, Song Fu Sheng reiterated to his family, "Do not be afraid. There are 4 masks, and this is how they were initially perceived." He was thoroughly exasperated, wishing everyone would be braver and refrain from questioning further. If they were frightened, they should simply avert their gaze. Yet the matter of the masks was far from resolved. As Song Fusheng's uncle's family approached in a bullock cart, his aunt tugged at Song Fusheng, explaining that her cart was laden with provisions and supplies. And with his uncle's assistance, they could not accommodate the grandchildren. "Let the children board your 3 mule carts, please," Song Fusheng pointed out. "My children are not on the cart either." His aunt, shedding tears, lamented. "Your uncle sprained his ankle just days ago and had to rely on your older brother for support. I can only have your uncle walk." "Ah, what a threat." Song Fusheng narrowed his eyes, but before he could retort, Old Lady Ma, seated in the mule cart, cheerfully called out, "Third son, is that your aunt? Please bring her over to speak with me." Chapter 29. The two old ladies quarreling through the mask. Song Fuling could distinctly perceive her grandmother's lingering gaze. As a mere soldier, one must comprehend the intentions of their leaders to secure a prosperous life, isn't that so? She waved at Qian Mixiao, tugging her young cousin along, and approached Old Lady Ma. Old Lady Ma's expression was somewhat awkward. She wanted to say there wasn't enough room, questioning why they had come over. But Song Fuling simply shushed her. Seizing the opportunity, Old Lady Ma shifted slightly to the side, silently indicating for her granddaughter to sit beside her. "My dear sister-in-law, the children can hardly walk a few steps. At this juncture, with life hanging in the balance, I must speak candidly with you. I know you harbor grievances against me. Yet, despite my shortcomings, for the sake of these children, who are the very roots of the Song family, you must consider the consequences of confronting your father-in-law or your younger brother. If he were still alive, he certainly wouldn't allow you." Words failed her as she lamented, "Sister-in-law. Oh dear, oh dear." The eldest aunt, in tears, wiped her eyes with her sleeve, and after a moment, realizing she had been summoned, she began to speak. "If you can lower yourself to plead, then why is it that no one inside has uttered a word?" She hurried a few steps to keep pace with the mule cart, lifting the curtain to inquire. Inside, 3 ghostly faces tilted to look at her. With a sharp gasp, the eldest aunt staggered back, collapsing beside the wheel. Song Fusheng was taken aback, never having expected the mask to cause such a fright. He had thought his mother merely wished to vent her frustrations at the eldest aunt, and he helplessly remarked, "Mother, this is truly..." Oh. He wanted to suggest that it would have been better had he intervened earlier to send her back. One fainting after another, this journey was turning into a farce, severely delaying their progress. Qian Ping sighed. She truly had no water left and needed to conserve what little remained. Song Fusheng's sister-in-law, he approached. They were not bad people, who could stand idly by watching the eldest aunt faint before their eyes. Besides, he was not Old Lady Ma. She lacked the capacity to empathize deeply with such disdain. As she unfastened the water pouch, preparing to douse the eldest aunt to revive her, the old lady scolded, "Do you think there's too much water? From now on, you shall not drink any." "Mother, but she's blocking the way. Can we proceed? Daler's father won't be able to push the cart. He, unable to hold back, muttered softly, "With all this useless delay, I could have returned to my family to deliver the news." "What did you say? Speak again." The second daughter-in-law, Zhu, hurriedly interjected, not wishing for the situation to escalate, fearing that her husband would suffer from the fallout. "Mother, my sister-in-law speaks the truth. This could genuinely scare someone. Just now, I nearly lost myself in fright. If anything were to happen to the eldest aunt, my cousins would certainly retaliate, and we wouldn't have the luxury to quarrel with them." Old Lady Ma found a semblance of reason in this, albeit it felt too fragile to faint after merely a brief encounter. She hadn't even had the chance to express herself before needing to toss a ladle of water. Unacceptable. Song Fuling distinctly heard her grandmother mutter softly, "If only there was some urine, perhaps that could wake her." She chuckled, inadvertently letting out a laugh. Song Fusheng instructed his sister-in-law to pinch the eldest aunt's philtrum. He followed suit. Old Lady Ma, unwilling to relent, insisted, "Pinching the philtrum is useless. To revive her, we should pinch her arms, her thighs, her face, make her turn blue and purple." With another wave of her arm, she declared, "Let us move." The Song family's mule cart had already traveled 2 miles. A woman's voice from behind screeched, "Ma ho hot, you worthless creature." Old Lady Ma leaned halfway out of the cart, shaking her finger at the distance, retorting, "Go Nyo, you're the true scoundrel. Ma ho hot, how will you face our ancestors? Not allowing the descendants of the Song family to board a cart? I spit on you. Go Nyo, you should be grateful. That old cow ought to be shared so my family can ride. Hurry, revel in your misfortune." Gasping for breath, Old Lady Ma took a deep breath and shouted into the distance, "If you wish to ride my family's cart, what's next? Are you going to come begging for food? I know you well enough to predict your every move." The eldest aunt, seething at the sight of the distant vehicles, felt an overwhelming urge to dash over and overturn the 3 mule carts, stamping her feet in rage. Didn't you swear to never mention the old cow again? 3 miles away, old lady Ma's voice echoed fiercely. If you dare provoke me again, I'll slaughter that cow. I'll bring it up, just to infuriate you. This quarrel was so loud that not only the entire village, but even Song Fuxing feared it might summon the authorities. Oh dear, I'm utterly exhausted. Old lady Ma panted. Song Fuling quickly handed her the water pouch. Grandmother, have a sip. Don't stoop to her level. It's not worth it. Ah, plump girl. Do you believe she has any shame? If my grandmother agreed to let her little brats on the cart, she would surely become arrogant, claiming our rations insufficient and demanding ours. If I refuse, I'd be disrespecting our ancestors. That is certainly true. Old lady Ma took a sip of water, swallowing it down, wiping the corners of her mouth with her hand, and removing the water stains from her mask's bright red lips before continuing. I spit on her. I'm far more beautiful than she is. I'm thinking, since you and your father have returned, if you had no home to come back to, say, if we had heard rumors of fleeing from the village, we wouldn't even be able to approach her family's cow cart. Forget about sweet words. I could kneel before her, and it would be of no use. Her heart is as hard as stone, merciless. And your great aunt. It's not that I'm holding her accountable. We received the news first due to your father's persistence. Had your great aunt known first, she certainly wouldn't have alerted us and would have hurriedly fled herself. Do you believe that? Without a doubt. Old lady Ma shot a glance at her little granddaughter. Her ire dissipating. Just as she had conversed with her granddaughter earlier, at the very least they hadn't separated from the third branch of the family. Otherwise, regardless of whether they survived or not, it would have weighed heavily on her heart, and the situation could have been far worse. Let us look ahead. You should have reminded me to grab the stick while the cart was stopped earlier. Song Fuling quickly took advantage of her grandmother's favorable mood to suggest, Grandmother, if it's all right, I'll get down for a while. You can't walk, stay in the cart. No, I'll take Michelle down too, so that the eldest and second aunts can hurry up. Old lady Ma assumed her granddaughter intended to give the youngest, Jean Bao, a chance to sit. She was surprised by the answer. Grandmother, we mustn't waste the kerosene lamp. Let my 2 aunts come up, one can husk the corn, and the other can quickly make a few more pairs of shoes. We're in a hurry, we don't just lack cotton clothes for the journey. My eldest and second uncles, along with several brothers, hardly have a few pairs of shoes. How shall we manage on the road? In any case, she wouldn't be husking corn. Her hands were already sparking from the friction. Chapter 30. The poverty unimaginable to the post-90s generation. Madame Ma pointed at the water bottle on Song Fuling's side, the backpack resting by her feet, and the unfamiliar items in the car. Wait a moment, let me ask you where all this came from? Song Fuling preferred to avoid unnecessary explanations, especially since she couldn't articulate them clearly. Moreover, she was the type who would refrain from outright lying whenever possible. Sometimes, she would simply evade questions by remaining silent. In modern times, she adhered to a principle. By not responding, she could not be accused of deceit. When her mother inquired about her poor exam results, she would merely remain silent, leaving her mother to guess. Thus, she grasped Madame Ma's hand, glanced at Qian Mishu, and gently scratched the old woman's palm with her fingers, observing her reaction in silence. This gesture was quite suggestive, and Madame Ma immediately began to speculate. Clearly, this was connected to old Master Qian, and it seemed that the granddaughter was reluctant to speak freely in front of Qian Mishu. It appeared that old Master Qian had left something valuable for his third daughter-in-law, perhaps even something that Qian Mishu himself was unaware of. That was a topic best left unspoken. It was certainly prudent not to pry, no matter who had given it or what it was. Having something was certainly better than having nothing, and it rightfully belonged to her third daughter-in-law. Are we going down now? By the way, I need to find you some shoe uppers. When we left, we only took a few pieces of sturdy fabric, which should be enough for making durable shoes. I was in such a rush that I didn't take the time to examine them. They were likely saved up by my mother. Madame Ma declined, saying, You need not worry about that. I have plenty of scraps and hemp twine. Your fine fabric is unnecessary. Alas, the cold will only grow harsher with time. Look at those pushing carts outside and those driving the carriages. If anyone lacks warm clothing, I can fashion something for them from what I have. However, there's no cotton, she added, rolling her eyes. You've certainly fallen into good fortune. How can one afford cotton? Your words are quite infuriating. Remember to take a break when you need to relieve yourself, and ask your older sister to bring back some grass to dry on the cart. Song Fuling was perplexed. How did a conversation about cotton turn into a task of gathering grass? Madame Ma took out the dried provisions she had prepared before their departure, intending to stop soon so her granddaughter could disembark and distribute the food among the group. It was already late afternoon, and they had not eaten. Traversing the night roads without sustenance could prove detrimental. No matter how frugal one could not neglect nourishment. Hunger could afflict the heart. While busily packing the provisions, Madame Ma remarked, "You're benefiting from your father's legacy. A couple of years ago, we managed to acquire a cotton quilt. In the past, we had to make do with thick hay on the Kong and fill the quilts with cheap willow fluff and dried reeds. Do you not remember? Back when your family and team moved to the county seat, your uncles and aunt used to have that kind of bedding. When you were about to leave, your father insisted on discarding those covers, resulting in only a couple of beds remaining, and even your little urinal mat was taken apart to make cotton clothing for Jinbao. Even now, we still do not have enough. 2 people share a bed, with a straw mat beneath, unlike your family, which is cotton both inside and out. You didn't even think to bring any along when you left. Those scraps you lost, in the eyes of us peasants, are still considered treasures. I'm not criticizing your mother, but really at that moment, Song Fuling felt a surge of complex emotions. On one hand, she wondered why women were always the first to bear the brunt of blame for forgetting something. Why didn't Madame Ma ever mention her son? On the other hand, this was the first time she had heard the ancients speak of the genuine hardships of life, which were beyond her imagination. A simple cotton quilt had become a luxury beyond reach. It dawned on her that having a cotton quilt to cover oneself could provoke envy, a poignant realization that struck deep, illuminating the stark bleakness of the future. Song Fuling dared not speak further, fearing that the more she said, the more she would reveal. With a bag of provisions slung over her shoulder and one hand leading Qian Mishu, she stepped down from the car. Chapter 31. 100 gene of grain a day. Qian Peiying grasped her daughter's arm and inquired, "How did you come down?" Before Song Fuling could respond, Madame Ma lifted the curtain and began to issue orders. "Eldest daughter-in-law, second daughter-in-law, take your sewing baskets and come to the cart. Also bring some hemp rope. Second, rummage through your cart for a bundle tied with blue cloth and bring it to me, along with that winnowing basket." She then called out to her eldest grandson, Dalong, "Go with your aunt to the last cart and fetch me a basket of corn." Qian Peiying took a few steps forward to assist, but Song Fuling quickly pulled her back. "What are you doing? Don't you know your aunt is not down here? She's at the back of the cart sewing gloves for everyone. Look over there. Do you see your aunt's mother-in-law? That elderly woman is still walking on the ground. They purposely made space for your aunt so she could quickly sew gloves for those pushing the cart. Their hands are covered in blisters, just like your father's. I'll go help Dalong with the corn." "Mother, you shouldn't help either. Stay away from the corn, lest I be caught by your mother-in-law and forced to get on the cart to husk maize," Song Fuling said, extending her hands to show Qian Peiying. Upon hearing this, Qian Mishu quickly urged Qian Peiying, "Aunt, you should hide behind me. Don't let anyone see you." Qian Peiying, caught between laughter and tears, gazed at the little one who had just reached her waist. At that moment, Song Fusheng approached and overheard the conversation. He grasped his daughter's hand and felt a pang in his heart. These hands are not hands at all. They are swollen, nearly resembling pig trotters. How could the child possibly husk corn? She had never even been to the fields and likely couldn't distinguish between rice, wheat, and weeds. Song Fusheng understood the importance of timing in conversation. Now was not the moment for sentimentality. Just like in the modern era, life continues. Those with wealth enjoy good food, while those without must endure. However, he could not restrain himself. She was his only daughter. Even in the absence of resources, he endeavored to lessen her suffering, even if only slightly, for she was unlike other children. "Mother, why husk corn when it hasn't been dried? Won't it mold? Look at how Fuling's hands are calloused and hard." "What do you mean, whose hands are hard?" Madame Ma, perplexed, suddenly lifted the curtain and inquired, not understanding why her third child was agitated. Yet she grasped the implication of not husking corn, repeatedly asking, "If we don't husk it, where will we dry it? If we don't husk it, won't it take up space? If we don't husk it, how will we grind flour? If we don't husk it, how will we cook porridge?" Song Fusheng frowned. "Porridge? We are 21 people, 3 meals a day. If each person eats 4 cobs, that amounts to over 250 cobs a day, requiring 100 gene of grain. We haven't harvested much corn. We might as well cook what we have and eat it. It will be gone in 2 days. His calculations struck Madame Ma like a blow to the chest. Initially, she thought they had enough food, considering the wheat and rice harvested earlier, which had already been dried and could be stored, plus another cart of corn on the way, enough to last a while. Yet, through her third son's words. It became clear that it would only suffice for 2 days. We can't consume it all at once. We can't afford to do that, Sanner. We should just make porridge to last, she protested. But we are on the road. If we make thin porridge for everyone, those starving will grow weak and might collapse on the way. Mother, do you even know how to calculate? At that moment, the leading family of Butcher Gao had stopped their 3 ox carts and shouted back, "Let us take a break. The animals can't bear it any longer." This announcement brought a collective sigh of relief from everyone. In truth, they had long wished to rest, but none wanted to fall behind. There was a sense of safety in numbers, and they feared being left behind if they paused for breath. Chapter 32. The spirit of support. The Butcher Gao had 5 sons. The eldest, Gao Tiezhuang, was 25 years old and already married. His wife, a child bride purchased during a flood a year prior, was of gentle disposition and had recently blessed him with a pair of twin sons. The remaining sons were yet to marry. The second son, Gao Taitu, was 20 years of age, and the youngest son was merely 14. Born as a consequence of the elder's wife having difficulty in childbirth. It could be said that, as Gao family did not have many women and children to care for, they were among the least burdensome, yet most robust families in the village. When the butcher commanded a halt, his sons swiftly unloaded the cart, allowing the old ox to rest, drink, and graze. In the eyes of the farmers, human fatigue was inconsequential, but the suffering of livestock was truly heart-wrenching. As Gao tenderly stroked the drenched ox, he urged his eldest daughter-in-law to hasten in preparing a meal. She inquired whether they would be cooking corn, noting that both the Li and Song families seemed to be doing the same. The butcher, ever pragmatic, understood that sustenance was not merely a matter of frugality, but rather of earning. Thus, through the sale of pork, his family prospered in the village. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, "While the night is still dark and those unsavory families have yet to arrive, let us prepare. Cook 1 pot of corn and another pot to stir-fry the pork with soybean paste. Cook as much as you can. The remainder shall be salted and dried. Should circumstances worsen, we may hide a few pieces on our persons, ensuring that we do not perish from hunger if we become separated." As he reflected on the pig they had slaughtered just before setting out, its cries echoing through the village, he instructed his daughter-in-law, after frying, "Pack it in jars and deliver 2 to the Li and Song homes." Song Shaosan was a nickname he privately bestowed upon Song Fuxing. His eldest son voiced his reluctance. "Father, is this not being overly generous?" Before the butcher could respond, the second son interjected, "Brother, we scarcely have enough salt to cure an entire pig. Will it keep in this weather? If we do not take precautions, we shall become targets in the village, as everyone will know we have food and meat. Should hunger strike, they may not hesitate to seize it." Gao Tiezhuang chuckled. "Dare they? We would defend ourselves. Let us avoid unnecessary conflict," the second son advised. "Especially with the Song family, who has been kind enough to bring us news. Their arrival has saved us." The butcher took a few puffs of his dry tobacco and instructed, "Soon, you shall deliver to the Song family. I will inquire with the Li about our plans for the night and what to do as dawn approaches. We must ensure both man and beast do not tire beyond their limits." Meanwhile, the Song family's corn was nearly cooked. The men gathered in a circle, refreshing themselves with water while deliberating their next steps. If it were daylight, there would be no question of continuing their escape. However, it was already past midnight, and exhaustion weighed heavily upon them. The women, in contrast to the men, seemed less troubled, willing to follow whatever course of action was decided, as long as they did not hinder progress. Particularly, Ma, the matriarch, was not preoccupied with the impending decisions but rather focused on distributing the food. Indeed, she meticulously apportioned rations into 6 distinct categories, reflecting a sense of hierarchy. She allocated small pieces of corn to her elder daughters and granddaughter Taohua, while providing fist-sized portions of dry rations to Song Fuling, Song Jinbao, and Qian Mixiao, excluding corn. To her 3 daughters-in-law, she doled out 1 ear of corn each, reminding them to promptly prepare their shoes. For herself, her son-in-law's parents, and her own daughter, Song Yifeng, she distributed regular-sized rations. Then there were the 4 strong men and the old ox, each receiving 2 ears of corn. The remaining portions were given to her sons, grandsons, and son-in-law, each receiving 4 ears. Song Fuling grasped her fist-sized ration, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Grandma, for not placing me in the first tier." Qian Mixiao whispered to Song Fuling, wishing he had been assigned to the first tier, allowing him to alternate between dry rations and corn, vowing to secure a place there next time. Song Fuling, left speechless, observed as the 4 strong men and the old ox dug into their corn with hearty appetite. Qian Peiying glanced at the ear of corn in her hand. then at her daughter and the 4 strong men, quickly finishing her portion before dusting off her clothes and heading towards the pot. Thinking to herself, I cannot indulge that old woman's habits. The journey ahead is long. Ma inquired, what are you doing? I am fetching corn, Qian Paying replied. Did I not just give you some? One ear is hardly sufficient, Qian thought to herself. What audacity to claim otherwise. This third daughter-in-law must have been possessed by some spirit. She always expects everyone to receive exactly the same amount. You've nibbled my scraps. The pot is filled with rations reserved for the third daughter-in-law. When she returns, she will need to eat as well. Why should a woman indulge so excessively? Qian Paying, unwilling to engage in an argument, lacked the energy for such disputes. The ancient roads were treacherous and exhausting. Just then, Song Fuxing returned from relieving himself, prompting her to confront him. Hey, I only had 1 ear of corn, and your mother has decreed that rations must be limited. You should eat sparingly to conserve energy. I am utterly fatigued. As for Fuling, she has but a fistful of rations. You deal with your own daughter. The elder sister-in-law, he, was taken aback, while the second sister-in-law, Zhu, stood dumbfounded. This was utterly contrary to the women's traditional values. Song Yinfeng, the elder sister-in-law of Qian Paying, quickly rose. Third brother, I am not hungry. You eat your share. I shall give mine to your wife. With that, she broke her ration in half. A moment of silence enveloped the gathering, only interrupted by the crackling sound of the fire. He and Zhu quickly glanced at Ma, who, to everyone's astonishment, asked, who is to support the spirit? For whom shall the spirit be supported? Chapter 33. Eloquence cannot substitute for knowledge. As soon as he returned, both his wife and mother-in-law bombarded him with questions, leaving Song Fuxing at a loss as to which inquiry to address first. Casting a glance at the pot, he took several strides forward under the watchful eyes of everyone present, retrieving 3 ears of corn and handing them to Qian Paying. Be careful not to burn yourself. Hold them tightly and go find our daughter while you eat. Qian Paying took the corn without a word and departed to seek her daughter. Meanwhile, elder sister He, astonished, patted the leg of the person beside her, unsure of whom she had touched, simply wanting to draw their attention to Qian Paying's composed demeanor. She was utterly stunned by the confidence Qian Paying displayed in taking food, and even more so by her brother-in-law's leniency, astonished that he had not simply slapped her. If she had been in that position, she would have surely been reprimanded for being a greedy, lazy woman. Second sister Zhu was so taken aback that the corn in her hands fell to the ground. Once she regained her composure, she hurriedly picked it up, dusted it off, and intended to save it for her husband. Song Fuxing's 2 elder brothers were equally bewildered, feeling as though they barely recognized their younger brother. In the past, he had always obeyed their mother, renowned for his filial piety throughout the region. Of course, his wife had not behaved this way either. Had she dared to utter a negative word to him, the consequences would have been dire. What had transpired? Song Fuxing's brother-in-law, Tian Shifa, was not particularly surprised, for he had always been affectionate toward his wife and equally caring for his daughter, Tao Hua, as he was for his son, Huzi. He had just been contemplating how to keep 2 ears for himself while stowing the remaining 2 away, in case his mother or wife felt peckish. As for the old ox and the stout fellow, they exchanged sidelong glances, furtively watching Ma Laotai, apprehensive that she might explode at any moment. Each individual pondered the situation, but in reality, only a few seconds had passed. Ma Laotai pointed at Song Fuxing, one hand clutching her chest. You? Are you still my third son? In her eyes, the behavior of the third daughter-in-law was tantamount to challenging her authority. After having tightened her belt to support her scholarly son, she never anticipated he would exhibit favoritism toward his wife in front of everyone, completely disregarding her. She felt both heartbroken and embarrassed. Song Fuxing, bewildered, approached her and slapped his own face. How can I not be your son? I am flesh and blood. But you? Mother, the sages teach that a man of great stature, who seeks to gain honor and wealth, does so to ensure his people eat and drink well. Earning wealth is for the sake of providing for his mother, wife, and children. This is a responsibility that must be borne until the day of one's death. Do you understand? You supported my education, and this is what I have learned. Now that we cannot eat well, if you insist on dividing the food, fine. Let us divide. I have 4 ears of corn. Is it not permissible for my wife and children to consume my portion? He continued, Mother, are you hungry? By the way, if you are, I still have 1 left. No matter what, you must be served first. Rest assured, I will save my share. I have not deprived others of theirs. I am willing to go hungry. At this point, Song Fuxing indeed pulled out another ear of corn and pressed it into Ma Laotai's embrace. Mother, eat. Listen to my ramblings while you do so. Just remember, My elder brothers, once we stabilize, I may not be able to care for them forever. They have their own children and families. But you, my wife, and my daughter, I must ensure are well taken care of. If I have one bite to eat, I will divide it into 4 portions for you. Ma Laotai was at a loss. To take it or not to take it, she feared it might fall to the ground. She felt utterly bewildered, as this was not how she envisioned it. How had her son's words transformed? This was not about her feelings or her authority. It was not a matter of who was stronger, her or the third daughter-in-law. He was speaking of teachings from the sages. But she thought he had been educated previously. During his last visit, he had not spoken this way. What had changed in just 6 months? What had he been reading? That was not her intention. She did not wish for her son to go hungry. She would rather starve herself. Meanwhile, Song Fuxing continued, "Mother, my wife has come into our family. It is not right for her to see me well fed while she starves. She must live with me for a lifetime. How can I treat her like this? That would be a betrayal of my conscience. I awaited the arrival of my daughter, not for her to be a pitiful child, but to cherish her as my treasure. She is unique, unlike other children. So I will go hungry. Do not be upset. Everything is my choice. Watching you eat brings me joy. Truly, it does." Ma Laotai thought to herself, "I do not wish for my daughter-in-law to be satiated. I want to reserve everything for my son. As for my daughter-in-law, she can do as she pleases." But her son disagreed. What was she to do? Wasn't he this equivalent to starving her daughter-in-law while feeding her son? She had never encountered such a dilemma before. Fu Ling? Yes, how had it come to this? She needed to change the subject. Remembering this, Ma Laotai swiftly returned the corn to her son's hands, exclaiming in frustration, "You should eat. They are finishing theirs." Song Fuxing understood that it was impossible for his mother to publicly declare she would no longer share food, but judging by the current atmosphere, she would certainly not dare to do so in the next meal, at least not in front of his wife and daughter. When the time came, if he noticed any child receiving less than the others, such as Daya or Arya, he would casually pass them some food, also giving more to Si Zhuang and old Nyoto. Over time, his mother would simply turn a blind eye. With these thoughts clarified, Song Fuxing's tone softened considerably when speaking to his mother. Fu Ling is a name derived from traditional Chinese medicine, symbolizing a clever girl. Not what you assume to be the Fu Ling banner. The characters differ entirely, and the meaning is miles apart, carrying a positive connotation. Ma Laotai frowned, unable to discern what was so good about it. Did you name her? No, a knowledgeable teacher of mine gave her that name. In truth, it was the modern name of Song Fuling's grandfather. Song Fuxing's assertion about his education was indeed true. It was this very teacher who had helped him become a chef. Ma Laotai squinted, contemplating. This significant change in my third son may well be attributed to the teacher who named her. Look at the trouble this has caused. Arguing back against her and her daughter-in-law, leaving her feeling quite vexed. Not only that, now he was also causing trouble with her granddaughter's name. Son, this person's character is questionable. Have you perhaps encountered a false teacher? This name will not do. It must be changed to something like Fat Girler. If that doesn't suffice, something floral or botanical. Huh? Song Fuxing was momentarily taken aback. Ma Laotai slapped the back of her hand with her palm. Your name is Song Fuxing. Your elder brother is Song Futsai. Your second brother is Song Fuxi. Knowing that all 3 of you have the character Fu in your names. Yet he names my granddaughter with Fu? I cannot believe he did that without intent. Song Futsai immediately chimed in. Mother is right. This name does not work. Song Fuxi added. Indeed, this is quite the mix-up. Those unaware might think my niece and I are of the same generation. Chapter 34. The roots lie in childlessness. Dia glanced at her father's figure, observing him handing a piece of corn to her younger brother Jin Bao and affectionately patting his head. A fleeting glance at her mother revealed that her attention was solely on Jin Bao as well. Lowering her head, she continued to nibble on her meager morsel of food. She hesitated to devour the small segment of corn all at once, taking only a few kernels with each bite. Unfortunately, the cob was too small, and no matter how slowly she chewed, it would soon be gone. After finishing, she would nibble on the empty cob again, savoring the sweet corn juice that lingered in the core. Arya listened intently as her third uncle praised her, while the name Song Fu Ling sparked a discussion with her grandmother. A broad smile lit up her sunburned, peeling face, filled with admiration and joy for Song Fu Ling. Meanwhile, Tian Tao Hua, Song Fu Ling's cousin, was engaged in a playful back and forth with her mother, Song Yin Feng, each insisting the other should eat. Your father has enough. You should have some, one would insist, while the other replied, Mother, I have enough, let my brother have it. Or you keep some for yourself to fill your stomach. Seeing her daughter's insistence, Song Yin Feng offered the already broken pieces of dry food to Song Fu Ling and Qin Pei Ying, saying, "Sister-in-law, take some more. I really cannot eat anymore." Habitually intending to call her fat girl, she hesitated after hearing the earlier conversation, deciding to amend her words. With snacks in hand, including several ears of corn and various pastries still on the cart, the two women felt a tinge of embarrassment. Qin Pei Ying, feeling inexplicably shy, quickly waved her hands. "Sister, please don't. We can cook another pot if necessary. Let us not go through this. It's hard to witness." And we haven't reached the point of desperation yet. Upon hearing this, Song Yin Feng pressed even more food into Qin Pei Ying's hands, thinking, "Cook another pot? I cannot promise what will happen then. Even with my third brother present, it would be a disaster." Her only desire was for the family to survive, even if it meant sharing wild vegetables. She wished for harmony and peace, avoiding any quarrels. Noticing her aunt and mother-esque demeanor, Song Fu Ling refrained from further chatter and directly took 2 ears of corn from her mother, heading towards the spot where several young ladies were seated. As she walked away, Qin Misho, forgetting to drink water, wiped his mouth and followed his sister, recalling their aunt's words about being observant and not missing an opportunity. Thus, Song Fu Ling positioned herself before the 3 young ladies, and Qin Misho squatted down beside her. She divided the 2 large ears of corn into several pieces, distributing them among Dia, Arya, and Tao Hua, while giving a small segment to Qin Misho before settling down to enjoy her share. Dia and Arya were somewhat taken aback, while Tao Hua inquired, "Fat girl, will you be full?" "Yes, sisters, let us eat," replied Song Fu Ling. Tao Hua smiled and took the first bite, prompting Dia and Arya to beam with delight as they watched her savor her meal. Suddenly, Song Fu Ling paused, gazing at the recently smiling Tao Hua, and said earnestly, "Sister, you are truly beautiful." This was no flattery. In Song Fu Ling's eyes, Tao Hua's features were such that, in modern times, she could easily become a star, though the odds might be uncertain. However, becoming a naturally beautiful online influencer without cosmetic enhancements seemed entirely plausible. At 14, Tao Hua's face flushed crimson. "Not at all. You are the one who is beautiful. You have fair skin." Dia and Arya nodded in agreement, adding, "You grew up eating plain rice. Plain rice is white. Those who eat plain rice are all fair-skinned." Song Fu Ling cleared her throat, feeling a bit awkward, and mumbled, "Dia and Arya are also beautiful. Everyone is beautiful. It's just that you haven't used any facial oil and have worked in the fields, which has tanned your skin. It has nothing to do with eating plain rice. Otherwise, you'd all look lovely. Let us use some oil together next time." What a situation, talking about oil. Song Fu Ling's second aunt, Zhu Shi, overheard the children's whispers and pursed her lips. Meanwhile, Tian Shi-Fa was also engaged in idle chatter. He called Song Fu Sheng aside and pulled out 19 taels of silver from his pocket, saying, "Third brother, I owe you a debt of gratitude for your assistance over the years. This is the silver I've saved up. It's not enough, as I still owe you 25 taels for the land and house. But this is all I have for now, so please take it." Song Fu Sheng raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Brother-in-law, where did this come from?" Sighing, Tian Shi-Fa replied, "These past few years have been tough, but I managed to save this over the last 2 years. Initially, your sister intended to repay you in bits, but I thought that wouldn't suffice. You lent us a whole sum, so it should be repaid as such. You couldn't have saved enough in just 2 years. Be honest with me, brother-in-law." Song Fu Sheng pressed. With a hint of sorrow, Tian Shi-Fa confessed, "I sold the tiger skin my father left me. We encountered merchants along the way, and I used the money from that sale." Upon hearing this, Song Fu Sheng felt the gravity of the situation deepen. The tiger skin was a grim reminder of how Tian Shi-Fa's father had lost his life. Years ago, he had hunted a tigress on the mountain, believing the skin to be valuable. But soon after, whether from revenge or another reason, tigers returned, and while trapping rabbits, Tian Shi-Fa's father was brutally torn apart. Thus, his grave remained empty, holding only a few garments. "Brother-in-law, you shouldn't have sold it. It's a memory worth keeping," Song Fu Sheng said. But before he could finish, Tian Shi-Fa gestured for him to look at his mother. Tian Laonyang smiled at Song Fu Sheng and waved her withered hand gently. "Third brother, you understand my mother's intent, right? Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Just take it. I feel more at ease knowing you have the silver. As we move forward, we'll see how things unfold. In the future, I might need your help. Alas, brother-in-law, I lack capabilities." After hearing this, Song Fu Sheng accepted the silver, realizing that they had no idea what the future might hold, and with the addition of the old cow's head's contribution, It totaled just over 30 taels, hardly enough. At that moment, Gao Tai Tu, the second son of the Gao family, arrived. From a distance, he first spotted Tao Hua before striding over to Song Fu Sheng and Tian Shi Fa, saying, "Third uncle, Uncle Tian. This is something my father asked me to bring for the younger siblings to eat." Upon seeing the meat sauce, Song Fu Sheng exclaimed, "Ah, no wonder I caught a whiff of meat earlier." He beckoned to Qian Peiying, "Take this back and put it on the cart. We'll serve it to everyone at the next meal." Qian Peiying took the 2 jars and hurried toward the mule cart. Ma Lao Tai shot a sidelong glance at Qian Peiying's retreating figure, feeling a pang of resentment, and whispered to Tian Lao Tai, "Look at the trouble she brings. Now she leads the Song family. She hasn't even given birth to a son and still dares to quarrel with me and my third son. Who does she think she is? I used to tolerate her for the sake of our old ties, but now that my old connections are gone, I don't know where she gets her confidence." "Oh dear," Tian Lao Tai quickly waved her hand, fearing Ma Lao Tai wouldn't take her words seriously, and pulled at her sleeve. "You must never speak like that again. If those words were to spread, it would deeply hurt feelings." She wanted to caution Ma Lao Tai, but also worried about saying too much. The matters of the Song family were delicate. She could only shake her head in disapproval. In truth, Ma Lao Tai realized her words had crossed a line, especially after the recent loss of Qian Lao Yi. But her heart was burning with indignation. And though she opened her mouth several times in silence, nothing more came out. Chapter 35. Every step a pitfall. Gao Taitu inquired, "Uncle San, what shall we do next? My father is quite distressed." Song Fuxing pointed towards the distance. "They are coming." In the distance, the butcher Gao was supporting the village elder, along with the elder's eldest son and a few representatives from other households hurrying towards them. Song Lirong puffed on his pipe. "It must be past midnight, right?" "It should be," replied Gao Taitu. "Fuxing, what do you think we should do next?" The group of men formed a circle, the flickering flames of the fire casting shadows on their worried faces. After contemplating, Song Fuxing concluded, "We must continue forward. This place is not safe, and we are still on their territory. Although it seems late, I cannot shake the feeling of unease. We cannot gamble with lives, can we?" However, his brother-in-law, Tian Shifa, expressed a differing opinion. "I sense that rain is imminent. If it starts to rain, it could pose significant problems, not to mention the people, but also the livestock. Shouldn't we consider seeking refuge in the mountains for the night? We can assess the situation tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Song Fuxing looked at him in surprise. Tian Shifa elaborated, "I was squatting earlier and noticed a procession of ants, hundreds of them lined up together. There's an old saying, when ants march in a line, heavy rain is on the way. When ants relocate, rain will pour soon." The others, initially skeptical, gazed up at the stars, their doubts lingering. Though the devastation here was not as severe as in the south, they had been experiencing drought, and this year's harvest was significantly less than previous years. The old adage about rain seemed unfamiliar to them. Gao Taitu, however, agreed with Tian Shifa, saying, "My uncle's intuition may indeed be correct. Have you not noticed how the mosquitoes are unusually aggressive today? They have never bitten so ferociously. When you swat them away, they relentlessly return to your face and eyes." This perspective shifted the group's skepticism to a degree of belief, as they recalled another local saying, "When mosquitoes bite ferociously, rain will soon arrive within 3 days." This adage resonated with them. Song Lirong's eldest son exclaimed, "That won't do, father. If it rains, we must find shelter. Let us not even mention the corn we've harvested or our wheat that isn't sufficiently dried. It will surely spoil." Song Fuxing turned to his brother-in-law. "Have you ventured over the mountain?" "Yes, quite a distance, all barren land. Throughout the year, there is hardly anything there," Tian Shifa replied. He paused, contemplating. "There's nothing more to discuss. We are already at this juncture." He recounted how his tiger skin was sold to salt traders, who were reckless enough to approach their secluded area. He continued, "I've heard my father mention that this area is too remote, and only those desperate enough to smuggle salt would venture from behind our mountain, using the less traveled paths. The journey is desolate, with no habitation in sight, only barren land with nowhere to hide. Further afield, about 100 miles away, there are more mountains. If you circumvent them, you'll see larger mountains, rumored to harbor bandits, though it's unclear if they remain." Song Lirong was momentarily burned by his pipe, hastily wiping his mouth. He thought to himself, "Goodness, there seems to be no way forward. Continuing onward may lead them to bandits, who are ruthless. Conversely, remaining stationary poses the risk of soldiers storming their homes to capture them, which is precisely why they fled. Staying put is the most precarious option. There's no village nearby for refuge, and in the rain, there would be no place to hide. Returning to the village would at least provide a roof over their heads. After considering all this, Song Fuxing felt an internal storm brewing. Likening it to a lyric, a step forward leads to twilight, a step back to life as complexities. The winds are turbulent, and my heart remains unsettled. Just as one wave recedes, another encroaches. Life feels like a dream awakening, deeply sorrowful beneath the vast Pacific. Fuxing. Yes, grandfather. Song Lirong suggested. Let us proceed. But not too far. First, we shall circle around this mountain and seek a cave on the opposite side to take shelter. 1. We must wait for the others from the village. It is just as few households here, and I am genuinely worried. I have watched this place for decades, yet I do not understand their delay. 2. Should the weather truly worsen, we need a place to shelter from the rain. He pondered, even if we risk exposure. We cannot fit everyone within our group, especially those pushing carts. Let us not risk the women and children catching a cold, for that can be fatal. Song Fuxing recognized that the unspoken third point in Song Lirong's mind was a flicker of hope, lingering on the possibility that they might not be conscripted, thereby eliminating the need for flight. In truth, he wasn't necessarily bound to flee. If worst came to worst, he could resort to trade instead of farming. After all, he was from a modern world, where survival was possible without relying solely on agriculture. He only wished to avoid being thrust into battle, as he knew he could not endure that. Very well, let us gather our belongings and continue our journey. We shall traverse the mountain and reassess our situation, at the very least allowing the children to rest in a cave for a spell. Thus, the 7 households, with their families in tow, set forth once more. Along the winding path, they held their torches aloft. The Song family fared relatively well. They had prepared by donning mosquito nets ahead of time. And Song Fulling's mosquito net from her ancient home was of great use, having been modified by her aunt to fit each person's head, appearing from a distance as elegant scarves. Qian Mishu was nestled in a cart, for such a small child could not walk far. Song Fuxing's elder brother, a simple man, felt deep affection for the spirited child, pushing the cart while admonishing his younger brother, "You must treat this little one well for the sake of your father-in-law. The Qian family has only this one heir, and you must ensure your father-in-law can rest in peace." Qian Ping inadvertently overheard this exchange and resolved to reciprocate by providing water bags for her elder brother's 2 sons, as well as her sisters Huzi, all of whom were around 16 or 17. These water bags were gifts from the shopkeeper by to old Nyoto. After accounting for those currently in use, only a few remained, and the others could only resort to bamboo tubes or clay pots. She decided that these should go to the boys. The water bags contained water she had prepared for their journey, and before handing them over, Qian Ping added a pinch of sugar and a dash of salt, a remedy she learned from her daughter to replenish strength. Although the quantities were small, these 3 boys were diligent, pushing and pulling the cart, demonstrating maturity beyond their years. Particularly the 2 sons of her elder brother who insisted, "Uncle San and Aunt, you need not help us. We can manage." In the end, under the cover of darkness, Qian Ping also added salt and sugar to her and her husband's water bags, shaking them to prompt Song Fuxing to drink. As for her daughter, there was no need for concern. Her daughter possessed a modern thermos, keeping water warm even after a day and night on the road. She also carried modern sugar and salt. Should her daughter feel overwhelmed, a simple pout towards her father would suffice to earn a roll of the eyes and a quick trip to the pantry for milk powder, yogurt, or soda. Chapter 36. The meal. Song Fulling's legs ached from exhaustion. The ancient roads were arduous, fraught with mud, stones, and weeds, causing discomfort to her feet. This could hardly be deemed a proper path. One could only imagine the state of the less traveled routes. Perhaps they were cleared with sickles, the blades dulled by use. Song Fuxing deliberately lagged behind to wait for his daughter. "Are you tired? Why not let me take that heavy bag off your shoulders? Does the water jug feel weighty now?" Song Fulling glanced at her father's large waterproof travel bag and tightened her grip on her Adidas bag, shaking her head. "I'm not tired. It's nothing. I can manage." "Are you sure? After all, this journey is no trivial matter. I recall you often embarked on wild excursions back then. Have you forgotten?" Song Fuxing teased his daughter. "I haven't forgotten. How could I? Wasn't your dream to roam the world, sword in hand, to behold the grandeur of life? I remember one time it was pouring rain, and I asked you why you hadn't come home for dinner. You insisted on setting up a tent with your friends, eager to experience the survival skills you'd seen on a show. Well, my daughter," he continued, "your dream has come true now, without the need for any simulated experience. Look at this, truly a home across the seas." Behind her mask, Song Fulling felt like crying without tears. Indeed, One could find solace in the notion that dreams had materialized. Song Fuxing checked again, asking if she could persist. If it became too taxing, he suggested transferring some of the items from the car to the handcart, urging her to rest in the mule cart. Wearing a stark white mask, Song Fuling shook her head vigorously, resembling a ghostly figure, causing her father to feel a twinge of fear when he glanced over unexpectedly. How could I sit in the cart? Song Fuling thought to herself. Those pushing the cart are nearly collapsing from fatigue. I cannot bear to let them push more just so I can sit. She looked at her parents, who were carrying their burdens with unwavering resolve. Noticing her sisters, Dia and Arya, who were not only carrying their loads, but also. With this in mind, Song Fuling halted, gesturing for her father to assist her uncle and not to worry about her, as she intended to wait for her sisters. Arya, lagging behind a few dozen meters, brandished a torch, one arm wrapped around Dia and the other around Tao Hua, illuminating their path and guiding them. Dia and Tao Hua, meanwhile, were weaving wormwood and mugwort into ropes as they walked. Song Fuling smacked Tao Hua's hand lightly, half annoyed. Stop weaving. Grandmother wouldn't know how to deal with your nonsense. Right, that was a task assigned by Ma Shi to keep the girls busy while on the road. Tao Hua explained cheerfully. If we make ropes, we can light them, and we won't be bothered by mosquitoes, allowing us to sleep soundly wherever we rest. Even so. Stop. You all just stumbled a few times. Don't listen to her. Arya shone the torch in Song Fuling's direction and, upon realizing she wore a mask, was startled, swallowing a scream that nearly escaped her lips. She quickly pulled the torch back and remarked, if we don't listen to her, we might get scolded. Let them scold me. I'll just tell my father, Song Fuling retorted. Dia was the first to stow away the grass rope into her basket. Let us eat fat US words. Grandmother wouldn't dare scold her. Tao Hua corrected. It's not that grandmother wouldn't scold fat ya. She fears third uncle. Upon hearing this, Arya felt relieved. She no longer had to assist her sisters in walking. To be honest, carrying them was quite tiring. With a few strides, she reached Song Fuling, illuminating the path ahead as she spoke. Fatya, how fortunate you are to have third uncle as your father. Your fate seems so blessed. This remark unleashed a torrent of envy among the girls. In their shared plight, what could they possibly envy? Envious that you eat wheat meals every day, since childhood. Third uncle and third aunt have never let you go hungry. What do you mean by wheat meal? Song Fuling inquired. Huh, don't you urban folk call it that? It's just dry rations, made from grinding wheat into flour and steaming it. Song Fuling, puzzled, asked, you all eat that too? Grandmother is steaming it tonight. Dia whispered, there's hardly any fine flour at home. It's only because you returned that aunt guessed grandmother would steam dry rations. And that's why we could have some. You think we have it every day? As Song Fuling recalled the coarse texture of that dry food, she remarked, is that really fine flour? What do you usually eat? Just barley and wheat cooked directly, with the husks left on. That's what we eat. And there's bean porridge too. Can that even be digested? Song Fuling exclaimed, astonished. Arya continued Dia's thread. So Fatya, I've been longing for your return, counting the days. Because once you and third uncle are back, grandmother not only steams fine flour buns but also cooks dishes the next day. What do you mean by dishes? Don't you remember? It's when vegetables from the garden are cooked with rice. If you come home during winter, grandmother will use winter vegetables, and it tastes divine. Song Fuling frowned. Are you implying that if we hadn't returned during this autumn harvest, grandmother wouldn't even ensure we had enough vegetables? Vegetables need to be preserved for drying, otherwise, where would winter vegetables come from? Of course, we can't eat them indiscriminately. Dia and I often have to forage for wild greens. Tao Hua interjected, Fatya, I've noticed that since your return, you seem to have forgotten many things. It's not forgetting. I've just grown accustomed to city life. We refer to the fine flour dry rations as buns and the vegetable rice as porridge. Oh, I see. What do you call the dry rations then? Song Fuling, quick to grasp, replied without awaiting an explanation, we call it white rice. Dia and Arya instantly chimed in. You're so fair. It's because of you, Fatya, that you often eat white rice. When will we ever become so fair? Arya added, this time, let us not even speak of white rice. That's too far-fetched, and we haven't even seen any dishes for the next day. There's no hope. Song Fuling, you've never had it even once. Are you emphasizing that you've never had it your entire lives? Tao Hua glanced at her younger sisters and observed Dia and Arya shaking their heads in disappointment. She quietly added, I've had the kind of white rice Fatya speaks of. It was when my father worked for a landlord a few years ago, and the landlord paid him in rice. My father said many people rushed to work for the chance to bring some rice home for their families. He endured exhaustion and cold just to provide for us. cooking the rice without grandmother's or my mother's consent. I had a bowl, and my brother had too. Daya and Arya immediately turned to Tao Hua. Was it pure white rice? Nothing added? Tao Hua nodded. What must that taste like? Was it delicious? Like it could melt in your mouth? Tao Hua bit her lip. In truth, after that meal, her mother had quarreled with her father, and grandmother had sided with her mother, claiming that one meal could equate to several. I don't remember too clearly. You should ask Fatya. She eats it frequently. Daya and Arya exchanged glances with Song Fuling, who remained silent, and then turned back to Tao Hua. In their hearts, Song Fuling's life seemed utterly unattainable. Asking someone who dined on white rice daily would yield no insightful answers. They felt more connected to Tao Hua. Oh, as the night deepened, Song Fuling felt a pang of anxiety. She suddenly experienced an overwhelming urge to boast, an impulse she could hardly suppress. With a grand gesture, Song Fuling proclaimed, "Do not inquire further. Rest assured, I promise to ensure you all have a taste soon, 2 bowls each, and you must finish them." Chapter 37, Ascending the Mountain. Fat Sister. I was wrong. Song Fuling was startled. When did Song Jinbao leap to her side? He tugged at her sleeve, exclaiming, "I promise I will never argue with Aunt San again. Wherever Uncle and Aunt point, I shall go. Whatever they ask of me, I will do. And I swear I will no longer rummage through Aunt San's food. If she offers it to me, I will eat it, and I will never snatch it." Song Fuling gazed at the little boy enveloped in the pink canopy and inquired, "And then? There is more?" Of course, Song Jinbao pondered, scratching his head. "Well, there is nothing more. I didn't do anything else but scold Aunt San a bit, and it wasn't intentional. It's just that she is too stingy, and I even got a beating from my father." Seeing his expression, Song Fuling reminded him, "You must not fight with Qian Mishu along the way. He is younger than you." In truth, she wanted to impart a great deal more, like not letting his world revolve solely around food and drink, and to remember his 2 elder sisters, Daya and Arya, instead of constantly taking their food. However, she thought better of it. What could she possibly convey to a child? After all, neither Uncle Air nor Aunt Air acknowledged Daya and Arya. "Repeat after me." Not only did Song Jinbao repeat her words, but he also elaborated quite well. "No fighting, no bullying Qian Mishu. He is my younger brother, and I shall be modest. I will not take his food. So, fat sister, will there be food for me?" Song Fuling chuckled and nodded. 2 bowls, right? Well, about that, I must. Song Jinbao quickly covered his ears and dashed away, shouting as he ran to his father, "I can't hear. I can't hear. It's 2 bowls." Even when the adults inquired what the 2 bowls were about, they dismissed it. Children and their dreams are always endearing. Only Song Fuxing and Qian Peiying sighed in unison. Usually, when their daughter made a wish for this or that, they would find a way to help fulfill it. But this time, the wish was quite extravagant. With over 20 mouths to feed, how much rice would it take? One step at a time, they thought, it was a daunting task. Thus, after traversing for over an hour, as dawn began to break, they finally reached the other side of the mountain. They beheld the vast wasteland that Tian Shifa had described. And far beyond the barren land lay a larger mountain, likely home to bandits. "Dear, do you think if there are indeed bandits on that distant mountain, can they see our group of over 100 people?" Qian Peiying asked nervously. "Our troop is rather sizable." "Certainly not. Do not be overly anxious," Song Fuxing reassured her, patting his rainproof backpack. "Do you think they possess binoculars?" "Only I do, and I am the only one in the entire realm who does. Do you understand? And what of that? Just because you have them, what does it matter? Even with 10 pairs of binoculars, if they dare to kill, can you?" Song Fuxing stammered. "That is not the point. The conversation has gone astray. It is not that I lack courage. It is simply that modern laws restrain me." A voice called out, "Xiao San." Well, after becoming familiar for half the night, he had transformed from Song Tongsheng into Xiao San. "Hey, Uncle Gao, is there a cave in these mountains? I've never been here before, and I can't say if it can accommodate all of us. Nevertheless, we must ascend the mountain. We cannot dwell in the wasteland, as it would make us easy targets." He had no knowledge of the existence of caves. It would be better to ask his brother-in-law. Song Fuxing waved his hand. "We must ascend regardless. Let us go and rest for half a day to observe the weather." "Understood," Uncle Gao replied loudly, turning to his family. "Everyone, disembark. The ox cart cannot ascend. Let us climb the mountain and carry the children." Qian Peiying quickly gestured for Song Fuling. "Daughter, hurry. Did you hear? Stay close to me." Song Fuxing shot her a glare, seizing her arm and whispering, "What are you rushing for, a tiger? It's dark, and we cannot see well. The mountain is damp. A snake could bite you from anywhere." Before he could finish his warning, A sudden crash echoed as Song Fuling collided with him like a cannonball, sending them both tumbling to the ground, a cloud of dust rising. Song Fuxing's face was left unfiltered by the dust, leaving him with a mouthful of dirt. My goodness. Sanner. Madame Ma had just alighted from the mule cart when she saw her son sprawled on the ground, having taken quite a fall. The impact was so hard that it made her feel pain. Madame Ma yelled, "Fat sister, are you blind? You crashed into your father." Song Fuxing too wished to say, "Dear daughter, could you perhaps dismount for me? Your speed nearly knocked the breath out of me." Song Fuling thought that enduring a bit of hardship was inconsequential for those who undertook significant endeavors. Being scolded was akin to singing, as she slowly rose from the ground. She murmured, "Father, quickly shout that it hurts. Then you 1T have to lead the way up the mountain. This is a primeval forest. There could be tigers." Ouch! Song Fuxing played along, immediately clutching his waist and groaning, "Oh dear, this child is going to kill me." Upon hearing this, the crowd grew alarmed. To invoke death was a taboo among them. It seemed he was seriously injured. Otherwise, who would curse themselves so? It could be a broken bone. They all clamored to inquire about his condition. Song Lerzhang approached and awkwardly examined Song Fuxing's waist and calves before standing up and addressing the group. "Let 2 strong men from each family go ahead to clear the path. Bring all the tools and watch out for wolves and tigers. If encountered, it's a matter of life and death. Remember to stick to the edges." Tian Shifa volunteered, "I have been to this mountain with my father. Follow me. If my memory serves me right, there should be a cave nearby. Let us see how many can fit." "Right. Let Shifa lead. Everyone follow closely." Song Lerzhang nodded, adding, "If there is truly no other option and the weather remains poor, we shall use oilcloth to make tents." "It's settled. You all proceed." Having made these arrangements, Song Lerzhang turned to Song Fuxing. "Come, I shall support you. We will hold the rear together." "No need, grandfather, truly no need. You go ahead and organize things." Song Fuxing insisted. Song Lerzhang was unwilling, thinking to himself, what chaos would he cause with his legs at the front? Such tasks were meant for the young. If anything were to happen, he had not yet lived enough. It was safer at the back. Song Lerzhang firmly pulled Song Fuxing up. Thus, they began to ascend the mountain once more. Torches illuminated the path ahead, while several sickles cleared the way, slicing through the waist-high underbrush. During the climb, due to Song Fuxing's injury and Song Lerzhang's age, Song Fuling's uncle, Tian Shifa, became the temporary leader. If the blockage consisted of weeds, they were swiftly cleared away, creating a slightly wider path for the mules and ox carts, ensuring ease for the elderly and children. However, if small branches obstructed the way, Tian Shifa instructed everyone to chop them and hand them to him for carrying, as he had a plan. The cave would surely not accommodate them all, and should it rain, erecting tents for shelter would become urgent. These small branches would be perfect for creating arches. Chapter 38. The incident with Song Fuxing. Qian Peiying held on to Song Fuling, who in turn grasped Qian Mishu's hand. The 3 of them lingered at the rear of the group, trailing even behind Song Lerzhang and Song Fuxing. This was partly a deliberate delay, as they hoped to make a quick escape should any danger arise on the mountain, given their slow pace. Additionally, Song Fuling had inadvertently torn the skirt her mother was wearing, ripping it into a long strip measuring 20 centimeters wide and over a meter long, with one end flat and the other splitting into 2 long ribbons. In an instant, the once intact blue cotton skirt was gone, leaving Qian Peiying exposed in her black sports pants beneath. Crouching before her, Song Fuling began to wrap the torn strip around Qian Peiying's legs, layer by layer. Qian Peiying thought to herself, "This resembles the attire from the long march of 25,000 li." As she wrapped, Song Fuling asked her mother, "Is it tight?" "Not too tight," came the reply. "How about loose?" "It's acceptable." Wiping the sweat from her brow, Song Fuling advised, "Take a few steps and see if it affects your knees. If it's too tight, you won't be able to walk. If it's too loose, it won't serve its purpose. This will help prevent varicose veins, and it should lessen fatigue from prolonged walking. You should also wrap your legs like this for your father." After taking a couple of steps, Qian Peiying said, "That's sufficient. Now it's your turn. Let me wrap you up and seal your shoe openings so leeches can't crawl up and bite you." Qian Mishu, feeling anxious, especially as old lady Ma scolded them from ahead for dawdling, attempted to intertwine his fingers with Song Fuling's, looking up at her and pleading, "Sister, please take a moment to wrap me too." "Do not worry. Your absence would be inconceivable," she reassured him. Qian Peiying added, "Why didn't you remind me sooner?" Song Fuling pondered how lost everyone seemed, consumed by sorrow over life's hardships for much of the day. Up ahead, Tian Shifa called out, "We've arrived." That cave is what I mentioned. I used to rest here while hunting. The butcher brandished a torch to peer inside the cave. Bring a few more torches to check for snakes or other creatures. Immediately, 5 or 6 more torches were thrust into the darkness. While Tian Shifa was still entering the cave, he pulled down a cloth bag he carried and scattered something from within the corners of the cave. Song Lijing supported Song Fuxing as they hurried to catch up, and the others quickly made space for him. Satisfied, Song Lijing nodded. The cave is quite spacious. It will suffice for the women and children to take temporary refuge here. You all hurry and set up 2 more tents. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone busied themselves. Old Lady Ma appeared especially industrious, standing firmly in the center of the cave without moving. At one moment, she urged her eldest daughter-in-law to fetch mats and luggage, and at another, scolded her second daughter-in-law for idly staring, instructing her to round up her 2 useless children to gather hay. In her flurry, she even chastised her own daughter for not being attentive and warned her not to let anyone take advantage of the chaos. In Song Fulling's eyes, her grandmother's demeanor resembled someone scrambling to secure train berths in modern times. The reason Song Fuling and Qian Peiying escaped her wrath was that they were accompanied by the protective presence of Song Fuxing. He began to offer advice to his wife and daughter. Listen closely. If you feel tired in the cave, you can rest against the wall for a moment. Once I have the tent set up, you should quickly move inside, lay down our moisture-proof mats, and sleep soundly. I'll keep watch over you. Why is the cave unsuitable? The moment I stepped inside, something felt off. A chill ran down my spine, and the hairs on my neck stood on end. Look at those stone walls. So densely packed and covered in moss, and it's pitch black inside. If we were to lie down in a row, I wouldn't even know which one of you is my daughter, and I could end up pulling the wrong person. Just hang in there. Tian Shifa is skilled at setting up tents. It won't take long. Chapter 39. Men are human too, and they too have their fears. The men from the 7 households collaborated tirelessly to construct a shelter. The rhythmic sounds of chopping echoed through the air as axes and knives struck sturdy tree trunks, necessitating the felling of many to serve as beds. Tian Shifa, accompanied by several young men, ventured further afield in search of supple, slender branches. Once the large wooden frame was established, it was imperative to create a protective covering above. If, as previously speculated, rain were to descend, caution was paramount. The slender branches, being flexible, could be arched over the structure. Once arched, a tarp could be laid atop, further adorned with branches, leaves, or bark to shield against rain and conceal from prying eyes, creating an illusion of greenery from afar, thus remaining unobtrusive. While the others worked with fervor, Song Fuxing frequently cast glances around, increasingly sensing the unfathomable depths of the primordial forest, which filled him with trepidation. He nudged Tian Shifa with his arm, saying, "Brother-in-law, with such commotion, we might attract wolves or bears." He pondered the potential consequences of waking their neighbors, instigating a disturbance that could provoke danger. Tian Shifa glanced at his third brother, reassuring him, "Fear not. This mountain is vast. It will take days and nights to traverse. We are merely at the foothills, where sustenance is scarce and desolate, unlike the depths of the forest. Typically, such creatures do not venture this way." At that moment, Song Fuling rushed over, exclaiming, "Father, uncle, I spotted a small stream over there with clear water. We should set up our tent nearby for convenience in drinking and cooking." Just as Song Fuxing was about to agree, Tian Shifa quickly shook his head. "No, we cannot be so close to a water source. The sound of flowing water may obscure our hearing, rendering us unaware of any approaching beasts." Song Fuxing interjected, "But did you not say that wolves and bears are not common in this area?" He continued, "Uncle, let us find several mature trees to shelter beside. If we choose sturdy trees, in case of an emergency, we could climb to safety, and they would provide ample space for us." Tian Shifa replied, "That won't do. Such trees are typically solitary. In the event of a storm, they could attract lightning." Feeling increasingly tense with every inquiry, Song Fuxing urged Song Fuling, "Daughter, return and find a place to take a nap. Do not wander about or worry. When you awaken, I shall have everything arranged." What he meant by arranging was to pull his brother-in-law away. Tian Shifa remarked on the abundance of work at hand, and Song Fuxing, sensing his stubbornness, urged, "Brother-in-law, why are you so inflexible? This is our collective shelter. It matters not if one of us is absent. Hurry, help me select several trees that can withstand a beast's force without toppling and are not prone to lightning strikes. I wish to pitch a tent in the trees, allowing the children to reside there. Otherwise, I shall remain anxious. In case of urgency, we must be able to flee swiftly. My Fuling and your Taohua are not fleet of foot." Shall it be just the two of us? That hardly seems feasible, he added, noting the others were engrossed in their tasks, likely occupied for the next hour or two. The village head occasionally gestured for him to direct the efforts. Let us collaborate. For otherwise, it may be overwhelming. Why must you speak so much? Brother-in-law, do not dawdle. I can manage alone, just instruct me. From that moment, Song Fuxing resolved to abandon any shortcuts. He wielded his axe vigorously, the strikes resonating, causing his thumb to ache. The heat rendered him drenched in sweat, and soon his shirt was thoroughly soaked. Ignoring the relentless mosquitoes, he stripped off his shirt, revealing his fair physique. Just as he finished, a shrill scream pierced the air. Among the 7 households, one family, the Wongs, had their matron's young daughter-in-law bringing water to her husband. It was she who screamed, covering her eyes in shock. Breathless from exhaustion, Song Fuxing wiped the sweat from his brow, his face smeared with dirt, glaring at the woman with incredulity, thinking, what is your issue? Have you never seen your husband's back before? What is there to scream about? These ancient women were truly remarkable, displaying such theatrics. The echo of her voice startled him, causing his heart to race, momentarily fearing the approach of wolves or bears. Chapter 40. The parents playing house. Wang Posi's young daughter-in-law returned to the cave and said to Wang Posi, Mother, isn't Song Lausen a scholar? How could he? Wang Posi paid little attention to her daughter-in-law's half-finished sentence. She was busy trying to lull her little grandson to sleep. Upon hearing the remark, she scoffed. Reduced to such a state, and still calling him a scholar? Scholar? What good is that? Look at him working. He is utterly useless. Utter nonsense. Someone shouted from inside the cave. Old Ma was indignant. She didn't take care if she woke others. Don't think just because it's dark in here I can't guess who you are. Is it you? Wang Posi. Without my Sanner, your whole family would be waiting for the soldiers to come and catch you. Why haven't they taken you all away? It's unnecessary to tell you anything. If my Sanner is useless, your whole family is merely fodder for the pigs. Wang Posi retorted, why is it only our family? Old Ma, mind your tongue. I haven't said anything else, so why drag my whole family into it? What do you want to debate about? You still want to talk about my son? I've done enough good deeds. You should leave me be. This cave was found by my son-in-law, and the news of our escape was brought by my son. Everyone urged them to quiet down, saying, can't you all just settle down? You've been at it all night. Let us all cool off. Look, you've already woken the children. Wang Posi fell silent first, thinking to herself, given your family's situation, you were merely an ordinary peasant family in the village. My family is different. We hardly exchange words. If it weren't for escaping, who would want to associate with you? If your family hadn't produced a scholar, no one would bother to engage with you. Yet, she hadn't meant to speak so harshly. What had she said wrong? Up the mountain, Song Lausen was behind, while her sons led the way. As for building a house, Song Lausen was no help. Apart from his words, a scholar was of no use at all. Old Ma felt extremely uncomfortable, sensing an imbalance. She believed Sanner had unnecessarily informed everyone while her family managed to escape. No one had even properly thanked her, and the backbiting was excessive. Looking at her mules being crowded by the neighbors' cows, it felt excessive. Observing the children sleeping by the cave wall, she thought if there weren't so many people, there would have been plenty of room to lie down without the need for tents. Now they could all lie down and sleep. It was excessive. It would be better to have one less concern. If they could return to the village, those who had escaped would blame her Sanner. Just wait and see. She knew their character too well. It was excessive. Tian Shifa's mother advised Old Ma, don't fear the unexpected. Everyone shouldn't be so unreasonable. Besides, saving lives is a matter of virtue. Don't think like that. In the past, whenever something happened in the village, who stood up for my family? Wasn't that just blind kindness? Now, look at the situation. Stop dwelling on the past. We've been neighbors for decades. You're stubborn. If your Fuxing hadn't organized things, you would have had to announce it yourself. Your whole life, you've suffered because of that mouth of yours. Meanwhile, during the argument between the grandmothers, Song Fuling had fallen asleep, drooling. She thought she wouldn't be able to sleep, but on her left was Qian Mijio, and on her right was her cousin Song Jinbao, two warm little furnaces beside her. Jinbao had clung to Song Fuling ever since she promised him rice. The three of them snuggled under a moisture-proof mat covered with a blanket, sleeping soundly. Lost in her dreams, Song Fuling had no idea that her parents had been tirelessly working for over 3 hours to build her a house in the trees. Her mother's fingernails were all split. Song Fuxing carried the trunk, while Qian Peiying carried branches and leaves. The two of them approached Tian Shifa, earnestly learning how to bind the wood with vines. They had no choice. The jute rope was limited. Hey, take it easy. Song Fuxing said as he slipped and slid down from the tree. He spat into his palm and quickly climbed back up. Qian Peiying looked up at him, saying, "If climbing a tree is that hard for you, are you sure our Fuling can manage? Isn't it too high?" Song Fuxing wiped the sweat from his brow and sat on the tree. "I think she can do it." He gazed into the distance, where the mountains were lush and green, inhaling the scent of grass, suddenly smiling. "Hey, wife, if we change our perspective, it's quite nice. We aren't just buying a house for our daughter. We're building her a wooden cabin in the trees. Every stick and leaf is something we crafted ourselves. Isn't that interesting?" Qian Peiying chuckled. "If we could return, then occasionally this would be quite nice. But if we can't go back, Sai, let us not think about it. Let us just work." Song Fuxing rallied his spirits. "Right, let us work. We'll set aside everything else and surprise our daughter when she wakes up." The couple busied themselves, racing against time. During this, Tian Shifa came to help, and Gao Taitu, the second son of the Gao family, also came to lend a hand. Upon hearing that Tao Hua might also be able to move and thanks to Fuling, he worked even harder. By the creek, Qian Peiying stood on a rock, rolling up her pant legs to wash her feet, legs, face, and arms. Regardless of whether anyone was watching, Song Fuxing stood beside her, bare-chested, eager to pour water over himself. He wished he had a basin to douse himself with. Listening to the sound of the water flowing in the mountains, Song Fuxing lamented, "Wife, I truly want an ice-cold beer right now. I'm hot and exhausted." "Go inside and get it. I'll cover for you. We have some in the fridge, and there are 2 boxes on the north balcony. Since it's the new year, I bought quite a bit for guests. You drink, it's enough. I don't want any." Song Fuxing glanced around and suddenly grabbed Qian Peiying, kissing her cheek. He felt moved. It wasn't that she didn't want to eat or drink, but rather that she was being considerate, letting him have the beer. He stealthily retrieved a can of ice-cold beer, treating it like a rare treasure. Holding it up to Qian Peiying's ear, "Listen, it's hissing. Doesn't it remind you of the good old days?" With a pop, he opened it. And Qian Peiying, with a reluctant expression, urged, "Hurry, it's foaming. We can't waste it. Drink quickly." After removing the foam, he offered the can to her lips. "Drink." In modern times, Qian Peiying would avoid alcohol altogether, not consuming a single drop in a year. Yet here, at this moment, she held Song Fuxing's hand and, with the beer he offered, gulped down several big swigs. After a satisfying belch, she said, "The carbonation is wonderful. If only it were ice-cold cola." Song Fuxing smiled foolishly. "We have some, but I thought I'd save it for our daughter, so I didn't take it. Let us just share this beer." Not wanting to waste a drop, he even poured a little water into the can and drank it all. He couldn't bear to throw away the empty can. Qian Peiying placed a few stones in the empty can, tying it with a string. She shook the can like a treasure, saying, "Look, dear. When our daughter is up in the tree and wants something, all she has to do is call us. We'll hear it jingle and come running." Chapter 41. Constantly unlocking new skills. Awake from her slumber, Grandma Ma felt a deep longing in her heart. If only Song Fuling were a boy, she would cherish him like a precious gem, for her little granddaughter truly deserved affection. Just look at the difference. When the elder sisters, Dei and Arii, spotted her, they scurried away like mice fleeing from a cat, not daring to cast even a glance in her direction. Jinbao awoke, exclaiming, "Grandma, I'm hungry." As for Taohua, her granddaughter was utterly unreliable, having already taken to her slumber, pulling her beloved grandmother along to arrange bedding for Grandma Tian. In that moment, to her granddaughter, Grandma was rendered inconsequential. Only the little granddaughter held importance. Upon seeing Grandma Ma, Song Fuling's first words were, "Grandma, you haven't taken a nap, have you? My mat is still unrolled. You should rest for a bit. You can't keep going like this." Grandma Ma felt warmth in her heart, but retorted, "Don't pull me. I have too much work to do. If the meat isn't dried soon, it will spoil. Rest. Off you go." In the trees, Song Fuxing waved to Song Fuling, "Daughter, are you awake?" Below, Qian Peiying, busy handing up supplies, also beckoned, "First wash your face. Then come see the fruits of our labor." "What is the point of washing my face?" Song Fuling exclaimed, astonished and wide-eyed, as she rushed over. She glanced at the house, then at Song Fuxing, who was sunburned after only a few hours, and finally met the gaze of Qian Peiying, whose face was smeared with dirt, yet wore a smile. Suddenly, Song Fuling wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, tears spilling forth, overwhelming her with myriad emotions. Their journey had been fraught with hardship, yet her parents spared no effort in caring for her. With a choked voice, she called out, "Dad, Mom." "Oh dear. Why are you crying?" Song Fuxing asked anxiously from the tree. With tears streaming down her face, Song Fuling replied, "It's nothing. I'm just so moved." After a moment, she broke into laughter. Hee hee, ha ha ha. Qian Paying sighed in relief and gently patted Song Fuling's back. "You silly child. If one didn't know better, they might think you were simple-minded, laughing one moment and crying the next." Sitting in the tree, Song Fuxing joined in her laughter, feeling that the toil was worth it. Just then, Qian Mixiao came running over, and Song Fuling lifted him up, encouraging him to climb the tree. The three of them laughed at Qian Mixiao's clumsy antics. Passers-by chuckled and shook their heads, continuing their work, though some may feel out of place at such moments. Believing it unwarranted to laugh, the joy radiating from the Song family seemed to lighten the weight in their hearts. It was undeniable that laughter had a contagious quality, instilling a sense of hope that perseverance would yield positive outcomes. Standing before her, a group of children from 7 households awaited Song Fuling's command. She called, "Stand at attention. I have decided to repurpose our resources. We shall embark on a grand undertaking with these little rascals and our less capable elder sisters. You, take the lead as captain. Your task is to gather stones of all sizes, both large and small," she instructed, holding up a sample stone as a guide. "Team 2, do you see that stream? Roll up your trousers and wade into the water to collect sand. All the fine sand must be stored here. They, you are responsible for their safety. Ensure they do not fall. Ariai, Jinbao, you shall lead the others in digging holes. Use sturdy stones or sticks as tools to excavate the area I have drawn. Make sure the holes are square and even, no deep and shallow spots." Finally, with a clap of her hands, she raised a dime and a black hair tie, enticing them. "You boys all want this dime, don't you? And the girls would like the hair tie, right? You must complete your tasks within the hour. If you do not finish, no one will receive a reward. If you succeed, I shall grant it to you. To avoid lagging behind, work hard and keep each other accountable." Song Fuling thought the children may not have understood her instructions, considering repeating them, but as soon as she called for dismissal, the little ones sprang into action. Children in ancient times were indeed more easily motivated than their modern counterparts. Finding her injured companion, Sijuan, unable to perform heavy labor, Song Fuling sought out Tao Hua and then Gao Dai. She needed no extensive explanations for Sijuan and Gao Dai. Just as she began to explain, Gao Dai, noticing Tao Hua's blushing face, waved his hands dismissively. "No need, just tell me what to do." Song Fuling then called over 2 cousins from her uncle's family, gathering the 4 young men for a briefing. "You will cut bamboo, splitting it lengthwise. I intend to use it to create a pipeline, binding the pieces together with rope to divert the stream's water directly here. Assess how much you will need for that distance. Additionally, I require bamboo that is over 1 meter high and uniform, also split into square pieces measuring 1 meter by 1 meter for constructing a water reservoir." Teaming up with her cousin Tao Hua, the 2 girls clumsily hacked at the bamboo, switching hands frequently as the work strained their hands. The young men were swift, swinging their axes with vigor. Those without axes utilized sharp, sturdy stones, cleaving through a piece of bamboo with just a few strikes. Sang Lirong, chewing on his pipe, reluctant to light it, sat beside Song Fuxing and inquired, "What are the kids all busy with?" "It's nothing, as long as they don't wander off too far," Song Fuxing replied, glancing back before returning to his tasks. Sang Lirong observed closely. "What's this?" With a smile, Song Fuxing revealed that he had unlocked a new skill, crafting a long stick from a thicker branch, nearly 2 meters in length, splitting the end and securing a carving knife or boning knife tightly with rope. He contemplated that if his daughter were to doze in the tree, and an emergency arose, be it a person or animal threatening her, she wouldn't need to panic about climbing down. With this long pole, she could effectively defend herself from any intruder daring to approach. Setting aside his pipe, Sang Lirong squinted at the knife. "Oh, this is something remarkable. What is it made of? Surely, a blacksmith could not produce such a fine piece. It must be quite valuable." Inwardly, Song Fuxing mused that the old man had quite the discerning eye. Don't hold your breath for any blacksmith. This is German-made, a complete set, even including a sharpening rod. It's the only one of its kind in the entire ancient world. "Oh, that's quite impressive, but I know little of such things. It was a gift from my father-in-law." Upon hearing the mention of the esteemed Qian patriarch, Sang Lirong shook his head in admiration. That Qian is quite the worldly individual. If these times were not chaotic, this young Song would surely experience better days. Whether he pursues scholarly achievements is another matter. Simply having a good father-in-law is a blessing in itself. As Song Fuxing completed the crafting of his long knife, it drew the attention of onlookers. On one hand, It was a novelty. None had ever seen stainless steel tools in this region, truly an eye-opening experience. The gleaming blades sparkled in the light. On the other hand, it inspired others to follow suit, deciding to pursue similar endeavors. Don't have a knife? Then find a hard stone. As long as you can fashion a sturdy stick. Anything sharp on top can inflict damage. Chapter 42. The Wisdom of Ancient Song Fuxing, when praised by others for his exceptional knife and clever mind, exhibited remarkable humility. Despite the subtle and overt encouragement from Song Lirong for him to take the lead, he preferred to remain in the background. In his eyes, these ancient individuals were exceedingly capable, possessing exceptional life skills. In just a short span of time, he had learned a great deal. His fundamental aspiration was simple: to ensure the survival of his family of 3 and not hinder the larger group. Leading? That was a ridiculous notion. Leadership entailed burdens and often went unappreciated. While Song Fuxing maintained a low profile, the proud matriarch Ma displayed her delight openly, lifting her chin in front of other elderly women. She felt a sense of vindication. My third son is an educated man, a treasure in his own right. And his mind is sharp. Despite the loss of her son-in-law, his abilities still shone through. Have you ever seen a mask? Have you ever seen this knife? There are many wonderful things out there. Soon, Tian Shifa also brought honor to Matriarch Ma. He rallied the group, stating that their dwelling was nearly complete and requested a few individuals to join him. I will set some traps to see if we can catch some live game. We should also set more traps and surround them with sharp branches to create a barrier. Generally, large animals, when not startled, will naturally wander towards an unobstructed path, avoiding our direction. At his command, a throng of over a dozen people followed. Matriarch Ma thought to herself, look at you all. Previously, you looked down upon my son-in-law, ridiculing him for his humble origins as a hunter on the mountain, suggesting he was merely getting by day, and who knew when he might encounter a wolf. If it weren't for my son-in-law, you'd be left in the lurch, perhaps even facing a wolf yourself. However, what astonished Matriarch Ma the most was her granddaughter, Song Fuling. Unlike the understated demeanor of her grandfather, Song Fuling's small teams were anything but low-key. The children, in clusters of 3 or 5, ran about, chattering excitedly as they quickly accomplished their tasks. Their faces and clothing were smeared with dirt as they reported their progress. The women, curious, inquired about their activities. Song Fuling, too busy to respond, directed her brothers to quickly surround a 1-meter square mud pit with split bamboo, instructing them to embed it deep and closely together, leaving only a narrow gap for her slender bamboo stick to pass through. Once completed, she secured it tightly with vines. With the basic framework established, Song Fuling began placing large stones collected by her team into the pit. Upon seeing her add stones, Taohua eagerly joined in to help. Together, they laid a dense layer of larger stones at the bottom before adding smaller stones. Song Fuling's older cousin poured a basket of small stones into the pit, which she then leveled off. They proceeded to add coarse sand, compacting it thoroughly. Second brother, you and elder brother smear the surrounding bamboo, as if plastering a wall. This will prevent water from seeping through the gaps, she instructed. Daya and Arya, you two gather mud, any soil will do. After delivering her orders, Song Fuling dashed off to find appropriately sized stones to seal the water pipe. Just as she found the stones, several children called out to her, "Fat sister, what do we do next?" Song Fuling quickened her pace, sealing the water pipe with stones, then commanded, "Now pour in the fine sand you collected from the creek and level it out. Once finished, wait for me." Matriarch Ma watched in disbelief as her granddaughter sprinted away, half a bag of charcoal slung over her shoulder. "You stop right there, fat sister," she yelled, growing frantic. While playing with mud, bamboo, stones, and sand was permissible, it was absolutely unacceptable to waste charcoal. With the chill of autumn setting in, who could predict the future? That half bag of charcoal was hardly sufficient. Before Matriarch Ma could reach her, Song Fuling hastily dumped the charcoal into the pit, signaling Taohua, who, in a fluster, poured in the fine sand she was holding. Beneath the charcoal, mud and water mingled, topped with a layer of wet sand. What good would that do? How could they even ignite it? Matriarch Ma's face flushed with anger as she slapped Song Fuling and Taohua on their backs. Just in time, Song Fuxing intervened, grabbing his mother before she could fall into the pit while attempting to retrieve the charcoal, and he halted her impending outburst against his daughter. "Mother, please listen to me. You may not understand, but I do. My daughter is filtering water for the good of everyone. There is plenty of water in that creek." Song Fuling, rubbing her sore arm, interjected, "Grandma, that water is undrinkable. Can't you see it's yellow? It can't be used for cooking. Moreover, I have observed that it is surface water, not groundwater. The mountain has various types of water, and not all can be boiled for consumption. It may harbor numerous microorganisms and parasites. We have no idea where it flows from. Animals might have urinated or even died in it. Just think about it. If an animal dies in that water, can it still be consumed? It's frightening. If a child with a weak stomach were to contract dysentery, we have no doctor here, and that could be fatal. After her explanation, everyone was left speechless. Initially dismissive, their expressions shifted as they realized the grave implications of the children potentially drinking that water. Those who had previously consumed raw water instinctively touched their stomachs. Matriarch Ma wore an expression of disbelief, insisting, "What do you mean? With all this mud, stones, and sand? I believe drinking that green water would cause diarrhea." Other elderly women quickly chimed in, "Exactly." Rolling her eyes, Song Fuling chose not to argue further and directed her hesitant brothers to retrieve the bamboo water pipe from the creek. She dashed over to supervise the operation. With her departure, her father felt compelled to mediate. Song Fuxing reassured, "Mother, this is indeed a method for filtering water. I read about it in a book. I recited it to my daughter, and she memorized it instantly, applying it here. Just look at how clever she is." Qian Peiying, intrigued, asked the women, "Did you all drink water directly from the mountains before? Did you really cook with that yellow water?" Several women animatedly replied, "We usually drink well water at home. This is the first time we heard about such precautions regarding drinking water. Isn't it mountain spring water? It's quite sweet, even if it looks a bit dirty. You just scoop from the surface." They had their own life experience. When unsure if the water was drinkable, they would spit into it. If the saliva dissolved quickly, the water was safe. If not, it was deemed unsafe. Qian Peiying exchanged astonished glances with Song Fuxing. Perhaps her expression was too incredulous, leading one woman to reassure her. "Don't doubt it. Just wait until your brother-in-law returns and ask him. He hunts in the mountains, and the shepherds up there will tell you the same." Upon hearing this, Song Fuxing no longer felt regret over the half-bag of charcoal. Even if their family exclusively consumed filtered water, they had not sacrificed all their charcoal for the cause. However, considering the daily trips to fetch water, if anyone was caught spitting into the creek, he would surely be disgusted regardless of how well the water was filtered. Chapter 43. A tapestry of knowledge. A water conduit fashioned from bamboo segments extended from the brook to a spot not far from the cave entrance. The children cheered, calling out for Song Fuling, "Sister Fatty, Sister Fatty." The uncles and aunts constructing the shelter paused to observe, while the aunts engaged in cooking gradually gathered around. Someone inquired, "Did the children do all this in such a short time?" Another remarked, "It's a mix of mud and sand. It seems dirtier than fetching water straight from the creek." Song Fuling's elder brother poured a bucket of murky stream water into the bamboo-framed filtration barrel. The dirty water seeped through the layers of fine sand, charcoal, and stones, gradually emerging cleaner. As the crowd chattered excitedly, they noted, "Look." In the initial moments, the water flowing from the outlet was still tainted. However, it soon transformed, becoming clearer and clearer. "Oh, look at this water," exclaimed an elder woman, astonished. "It's flowing out, almost like the well water from our village. What a curious phenomenon." Several men approached to collect a handful of water. "Will we always have clean water if we pour our fetched water into here?" someone asked. The village head, stroking his beard, smiled, a rare sight since their escape began. He addressed the crowd, "Listen, everyone. We are venturing forth, with no village in sight and no shelter behind us. If it rains, we may have to stay here for a few days. Now that Fuxing's daughter has resolved our water issue, we can drink without fear of illness. This truly addresses a significant problem for us." The children were even more excited, for the stones, sand, and the excavation were their collective achievements. They eagerly recounted their contributions to the adults. Old Lady Tian nudged Old Ma's arm, saying, "Sister, your daughter Fatty takes after her father. She's clever and kind-hearted. Don't scold her. She did this for everyone." Old Ma retorted, "Who asked her to be so clever? What good is a kind heart in this case?" "Oh, my chest aches." The crowd laughed, and she added, "It's her charcoal." Qian Peiying affectionately ruffled her daughter's tousled hair, smiling. It seemed her daughter had not wasted her time playing outside during the holidays. Song Fuling approached her father, listening to him boast to the crowd, "This is nothing. I had read to my daughter long ago, and to my surprise, she remembered. Indeed, she is wise. What is written in books cannot be wrong. Rest assured, Auntie. This time we will boil it before drinking, and there will be no worms in our bellies. Though we are merely resting here temporarily, how can we be without water? We need to cook. Everyone must have water to drink. It's just half a bag of charcoal, after all, for the sake of all. Listen, in front of others. How eloquently Song Fuling speaks, her father mused. Behind the scenes, he asked, are you feeling sorry? Yes, Song Fuling replied candidly. You should have discussed this with me beforehand. I could have provided you with a certain quantity. Don't feel sorry. Perhaps I can produce charcoal. We could try. Really? Song Fuling dragged her father to a large clearing, saying, look, this is where we previously cut bamboo. We can make charcoal here. The space is ample. Her father replied. Wait a moment. When did you learn to make charcoal? Your father doesn't even know how. You're a city child, born in the late 90s. Isn't that nonsense? Song Fuling explained. When I went out with friends, one particularly loved wilderness survival. He once bragged about making charcoal in the wild. Apparently, he succeeded. But the authorities caught him before he could take the charcoal away. Song Fuling's father was astonished. He knew his daughter's friends were a mixed bunch, but never imagined one would dare to ignite a fire for charcoal in their civilized society. It was surprising that he wasn't apprehended. Is he telling the truth? Did it truly work? Surely, he must be exaggerating. Regardless, no one here will catch us. And no one will accuse us of harming the environment. We can see if it will work. Father, shall we give it a try? Let's try, Song Fuling's father thought. A dead horse is better than a live one. It's better than doing nothing. If we succeed, we can produce more to carry along the journey. Who knows what awaits us? The days grow colder, and having ample supplies is prudent. Song Fuling called out to a group of sturdy children, Michelle? Michelle. Before he could respond, several little ones gathered around the water barrel, shouting, Sister Fatty, what do you need? We're here to help. Just tell us. A flurry of eager children rushed to assist. Song Fuling's father chuckled, realizing his daughter was becoming quite the little leader. Previously a university counselor, she had now taken on the role of a kindergarten teacher. Song Fuling instructed the children to gather dry, dense wood. Michelle blinked with wide eyes, confused. What is dense wood? You have so many new words. Like this, she pointed, pick up the dry branches from the ground, both small and large, and gather some dry leaves for kindling. After organizing them, she began to mix mud with her father, chatting as they worked. Once they gather enough wood, I will stack it in a conical shape, about 1 meter in diameter and 75 centimeters high. We can't be greedy and make it too high, otherwise, it will produce too much smoke and catch fire easily. Father, you'll need to cover the wood with mud to create the kiln wall, about the width of your palm. Don't forget to leave an opening at the top and 4 intake holes at the bottom. Her father readily agreed, all right. The father and daughter methodically piled the wood and mixed the mud. Pei Ying called them for a meal, but they seemed not to hear. When she called again, only then did Song Fuling's father respond. What good food could there be in this mess? Just bring 2 ears of corn. You're in for a surprise. We actually have 4 dishes today. Really? Song Fuling looked at her mother in confusion. Pei Ying counted on her fingers. Tian Shifa just brought 3 wild rabbits. We got a good portion, and since they died rather painfully, your mother had them cooked right away. Now that Fuling has provided everyone with clean water, I must admit, the community has shown kindness. Old Gua's daughter-in-law sent over a plate of radish strips and another of stir-fried leeks and wild vegetables. The butcher's eldest daughter also sent a piece of pork, instructing them to cure it themselves, claiming she had run out of salt. The village head's family steamed extra dry rations and gave them to their household. Another family, whose name she couldn't recall, had prepared cornmeal porridge and brought an extra pot for them. It seemed that only Old Wang's family did not contribute, but the rest had offered something. Your mother seems to be experiencing this kind of treatment for the first time. After receiving all these things, she no longer scolded Fuling for her charcoal endeavors. Chapter 44. The cautious use of modern conveniences in the village. Wang Pozi was considered a prosperous household. Before her husband passed away, he was a peddler and possessed the exquisite skill of basket weaving. After his demise, their eldest son took over the family business, traversing the village to collect eggs and farm produce to sell in town, thus expanding their livelihood while profiting from the price differences. The second and youngest sons managed the household affairs. Consequently, Wang Pozi's eldest son possessed a broader perspective than most villagers. After returning from the fields, he inquired, Mother, everyone has sent food and drink to Aunt Song's household as a gesture of goodwill. Why have we not contributed anything? There are only 7 families on this mountain. We should stand together. Otherwise, we risk losing face. Wang Pozi merely pursed her lips in silence. Had she not been reprimanded by Ma Pozi previously? Moreover, she had some half-bag of charcoal in the water trough. She needed to use it herself. She contemplated waiting a little longer, though for what reason? She could not say, she simply wished to delay. Now, upon her eldest son's urging, she rummaged through the bags before her, hesitating to open one or the other, and eventually decided to scoop a spoonful of pickled vegetables for Song Fuxing's family. Mother, you should also include a few eggs, her son suggested. What? No way. How can I part with such valuable water? She retorted. Her son glanced around, observing that the families were gathered around their respective fires, likely oblivious to their conversation. He whispered, Mother, do not be deceived by our current situation. Song Tongxing is not on the same level as us. He is recognized by the court and possesses official documents. If we hide here for a few days to evade conscription and then return to the village, it may be manageable. But if we cannot return and wish to enter another town, we will encounter guards who will not permit entry. They will wonder about our intentions. Are we bandits? We require Song Tongxing's endorsement. If he presents his documents, despite the chaos outside, his status will afford us opportunities that we cannot access. Wang Pozi was taken aback and regretted her earlier quarrel with Ma Pozi, especially since her words had been overheard by Song Tongxing's parents. Yet, she reassured herself that she had not said anything excessively offensive, had she? Little sister, your family is doing well, Wang Pozi greeted with a smile, presenting a bowl of pickled vegetables to Ma Laotai, engaging in festive banter. Your family values loyalty. How considerate to inform everyone before departing, regardless of the outcome. Should these young men evade conscription, it would be akin to saving their lives, a favor we will not forget. Your third son truly deserves praise as the most promising youth in the village. Even your granddaughter outshines others in wisdom. I expect suitors will line up for her, she remarked. Ma Laotai interrupted. We do not even know how to survive in these times. Let us not discuss matchmaking yet. Surviving is our priority. Wang Pozi ceased her chatter and produced 4 eggs. Ma Laotai immediately accepted them, exclaiming, were it not for these tumultuous times, my granddaughter would soon be seeking a match. Your family has not partaken yet. Did not your eldest son bring back some rabbits? Her thoughts drifted to the practicality of the situation. This woman was truly one to wait until the last moment to act. She accompanied her smile with a comment on the kindness of her family from her third son to her son-in-law. Meanwhile, Tian Shifa and several men gathered around Song Fuxing's newly crafted charcoal pit, which was filled with conical piles of wood, ready to ignite. They exchanged inquiries. But the more they listened, the more bewildered they became, feeling doubtful about the viability of charcoal production, which seemed an endeavor beyond the common folk's reach. Song Fuxing lit dry leaves with a lighter and placed them into the pit's opening. The sight startled him as numerous eyes fixated on the lighter he wielded. He explained, this is a foreign product, a gift from my father-in-law, and there are not many of them. Third uncle, let me see that, a young man requested, taking the lighter to show his companion, marveling at its speed of ignition. Wow, look at that. Anyone can see it, just don't ignite it near me. Have you seen the liquid inside? If it runs out, it will be useless. The men, captivated by the novelty of the lighter, momentarily disregarded the charcoal pit. Some examined the lighter with great care, cleaning their hands before handling it, as they were unfamiliar with plastic, having never encountered such materials in their time. Is that really filled with liquid? They wondered. Song Fuxing chuckled, contemplating how to explain that the lighter contained butane, a form of liquefied petroleum gas, while they remained oblivious to the existence of diesel and gasoline. He pondered the absurdity of boasting about making charcoal while also owning a car, a refrigerator, a flushing toilet, and air conditioning, all luxuries unimaginable in their era. Across the scene, Qianping was also being observed by several women, stemming from Song Fuxing's black plastic bag filled with water that hung from a tree. After poking a small hole in the bottom for her mother to wash her hair, she had already finished. The shampoo she used was a small sachet obtained years prior during a spa visit, where they usually received complimentary towels and sachets of shampoo and body wash. Having kept these sachets, she requested her father to find a small box to hold some shampoo. Discovering these forgotten treasures, the aroma was delightful, captivating the women, despite the sachets possibly being expired. They were intrigued by the unfamiliarity of plastic, having never encountered such materials before. Feeling shy under their scrutiny, Qianping initially resisted washing, considering the urgency of their situation. However, her daughter insisted, Mother, can you not smell yourself? You've been cooking in a cart and sweating. We still have time to wash if we can. I fear lice may take advantage of any delay. Eventually conceding, she found a secluded spot to wash. Wang Pozi's daughter-in-law approached Qianping, asking, Sister-in-law, may I borrow that bag for a moment? I'd like to wash up as well. Others chimed in, suggesting the location was ideal for the household girls to wash their faces and freshen up. Qianping agreed, but reminded them, just ensure that whoever uses the bag last returns it to me, as I still need it. And please be careful not to puncture it. With a sigh, she turned and said to Song Fuxing, running around in this ancient era, The bags we once used for garbage have now become valuable items. Who would have anticipated this? If only I had known, I would have purchased more back then. It seems we ought to stock up at home regardless of the time. Song Fuling gazed up at the sky, pondering, if only I could access the space, and if heaven could show some mercy towards simple folks like me, allowing me to shop on Taobao. Chapter 45. 7 more families arrived seated on a wooden stump. Song Fushing glanced back and waved at Song Fuling, urging her. Why haven't you climbed the tree to sleep yet? Don't worry, I'm simply waiting for the 8 holes beneath the clay mound to glow red. Once that happens, I'll cover them with clay, and then seal the top as well. I remember your instructions to wait until the clay mound has completely cooled before opening the kiln. Now go to sleep, I'll keep watch. Song Fuling, with her wet hair cascading, hurried over and circled the clay mound, noticing smoke billowing from the top. She understood that it was the rising airflow expelling gas through combustion. The fire inside would also burn downward against the flow of air, consuming the oxygen and ensuring that the charcoal at the top would not be reduced to ash. Otherwise, what would be left to enjoy if it all turned to dust? I'm drying my hair here. Father, you should wash up too, and take me show along. Call for Si Zhuang as well. I feel awkward asking Si Zhuang and the shopkeeper Nyo to bathe, but you all should clean yourselves. Make it as thorough as possible. Father, just look at how you've become. Without needing his daughter's reminder, Song Fushing was well aware of his disheveled state. He pondered, feeling clumsy as he toiled with corn, erected tents, and played with mud to make charcoal, wandering up the mountains and down the rivers. He glanced down at his attire, tugged at his hair, and chuckled at himself, thinking, indeed, my nails are short and bruised, my fingers roughened from labor. After a long day, my legs ache, my hands tingle, and my knees throb painfully. My teeth are yellow, my face is soiled, and my hair resembles a haystack. My big toe is exposed, and yet the nail is blackened. Well then, I suppose I should wash up too. Listen, daughter, you must stay put. It's dark now, and it's not safe even 10 meters away. If you need the restroom, call your mother. No, better not. She would only scream. Call your aunt instead, and make sure to shine the flashlight around. Our place has fire and smoke, which typically deters wild beasts, but snakes, on the other hand. Oh, Father, please spare me the lecture. Before long, Tawa, along with Daya and Arya, arrived. They had simply rinsed themselves using the bath beans that Song Fuling had generously provided. Bath beans were traditional cleansing agents used in ancient times. Song Fuling, being generous, not only shared the bath beans, but also distributed some cooking oil she had brought from home among her elder sisters. In a mere day, her sisters had grown increasingly fond of Song Fuling, treating her as their closest sibling. Upon hearing that Song Fushing had departed, they rushed over, knowing that only the younger sister remained. Why haven't you two gone to bed yet? Daya, Arya, aren't you tired? Song Fuling remarked. She recognized that Daya and Arya had faced a tough day. Although she too had been busy, her tasks were self-imposed. While Daya and Arya were forced into labor by Old Lady Ma, leaving them no moment of respite. Old Lady Ma had assigned Daya, Arya, and a few other girls from neighboring families to forage for wild vegetables and dry them. If they couldn't find enough, they were not permitted to venture far and were instead tasked with gathering firewood and collecting dry leaves nearby. In the event of rain, the absence of dry wood would be disastrous, and who could predict how long the rain would last? Therefore, they could only gather as much firewood as they could manage. Daya and Arya had consumed only 2 bowls of cornmeal porridge and a fist-sized piece of dry rations each throughout the day. The dry rations were provided by Qian Peiying. Rabbit meat? Not a chance. Each had only taken a tiny portion of the meat paste gifted by the butcher previously. Meanwhile, Song Fuling, Song Jinbao, and Qian Misho had enjoyed a more substantial meal, while the 2 cousins had gone without. Yet, Daya and Arya were content. Just then, Arya whispered to Song Fuling, "If only it were your mother distributing the meals every time." Daya chimed in, "Pangya, if your charcoal truly burns well, we won't have to hear any more scolding from her." Her concern was not for the charcoal itself, but rather for the commotion that had prevented their uncle from resting. Just as Song Fuling was about to respond with a smile, the sound of an ox cart approached, accompanied by voices at the cave entrance, indicating the arrival of newcomers. The little girl stood up, peering curiously. Who is coming? How will they settle here? Indeed, there was scarcely room left in the cave, and the newly erected tents barely sufficed. The makeshift shelter was intended for the oxen and mules, with no space for firewood yet. To their surprise, Song Fushing's uncle and his family, along with 6 other families from the village, had arrived. A total of 7 households had come. They arrived just as darkness enveloped the sky, leaving them to ponder how they would manage accommodations at such an hour. Chapter 46. Men can also be spoiled. Song Fushing, with his disheveled hair, climbed up the hillside and called out, "You girls, hurry and hoist Misu up the tree. She's waiting for you down there." "Daya and Arya both inquired. "Third uncle, are we also climbing the tree?" This wasn't part of the plan. It wasn't meant for us. It was just you and your family taking Misu, and perhaps Tawa. Those two crooked trees can't accommodate anymore. Stop the nonsense and go. We don't want them to worry about that spot. Your third aunt and I can manage without your help. Adults can always find a way. Although Song Fushing intended to elaborate further, perhaps cautioning them against climbing down or squeezing in, realizing the tent and the tree couldn't bear too much weight and might collapse, he was met with his daughter's gazes, which seemed to scrutinize him as if they were unfamiliar with him. The more they looked, the harder it was for them to suppress their laughter. "Am I not looking dashing?" he asked, brushing his long hair back. "Your mother says I resemble Yonghua." Song Fuling burst into giggles. With such an eye-catching hairstyle, from a buzz cut to long hair, how could her father not glance in a mirror? She felt embarrassed for her mother's compliment. "Father, you don't resemble Yonghua. You look like you've lost your mind, like the notorious Ding Chuanxiu." Song Fuling tugged at her sisters, laughing as they ran off. Even from a distance, one could hear her chanting, "Ding Chuanxiu, the old immortal, boundless in power, vast in magic, commanding the central plains." "That child." Song Fushing chuckled and shook his head, flicking his half-damp hair, muttering to himself, "Is my long hair really that unsightly? I've seen those ancient dramas where the men wear long hair, and it looks fine." That night, Song Fuling and the others slept in a relatively soft quilt. Qian Pang had laid 2 layers of bedding, with Qian Misu nestled between the 4 girls, covered by 2 thick cotton quilts. The sisters were concerned that Song Fuling might catch a chill, insisting that she and Qian Misu share one quilt while the 3 sisters covered themselves with another. All the quilts were brought from their homes in the county, filled with 7 or 8 pounds of cotton, truly warm. Song Fushing had specially woven a door curtain, thick and tightly woven from grass to block out mosquitoes. The small tent became a world of its own. They fell asleep, unaware that Tian Shifa had scattered some precious snake-repellent powder beneath the tree to prevent snakes from climbing up. The powder was scarce, containing a rare herb that Tian Shifa had previously been reluctant to use even when hunting, but now it was all for the children's safety. As the girls slept soundly, they had no idea that Song Fushing and Qian Pang had no place to rest. How could there be room for them? Setting aside the familial ties, the arrival of 7 more households meant that from the oldest to the youngest, they could form 2 lines if they stood straight. Among the infants were babies just a few months old and those over a year. The adults managed somehow. But who could bear to watch such little ones without a place to sleep? In the early mornings and late evenings of October, with significant temperature fluctuations, it was already cold on the mountain. Though Song Fushing and Qian Pang couldn't entirely sacrifice their comfort for others, they readily agreed to give up 2 sleeping spots for the children to rest. Song Fushing didn't concern himself with how Song Lijing arranged for the newcomers, and didn't he engage with his uncle's family, but glanced at his mother, Ma Laotai. As long as she had a place to sleep, that was sufficient for him. He took a quilt and the moisture-proof mat that his daughter had used, slinging them over his shoulder as he pulled his wife's hand toward the mud patch. "You wait here. Don't worry. I'll be back shortly." In no time, Song Fushing, with his hair still unkempt, replaced the mule and dragged over the flatbed cart they had already unloaded, panting with exhaustion. With no support at the front of the cart, it tilted precariously. Even so, it was better to sleep this way than directly on the grass, where the dew could be no joke, along with the insects and snakes. "Come on, my wife, let me hold you," while keeping an eye on the mud patch, fulfilling our daughter's request, and we shall see if we can make charcoal. After laying out half of the quilt, he covered Qian Pang snugly with the other half, wrapping himself in the moisture-proof mat. Their heads nestled together. "Sleep now. If it gets cold, just burrow into my arms." Qian Pang, concerned for her husband, urged. "I'm freezing. You cover up too. Can't your legs stretch straight?" "No worries. You can lie at an angle. Bring your legs over to my side." Song Fushing buried his face in Qian Pang's neck and suddenly whined, "Wife, I'm utterly exhausted. My fingers ache, my bones feel sore all over, and my feet hurt." Qian Pang gently patted his back. "What to do? Even if you're tired, you must endure. Perseverance is victory. I'll massage where it hurts." "There's no need for that. I can't do my hair. You must help me." "You have a memory, right? How can I know ancient hairstyles?" "Having a memory and being able to style are 2 different matters. I tried. My hands are as clumsy as a pig's trotters. Our daughter even said I look like Ding Chuanxiu. You need to fetch me some hair ties." "All right, my husband is now starting to braid. while they shared tender moments. The entrance to the cave was bustling with noise. Song Lijing was furious, thinking the 7 new households truly knew nothing of exhaustion. After a day and night with little sleep, they should follow whatever arrangements were made for them, yet they were creating a ruckus. Are you going to sleep or not? If you're not sleeping, we still need to catch a wink. After all the toil of the day, with your arrival, we barely have room to turn over. Let alone sleep, just to give you space. So what do you want? If you're not tired, keep watch outside, set up your tents, take the wailing children away. Among the newcomers, Song Fuxing's aunt was particularly loud, lamenting that her children had nowhere to lie down, then tugging at Song Fuxing's elder brother, Song Futsai, saying, "Your uncle can't stretch his legs. Can you find a place for him to lie straight?" Then she complained that other families were occupying more space, while hers had less. Her ox cart was squeezed out, and the ox hadn't eaten any fodder, her voice rising with each complaint. Once things quieted down, she had managed to make both Song Fuxing's elder brother and second brother shed tears and willingly give up their spots for their uncle and his grandchildren. Song Fuxing's and then sent her unmarried daughter, Sue Lan, to join Tao Hua and the others in their cramped quarters. However, Tao Hua's mother, Song Fuling's aunt, Song Yifeng, refused, stating that those girls were already asleep, and the tent in the tree couldn't accommodate more. They must not disturb them. Upon hearing this, the aunt began to weep again, taking her daughter Tsalan to sit at the cave entrance and cry, lamenting their hardship, missing her second son, Song Fushou, who had left to fetch his wife from her parents' home, unaware of the current situation. Throughout this process, the irritable Ma Laotai had remained uninvolved, perfectly encapsulating the sentiment. You all are not tired. Those who are truly exhausted have no energy to quarrel. Knowing well that she was bothersome and unreasonable, she couldn't bear to engage, lacking the strength to argue, only desiring rest. Ma Laotai didn't intervene, while the elderly women from the other 7 households were also growing weary, sitting at the cave entrance, crying through the night while others tried to sleep. Realizing for the first time that Song Fuxing's aunt was nowhere near Ma Laotai's level, as the hours dragged on into the night, those with places to rest eventually found their sleep. The few without a place gathered around a fire. The men kept watch while dozing intermittently. Some, like Song Fuxing's 2 elder brothers and 2 boys from the butcher's family, climbed the hillside, finding a spot near where Song Fuxing was making charcoal. Sitting on 2 large stones to help guard the mud patch while listening to Song Fuxing's snores from the cart, he felt utterly frozen. Having relinquished his sleeping spot to others, he realized that being a good Samaritan was not an easy task. In the latter part of the night, whether it was 2 or 3 in the morning, a chilling howl pierced the silence, followed by a chorus of similar cries. As if a pack of wolves had joined in unison, Song Fuxing jolted awake from his slumber. He intended to sit up swiftly, but the cart tilted unexpectedly, and before he knew it, he tumbled off with a thud. As he opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings, his heart raced with trepidation. It was quite baffling to think that several burly men were sitting there, staring at him with wide eyes in the middle of the night. When had they arrived? Song Fuxing whispered, "There are wolves howling." His elder brother replied, "Little third, is it unusual to hear wolves in the mountains?" "It's a pack of wolves that are howling," he insisted. His second brother chimed in, "Little third, wolves are naturally prone to howling. Let them be. They are far from us. Have you lost your nerve? Listen, there are other wild beasts calling out as well." Song Fuxing. Chapter 47. Harvest. Song Fuxing's inner thoughts. Living in a primeval forest, on a mountain inhabited by wolves. Only those who reside here truly understand the fear that grips the heart. Yet, outwardly, he remains composed. Tucking a warm blanket around his wife and placing a moisture-proof mat over Qian Peiying's face to shield her from pesky mosquitoes. It must suffice as a cover. For the mat is lightweight. A heavy quilt might suffocate her, and sleeping with a mask would be uncomfortable. As he leaned closer to observe Qian Peiying, he pondered, what could she be dreaming of, thrashing her limbs as if caught in a frenzy of shopping during the Double 11 or 618 sales? Alas, the days of blissful living seemed irrevocably lost. Throughout this scene, the eldest and second sons of the Song family turned their faces away to avoid suspicion, feeling too awkward to glance at their younger brother and sister-in-law, while inwardly murmuring about their age and the absurdity of their clinginess. Gao Taitu, however, continued digging while stealing glances, secretly wishing he could treat his future partner with the same care and respect that Song Fuxing displayed. Oddly enough, although Gao Taitu had previously encountered Song Fuxing and regarded him as a pretentious man, his perception shifted after witnessing the latter's dedication to his wife and daughter. Throughout the day and night, Song Fuxing devoted all his energy to ensuring their well-being, asking questions when uncertain, crafting curtains and tents, and wholeheartedly striving for their comfort. The rare smiles that graced his face were exclusively directed at his sister-in-law and the chubby girl. Strangely, the 18-year-old Gao Taitu, despite not wishing to have only one girl for life, found himself envious of how Song Fuxing treasured his daughter and daughter-in-law. Noticing Gao Taitu's persistent glances, Song Fuxing jested, pointing to the muddy pit. "What are you digging for at this hour?" Gao Taitu scratched the back of his head. "Aren't you making charcoal? I thought you were digging like this. Yet you haven't produced any, and you wish to imitate me?" "I trust in my uncle," replied Song Fuxing, amused by the irony that others believed in him when he himself had doubts. "Come, elder brothers, lend me a hand in opening the kiln. This is our chance to prove ourselves and avoid wasting Taitu's efforts." With a mere few strokes, the men dismantled the mud package, steam rising from within. Kneeling, Song Fuxing began to excavate, initially uncovering incompletely burned wood. His brothers, Song Fucai and Song Fushi, murmured in despair, "This is hopeless, it won't work." Frustrated, Song Fuxing retorted, "What do you mean it's hopeless? Speak more thoughtfully." Soon, he unearthed charwood, causing a twinge of disappointment. Perhaps this endeavor was in vain. With a long stick, he continued to dig, dust clouding his face, a fine layer of ash coating him entirely. Suddenly, a triumphant cry escaped his lips. "Eureka! Look, we've made charcoal." The men gathered around, lighting torches to illuminate the gleaming, crisp charcoal pieces. Their excitement grew, with Song Fushi sprinting down the slope to fetch baskets. While the eldest brother rubbed his hands in anticipation, "Third brother, let us prepare another batch with this mud package. If we start now, we can have another pot ready by noon." Gao Taitu, invigorated by the prospect, exclaimed, "I told you my uncle would succeed. I should have learned from him yesterday evening instead of helping Uncle Tion build the fence. Now, my family could be producing charcoal too." He directed his younger brother to assist Song Fuxing in collecting the charcoal, understanding that securing a good yield required patience and effort. "Uncle, let my younger brother climb in." "You shouldn't go in yourself," suggested Gao Taitu. "Yes, uncle, let me do it. I need a bath anyway." As dawn broke, the mountain echoed with the calls of unseen birds, a rhythmic cooing resonating through the air. Qian Peiying awoke, bewildered by her surroundings. "Ah yes, I must have traveled back to ancient times." Peering out, she was startled to find numerous men fervently digging and constructing mud packages. Song Fuxing, brimming with enthusiasm, gestured to Qian Peiying, "Look, we truly succeeded. I've gathered 2 baskets. With this, we need not fear the cold any longer, for we have fuel to warm ourselves." Chapter 48. Eating is worse than being imprisoned. Qian Peiying felt a sense of joy in her heart, pleasantly surprised that her efforts had not been in vain. However, with so many people around, she wondered why no one had called out to her. Sleeping soundly, she felt embarrassed that no one could see her. "What are you afraid of? What can I do?" Song Fuxing replied cheerfully and quietly inquired, "How did you sleep?" Qian Peiying sighed, "On the mountain. It's like trying to rest on an unstable cart. How can one sleep well? I fought mosquitoes all night. Neither the mosquitoes nor I had it easy." Old song. "Wear a jacket outside. I'll go find one for you. It's cold in the early morning and evening. Look, your nose is frozen. A cold is no joke, and we have clothes at home." Song Fuxing quickly stopped Qian Peiying, urging her not to bother with finding clothes, as it would be too troublesome to unpack the luggage. He was not cold, but he was hungry. He had been up since around 2 o'clock in the morning, busy with tasks, and both his elder brothers were also hungry. Urging him to hurry and prepare a meal, a bowl of hot soup would be enough to revive him. Qian Peiying agreed, intending to tidy up the quilt to take it away, but Song Fuxing stopped her, saying to leave it there until their daughter woke up to place her in the tent. With over 10 families present, it was easy to mix up their belongings. Clothes, quilts, and luggage were all left on the trees and in the tents during the day. "Third brother, take a look if this is how we do it." Song Fuxing responded promptly, "All right, I'll check." He had become the charcoal-burning advisor. Song Lerzang climbed up the slope, coughing, and without catching his breath, praised, "It seems that scholars are indeed clever. I never expected it would actually work." Song Fuxing's uncle, Song Laohan, chimed in, "Of course. Our family has always produced the most promising children in the village. No other family can compare." Song Fuxing thought to himself, "Isn't this just elevating me? What would others think if they heard?" But he dared not voice it. After all, he was still a commoner, not a scholar. He could barely recognize a few characters, lacking any grand knowledge. His uncle remarked, "You still think you lack knowledge? Back in the day, you topped the examinations. I was so pleased when you became a student. Over the years, while others have gone to teach in the city, only you remain. You are exceptionally bright in my eyes. As the conversation shifted, Uncle Song sat on a stone, rubbing his injured leg. Now you're making charcoal. Why wouldn't he others? They're all learning from you. Can they produce charcoal as well as you? Child, your brothers have gone to build a shelter. Otherwise, they have nowhere to sleep at night. Burn a kiln for your uncle too. My leg and the children can't withstand the cold. You've worked hard. After saying this, Uncle Song spoke to Song Lurshang. Our child is diligent and filial. My father advised me to look after him, and it's not in vain. He won't disappoint. Song Fushing finally understood. Oh. It turned out he was being undermined. Rather, they were trying to flatter him for their own benefit, no longer maintaining the elder's authority. They began to soften their approach to mend their relationship, even invoking memories of his deceased grandfather. This old man certainly had a myriad of tricks. Song Fushing chose not to respond, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, seemingly oblivious. As he crouched down to clean the 8 ventilation holes beneath the mud pack and bent over to instruct how to proceed with the charcoal making, Song Futsai, his elder brother, glanced at their uncle, who was waiting for a response, and saw Uncle sitting there with an almost strained smile, eagerly watching his younger brother. Lurshang, meanwhile, kept puffing on his pipe, not engaging in the conversation, feeling quite awkward on behalf of Uncle. Song Futsai sighed inwardly. The cow left by their grandfather had strained their familial bonds, with their mother often arguing with Uncle's wife. What should have been a close relationship had become rather distant, and the villagers were witnessing their troubles with amusement. The 3 brothers did not wish for this rift. With their father gone, Uncle should have been closest to them. Had things been smoother, they would have treated Uncle as a father. Oh well, let us not dwell on that. We've come this far. Today may be uncertain, but as long as we're alive, that's enough. I still hope for Uncle's well-being. It's not easy for any family to live peacefully these days. Song Futsai focused on his work, saying, Uncle, you sit tight. What I produce from this mud pack will be enough for your family. That's right, that's more than sufficient. Uncle Song was pleasantly surprised, thinking that just 1 basket would suffice, but here was Song Futsai giving him all of it, casting a grateful glance his way. Meanwhile, Song Futsai kept glancing at his younger brother, worried that Song Fushing might take offense. After all, he had a temper. Song Fushi, the second brother, was also working while stealing glances, looking at his elder brother and then at the younger one. Song Fushing sensed this. To him, Uncle was inconsequential. However, his brothers were starting to mirror his mood, revealing their earnestness. Eldest brother, hurry and work. If it rains, we won't be able to produce anything. Let us all put in more effort. Don't worry, third brother, you can find a place to rest. I'll ensure everything is done properly. Song Fushi also urged Song Fushing to go see if the food was ready, suggesting he should eat something warm, saying, You're a scholar. You can't withstand too much labor. Watching from the side, Song Lurshang nodded, smiling, feeling pleased. He told his grandchildren, burn well, produce more, and share with the other families. Understood, grandfather. The other families chimed in, we can share too. Don't worry, Lurshang. We won't let them go without. The men worked harmoniously on one side of the slope, digging mud packs for charcoal, while on the other side, they were fervently constructing the shelter. However, the scene at the cave entrance was less harmonious. Wang Posey was furious, exclaiming, Who did this? She had just sent her young daughter-in-law to fetch water from the creek. After the water was poured into the filtering barrel made by Song Fulian, she placed a basin under the spout and turned to start the fire for cooking. Throughout the day, everyone followed this routine. Whoever needed water would fetch it. Upon returning, she saw her basin had been kicked aside, and the filtered water had been taken by someone else. Wang Posey slapped her thigh and cursed, lazy cow dung, taking water without a care. You're a sloth, covered in maggots. Even pigs are more industrious than you. Her young daughter-in-law asked, Mother, who are you scolding? Wang Posey replied, How would I know? I didn't see who did it. Then stop cursing. It might sound like you're scolding me and my 2 sisters-in-law. I'll go fetch water again. So don't bother. At the cave entrance, the eldest daughter-in-law of the butcher was arguing with another family that had just arrived, whose daughter-in-law was named Li Xiao. The butcher's eldest daughter-in-law said, I kindly made room for you, and my younger brothers had to sit on the slope for half the night. Just because your child was being held. Is it pity for your family? But could you be a bit more considerate? That's my child's bedding. You can't just take it without asking. It's fine to wrap your child, but you can't let my bedding get soaked with urine. Li Xiao shook the bedding. What's the fuss? Just hang it out to dry. You scared my son. The butcher's eldest daughter-in-law was momentarily speechless. On the other hand, Ma Laotai and Qian Peiying were relatively calm. Originally, Auntie had sent her daughter Tsulon to say, Aunt, elder sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, and third sister-in-law. My mother hasn't slept all night and seems to be ill. She said she wouldn't cook. And can I have my father and brothers come over to eat together? We're all family. Ma Lautai tilted her head towards Auntie, opening her mouth, ready to unleash a tirade of complaints. But Qian Ping grabbed her arm and smilingly said to Tsulan, "All right, it's just a meal. Where do you store your grain? I'll go with you to fetch it, ensuring there is plenty for everyone." Cui Lan fled, but dared not let Qian Ping touch her family's grain bag. Before long, Auntie emerged from the cave, deliberately choosing a spot farther away from old Madame Ma to prepare the meal. Old Madame Ma curled her lips, arms crossed, her face displaying satisfaction, yet upon turning her head, her expression shifted. She abruptly grasped Qian Ping's hand, saying, "You needn't cook, go rest." The He and Zhu families, busy making porridge, glanced over at Qian Ping and old Madame Ma. Qian Ping feigned ignorance. "Do not speak so loudly. It sounds too biased. The elder sisters are working, and I am to rest." "Who is being biased? I merely want you to leave my grain bag alone. If you cook, we will surely starve as a family afterward. Step aside. I have no need for your help." Old Madame Ma incessantly picked at the white flour clinging to Qian Ping's fingertips, wasting nothing. The flour and water had already smeared onto Qian Ping's hands. She recoiled, stating, "We cannot survive solely on hard, dark dumplings. They are impossible to swallow." "What do you mean swallow? It's remarkable if we even have porridge for 3 meals. I specifically rose early to set the pot, and the moment I turned my back, you ended up ruining my flour." Qian Ping felt helpless. Every meal was accompanied by bickering, yet this old woman stubbornly clung to her cooking authority, proving intolerable. The meal was such that it ignited hunger before eating, yet left one feeling empty afterward, as if one had consumed nothing. Truly, what she was eating now was something pigs in modern times would not even deign to eat. Song Fuling awoke amidst this clamor, her eyes fluttering open to see Qian Mishu sulking in the corner. "What is the matter? Are you about to cry?" In her mind, a child of 4 or 5 should be drinking milk in the morning, as depicted in that television show, Where Did Daddy Go, where they drink. Qian Mishu had no milk to drink, and upon waking, likely felt dismal and wished to cry. Qian Mishu pondered, what is there to cry about? Who would care to listen? Crying requires someone to indulge or comfort me, but who is there to pamper my tears? Sister, you are far too lazy, truly capable of sleeping in. You have yet to rise. The elder sisters have gone to gather firewood, and Taohua has prepared warm water for you to wash your face. Song Fuling was taken aback and propped herself up with her elbow. Lazy? I am lazy for myself. I never made you idle. Why the pout? I am eager to go down, yet you are resting on my glutinous rice brick. Such a worthless object is treated like treasure, carried everywhere. With no concern for a young back? Here, take it. It is all for you. The dumplings, steamed with care, emerged from the pot, and the undesirable wild vegetables were trimmed, chopped, and mixed into the cornmeal batter, entirely devoid of salt. Not to mention, Qian Mishu, with her delicate teeth, struggled to chew, while Song Fuling pinched her nose in distaste. Even Song Fuxing forced the mixture down. Father, among these 14 families, which one is the most destitute? Let us take our dumplings and visit their home for a meal. If we witness their plight, it may allow us to swallow our own meal. Song Fuxing did not respond to which family was the most impoverished, instead softly singing, holding a dumpling in hand, with not a drop of oil in the dish. How painful life in a prison can be, each step a wound to the heart. Chapter 49. In comparison, lacking above yet abundant below for the first time. Old Lady Ma expressed disdain toward her third son. In years past, even during poor harvests, she would prepare ample meals for her family when they returned home. After all, facing hunger while tending to a modest piece of land brought a sense of security. However, the current situation was dire. As the saying goes, one should be prepared for sunny weather with an umbrella and for hunger with provisions. These are truths that cannot be ignored. With uncertainty looming ahead, it was prudent to conserve food. She dreaded the thought of starving any of her 20-plus family members. But what was this? A grown man, her son, was being so unreasonable. Initially, he complained that 2 meals a day were insufficient, insisting on 3. Then he claimed that hard work necessitated sustenance, prompting her to make cornbread. In truth, Old Lady Ma had no desire to prepare extra provisions. It was merely a concession to her son's demands. Had it been someone else, she would have scolded them without a second thought. They were not traveling. They were merely resting, and a little hunger wouldn't kill anyone. Yet, her son showed no gratitude, expressing discontent with the cornbread for being too hard and lacking richness. Old Lady Ma felt a surge of indignation. Wanting to retort to her eldest son, Why don't you chew on the remnants of my bones and see if there's any richness in them? Come here, mother. Let me speak to you, her son insisted. Do not speak to me. Go away. She snapped. Song Fuxing forcibly pulled old lady Ma toward him, stuffing a twisted pastry into her mouth. She felt torn between rejecting it and consuming it, knowing that the greasy delicacy was becoming a source of frustration for her. She had lamented this predicament countless times, each mention causing her heart to ache anew. Mother, eat up. We can't afford to perish before we even escape this disaster. We have food and drink now. We must share it. Do not hoard your pickled vegetables and meat sauce. You'd be better off consuming them than letting them go to waste. I told you to let Xianshi prepare the meals. Why didn't you listen? Song Fuxing continued. Mother, put your worries aside. I will do everything in my power to ensure you do not go hungry. As long as I have food. So do you. A person needs oil and salt daily. Whether old lady Ma absorbed his words, Song Fuxing could not tell. He repeated himself, even losing his temper. Yet things remained unchanged. His mother clung stubbornly to the ladle. He understood that her anxiety about the future rendered her impervious to reason. The children each received half a pastry, distributed by Song Fuxing and Qian Peiying. When the portions reached Song Futsai's eldest and second sons, the two young men declined to take them, suggesting they save them for the younger siblings, Pengya and Michou. Qian Peiying insisted, there's not much, just half a piece. Take it. To me. De Lang and Lang are still children. Let them eat a little, it's good for them. De Lang offered his half to his mother. He sure, saying, Mother, you eat. You haven't said a word these past few days. He sure wiped her tears and rejected the pastry. Lang broke off a piece of his and offered it to Song Futsai, saying, Father, you should try some too. Song Futsai patted his second son's back. Glancing at his wife, he sure. After their flight, it was the first time he softened, mumbling, Stop worrying about your mother's family. Have a taste of this pastry. It's a rare delicacy we seldom get to enjoy. No amount of tears will change that. Always think positively, perhaps in a few days. We can return home and cease our wandering. The Song family was allotted 1.5 pastries due to having 3 children, Dia, Arya, and Jin Bao. Jin Bao, in his habitual manner, attempted to snatch 2 pastries from his sisters. Song Fuling coughed lightly. Pengya said, Don't fight. We have rice to eat. Jin Bao scratched his head, retracting his hand. Why was it that this little child could endure sacrificing immediate gratification? It was pure instinct, an almost mystical trust in Song Fuling. Meanwhile, Zhu Shi, indifferent to the unfolding events, snatched the pastries from her daughter's hands. Song Fuling refrained from intervening. After all, she could not interfere while witnessing a mother bully her own daughters. Song Fuxi, sensing Song Fuling's gaze upon his family, turned to Zhu Shi, furrowing his brows. Sister-in-law, why did you take what belonged to Dia and Arya? Hand it back to them. They are children, not yours. Zhu Shi muttered softly. I'm not eating them. I'm just saving them for later. Afterward, she returned the pastries to the girls, silently signaling them to ensure they leave some for their younger brother, Jin Bao. In the span of a single day and night, Song Fuling grew to disdain her second aunt-in-law, Zhu Shi, perceiving her as deceitful. As a woman, how can you behave so selfishly? You should cherish what is yours. It is often said that once a girl marries, she becomes like spilled water. However, one could observe the kindness that Aunt Tian and Uncle Tian extended toward Tao Hua. They, too, had a son who's in their household of 5. Including old lady Tian, they shared a single pastry without bias, ensuring that both grandchildren received equal portions, their faces adorned with smiles as they enjoyed their meal. At times, this is what happiness looks like. Just as Song Fuling finished her silent critique of Zhu Shi's character, chaos erupted nearby, where a daughter was being beaten mercilessly, more harshly than Zhu Shi would ever inflict. Song Fuling's aunt, Song Yinfeng, explained, Sister-in-law, you may not be aware, but that Li Xiu is fiercely punishing the girl in her arms, her biological child. The one being beaten is the daughter left behind by the previous woman. She is the stepmother. Qian Peiying inquired, is the previous woman dead? I didn't think the commotion sounded like a death was involved. Song Yinfeng hesitated before revealing the truth, fearful of worrying her sister-in-law, yet ultimately deciding to speak candidly. She is not dead. She only had this one daughter. She suffered injuries during childbirth and cannot bear more children, hence was abandoned by her husband. She hails from our neighboring village and has not remarried. She endures life in her family, living off the goodwill of her brother and sister-in-law. Returning to the topic, Zhao Fugui was typically a docile individual, and prior to dismissing his first wife, they lived harmoniously. It was his mother who urged him to take another wife to bear sons. Li Xiu had escaped a calamity from another village 2 years prior, presenting herself as an attractive woman. However, no one knew her origins. She claimed to have lost her family. After the death of old Lady Zhao, Zhao Fugui's compliant nature allowed Li Xiu to dominate the household, leaving the daughter from the previous marriage to suffer. Qian Ping did not ponder further, as she lacked awareness of her own circumstances. She stepped forward and exclaimed, "Oh my! This cannot continue. You can't beat the child like this. She looks to be around 8 or 9 years old." "What 8 or 9? She is 12. And her name is Chunhua. She is just small due to starvation," someone interjected. Meanwhile, Song Fuling had already rushed toward the scene. Dia and Arya, frightened, wondered about Pang Ya's audacity to venture into the crowd, as they were terrified of the violence unfolding. Song Fuling moved forward to understand why Li Xiu was so brutally attacking Chunhua. The other onlookers, upon learning the reason, felt powerless to intervene. It was because Chunhua had committed a grave act, while Li Xiu and her father were out harvesting corn. Chunhua had taken the last half bag of fine flour from their home to deliver it to her biological mother in the neighboring village. To avoid detection, Chunhua cleverly disguised the lime used for drying pigsties in a bag similar to that of the flour. The stepmother, Li Xiu, failed to realize this until the moment she intended to prepare a meal for her biological son. Chunhua lay on the ground, blood streaming from her nose and mouth. Her hair a tangled mess, as if she were a refugee. Her frail arms rested on the ground, and the back of her hands bore burns from the firewood stick. She lay there, barely conscious. Chunhua's father, Zhao Fugui, crouched nearby, cradling his head, indifferent to the violence inflicted upon his daughter, as if shielding himself from the harsh reality. As Li Xiu prepared to strike Chunhua mercilessly with a firewood stick once more, the butcher, unable to bear the sight, stepped forward and exclaimed, "Do you think that by beating her to death, you will secure food? How can your heart be so cruel?" Enraged, Li Xiu retorted, "You speak so lightly of it. Are you providing the food? My child will go to your house to eat. My entire family will go to your house to eat. And yet you meddle in our affairs." The butcher, taken aback by her fury, staggered slightly. At that moment, Song Lirong was brought over, coughing slightly, having just eaten before retreating to his shelter. "What are you doing? Have you eaten your fill and now seek trouble?" He instructed others to help turn Chunhua over. And upon seeing the severity of her injuries, Song Fuling crouched down to wipe her face with a towel. Qian Ping inquired, "Child, are you all right? Can you speak?" Song Lirong's anger flared. "Zhao Fugui, if you do not tend to your wife, then get off this mountain. We are not responsible for your household's troubles, nor do we need to accompany you. Fuxing kindly warned everyone to flee, not to have you bring chaos among us." The butcher's eldest daughter-in-law said, "Come, let's carry Chunhua to our fire pit. We have rice soup to wash her with." "Oh, how pitiful," she lamented. Song Fuling interjected, stating that her fire pit was nearby and she had corn porridge left from her recent cooking. Just then, Granny Ma, who had just arrived, overheard her granddaughter's words and rolled her eyes in disbelief. Song Fuling poured a bowl of porridge for Chunhua and, despite her grandmother's disapproving glare, offered her a steamed bun. After about an hour, Song Fuling discovered a half bag of quicklime beneath her tent, resting against the tree roots. "Father, please go inquire with Zhao Fugui if Chunhua has left," she urged anxiously. "What do you mean, left? She has run away from home." Several individuals who had been making charcoal on the hillside descended immediately. Song Fuxing asked Zhao Fugui about his daughter, who appeared defeated, holding his head in despair. After a moment, he revealed that Li Xiu was unyielding towards Chunhua, stating that if Chunhua remained, she would not receive any food, prompting him to send his daughter back to the village to find her mother. Song Fuxing, unwilling to take charge in a crisis, kicked Zhao Fugui in frustration, exclaiming, "We have been shouting to work quickly because rain is imminent, seeking shelter on the mountain precisely to avoid it. Look how the clouds are gathering. A girl of just over 10 years must walk back to the village. Taking a day and a night, can you truly be at ease? What sort of father are you?" No sooner had Song Fuxing finished scolding than a chilling cry of a child echoed from the hillside. "Ah!" The commotion startled everyone. "What has happened?" "The grandson of Granny Wang has been bitten by a snake." At that moment, large raindrops began to fall. The rain, once it began, came down in torrents. Chapter 50. Take care of yourself first in the mountains. The trails are treacherous, and one can easily lose their way in the dense woods. There are snakes, wolves, and now rain. Zhao Fugui wiped the rain from his face, staring blankly at the sky as if he had just come to a realization. His daughter could not descend the mountain alone. Even if Li Xiu intended to starve him, he was determined to bring her back. Zhao Fugui stamped his feet. clapped his hands on his thighs, sighed deeply, and dashed down the mountain in search of Chunhua, braving the rain. At this moment, no one cared where he was going, nor did they concern themselves with Chunhua. In fact, some women had thought during Chunhua's beating that it was simply her fate. She was unfortunate. And if her own father did not care, why should they? They had witnessed too many wretched women in both their maternal and marital families and had grown numb to such tragedies. One by one, they rushed to the locations where snake bites had occurred, fearful that their own children might be the next victims, calling out for their little ones. Gosheng? Chuanzi? Erwa? Suan Miazi? Song Fusheng shouted. Fuling? Fuling. He reached Song Fuling and pulled her towards the tent. Father, what about Chunhua? What Chunhua? Hurry up. Climb the tree to avoid the rain or you'll catch a cold. Song Fusheng pushed Song Fuling up the tree and warned. Did you hear me? People are getting bitten by snakes. From now on, you are not allowed to come down. I will go find your mother. And I hope it's not Michaud that got bitten. As if summoned, Qian Michaud came running with her heavy bundle, arms outstretched, calling, Uncle, uncle, help me up the tree. She feared her glutinous rice cake would get ruined. Qian Ping followed closely behind. Song Fusheng scooped Qian Michaud into his arms and playfully swatted her bottom. Where have you been running off to? Hey, why did you hit her? Quickly, help her up the tree. Qian Ping interjected, stopping him from striking again. Qian Michaud, bewildered by the sudden smack, remained silent as she slipped into the tent. First glancing at her sister, then quietly removing her shoes and wiping the mud from her pants before crawling inside. Soon after, Qian Ping climbed the tree as well. Song Fusheng was the last to ascend. In just a brief moment, his clothes were soaked and his hair was drenched. Upon entering the tent, he wiped the rain from his face, and just as he received a towel from his daughter, Qian Michaud tugged at him, saying in a childish voice, Uncle, your slippers. Song Fusheng removed his straw sandals. Uncle, your feet are muddy. Hurry and wipe them. You're too dirty. Take off your clothes too. Song Fusheng stared incredulously at Qian Michaud, thinking, after all the hard work I put into setting up this tent, I can't even take a moment to escape the rain? What a child. Perhaps I should just send her outside. Sensing her uncle's displeasure, Qian Michaud decided to relent. She busied herself around Song Fusheng, pulling out the mat he was sitting on and rearranging the blankets behind him and Song Fuling. She then found a dry cloth and handed it to him, saying, Uncle, use this to wipe. Don't use my sister's. In her heart, she thought. Her sister's face towel was far too nice, so soft and large, but it would be wasted on her uncle. Qian Ping initially suppressed a laugh, thinking the situation was too dire for amusement, yet she couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing her laughter, Song Fusheng found himself amused as well. All right, little adult. Enough of this fuss. Don't worry, I'm not worthy of sitting on the mat. I'll just sit on the board, so I won't dirty your belongings. Is that all right? Sigh. Chapter 51. The most fearful animal. The air was imbued with the scent of earth as raindrops pounded against the soil, mud, grass, and trees. The fierce wind swept through, sending large droplets of rain cascading downwards, splashing onto the ground, and creating billowing clouds of mist reminiscent of rolling waves. The outside world was shrouded in darkness and mist, and the interior of the tent was dim. The wind frequently lifted the tent flaps, allowing the rain to drench the inside, prompting Qian Ping to secure the flaps with 2 ropes. Song Fuling crouched to inspect the top of the tent, anxious about potential leaks. Fortunately, her parents had ensured that the tent was tightly covered in layers, with a large piece of oilcloth serving as the innermost layer, effectively shielding the entire tent and appearing far superior to the shelters constructed by others. Feeling reassured, Song Fuling settled down cross-legged, wrapping herself and her brother in a quilt. Inside the quilt, a warm water bottle provided heat for their feet, occasionally lifted to warm their bellies. Qian Ping also possessed a water bottle but was preoccupied with placing it beneath Song Fusheng's feet. How could she not be concerned? Since their ascent, Song Fusheng had removed his shoes, donning the straw sandals woven by old Lady Ma. The sandals were sturdy, convenient, and unbothered by mud. At times, he had to tread barefoot in the muck, making mud packs and fetching water from the river. In Qian Ping's eyes, Song Fusheng's feet had never been warm, and she feared he might fall ill from the cold. Song Fusheng, clad only in shorts and wrapped in a quilt, tightened the blanket around himself with one hand while holding a thermos of hot water with the other. Sipping the warm water, he gestured to Qian Ping, saying, Warm yourself up, I'm not cold. It was no trouble at all. Placing the water bottle beneath his feet would suffice. Once more, he declined her offer, deeming it unnecessary. He peered outside, lifting the tent flaps slightly, his brows furrowed in worry. Father, Are there still people outside? Is everyone still there? Can you hear them talking? Whose child was bitten by a snake? What is the situation now? Song Fuling inquired. Song Fuxing secured the tent flap. Wiping the rainwater from his hands onto the quilt before responding, I hazily spotted a group of people still up there, braving the rain to rescue the child. It's a foolish endeavor. Once bitten by a snake, there is no hope. Let me tell you, if bitten, one must not move about aimlessly. One should remain still. They're probably binding the wound tightly with cloth or rope. Alas, they must apply several knots to prevent the venom from spreading. Ultimately, they might need to incise the wound with a small knife to extract the black blood. If they manage to see red blood, it's still not entirely safe. One cannot underestimate the snake's ferocity. If the area remains darkened, amputation might be necessary. I wonder if those people are aware of this. Qian Mishu's eyes widened in shock. Cutting and squeezing blood? Upon hearing the word amputation, Song Fuling gasped. Indeed, in ancient times, there were no hospitals or places to administer antivenom. Father, what if after the amputation there are still symptoms of poisoning? Song Fuxing exchanged a glance with his daughter. Then one would need to cut a bit further. Qian Ping rolled her eyes at Song Fuxing. The gloomy weather outside, accompanied by rain and thunder, along with the howling wind, made the atmosphere quite terrifying. It was akin to slicing through a sausage, section by section, with blood everywhere. Stop asking your father about snakes, he asked frightened. Didn't you notice he hasn't gone out to help? Qian Ping interjected, realizing that Qian Mishu was just a small child. And upon hearing that he was afraid of snakes, Song Fuxing caught the child's gaze, which reflected a sense of dread. He clicked his tongue at his wife. Why discuss such matters with a child? Ignoring Song Fuxing's discomfort, Qian Ping continued, when your father was young, he was quite mischievous. One day, while climbing a mountain, he witnessed an old man from the village bitten by a snake. Ever since then, he has harbored a deep-seated fear of snakes. Song Fuling, intrigued, pressed on. What happened to that old man, father? With a sigh, Song Fuxing replied, what could happen? They prepared incense and paper money, played the swona, covered him with white cloth. And the entire village gathered to pay their respects. Chapter 52. A Mother's Heart. Qian Mishu's eyes widened in shock. Is it dead? Song Fuxing nodded gravely. It died shortly after biting, right before my eyes, lifeless. Qian Mishu replied, Uncle, you must be cautious when walking from now on, especially since you are already fearful. Yes. You should also be careful, he advised. Qian Ping looked at the two men in disbelief, a man in his 30s conversing amiably with a 5-year-old boy. She turned to glance at her daughter and felt a greater sense of helplessness at the sight of her deep in thought. After experiencing such events in this ancient setting, Qian Ping finally comprehended why her daughter, surrounded by so many admirable young men since middle school, had yet to find a boyfriend even after starting her career. This child had been raised by her grandfather and occasionally exhibited boyish traits. Rarely did she behave like a proper young lady, being timid and fearful or needing assistance. Aside from her laziness and gluttony, her daughter usually thought like a boy, always seeking her own solutions to problems. Song Fuling spoke up, Mishu, do you understand what striking the grass to scare the snake means? Remember, no matter what you do, whether it's urinating, eating, or washing your face, always carry a stick to probe the grass first. Confirm it's safe before proceeding. Parents, take this seriously. Song Fuling continued. I recall reading that snakes have poor eyesight but possess a keen sense of smell and are repelled by strong odors. If they detect such scents, they flee. Perhaps we should soak our pants and shoes in vinegar, let them dry, and wear them to alleviate our fears. It might also serve a psychological purpose. Not to mention it has antibacterial properties. Song Fuxing immediately concurred. Indeed, let it be so, we shall use vinegar. However, let us use your grandmother's. Ours is reserved for consumption, and hers is subpar. After a moment's thought, Song Fuxing felt compelled to impart his knowledge of snakes. Remember, in the event, should I say, in the unlikely event that you are bitten by a snake, it is said that snakes which do not release their grip do not kill. Do not scream. It might frighten the snake into biting harder. The frightening snakes bite once and then release, watching you quietly. Do you know what they are watching for? They are waiting for you to collapse. Song Fuling scratched her head in bewilderment. Qian Ping rolled her eyes, while Qian Mishu rubbed his arms. Alas, uncle is so annoying. The four of them, oblivious to the outside world, sat cross-legged in their tent discussing snakes, their faces pale with fear. They had not seen any snakes themselves but had let their imaginations terrify them. Outside, the situation unfolded differently. Everyone was shouting for Tian Shifa. Despite their village being near the mountains, the horrific incident from nearly 20 years prior, when wolves had torn Tian Shifa's father apart, left an indelible mark on the community. The tragedy was so gruesome that every household in the vicinity was aware of it. Since that day, villagers preferred to endure hunger rather than venture into the back mountains. Avoiding any thoughts of hunting, they harbored a certain resentment towards Tian Shifa's family, fearing potential reprisals from the wolves that had descended from the mountains to seek vengeance. In the end, it was Tian Shifa who was unafraid, often climbing the mountains as he grew up, albeit less frequently than when his father was alive. However, through years of experience, he had become more knowledgeable than most. At that moment, Tian Shifa was assisting a few families in constructing shelters when he heard the commotion about a child being bitten by a snake. He quickly rushed over. Upon arriving, he did not attend to the child immediately but dashed forward, soon returning with a live snake in hand. The bitten child, known as Suimiyazi, was 6 years old and the youngest grandson of Wang Pozi. Upon seeing the snake had returned, Suimiyazi screamed in terror, crying even louder. Tian Shifa reassured him, "Fortunately, it's fine. This is a small green snake. The red-eyed ones are venomous, while the black ones are harmless. Now, let me see where you were bitten." At that moment, Wang Pozi and others rushed over, panicking, scolding the child for wandering off alone. They had intentionally flattened the grass around their temporary shelter, fearing it was unsafe, yet had failed to prevent the child from sneaking up the mountain, driven by curiosity. Wang Pozi pulled down Suimiyazi's pants, and Tian Shifa, seeing the bite, climbed a few meters higher to fetch a trap he had prepared for mountain rats, placed the snake within, and gathered some leaves he recognized. He used the leaves to clean the wound before gently making a small incision to suck out the venom from the child's leg. After rinsing his mouth with water, he repeated the process. The location of the bite was rather precarious. Had the snake been positioned slightly differently, it could have bitten the child's thigh. Once the wound was somewhat treated, Tian Shifa addressed Wang Pozi. "Aunt, it's not a serious matter. The child is fortunate. Ensure he doesn't wander off again. The weather is oppressive, encouraging snakes to emerge from their dens. We have a stream nearby, a favorite habitat for venomous snakes, so keep a watchful eye on him. I have some herbal remedies. Please ask my mother for some to apply." By the time Wang Pozi realized she ought to thank Tian Shifa for risking the rain to help her grandson, he had already ascended the mountain again with several men. This was the very reason Suimiyazi had strayed from the group. The little boy had inadvertently discovered Tian Shifa and his companions heading up the mountain and overheard the adults discussing where mountain rats might be found, with the right side of the mountain being rocky and unsuitable for burrowing and the left side being too damp. It was concluded that the rats could only be in the vicinity of the stream. Tian Shifa had informed the adults that finding mountain rats required following their trails, which were distinct and identifiable. Suimiyazi, eager to explore and perhaps catch a mountain rat to bring home for a meal, had set off on his own. Unbeknownst to him, a small green snake was also present, sharing his intent of catching rats. Suimiyazi, unafraid of rats but terrified of the snake, inadvertently scared the mountain rat away and provoked the snake, leading to his unfortunate bite. Now, at the rat burrow, Tian Shifa directed the others to block the entrances while water poured from the heavens, soaking him thoroughly. Opening his water pouch, he began flooding the rat holes. Soon, several large rats emerged, much to everyone's delight. They rejoiced not only for Suimiyazi's narrow escape from a snake bite, but also for the prospect of a hearty meal of braised rat meat that evening. Madame Ma was especially pleased, for the village leader had announced that everyone would acknowledge that the small green snake was captured by Tian Shifa, thus granting her family the opportunity to prepare snake soup. Madame Ma eagerly thought to herself that her son Sanner would relish the snake meat, as he was quite the glutton. Chapter 53. The hot commodity outside. A torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens, the sound akin to the sky threatening to burst. The mountainous terrain only amplified the rain's symphony, obscuring the landscape in a thick, chilling mist. Yet, within the cave, a lively atmosphere thrived as everyone huddled together, including the drenched Tian Shifa and several companions who had accompanied him in pursuit of rats. Song Lerzhang directed several older women with urgency. "Quickly, prepare some ginger tea for them to stave off the cold. Also, find a place for them to change into dry clothes." At that moment, Li Xiu sat coldly observing with her son, her anxiety palpable as her husband had yet to return. No one concerned themselves with whose ginger, pot, or water was being used. Wang Po wiped her tears and clasped Tian Shifa's mother's hand, exclaiming, "Sister Tian, you cannot imagine how frightened I was. I am grateful to your nephew." This expression of gratitude fostered a sense of closeness. In the past, the Tian family resided at the foot of the mountain, plagued by rumors of wolves attacking Tian Shifa's father, which led to a lack of social interaction, primarily fueled by baseless gossip. Hence, it was perplexing how Tian Shifa could marry Song Yinfeng, given that the village girls shunned him. Old Ma had no alternative. She sought the silver to support Song Fuxing's education, inadvertently landing a commendable son-in-law in Tian Shifa, capable, earnest, and honest. Wang Po's daughter-in-law eagerly approached Old Ma, wishing to assist. She had given birth to garlic sprouts and called her aunt affectionately, establishing a bond with Old Ma. The young woman even added some sugar from her home to the ginger water, offering a small bowl to the sprouts to calm them, and a larger one for Song Yinfeng to serve to Tian Shifa. Reluctantly, Tian Shifa took a sip and covertly offered it to Song Yinfeng, who shot him a glare, prompting him to grin foolishly. Ultimately, the sweet ginger tea found its way into the mouths of Taohua and Huzai. The two children initially rejected it, and only when their filial instincts kicked in did they consume it. As for Wang Po's 3 sons, the camaraderie among the men blossomed into gratitude and admiration, swiftly aligning themselves with Old Ma's family. Wang Po's family exhibited a sense of unity reminiscent of a prosperous butcher's household, which had maintained a close relationship with Song Fuxing's family, thanks to the esteemed Geitu. This situation left Song Fuxing's aunt feeling sour and resentful. She was acutely aware of the dynamics, watching several families rally around her sister-in-law, a stark contrast to their previous interactions in the village. She could not help but cast furtive glances at Old Ma, her heart heavy with inequity. This aunt had entirely forgotten that, despite the heavy rain outside, the cave was devoid of dampness and chill, a phenomenon attributable to Song Fuxing's ingenious charcoal production. Although the last few mud bundles had succumbed to the unexpected downpour, the charcoal had been burning from around 2 in the morning until just past 9 that morning, yielding nearly 20 baskets. 14 families shared the charcoal, but it was not meant to be evenly distributed. Others merely benefited from the warmth while cooking and drying their clothes in the cave. For those with elderly family members, Song Fuxing generously allocated an additional half basket. Such benevolence spoke volumes about his character as a cultured individual. Moreover, Song Fuxai had willingly given 2 baskets of charcoal to his aunt, a fact known to many. In the past, while in the village, women would gossip and speculate about others' affairs while focusing on their own lives. The rumors often differed from reality. However, now that they were all together, human nature revealed itself. Each person possessed an innate sense of fairness. None were fools. Even if one disregarded the charcoal, who could neglect the water buckets crafted by Song Fuxing's daughter? Everyone had benefited from them. The charcoal was indeed a costly endeavor, as was the stove currently in use, also constructed by Song Fuxing. Indeed, he had fashioned an oddly shaped stove. Lacking the courage to follow his brother-in-law into the primitive woods to dig traps, fearful of snakes, wolves, and even the smallest creatures, he did not possess the strength of the other men who could pitch tents, weed, and build shelters tirelessly. However, he was clever. Song Fuxing contemplated the necessity of a cooking area in the event of rain. It was impractical for everyone to scatter in search of outdoor cooking spots. Constructing another shelter was unfeasible due to the lack of space near the cave entrance and the still unfinished firewood shelter. With the arrival of 7 more families, no one could stand idly by as they lacked shelter, all too busy assisting in the construction of a refuge. Thus, Song Fuxing instructed Huzi, the son of his eldest sister, along with Dalin and Erlang, to build a fireplace that could accommodate 2 large pots, following a design inspired by European fireplaces. Using mud and sand, after a flurry of activity, they erected it at the cave entrance. Initially, the purpose of the structure was unclear to everyone, resembling something their ancestors might have used for offerings, as it had only one opening, with the sides and back entirely sealed. Now, with the torrential rain, the benefits became apparent. When not in use for cooking, they could toss in some firewood and leaves to radiate warmth into the cave. While cooking, there was no fear of rain falling into the pots or fierce winds extinguishing the flames, as the setup provided ample protection. The stove could accommodate the cooking needs of 14 families, allowing for staggered use. Song Lerzhang, pipe in mouth, inquired Fuxing. The butcher also asked, indeed. It has been a while since we last saw Song Shaozan. Old Ma grew anxious. The snake had long since been placed in the pot, bubbling away, and she had added an extra basin of water. While they could not provide meat for everyone, they could at least offer a taste of the broth. However, the meat needed to be divided swiftly to avoid any unruly children clamoring for it, which would be quite the spectacle. Old Ma sought information, wondering if Sanner and his family had gone to check on the mule, taking shelter from the rain in the makeshift animal shed. We should send a raincoat to fetch him, she thought. Niu Zhonggue informed her, as soon as the rain began. I and Sanjuang went to tend to our 3 mules and returned after feeding them. Old Ma nodded. What about his mud bundle charcoal? Song Futsai replied to his mother. When the rain started, I and Erdi rushed up the hillside to move baskets. He hasn't shown his face. Several men echoed that they had seen Song Sin earlier, but he had vanished during the downpour. The garlic sprouts were bitten by snakes, and no one had seen him. In Old Ma's mind, her son was a responsible individual. Faced with such a downpour, he would undoubtedly prioritize moving the charcoal, caring for the mules, reinforcing the shelter, and ensuring belongings remained dry in the cave while checking on the garlic sprouts. How could one describe this? It was simply inconceivable that he would be negligent. Yet, reality proved otherwise. Clad in a raincoat, Old Ma battled against the storm, the wind and rain striking her face like a whip. And by the time she reached the tent in the tree, her pants and shoes were utterly soaked. Santa, with such a din of rain, who could hear? Moreover, the 4 of us inside are fast asleep, utterly exhausted, mentally drained from the fright of the snake. Before dozing off, we had eaten apricots, homegrown by the family and saved by Grandma. Song Fuling had carefully selected them and stored them in the tent. With nothing else to eat, we munched on a couple. Before falling asleep, the 4 of us were famished. Song Fuling retrieved the chess pieces Paying had previously roasted. We shared them, never realizing that something so mundane could taste so delightful, devouring them with insatiable appetite, finishing all the hot water in the thermos. Only then did we lie down to sleep. Old Ma attempted to climb the tree but slipped down, regretting not sending her eldest son instead. Oh dear, I nearly fell. Fuxing, are you there, Santa? In the tent, Song Fuxing lay beside Qian Mishu, snoring loudly. Meat is being served. Song Fuling jolted awake, rubbing her eyes. Mother, someone is calling for meat. Chapter 54. The misfortunes of elderly Ma Qian Paying. Upon hearing Song Fuling call her, chose to ignore it. She felt utterly exhausted after spending the day pitching tents and working, followed by a restless night spent dozing on a makeshift cart. This was a hardship she had never endured before. As she tossed and turned, her mind wandered in a sleepy haze, grumbling inwardly about the child who, whenever in need, would incessantly call for her mother, whether thirsty, tired, or hungry. It was always Mama. Even in her dreams, the child would push at her. Why not push her father instead? Suddenly, the door curtain was yanked open with a swift motion, allowing the rain and wind to rush in. Elder Ma bellowed, I've been calling for ages. Why is no one responding? After her shout, she vanished from sight, slipping away once more. Elder Ma was in a dire predicament. Climbing a tree at her age was already a challenging feat, and doing so in the rain was an insurmountable task for her. Qian Ping turned to glance at the now empty door curtain, jolted awake as raindrops splashed against her face. My goodness, someone truly had arrived. Her daughter was not mistaken. Song Fuxing, feeling the chill of the wind on the back of his neck, nestled deeper into the blankets and squinted sleepily, muttering, Who is there? Who's speaking? Song Fuling pointed towards the door. My grandmother has come, but she vanished again. She must have fallen. I distinctly heard someone calling us to eat meat. To be honest, for a fleeting moment, Song Fuxing found it difficult to believe her words. If she had only mentioned the first part, it would have seemed quite normal. She arrived, so what? However, the latter half of the statement sounded entirely implausible for someone like him. A man who could hardly believe that a person who would rather nurture pickled vegetables could summon him to feast on meat. Quickly reacting, Qian Paying pulled the door curtain tight to prevent the gusts of wind and rain from soaking their belongings. Below the tree, Elder Ma struggled to rise. Clad in a raincoat, looking up to see the curtain close. Damn it, she exclaimed. Fortunately, Qian Paying merely closed the curtain without forgetting about her ancient mother-in-law. After securing the curtain, she tossed some clothes to Song Fuxing, urging him to hurry and check on his mother. Your mother has truly arrived, in such heavy rain. We cannot let her get drenched. Look at her face. It's as if the rain is streaming down it. Song Fuxing accepted the garments from his wife and nudged the soundly sleeping Qian Mishu with his foot. Get up. Qian Paying quickly donned her own attire and deftly retrieved a bag containing clothing, pulling out 2 fleece jackets. She handed one to Song Fuling and forcefully dressed Qian Mishu in the other. The jacket hung on Qian Mishu like a dress, and he curiously touched the soft modal fabric, saying in a babyish voice, Aunt, I've never worn something like this. It's really nice, but it feels odd, too long. Qian Paying embraced Qian Mishu, helping him into the pants. Even if it feels odd, you must wear it. Every autumn rain brings a chill. Meanwhile, clad in a raincoat, Song Fuxing shouted into the rain, Mother, take your time. I'll cover your face with a bag. Mother? Be careful not to fall. Elder Ma was utterly exasperated and chose to ignore him, quickening her pace. Suddenly, she stumbled and fell face first into a puddle. Oh dear. I'm going to fall to my death. I've already toppled 4 times. Song Fuxing rushed to assist her. I told you to be careful. You never listened to me. Following closely behind was Song Fuling, her face masked to shield against the wind and rain, wearing a conical hat and a raincoat. A large bulge on her back indicated that she carried a backpack filled with essential supplies, items she absolutely could not part with. None could be trusted with it. The 3 of them took turns carrying it, never daring to leave it in the tent. Qian Peiying held an oiled paper umbrella in one hand while cradling Qian Mishu in the other. He, too, wore a mask, clutching a sticky rice cake wrapped in a black plastic bag, a vital possession he could not bear to part with. Noticing that his aunt was struggling to hold the umbrella and carry him, Qian Mishu wedged the rice cake between them and extended his little hand to help lift the umbrella. In the blink of an eye, his hand and the sleeves of his clothing were drenched by the rain. The group, stumbling and slipping, finally returned to the cave, greeted with warm enthusiasm as they emerged. Chapter 55. You 2 savages. The 2 daughters-in-law, Zhu and He, eagerly approached to assist the elderly matriarch Ma, helping her into dry garments and grass shoes. Song Fucai handed his brother Song Fuxing a generous bowl of hot soup while receiving the rain cloak that the 3rd brother had shed. Where have you been? Mother has been worried sick. She insisted on checking on you, fearing you might have encountered trouble on the mountain. Before Song Fuxing could respond, the butcher Gao and others inquired, what were you up to? It would not be appropriate for Song Fuxing to admit he had been napping in the tent, as it would suggest an alarming lack of concern given their current plight. Furthermore, it would seem unsatisfactory to have not assisted others in their labors. Taking a hearty sip of soup, he deftly shifted the subject, who was bitten by a snake. What is their condition now? The garlic shoots. Oh, that lad from Zhongyu's family. He's fortunate. It wasn't venomous. Song Fuxing gulped down the hot soup, wiped his mouth, and frowned. Are you sure it was non-venomous? You must keep a close watch on your son. Can we really ascertain that? It is vital to detect any issues early for prevention. If necessary, bloodletting may be required. Wang Zhongyu, the son of the old woman, smiled reassuringly and pointed at the empty bowl in Song Fuxing's hand. There is truly no cause for alarm. It was my brother-in-law who examined him, and the matron provided herbal remedies. Besides, 3rd brother, the soup you just drank was made from that very snake. Song Fuxing stared incredulously at Wang Zhongyu. You cannot be serious. Wang Zhongyu, undeterred, reiterated, I assure you. The very snake that bit my son was used to make that broth. Look, you are fine, aren't you? With a sudden wave of nausea, Song Fuxing dashed out of the cave, bending over violently to expel the contents of his stomach. Overwhelmed by discomfort, he even resorted to gagging, tears streaming down his face as vivid memories of the massive serpent that had once claimed the life of an elder in the village flooded back. He recalled hiding behind a rock, witnessing the snake's menacing demeanor when it struck. The memory of its scales made him retinue. Everyone was bewildered by Song Fuxing's reaction. What on earth was happening? Matriarch Ma, who had only just donned dry clothes, rushed out in concern. Attempting to soothe her son while shielding him from the rain with an umbrella, her appetite for meat entirely diminished. In contrast, Qian Peiying and Song Fuling, having never tasted snake meat nor encountered such fright, entered the cave and eagerly indulged in the prepared meal. The advantage of consuming ready-made food was that they had not witnessed the gruesome process of severing the snake's head or meticulously peeling its skin. The enticing aroma wafted through the small cave, and upon lifting the lid from the pot, the fragrance was overwhelmingly delightful. After a moment of hesitation, Qian Peiying quietly asked her nephew Qian Mixiao, do you dare to try it? The 5-year-old replied, Aunt, this is meat. What is there to fear? It's not like we are killing anyone. Qian Peiying furrowed her brow, finding his logic compelling, and picked up her chopsticks. Meanwhile, Song Fuling, having mentally prepared herself, mused. I've simply never tasted it before. I'm curious about what snake meat might be like. She turned to Taohua. Sister, is it delicious? Very, came the response. With a determined resolve, Song Fuling pressed her lips together. If it's that good, I shall have just a tiny taste. As Song Fuxing re-entered the cave, still reeling from his earlier episode, he was met with the sight of his wife and daughter, their little faces glistening with sweat as they savored the meal. Trembling, he pointed at them. You 2 are truly terrifying. He resolved to distance himself from them, utterly unable to fathom the thought of his wife and daughter consuming snake. Chapter 56. An unwelcome feast. After finishing her meal, Qian Paying approached Song Fuxing, her face adorned with a hint of flattery. Hey, I heard that dish is good for the kidneys. Why don't you try some? Song Fuxing waved her off with an air of disdain. Go away. Don't talk to me. Look at you. Then what are you eating? Your stomach is empty, and everyone else is finished. Song Fuxing had no appetite. He felt utterly helpless, isolated in his psychological turmoil. The sounds of his family relishing snake meat, slurping and smacking, made his scalp tingle. He longed for solitude, wishing to gaze at the rain and feel the wind alone. In that moment, the isolation struck him profoundly. The raucous revelry of the group indulging in snake meat highlighted his solitude, while his wife and daughter were kind enough to keep him company. Alas, it was Qian Paying beside him, Song Fuling, sitting next to her mother, retched. Ugh. The two seemed to be in a contest, retching endlessly. Song Fuxing, in a flurry, admonished them, see? I told you not to eat that. What on earth is happening? Song Fuling's eyes were red from retching, shaking her head vehemently while pointing into the cave, implying it was not the snake meat that was the issue, but, ugh. The mere thought was unbearable. Perplexed, Song Fuxing wondered why the two women dared to eat snake, but now seemed distressed. Everyone else appeared to be fine. Only his wife and daughter were acting strangely. The butcher and Qian Mishu provided the answer. The butcher, slightly embarrassed, confessed, I didn't expect them to be afraid of rats. Qian Mishu clutched Song Fuxing's hand. Uncle, the rats they saw were not ordinary ones. They were quite sizable. The butcher nodded. Yes, it turns out a few large mountain rats were caught. One of them gave birth in the cage, resulting in a dozen tiny ones. Qian Mishu, anxious, opened her hand to show Song Fuxing. My hands are too small. Your hand can hold them just right. They are tiny, 12 of them, dipped in sauce for eating. She pointed accusingly at the butcher, mimicking the sound of a rat being dipped in sauce. When you pick it up with chopsticks, it makes a bright sound as soon as it squeaks. Then, she recounted how the rat, once bitten, squealed loudly, prompting her sister to flee and her mother to retch. Suddenly, Song Fuxing let out a burp, overwhelmed. His mother had fallen 4 times in the rain, truly calling them back to eat meat. The 4 of them returned to their tent, exhausted and nauseated. As the thunder rumbled outside, they collapsed into their bedding, unable to sleep, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Mother, should we brush our teeth? Song Fuling asked, lying back. Brush? What a waste of toothpaste. Just gargle, came the reply. After a moment, Song Fuling responded, all right. At that moment, the rain intensified, and Grandma Ma arrived, accompanied by her eldest son. Upon reaching the tree, she wanted to command her son to climb, but her frailty prevented her from doing so. As Song Futsai approached, he tugged at the rope. The sound of tinkling bells filled the air, crafted from an empty beer can filled with stones by Song Fuxing as a makeshift doorbell. The curtain was pulled aside from within. Grandmama was taken aback. Is it really that simple? Just a shake and a sound, and it calls for someone? Why didn't I notice this before? Mother, elder brother, why are you back again? Aren't you afraid of catching a chill? Come quickly, I'll fetch you towels. Song Futsai declined. No, mother, I brought you some porridge. As he spoke, Grandma Ma produced a clay pot from her cloak. Song Fuxing could almost imagine the steam wafting from it. His mother, so frugal, had gone to the trouble of making porridge, covering it carefully. He felt a swell of emotion. Mother, Grandma Ma, visibly annoyed, waved her hand. Hurry and take it so we can leave. I'm at my wits' end with you all. If you retch again, it will be a disgrace. She was genuinely pained by the wasted rice. Feeling a deep sense of loss, she was unaware of the modern term overly sentimental, but had she known, she would have exclaimed, you all are being rather dramatic. Aren't you? Refusing snake meat, yet retching at the thought of rat meat. Who are you trying to impress? You aren't starving when hunger strikes. You'll be gnawing on tree bark and scrambling for mud. Chapter 57. The difficulties of a heavy downpour. Song Fuxing watched as his parents and elder brother departed, shaking off his oil paper umbrella before turning to open the mud brick door. This time, not only was Song Fuxing touched, but Qian Paying also felt a stir in her heart after sipping a few spoonfuls of porridge. To her surprise, it was plain porridge, enriched with vegetables. Unlike the usual yellowing leaves, this time the greens were vibrant and fresh. Daughter, do taste it. Michaud can have some too. This is rare. Your grandmother even added salt, which is unprecedented for porridge, she urged. Qian Michaud nodded eagerly. It's really delicious. Grandma Song is wonderful. This remark astonished Song Fuxing's family, for they knew that Michaud had always been afraid of old Lady Ma, often wishing to keep her distance. Such high praise was unexpected. What has she done to deserve such admiration? Xiao Jiu hit me, and Grandma Song pinched him when no one was watching. chasing him away and telling him to go home and complain to your grandmother, Michaud recounted. Xiaojiao was the youngest grandson of Song Fuxing's uncle, and it was indeed a wonder that his aunt had not confronted old lady Ma for her incessant provocations. What kind of mindset drove old lady Ma to seek out confrontations in secret? Was it a gnawing dissatisfaction with her quarrels with Song Fuxing's aunt? The torrential rain persisted for 3 days, leaving Song Fuxing's family with the impression that there was no daylight on the mountain. Each morning greeted them with dimness, and by afternoon or evening, the sky darkened even further, as if night had descended in broad daylight, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning. During these 3 days, the hastily constructed shelter at the back began to leak extensively, dampening the bedding of several families and exacerbating the accommodation crisis. Song Yinfeng and Tao Hua squeezed into the tent at Song Fuling's tree. With the addition of this mother-daughter duo, and the pre-existing pile of protected supplies within the tent, Song Fuling found herself sleeping in a cramped position, unable to turn, forced to lie on her side. Moreover, the occupants of the tree were cautious not to make any sudden movements, fearing that the tent would collapse under the weight. In contrast, the cave proved to be a much better refuge. At the cave entrance, Song Fuxing had constructed a fireplace, which effectively dispelled the dampness. The 2 pots atop the stove were seldom extinguished, alternating between cooking and smoking. Some families, like that of the butcher Gao, were particularly anxious about their pork spoiling, disregarding the opinions of others and insisting on smoking the meat to preserve it. Pork was a crucial staple for the Gao family. They were torn between consuming it and the reluctance to waste it. Meanwhile, most families were devising every means possible to safeguard their grain. Women employed various methods. Some ground grains by hand, while others used mortars and pestles, turning them into flour or roasted rice, and drying whatever they could. Drying was not feasible, as the newly harvested grains had not dried thoroughly before the rain began. After 3 days of downpour, how could the bags of grain remain intact? However, old lady Ma was relatively untroubled. Why, you might ask? She had a clever granddaughter, and this time, she truly acknowledged that her granddaughter's intellect was commendable. Song Fuling had her resourceful aunt sew numerous small, tightly sealed oil paper packets filled with quicklime. The oil paper was courtesy of the shopkeeper Niao, who had provided various useful items before their departure from town, including water pouches, umbrellas, and oil paper. The quicklime, on the other hand, was sourced from the now missing Chunhua. These meticulously sewn oil paper packets were stuffed into the grain bags, serving as desiccants. Such a remarkable resource could prove invaluable, and fearing that they might not have enough, old lady Ma insisted that Song Fuling refrain from sharing the oil paper packets with others and not to speak of them. Song Fuxing inquired of his daughter, "How did you come to know that quicklime could be used as a drying agent? Why is it that I only know it can be mixed with water to plaster walls?" Song Fuling, showcasing her academic prowess, replied, "Chow H2O equals. Speak plainly." Song Fuxing interjected, "Do you think I barely completed middle school? What are you reciting chemical equations for?" Chapter 58. Alas, the women appeared to be the very embodiment of the laboring masses, toiling away with unwavering diligence, their minds singularly focused on their tasks. From dawn until dusk, they endeavored by every means conceivable to safeguard their provisions, scurrying about like hamsters, tirelessly hoarding food into their burrows. They pondered how to conserve rations while enduring hunger, contemplating what garments would best keep their men and children warm for the days ahead. As 3 days passed, the men found themselves idling, gazing forlornly at the relentless downpour. Within the shelter, Song Lerzhang was beset with anxiety, fretting over the fact that no other families had ventured up the mountain in these past 3 days. He could not ascertain whether the deliberate markers were overlooked or if the village had indeed been conscripted. What was the current state of affairs? Were the young and old safe and sound? The butcher, seated cross-legged atop a platform, absent-mindedly picked at his feet while inquiring, "What has become of Zhao Fugui? Has he simply chased Chunhua back to the village? 3 days have passed. Where is he? Is he perhaps waiting for the rain to cease before returning? That wretched woman of his. I wouldn't take her even if she offered me silver." After a moment's reflection, he added, "If he has indeed returned to the village, Zhao Fugui should at least inform us of the situation there." Although the butcher spoke with conviction, a twinge of doubt gnawed at him. With such torrential rain, if they had ventured out, the father and daughter would have found no shelter from the deluge, surrounded by desolation. Given the distance, if they had truly found their way, they ought to be heading this way, not back to the village. Anyone with a modicum of sense would choose this path. 3 days had elapsed without a word, and hunger was beginning to take its toll. Tian Shifa sighed as he gazed at the mountains. At present, Hunting was out of the question. Even climbing the mountains had become a daunting task. Each step sank into the muck, and a moment's inattention could result in a slip and fall. Their meals had dwindled to 2 bowls of thin porridge a day, and even that was insufficient, with over 20 mouths to feed. Their daily consumption of 10 pounds of grain was rapidly depleting. In just 3 days, they had emptied 1 grain sack, and at this rate, alas, even attempting to hunt to supplement their meals for their mothers-in-law had become a struggle. Heaven was not being kind. Wang Posi's youngest son, Wang Zhongyu, echoed the sentiment. It cannot continue to rain like this. If it does, we will soon run out of firewood. The stockpiled twigs and leaves had soaked through, rendering them useless, and their supply was dwindling. Fortunately, Song Sange had managed to produce charcoal, which provided some solace to the group, allowing them to endure a little longer. Others shared their grievances as well. The difficulties of eating, drinking, and relieving themselves were compounded by damp belongings. Moreover, the livestock in the barn were vulnerable to illness during such torrential weather. If one fell ill, it could spread contagion. The animals were also at the mercy of various insects in the mountains. Song Fuxing harbored concerns that if the rain persisted, mudslides, though rare in ancient times due to the dense forests providing natural barriers, could still occur. He worried that the vast mountains might release torrents of earth and rock, endangering their tent perched high in the trees. What if a boulder were to fall? He was a firm believer in the notion of what if. Convinced that their family was cursed, otherwise, they would not have found themselves in such dire circumstances. As his thoughts spiraled deeper into despair, Song Fuxing unzipped his backpack, retrieved a pair of binoculars, donned a raincoat, and placed a conical hat on his head before stepping out into the rain. Upon seeing this, the butcher ceased his idle foot-picking, hastily donned his rain gear, and followed suit. The others soon trailed after Song Fuxing. Indeed, there was much curiosity surrounding the binoculars. Just 2 days prior, they had learned of this remarkable treasure. When unveiled, it had astonished everyone. However, a lingering thought weighed on their hearts. Was this treasure indeed defective? Song Tongsheng had sung its praises, yet it had never functioned properly, revealing nothing. A few sturdy men braved the winds and rain, conversing, "Little San, can you see anything now?" Song Fuxing shook his head. Still nothing. Could it be that you're using it incorrectly? Song Fuxing shook his head again. It has nothing to do with that. The visibility is simply too poor, with both rain and fog. Once the rain ceases and the fog lifts, I assure you we will be able to see the path, as well as whether anyone is traversing back and forth. His words fell flat. They were eager for answers now. Song Lerzhang, with a pipe clenched between his teeth, unlit, as he was reluctant to waste the last of his tobacco, grimaced deeply, contemplating the situation. Finally, he resolved, since we cannot rely on the treasure, we cannot remain idle any longer. This cave is not our home. We cannot stay here for eternity. We must ascertain the situation below the mountain to devise our next steps. Song Fuxing summarized. So, you intend to descend the mountain, Lerzhang? Song Lerzhang inwardly scoffed at the notion. What do you mean, descend the mountain? At my age, with these old bones and joints, why would I risk myself out there when we have robust men at our disposal? It would be quite perilous for me to venture out alone. Well, I suppose I could go down, though my legs may hinder me. I cannot deny my age. But I think it would be better if a few of you considered it. Fuxing, you should take the lead. Song Fuxing was reluctant to descend. The rain and wind outside were daunting, and once he ventured down, he might not return for some time. Yet, everyone looked to him, hoping he would provide a plan. He admitted to having little experience climbing mountains, and his lack of expertise left him feeling inadequate. They insisted that as long as he had a sharp mind, he could help them analyze whatever he might see. Song Fuxing suggested, perhaps we should designate a representative from each family. The path is treacherous, and it would be wise for 14 of us to descend together for mutual support. Song Futsai, the eldest brother, stepped forward, declaring his intent to go. He reasoned that as the elder brother, he should represent his family, particularly since his third son was frail. The others exchanged glances, sensing a hint of reluctance. They could not articulate their discontent, but felt an inexplicable desire to accompany Song Fuxing down the mountain, preferring his company over Song Futsai's. There was a sense of security in Song Fuxing's presence. He seemed astute and capable. Just as Song Fuxing contemplated backing down, the group shifted their focus to borrowing the binoculars instead. They hoped that if the treasure proved useful, they could glean insights from the mountainside without needing to descend all the way down. Had it been a lighter item, like a lighter, Song Fuxing would have readily lent it without hesitation. But binoculars? He was the first in history to possess such a marvel. Father, are you truly going down? Song Fuling inquired. Song Fuxing hesitated to admit his frugality, unwilling to lend the binoculars out, as that would seem unrefined in his daughter's eyes. Very well, I shall take a look. He reflected that these ancient folk were not easily swayed. He worried that their descent would yield no benefit, as they might not discern what lay ahead. Qian Ping styled Song Fuxing's hair into a tidy bun, placing the conical hat atop his head, and masking his face with a veil. She applied insect repellent on his ears and neck. She also packed some dry rations into his backpack, filled a thermos with hot water, and secured a pouch of low-alcohol liquor to his waist, which would help ward off the cold. Song Fuling crouched down to spray vinegar on her father's shoes and pant legs, drenching them up to the knees. They had refrained from using the large watering can meant for household plants, as it was cumbersome and too conspicuous. Instead, they utilized a smaller spray bottle that Song Fuling had previously taken on a flight for her skincare. Fully equipped, Song Fuxing embarked on his journey. As he stepped into the rain, he turned to offer a few parting words, his eyes filled with reluctance. Qian Ping waved her hand dismissively, saying, I understand everything you wish to say, so spare me the lengthy goodbyes. Just go, we shall see you soon. Alas, how could his wife treat him thus? A dozen individuals trudged down the mountain, battling the downpour, each step a struggle through the mud. Song Fuxing truly grasped the difficulty of descending. After all, this was an ancient forest, pathless and soaked by the rain. Each step presented its own challenges, and even with a walking stick, he nearly slipped and fell. After merely 2 hours of walking, he found himself panting heavily, increasingly lamenting in his heart. Would it not be better to remain comfortably at home? Why must one descend the mountain when idleness beckons? In a moment of distraction, he stumbled and fell for the second time. Tian Shifa, leading the way at the forefront, wiped the rain from his face and called back, Third brother, are you all right? The words I'm fine lodged in Song Fuxing's throat, but his expression suddenly shifted as he pointed towards the distance, stammering in terror. I see. Before him lay Zhao Fugui, who had been missing for 3 days, now a grotesque sight, his body bloated and marred, as if savaged by some beast. The flesh from his limbs and neck had been devoured, and it was only thanks to the rain that some semblance of preservation remained. Had it not rained, not even wild animals would have had the chance. Ants and mosquitoes would have stripped him bare. Chapter 59. It's over. Song Fuxing's face, concealed behind a mask, turned pale. The abruptness of it all was overwhelming. As others walked, he followed closely, traversing the same path. When someone stumbled with a crutch, he too fell, landing right beside Zhao Fugui. Others passed by without a glance, yet he could lock his gaze upon them instantly. Such fortune was unparalleled. The rain poured relentlessly, droplets cascading from the hats of a dozen men. They gazed silently at the grim sight of Zhao Fugui. He was the first to leave the village after their escape. A mere misstep had caused his demise. Tian Shifa sighed and stepped forward, leaning in to inspect what creature had bitten Zhao Fugui, but Song Fuxing hurriedly stopped him. Brother-in-law, do not touch him. I merely wish to ascertain what he was bitten by. Why is there only half of him consumed? Indeed, only a piece of flesh had been gnawed from Zhao Fugui's face. The more severe injuries were to his limbs and neck, while his abdomen remained largely untouched. Song Fuxing frowned, recognizing that his brother-in-law was a man of unwavering honesty, yet overly straightforward. It was acceptable for him to be sincere, as long as it did not affect them, for they all shared the same fate. Do not touch him. He is dead. What importance does it hold what bit him? You touch him, and what if he carries bacteria or diseases? After 3 days in this rain, even if he bore no disease, he would rot. Do you wish to lose your hands? Song Fuxing had not anticipated that stopping Tian Shifa from touching the corpse would lead to further persuasion against carrying it back. The others insisted they must return him for his wife to see. What is there to see? Would she not grieve him to death? Song Fuxing countered. Bringing him back would only frighten our own elders and daughters. Which is more important, her or your own family? They argued that he should be taken back, for it was said, burial brings peace. Song Fuxing retorted, the mountain is not home. Whether we bury him here or up there matters not. If peace is to be found, it will be found regardless of depth. Are you suggesting we carry him back to the village? Go ahead. The group fell silent. If they could have returned earlier, they would have. Wang Zhongyu asked Song Fuxing, Third brother, what do you suggest we do? With a furrowed brow, Song Fuxing replied, dig a pit and bury him here. Everyone, including Song Fuxing, lent a hand. They used their walking sticks to push Zhao Fugui into the freshly dug grave, avoiding direct contact. As they moved his body, aside from the upper half remaining intact, his head rolled off, and his limbs fell away intermittently. His limbs and neck were devoid of blood, clearly drained by some beast. They then used sticks and sickles to push the scattered bones into the pit. Just as they turned to leave, Song Fuxing suddenly glanced back at the newly mounded earth. He realized he was not inherently benevolent. The pouring rain rendered lingering here unnecessary, and he barely knew Zhao Fuguei. Yet, he couldn't help but say, "Brother-in-law, search for some wood nearby, strip it down and dry it. I shall carve a name and place it there." Only he could undertake this task, as others were illiterate. This request delayed their descent by quite some time. Initially, the journey was marked by silence, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon them. Eventually, the village's eldest of the Gua family and Tian Shifa led the way, commenting, "Your third brother is a man of honor." Tian Shifa nodded. He has always been so, tough on the outside but soft-hearted. The exchange was lost on Song Fuxing. As the others heard nothing, the young lad, Gao Taitu, leaned close to Song Fuxing and exclaimed, "Uncle," when his head suddenly fell off. "I was terrified." Song Fuxing thought to himself, "You were scared? I nearly lost control of my bladder. Thank heavens the scent of vinegar masked it. I dread the embarrassment of explaining this to Qian Peiying." When the group reached the foot of the mountain, they paused. For Song Fuxing had already surveyed the situation on the path ahead through his binoculars. He silently passed them to Gao Taitu, no longer hesitating to share. The boy was overwhelmed with gratitude, feeling immensely fortunate. However, before he could express his awe, the scenes unfolding through the binoculars rendered him speechless. One by one, the men passed the binoculars around, and when they finished, they all shared the same disheartening thought. It was over. The road was now teeming with ragged travelers braving the downpour. Just days ago, when they had left the village, there had been no signs of life along this path. Now, it was filled with so many people. If circumstances were even slightly better, who would venture out in such torrential rain? The men felt a sense of urgency. Glancing towards Song Fuxing, "Should we descend to the bottom of the mountain?" Song Fuxing nodded, recognizing the necessity of proceeding given the current situation. They had come this far, and it would be prudent to seek information from a fellow villager regarding the unfolding events, whether it was conscription they were fleeing or something more dire. This would determine their next steps. If it was merely conscription, they might take the risk to remain hidden in the mountains, for the rain made it unwise to leave. Descending was arduous, and transporting goods was even more so. Moreover, it was a gamble. Perhaps the town guards were overwhelmed and preoccupied with conscription. And once they had gathered the young and able-bodied, they would move on. Those fleeing were merely trying to survive. The presence of so many individuals braving the storm suggested that desperation had driven them to escape. His eldest son turned to Song Fuxing and asked, "Their brother, should we head down now?" After a moment's contemplation, Song Fuxing replied, "No, let us wait a little longer until it grows darker. Look at us. We are dressed warmly, equipped with ponchos and sickles. To suddenly appear on the road would draw too much attention. Among so many refugees, who knows if there are groups fleeing together? Those in larger numbers, desperate and starving, would do anything. We cannot allow ourselves to be seen by those with ill intentions, for they might trace us back to the mountain and realize we descended from it." Wang Zhongyu nodded along with Song Fuxing's reasoning. Yes, we will heed third brother's advice. Our safety is paramount, but we cannot risk our families on the mountain, in the torrential rain." The group waited an hour longer before finally descending to the foot of the mountain. By then, the sky had darkened significantly. Upon reaching the bottom, they were startled to realize that the number of refugees they had observed through the binoculars was but a fraction of the reality. This once desolate path was now filled with families fleeing every few meters. Song Fuxing intentionally approached a family that appeared slightly better off than others. In such times, he trusted that wealth posed no threat, for the affluent feared being robbed. It was the impoverished who were truly frightening, willing to take lives when desperate. He clasped his fists and explained to the old man that they meant no harm. There was no need for fear, as they simply wished to inquire about the situation in the city and nearby villages. The old man divulged, "It seems the city has fallen, and we have a new lord. As for who leads now, I, a mere commoner, cannot say. It all happened so swiftly, without a whisper of warning. Refugees from all directions suddenly flooded into our county. The local guards were slain, their bodies left exposed in the streets, and the county magistrate's head was hung as a warning. With no other choice, we had to flee, for the refugees barged in, looting without restraint, and those who resisted were met with violence." When asked about nearby villages, the old man could only shake his head, stating, "I am not from a neighboring village myself." Before departing, he added, "The nearby villages have likely suffered the same fate." Song Fuxing, in a gesture of gratitude, clasped his fist once more and imparted a piece of advice to the old man. The road ahead is uncertain, and your attire remains overly dignified. It would be wise to change it. Chapter 60. Unforeseen responsibilities in certain matters. Until the very last moment, hope often lingers in one's heart. Though they have retreated to the mountains in recent days, taking the first step away from their former lives, it seems as if they have chosen a path of escape. Yet, an underlying possibility remains, the hope of returning home. Some truths, unless witnessed firsthand or conveyed by a trusted voice, remain elusive to these men. They have yet to fully grasp the magnitude of what Song Fuxing has done for them. The old man recounted how, without any prior warning, calamity struck. Yet Song Fuxing, at the very first opportunity, seized the vital information, knowledge he acquired at the cost of his father-in-law's family. Upon learning the news, he did not selfishly flee. Instead, he selflessly shared this life-saving intelligence with the villagers, demonstrating his noble character. Had they not been forewarned, how could these families have carried away so many possessions? They might have been like the dazed souls wandering in the rain, merely clutching a small bundle and a few pounds of provisions. Or perhaps they would have met a grim fate at the hands of the robbers who stormed their homes. Now, as they ascend the mountain once more, even those families, such as the Gao, Wang, and Guo families, who had previously been on good terms with Song Fuxing, along with his cousin Song Fulu from his uncle's household, find themselves increasingly anxious. Their fears deepen, and their gratitude towards Song Fuxing intensifies. The long-standing disputes over the cow, the grandfather's fixation on Song Fuxing's favoritism towards his second branch, and the jealousy that brewed within them. All of these grievances seem trivial in the face of life and death. In this moment, Song Fulu's silent acknowledgement resonates. Thank you, dear cousin. As they silently navigate the darkness back to the mountain, a heavy stillness envelopes them. Song Fuxing, too, bears the weight of sorrow. When they finally arrive at the cave, soaked to the bone and muddy, they are greeted with warm ginger soup from their families. Yet, faced with their loved one's expectant gazes, words elude him. Half an hour later, the cave and makeshift shelter are filled with the sound of women's weeping. Li Xiu mourns for Zhao Fuxing, lamenting how she and her child will survive without him. Song Fuxing's aunt grieves for her second son, who had ventured to the neighboring village to fetch his pregnant wife and has since vanished without a trace. Could he have fallen victim to those vile bandits? His sister-in-law, along with many young women, weep for their own families, lamenting the hurried departure that left no time for farewells. If the nearby villages are as the old man described, where soldiers slaughtered the townspeople, what fate awaits their kin? They chastise themselves for having known yet remaining powerless to prevent it. The women cry out for their fathers, mothers, and brothers, their mournful wails tearing at the heart. Even Zhu, who had always felt distant from her family, sheds tears. Her past experiences in her own household had left scars. The elderly women also weep, for in a place where they have lived for decades, there are always relatives to consider. The thought of never seeing their in-laws, siblings, or cousins again in this chaotic world brings an ache to their hearts. In this atmosphere of despair, Qian Peiying and Song Fuxing find themselves moved to tears as well. Qianmi, thin and frail, clings to Qian Peiying, sobbing quietly, repeating the names of their lost loved ones, grandfather, father, mother. The child, though only 5, has learned to be strong and not burden the adults with his tears. Amidst this sorrow, Song Lijing, in the shelter, is overcome with emotion in front of the men. Of the 152 households in the village, only 14 can be confirmed safe, and among them is Zhao Fuxing, reducing their number to 13. The fate of the remaining families remains unknown. They cannot return to the village, nor can they retrace their steps. They must descend the mountain without delay. Yes, they must leave as soon as possible, even if it means braving the rain. Sometimes, the cunning of the elderly can be a virtue. Song Lijing, seasoned and wise, had interrogated Song Fuxing and the others about the details, and he began to piece together the grim reality. With the city fallen and a new ruler ascending, it is likely that the new king will command the slaughter of the previous officials and their men, displaying their corpses as a warning. This signifies the new ruler's disregard for the lives of the common folk. If he cared, he would not allow more refugees to flood in. Their situation is precarious. The harvest this year has been dismal, and every household is struggling. If they run out of food, they will have no choice but to move on to the next place. Thus, the longer they delay, the bleaker their circumstances become. The later waves of refugees will be destitute, and those desperate enough to risk everything for survival will become increasingly dangerous. Now, as he listens to the tales of the weary travelers, he realizes that although they are fellow sufferers, many are likely escaping from the towns. either seeking refuge with relatives or fleeing from the chaos. To mingle among these individuals is far safer than to be caught in the throngs of the more desperate refugees behind them. Moreover, since returning to the village means certain death or robbery at the hands of marauders, it is wiser to leave sooner rather than later. Every additional day spent in the mountains diminishes their food supply. They cannot afford to run out of provisions before reaching the next city. That would be the worst outcome. With resolve, Song Lijing takes a deep breath and stands tall. When he reappears before the gathered men, he calls out with conviction. The essence of his proclamation is threefold. Firstly, lamentation serves no purpose. If tears could change their fate, no one could weep more fervently than he. They must accept their reality, dry their tears, and face it with fortitude. Secondly, their goal is to protect their families, safeguard their provisions, and ensure their survival. Only by surviving can they hope to rebuild their lives in a new place, allowing future generations to take root. Lastly, they must leave, but they cannot do so haphazardly. These 14 households must unite as one. Can they not bind together as a single force? That night, the villagers cease their labors and retire early for a well-deserved rest. Indeed, a good night's sleep, even if they must lie side by side, is a rare blessing in these troubled times. On this night, the usually cautious Song Lijing quietly seeks out a place he deems auspicious in the mountains. Amidst the rain, he digs a mound of earth, personally crafting a marker to commemorate the village, inscribed with its name, the prominent surnames, and the number of families that once thrived in the village behind this mountain. Simultaneously, in the stillness of the night, Song Fuxing whispers to Qian Peiying, confessing his shame, "I wet my pants. Did you notice?" Qian Peiying finds his hand, intertwining their fingers, and comforts him. "If it were me, I would have been scared enough to do the same. Truly, old Song. We come from a peaceful society. Aside from the passing of elders, we have never encountered death. How could anyone remain composed when faced with such horror? Unlike their ancestors, who endured in these chaotic times, we are not accustomed to this turmoil. You have shown remarkable strength, old Song." She continues, "Let us keep it quiet. I'll find you a change of clothes." Old Song declines. "As a refugee, I think I wear this sin of urine and vinegar just fine. It is dried." At dawn, as the hour of the tiger approaches, the group prepares to depart. The scent of urine still lingering, Song Fuxing steps down from the tree, startled to find 37 men surrounding him, all eager to follow his lead. "Fuxing, from now on, we will heed your commands. You decide the path and who leads and follows." Song Fuxing surveys the 37 faces before him, glancing at the smiling Song Lijing beside them, then squinting at the indistinct mass of people. He knows that the total number is 158, comprising young boys, elderly individuals, women, and children. The fewer than 40 strong and able-bodied men are here to protect these 158 individuals. Song Fuxing declared, "Since everyone is willing to heed my words, my first directive is this. Remember, when we descend the mountain, if one of us is robbed, it is as if the entire group has been wronged. We must stand and fight together." Chapter 61. The young ones are also key players. The Li family, which had always chosen the middle ground and never faced losses, took the initiative to lead the way this time. Song Lijing waved his hand decisively. "Let it be so. Address me as grandfather, and I shall pave the way ahead." The butcher shouted to the crowd, "My ox cart still has room. Those worried about their grain getting soaked by the rain can place it on my cart. Children under 3 and those without carts are welcome to join." The 4 brothers from the Guo family stepped forward and assured Song Fuxing, "We'll bring up the rear. We have hoes and cleavers. Rest assured, with the 4 of us here, no one will dare to steal from behind. If they try, I swear I'll cut them down." Song Fuxing patted the oldest Guo brother on the shoulder. "Brother Guo, remember, if anything happens in the back, blow this big horn. Don't worry, we'll be there in no time." The horn, a collapsible device, was something Song Fuxing had retrieved from his space. It was originally bought by Song Fuling's father for her amusement during a football match at the exhibition center. Do not underestimate this instrument. When blown, it produces a deafening sound. It can be contracted to a palm-sized form, occupying little space. Song Fuxing's family was positioned third in the queue. Their 3 mule carts also accommodated 2 elderly individuals and 3 small children being carried. Thus, all families with ox or mule carts had their young ones disembark, opting to walk instead. They wished to make room for the elderly and the children who could not travel far. However, before the elderly could board, they reminded everyone, "It's not just about our own. If anyone is tired, tell the grandmother, and she'll take your place. I can work on the ground. I can walk just as well." The 14 families organized their belongings and lined up to descend the mountain. battling against the wind and rain. The path down was muddy and treacherous. The wooden wheels of the handcarts frequently got stuck in the mire. The descent echoed with the collective chants of families pushing their carts. 1, 2, 3, push. 1, 2, 3, push. Song Fuling assisted her uncles in pushing the cart. But their strength caused the cart to roll down quickly, leading her to stumble and fall forward, nearly losing her balance. Taohua rushed over to support her. Chubby girl? Song Fushing, wearing a straw hat, turned back to glance at his daughter, concern etched on his face. Covered in mud, Song Fuling got up, smiled at her parents, and brushed away the cloth Taohua offered, cheerfully declaring, "No need to wipe. This is what escaping looks like." Taohua paused her gesture, then playfully smeared her own muddy hands across her face, joining in the fun. Dia and Arya exchanged glances and chimed in. "Then we shouldn't wipe off the dirt in the future." Song Jinbao scoffed, feeling that his older sisters were overreacting. "You both look like you're escaping. So don't worry, no one will take you away." Dia and Arya contemplated giving their annoying younger brother a good thrashing. Even the usually stern Song Futsai couldn't suppress a smile. Pushing the heavy, unwieldy cart, he mused. So this is the hope my third brother spoke of. Just look at these carefree children, and it seems nothing is insurmountable. A procession of nearly 200 people, accompanied by mule and ox carts and hand carts, descended from the mountain, gleaming in the light. Many wandering refugees turned their gazes toward this unexpected group. Some, walking ahead, halted to glance back at the approaching convoy, while others hurriedly advanced to catch up. These individuals had been residing on the mountain, observing the piled goods and carts. It was evident that this group must possess ample provisions. Indeed, compared to these fleeing souls, they had much to eat, but would anyone dare to seize it? Leading the way was the newly appointed leader of the youth group, Gao Taitu, accompanied by a dozen young boys, each carrying bamboo baskets and water pouches, wielding 2-meter-long poles. The tips of their poles were sharp, capable of inflicting serious injury. From the moment they began their descent, these young boys recalled Uncle Song's teachings. He had said, "What they seek is not merely grain. They are after the lives of your fathers, mothers, brothers, and sisters. If they steal your grain, they are stealing their lives. Young men, will you protect your families?" Deprived of food and water, waiting for death was inevitable, and at that moment, they all shouted in unison, "We will, we will, we will." Thus, those who dared to rush forth and steal their provisions would first have to contend with this youthful brigade. Chapter 62. Psychological Warfare. The refugees who paused and gazed over were indeed seeking food. Many among them had fled with little to nothing in their possession. Some had been thoroughly plundered along their journey, leaving them with scant resources. Surviving was a testament to their fortitude. Furthermore, numerous individuals hailed from the city, which had borne the brunt of the war. The soldiers under the new king and the invading refugees descended like locusts, slaughtering those who displeased them. Their survival, after days of perilous travel from the city to this point, was no small feat. These individuals pondered, even if they could not receive food. A cup of warm water would suffice. Having just descended from the mountains, they assumed provisions and hot water were readily available. The incessant rain over the past few days rendered their attempts to boil water futile, as the downpour extinguished any flames. Their stomachs were filled only with the chilling rainwater. If this continued, even the adults might endure, but the children would not. For the sake of their young, they felt compelled to approach and vie for sustenance. Yet, before they could act, a group of young boys at the forefront glared at them, their eyes predatory, exuding a menacing challenge. Behind these boys stood several girls, armed with sticks and makeshift weapons. One girl stood out distinctly, clad in peculiar attire, her face smeared with dirt, brandishing a stick over a meter long, with a sharp knife affixed to its end. Unbeknownst to Song Fuling, the refugees had taken notice of her. Had she been aware, she would have proudly declared her status as the newly appointed leader of the girls' group. The true source of fear for the refugees, however, lay not with the young boys, but with the robust men pushing carts. Though these men appeared passive, their carts bore an array of menacing tools, knives, axes, and hoes, positioned conspicuously on top, serving as a stark warning. They understood the implications. The refugees should weigh their options carefully. Are these people truly fleeing famine? How do they possess such an array of weapons? The 14 families, unaware of the refugees' thoughts, would have retorted, "We departed before you. We gathered more supplies. We even harvested corn before fleeing. We have spent 4 days on the mountain, devising ways to defend ourselves against those who would steal our food." Was this research in vain? Gradually, the initial group of refugees turned away, resuming their aimless trudging. More and more followed suit, deliberately ignoring the newly arrived contingent. Among them, a few particularly famished refugees struggled to divert their gaze from the carts laden with grain, stealing furtive glances filled with reluctance. After an hour of uneasy coexistence, the most desperate among them finally averted their eyes completely, resigning themselves to the realization that attempting to seize food was too perilous. Fear had taken root. Meanwhile, at the forefront, Song Fuxing exhaled in relief. He recognized that despite the vacant expressions of the refugees, their eyes betrayed a tumultuous inner conflict between the urge to seize provisions and the instinct for self-preservation. The women in the mule and ox carts also breathed easier. This sudden descent from the mountain had proven to be a startling revelation. Among the throngs of refugees, they had unwittingly elevated their status along this narrow path. Chapter 63. Just where is this? In the ox cart, Song Lerzhang felt a twinge of regret, incessantly berating himself. He pondered if it would have been better to seek refuge on the mountain when the rain began. At that time, he had received news earlier than others, and the roads were devoid of people. Had he chosen to press onward, even if he encountered groups of individuals, he would have been assured of provisions, as those who were informed in advance typically had resources. Generally, such individuals were well shod. The barefoot had no fear of those in shoes. Yet now it seemed that everyone wore shoes, and no one was barefoot. No one dared to provoke anyone else. But now, observe the situation. The presence of an ox and a mule on the road was strikingly conspicuous. These were clearly common folk, once insignificant figures in the city. Yet they had transformed into coveted individuals in the eyes of the refugees. It was a miscalculation. It was all his fault. Even if he had taken shelter on the mountain, he would have descended too late. His selfish desire to linger, hoping to return home, had impeded their progress. Song Lerzhang deemed it unsafe to be among these people. Among them, some were already swaying, weakened by hunger. If it were him, starving would lead to death, and fighting for resources would also culminate in death. It was better to take a chance. Perhaps he could seize some food and survive. Despite their current demeanor appearing obedient, these refugees lacked organization and leadership. They were not united. Should a leader emerge to incite action, even the tightest formation would struggle to retreat unscathed. He leaned out of the cart and called, "Fuxing? Fuxing." Song Fuxing approached, and Song Lerzhang expressed his concerns. Shortly thereafter, Song Fulu, the eldest cousin from Song Fuxing's family, stepped out from the front of the line. Song Fulu towered above the others, with two wooden sticks tied with red threads. He gestured in the manner of a modern traffic officer, signaling them to continue forward. The beleaguered ant, struggling to walk, felt as if rejuvenated upon seeing the waving red ribbons. "Look, my son is signaling for us to keep moving. Have you all seen my son?" Old Lady Ma scoffed. "Your son's position was arranged by my third son. If it weren't for her insistence on unity in the face of adversity, I wouldn't allow this show of authority for the main family." Once Song Fulu's orders were conveyed, Tain Zhongyu from the rear of the caravan quickly turned to relay the message. No resting, keep moving. The last to follow was the Guo family, who responded, "Understood." Despite the mere 14 households, the ancient pathways were narrow. In those times, there were no constructed roads except for official ones. Paths like these, worn by many footsteps, had become the routes they traversed. Consequently, with handcarts, oxen, and mule carts, they needed to leave space for those walking, which extended their line far along the road. Uncertain of others' despair upon hearing the command to continue, Song Fuling only knew her own exhaustion was overwhelming. She previously reassured herself that it was akin to a leisurely stroll, recalling how she used to spend an entire day shopping without issue. But this was different. Her legs felt weak, and her body seemed deprived of strength. After merely 5 hours of travel, she clung to the mule cart and pleaded, "Mother, I can't go on. You must take my place." Old Lady Ma replied, "I knew you would falter. Come on, up you go." The moment Song Fuling climbed onto the mule cart, she felt a profound sense of relief and gratitude. Leaning against the cart, she quickly drifted into slumber. 2 hours later, Qian Peiying switched places with another elderly lady in the cart. The older woman stepped down to walk, while Qian Peiying settled in. Inside the cart, she too succumbed to drowsiness. Song Fuxing envied the duo. He longed to act spoiled and have Song Lerzhang, that old man, step down for him, but alas, he could not afford to jeopardize his reputation. Chapter 64. Benevolence. The livestock were still being properly fed, enjoying the finest fodder and clean water, and when they grew weary, they were comforted, receiving not a hint of neglect. They were expected to bear burdens and carry passengers. To put it bluntly, at this moment, they were deemed more precious than human lives. Song Fushin and his companions had descended the mountain at around 4 in the morning and had been walking until after 3 in the afternoon. Enduring over 11 hours on foot, the animals would rest every few hours, allowing the men to sit and take a break. Once the livestock had their fill and resumed their journey, the men had no choice but to follow suit. While the animals could enjoy a hearty meal, the men were left wanting. Although the rain had lessened, cooking a meal was out of the question. Should they attempt to cook, the spectacle would draw attention, and they could not afford to provide even a morsel to the refugees, lest they provoke them. Even eating had to be done discreetly. When it came time for a snack, the men would huddle together behind a tattered mat, relieving themselves while nibbling on dry rations. Initially, before descending the mountain, the women had raised concerns about how to find a place to relieve themselves, suggesting placing a wooden bucket on the carts for such purposes. Song Fushing, as the leader, frowned and chastised them, reminding them that they were not ladies of high society, but rather simple farmers, fleeing their plight. The women, shyly protesting, argued that they were farmers and women, and with so many eyes upon them, squatting on the ground was simply intolerable. Song Fushing dismissively retorted, "Who is staring at you?" Thus, the matter was quickly suppressed, and throughout the journey, they found relief wherever it was convenient, often coinciding with mealtimes. Yet, they considered themselves fortunate. The elderly women were grateful to have a kind nephew like Song Fushing, who had provided charcoal to heat water for drinking. The warm water, paired with the dry rations steamed the previous night, was easy to swallow, at least preventing choking and keeping their bellies warm. For any particularly finicky child lamenting the lack of salt, they merely needed to glance at the pitiful refugees surrounding them, and their appetites would be rekindled by the sight. The once vibrant youth group, after trudging for over 10 hours, was beginning to falter, their weapons now resembling walking sticks. One of the young men asked, "Uncle, how far have we traveled? I feel more exhausted than on our trips to the town." His uncle, equally fatigued, though relying on the spirit of a marathon runner, felt his knees weaken and his legs grow unsteady. He mused on the brevity of ancient lives, realizing he too might face a shortened fate, potentially succumbing to synovitis. "Perhaps we've walked over 40,000 steps, roughly 40 miles, he replied. "How much longer must we continue, uncle? Are we to walk until nightfall?" Song Fushing shook his head. "We will rest when the mules and oxen can no longer carry on. They can only manage 60 miles at most. That is their limit. Look ahead at the clouds. If we can reach that sunny patch, we might dry off and not suffer too greatly sleeping under the stars tonight." He then lifted the binoculars hanging from his neck to survey the path ahead. The barren road revealed numerous refugees, scattered in small groups. There was not a hint of a town in sight, let alone an inn where they might find shelter. It was no wonder his brother-in-law had remarked that this road was only traversed by reckless salt merchants. Even the officials seldom ventured here, for there was nowhere to rest. And the desolation was overwhelming. Song Fushing then pointed the binoculars toward a nearby mountain, recalling his brother-in-law's warnings of bandits in the area. He hoped that these brigands, once motivated by a desire to rob the wealthy for the sake of the poor, might now feel pity for their own plight. Realizing that robbing the weary travelers would yield little more than hunting for game, he gestured towards the mountain. "Let us steer clear of the bandits. Once we are a few miles away, we shall rest." Turning to his cousin, he called out, "Level 1 alert." Song Fushing's cousin immediately raised a pole adorned with a fluttering red ribbon, signaling the need for heightened vigilance as they approached the territory of the bandits. Unfortunately, before they could react, the group was abruptly disrupted by a surge of refugees. "That was my food. Give me back my rations. I beg you, my father will starve." The cries and pleas filled the air, descending into chaos. Wang Pozi, clutching a bamboo tube of warm water, had her belongings snatched, scattering her provisions across the ground. This turmoil had been ignited by Wang Pozi's momentary act of kindness. Chapter 65. A hardening of the heart before descending the mountain. Song Fushing addressed nearly 200 individuals for over half an hour. The effectiveness of the training remained uncertain, yet the group exhibited remarkable obedience. When chaos suddenly erupted, no one wasted time questioning the cause. The driver, Miao Zhonggue, along with Butcher Gao, swiftly tightened the reins to halt the carts, seizing their makeshift weapons and jumping down to maintain vigilance. Song Fushing instructed them to disregard everything else and focus solely on safeguarding the individuals and belongings within the carts. The adolescent contingent, invigorated, shed their fatigue, brandishing their wooden forks as though they were bayonets. The boys remembered their mission, as their uncle had instructed. They were to ignore everything behind them and prevent the refugees from turning back and attacking, thus avoiding being caught in a pincer movement. The robust men pushing the carts formed a line, dispatching those capable of addressing the disturbance. One stout man remained to guard 4 nearby handcarts, wielding his weapon to deter any unfamiliar approach, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. The women, too, sprang into action, whether seated in the carts or walking alongside. Those equipped with cooking utensils raised them as weapons, while those on foot clutched their canes, pulling their children close and using whatever was at hand for defense. The women recalled Song Fuxing's morning admonition: do not shout or scream in panic. Such reactions are futile. Never rely on others, even if that person is your husband. In a crisis, can you be certain that your life is more valuable than his parents? The only reliable support is oneself. You are not merely women, you are mothers. And for the sake of your children, you must be prepared to fight fiercely. At that moment, the laborers who were not occupied with the carts, save for a few brothers from the Gua family who were tasked with guarding the rear, rushed forward, brandishing kitchen knives and axes with fervor. Not one among them faltered. Even the elderly Song Lijing hurriedly leapt from his cart, wielding an axe and shouting, "Dare to rob us? To rob one is to rob all. Boys, strike!" The throng of refugees encircling Wang Pozi was swiftly met with a barrage of fists and feet from Song Fuxing's group. Blades slashed at the backs, arms, and legs of those attempting to plunder amidst the chaos, the sound of which striking flesh echoed ominously. Wang Zhongyu swung his hoe, landing blows on several legs and feet. The other 2 brothers of the Wang family delivered punishing kicks to refugees who clung desperately to their mother's feet. With each swing of their weapons, the men repeated Song Fuxing's warning: in dire circumstances, human nature can turn malevolent. Morality can waver in an instant. It is only humanity that can sometimes descend into depravity. If you do not strike hard, they will turn on you and take your life. The mule cart came to a screeching halt, jolting awake Song Fuling, who gripped her sharp knife and turned to observe the scene unfolding. As she did, tears filled the eyes of the normally stoic girl, moved by the sight of the bloodied refugees. It was unclear who initiated it, but one by one, they began to kneel, asserting they did not wish to steal. First, 3 or 5 individuals bowed down without warning. Then, 17 or 18 followed suit. Soon, dozens were kneeling. Those behind them also knelt, clasping their fists in supplication, collectively wailing, "Please, grant us some food. You have mules and oxen. Surely, you possess grain. Just a morsel, please." The robust men ceased their assault, gripping their weapons in a defensive posture, gazing at the mass of kneeling individuals frozen in place. At that moment, a small girl, appearing only 7 or 8 years old, suddenly burst into tears, clutching the half-piece of hardtack gifted to her by Wang Pozi, her face streaked with tears. She frantically attempted to feed a woman collapsed by the roadside, pushing her body and pleading, "Mother, please look. Nyo has brought you food. Open your eyes and see. I truly found something. Please eat." The woman lying on the ground was silent. Wang Pozi had inadvertently become embroiled in the turmoil caused by the little girl. Earlier, the child had been supporting her mother, walking beside the Wang family's cart. Wang Pozi distinctly heard the girl urging her mother to hold on a little longer, promising that after just another day of travel, they would reach the city gates and find her father. The little girl, despite her frail stature, had been steadfastly supporting her mother and even attempting to carry her. After hours of travel in search of water and wild greens, the mother's condition worsened. Eventually, the girl knelt by the roadside, pleading, "Grandma, please, grant us some food. Nyo will bow for you." Wang Pozi turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer. The little girl continued to bow fervently, even chasing after Wang Pozi's group with all her might, not comprehending how her small frame could manage such a feat. Upon catching up, she persisted in her bows until her forehead bled, declaring, "Grandma, in my next life, I will repay you by being a cow or a horse." It was this child that compelled Wang Pozi to turn and retrieve food from her pack, only to be overwhelmed by the frantic crowd, bewildered by how swiftly the refugees had encircled her. Not far away, another tragedy unfolded. A man, recently struck by the eldest son of Butcher Gao, bled profusely as he implored his wife to feed their child, insisting, "Eat, Dan, listen to your father. Eat, and you'll feel better." While force-feeding crumbs of hardtack into the mouth of his 2-year-old child, who lay lifeless in her mother's arms. Yet the mother clung tightly to the child, still whispering tender reassurances, "Eat, Dan, be good, eat." As the father continued his futile attempts to feed, he seemed to awaken to the grim reality of their loss. Clutching a fragment of hardtack, sinking to the ground in anguish, pounding his fists against the earth, he gazed skyward, voiceless in his sorrow. Yet everyone understood the depth of his grief, a lamentation for existence, fate, and the uncertain path ahead, questioning the very meaning of survival. Gradually, more individuals approached Song Fuxing and his group, bowing and pleading, "Please, we beseech you." Their hopeful gazes were fixed on Song Fuxing. On these 14 families with oxen and mules, Song Fuxing wore a stoic expression, yet within him, waves of turmoil surged. In the past, his favorite song at karaoke had been, "With iron hooves clanging, we traverse mountains and rivers." Back then, he felt a sense of bravado. Yet beneath those clanging hooves, he now grasped the multitude of tragedies humanity must endure before witnessing the beauty of life and peace. They had fought ruthlessly against the refugees, yet they were not inherently malevolent. They possessed food but dared not share, nor could they afford to. They, too, were fleeing famine. Uncertain of what tomorrow held or how long their provisions would last, they feared that, perhaps soon, they would find themselves in a similar plight as the kneeling refugees, facing the same tragedies, with families torn apart, injured in the struggle for sustenance. Observing the refugees' withdrawal from chaos, Song Fuxing steeled his resolve. Fall back, we must continue onward. This was the meaning of not offering even a morsel of food or a drop of water. Chapter 66. Kindness should extend to those nearby. The strong laborers from various families returned to their duties, resuming their tasks. The sound of wooden wheels on handcarts and the commanding voice of the shopkeeper, urging his mule to move, echoed in the hearts of every kneeling refugee. Hope was extinguished, leaving them despondent. Through this ordeal, the nearby refugees came to a stark realization: this group of individuals, banded together, was not benevolent. They would resort to violence against anyone daring to plead for aid, and they would not offer even the slightest morsel of food or drink. As Song Fuxing moved forward in the line, he cast a glance at Wang Pozi. She recoiled slightly, understanding the unspoken message in her nephew's gaze. She had not forgotten the admonitions given to her before descending the mountain. Alas, she had erred, and it was no longer permissible. She resolved to suppress her sentimental tendencies and to obediently follow the directives of the team leader, aligning herself with her nephew. Adjacent to Wang Pozi's home was that of Song Fuxing's uncle. His wife shot several disdainful looks at Wang Pozi before turning to her daughter-in-law, muttering complaints about the disturbance she caused, startling everyone around. The uncle, whose legs were frail, chastised his wife, urging her to lower her voice lest the Wang family overhear and disrupt their unity. Indeed, unity was paramount. During his 30-minute address on the mountain, Song Fuxing inadvertently introduced several new terms. The elder uncle, not particularly sharp-witted, could only retain the notion of unity. His third nephew had emphasized that unity was the core strength of their group, forbidding any internal grievances or conflicts regardless of the circumstances. The uncle's wife continued to grumble, but eventually fell silent. Meanwhile, Song Lirong, an elder who had witnessed too many tragedies on the roadside, chose not to rush back to the front of the line. Instead, he took a moment to converse with the refugees. "Do you see that mountain? For those of you without provisions, while there are still hills and water nearby, if you possess the skill, go hunt for game or gather wild vegetables to sustain yourselves. You may find enough to stave off starvation. However, be wary. The mountains are also home to wild beasts and rumored bandits. The choice is yours." With that, he sighed and departed, having offered the greatest kindness he could muster. They were all common folk, and in these times, survival was a formidable challenge. Simultaneously, at the Song family's mule cart, Song Fuling faced reprimand. From across the cart's window, old Madame Ma, furrowing her brows, questioned her granddaughter as they walked. "Who are you crying for? If you pity them, why not shed a tear for your grandmother? It is no easy task for me to fetch you a cup of hot water, and the water is running low. Yet, you still have the leisure to lament for others. Are you not thirsty? Look at your grandmother. She has trudged for several hours just so you could rest comfortably. You sleep with drool at your lips, but upon waking, you gaze at others weeping. I see you are simply idle. Get down from there." Song Fuling dared not protest, quickly dismounting to allow her grandmother to take her place. However, as she helped old Madame Ma onto the cart, a thought lingered in her mind that she hesitated to voice. "Grandmother, as someone with experience, I must share that you should not have boarded the cart. You ought to keep walking. Once one rests, their legs feel as though they are laden with lead. It is better to endure the journey." Yet, she kept her silence. The formidable presence of old Madame Ma also intimidated Qian Mixiao, who cowered in the corner of the cart. "Sister, wait for me. I want to get down too." Song Fuling led her brother to Qian Peiying's side. "Mother, I recall a time when you boarded the cart. When did you disembark?" Qian Peiying opened her water pouch for a sip before waving her hand dismissively. Don't mention it. I barely had a moment to rest before your grandmother pinched me through the window, waking me up to tend to Jibao and the others. I can hardly believe she bothered to wake me at all. Chapter 67. The first day of flight as a modern woman. Qian Peiying deeply empathized with her daughter's heart-wrenching cries. Her daughter had tenderly fed Chunhua porridge, only for Chunhua to turn away and vanish, her fate uncertain. Zhao Fugui was savagely torn apart by an unknown beast, his head and body separated, that haunting scene of the little girl, whose mother had been starved to death. Left little hope for her survival, the man wailing in despair, his entire being radiating hopelessness, clutched his deceased son, and the refugees, whom their group had just brutally beaten, lay bloodied and incapacitated by the roadside, while others knelt in prayer, begging merely for a morsel to eat. Each incident weighed heavily on her heart, suffocating her spirit. For modern children had never witnessed such horrors. Yet, she could understand why old Madame Ma had scolded her daughter for being idle and ordered her off the cart. The rebuke was justified, so she and old Song pretended not to hear, allowing the tirade to continue. One must first ensure their own sustenance and safety. Only then can one cultivate empathy and extend a helping hand to others. Exhausted, with legs numb and feet feeling leaden, the meager morsel of tasteless bread could only be nibbled on during bathroom breaks. They had barely escaped a previous attack, and it was sheer violence that had instilled a sense of security. Who had the luxury to sympathize with others when they were themselves so worn out that words seemed superfluous? Her heart was numb, her throat parched, and her mind gasping for air. In stark contrast, others around her bore no expression, save for her daughter, who still managed to weep with vivid emotion. Wasn't she just a bit too idle? Her daughter, after all, was not fatigued. Her father, Song Fuxing, was the squad leader, and she enjoyed privileges that allowed her to rest at will. Her grandmother turned a blind eye, indulging her as she slept, making her the most fortunate among them. Meanwhile, Song Jinbao, that little fellow, had endured longer than Fuling. Other children lacked the energy to express their feelings and were already too exhausted to complain, while only Fuling lamented. How tragic! What a vibrant face! Look at Michaud, who harbored no thoughts or feelings. He believed no one suffered more than he. Qian Michaud was solely concerned with his inability to move forward. Uncle, uncle, he called out to Song Fuxing through Qian Peiying and Song Fuling. Qian Peiying grasped his hand, asking, "What is it? Do you need something? Thirsty?" Michaud shook his head, refusing to speak. Once he caught up with Song Fuxing, he extended his small hands and looked up, saying, "Uncle, carry me, uncle." He felt an overwhelming desire to collapse right where he stood, his knees nearly giving way under the strain. After scanning the vicinity for a cart, he realized there was no room left. The children were taking turns resting, and there was no space for more. Resigned, he said, "Get on, I'll carry you." With small arms tightly wrapped around Song Fuxing's neck, Michaud displayed complete trust, even offering him sips of water from time to time. As evening approached, around 6 o'clock, the mules and oxen began to sweat, protesting their burden. At last, the sky above them cleared. Song Fulu stepped out of the line, signaling a halt. Everyone sighed in relief, some simply sitting down on the ground. Looking back, many of the refugees who had followed them had disappeared. Some had gone up the mountain, while others, unable to keep pace, had been left behind. New faces began to appear, and they finally spotted other ox carts, where many were resting. Thus, they set up camp, preparing to sleep under the open sky. Chapter 68. Collecting public grain in search of a spacious area, they found a large open space where a few households were resting, each separated by a distance of 10 to 20 meters. Song Lerzhang stepped forward, clasping his fists in gratitude, and explained their intention, requesting if they could accommodate their large family so they could gather together. Upon seeing the multitude, some individuals did not even wait for the explanation to conclude before making way. A vast expanse became available, allowing the mule carts and ox carts to pass, one in front and another behind, stopping in place to create a barrier with the tall carts on either side. Following this, hand carts were positioned horizontally, filling the rear area with carts parked closely together. This arrangement effectively shielded the individuals in the middle, leaving only the front open. This way, they could easily see the vehicles and have convenient access for cooking and resting. If others did not specifically pay attention to this area, it would be difficult for them to discern what the group was eating or whether they were asleep. The ox manager and the butcher were in charge of tending to the livestock. They promptly unloaded the carts, providing the animals with food and water, scratching their backs and grooming them. The younger boys were assigned to guard 2 carts each, sitting on the ground and keeping watch. Elderly men like Uncle Song Fushing and the elderly women busied themselves removing the tarpaulin from the handcarts, revealing the woven grass mats underneath, which had served as bedding in the caves and shelters. They took down the mats and spread them out in their respective places for cooking and sleeping, arranged according to the order of the carts. The strong laborers, disregarding rest, quickly dug pits in front of their bedding for cooking, after which they fetched water from a river several hundred meters away. The women, accompanied by their children, went to gather dry grass and other materials for fuel. Initially, the women had hoped to collect some wild vegetables while gathering grass, but found none nearby. They speculated whether the fleeing people had already foraged the area clean of wild vegetables. It was autumn, a season ripe for such foraging, yet they found nothing. One woman, with a face full of worry, educated her child. Do you see? It's barren all along the way. Who knows if we will encounter mountainous areas ahead? Even finding a wild vegetable will be difficult, all taken by those who fled. The child replied, Mother, if we come across mountains, we cannot continue. Uncle Songsan said we must not delay. Indeed, if you are not hungry, eat less. If you are hungry, drink more water. Your father needs to eat more. Pushing the cart is tiring. In summary, everything was well organized, with clear divisions of labor. Song Fushing had anticipated this, fearing not the large number of people, but rather the chaos that ensues when everyone is uncertain of their duties, idling together. Uncertainty leads to inactivity, akin to a disorganized unit where everyone is lost. Keeping them busy, assigning tasks individually, and ensuring each person adequately fulfills their responsibilities kept confusion at bay. At this moment, Song Fushing and Song Lerzhang also had duties to attend to, having deliberated on the matter of grain collection. Granny Guo was weighing her family's grain, contemplating who would receive half a dry ration and who would receive a full one, determining how much to steam for the journey ahead. Upon noticing Song Lerzhang and Song Fushing approaching, she greeted them with a smile. Uncle Lerzhang, dear nephew, come, sit beside me. I have just laid out the mat. Song Lerzhang waved his hand. No need to sit. We are here to collect grain, starting with 5 jeans from each household. Granny Guo felt a pang in her heart. What is this? Song Lerzhang pointed out. We need to assign someone to watch over these carts during the night, so we can sleep soundly, right? We can't let the night watch suffer from hunger. They need to be fit for travel the next day. We can provide each person with a ration and a bowl of porridge as a gesture of goodwill. With our 10 or so families, we can designate one strong laborer from each household each night, rotating in shifts. Granny Guo wiped her hands on her apron and replied, All right, no need to say more. I'll get it right away. When they arrived at Annie Song's place, she exchanged glances with Song Fushing for several moments. He thought to himself, Auntie, what does that look mean? Are you hoping for a discount? Indeed, he guessed correctly. They were indeed close relatives. Auntie had initially intended to ask if she could first provide 2 jeans, promising to settle the rest afterward. Uncle nearby frowned and urged her, quickly serve it. What are you staring for? Don't just scoop cornmeal. Give some fine flour as well. Auntie regretted not having simply served the corn kernels earlier, as now she would have to part with at least half a jean of fine flour. When they reached Li Xiao, who was burdened with a child, it was a struggle. Collecting grain, 5 jeans. Li Xiao was quite resourceful. She had been diligent throughout the journey, bearing her child and pushing the cart. Unable to carry all her belongings, she had entrusted some to others, providing extra dry rations as a token of gratitude for their assistance. A grain of food is a gesture of goodwill, warming the hearts of others. She understood well that if the group were truly ruthless, they would abandon her and her child, leaving them to perish. However, if they maintained good behavior throughout the journey, even if they ended up without food, begging in front of the group would be better than being abandoned like those who fled. Without hesitation, Li Xiao handed over 5 jeans of grain. Yet, Song Lerzhang, feeling sympathetic, said, if the cart cannot be pushed, speak to the families in front and back for help. I'll also ask who else can accommodate you. Perhaps we can manage the load better during our travels. Uncle Lerzhang, I do have a predicament. It's just the 2 of us at home. I need to tend to the livestock and fetch water. If I also have to dig a pit and gather firewood. Uncle Lerzhang, may I partner with someone? After saying this, Li Xiao not only looked at Song Lerzhang, but also hopefully turned to Song Fushing. Song Fushing thought, serves you right. Song Lerzhang replied, you must negotiate with the others yourself. If they agree, then it's settled. Song San, my family cannot manage. With that, Li Xiao cradled her child and sought out the eldest daughter-in-law of the butcher, knowing well that she was much younger than the older women, and thus more likely to be compassionate. The household was filled with men who were less inclined to be stingy. Song Fushing and Song Lerzhang continued to collect grain, and the other women were quite generous in their contributions, which pleasantly surprised Song Fuxing. Typically, these individuals were notoriously frugal, even with themselves, let alone others. Some even exchanged pleasantries with Song Lurzhang, saying, "Uncle, your eldest daughter-in-law will be preparing meals for the night watch. It's a tiring task, but it's for all of us." Such generosity was commendable. In Song Fuxing's heart, the most deserving of praise were his own parents. He had initially worried, deliberately collecting from their household last, but to his surprise, his mother merely lifted her eyelids and promptly began filling the grain bags. Old Lady Ma reflected, "What is the point of haggling? Everyone has contributed. Dragging this out is pointless. The momentum is already set." Since becoming the village chief, Song Lurzhang had never experienced such smooth sailing in organizing tasks for each household. It had always been chaotic, with some refusing to cooperate. This was the first time it felt so effortless, bringing him great satisfaction. "Look, Fuxing, I told you, you don't need to accompany me. You can collect the grain on your own. People truly come together in times of need. In fact, you are rather unnecessary. Sharing a pot is indeed more convenient." Upon hearing this, Song Fuxing thought to himself, that won't do. Eating from one pot will lead to chaos. Soon enough, the group will fracture over who has more or less grain, who eats more or less. Let us avoid that. Chapter 69, Hold On. Fulling upon arriving at their resting place and confirming their location, Song Fuling and her mother hurriedly spread out the grass mats. They laid a moisture-proof mat on top, and then a quilt, onto which Song Fuling flopped down, motionless, gazing up at the sky, indifferent to everything around her. Exhausted and dazed, Tawa approached with a blank expression and urged, "Fat girl, come on, let's gather some hay." Song Fuling merely shook her small hand in refusal. After a moment of hesitation, Song Jinbao approached and, after a long pause, muttered in frustration, "Lazy woman." It was unclear where he had picked up such language. In truth, Song Jinbao wished to scold Fat Girl with more colorful language, akin to how he would chastise his elder sister, venting his frustrations. However, he feared that doing so might jeopardize their meals. Back on the mountain, he had chosen not to snatch food from his sisters, prioritizing the prospect of a proper meal. Now, having come this far, he deemed it unwise to offend Fat Girl. Yet, not scolding her left him feeling envious and resentful. She was so much younger than he. Yet she always got to ride in the cart and lay about upon arrival, while he toiled away. Song Fuling shifted slightly, observing Song Jinbao's silhouette as he went to gather hay. Let her be lazy, she thought. Her second aunt, Madame Zhu, had just shot her a disapproving glare, likely thinking of her as a burden, and had probably already vented her frustrations behind her back. Let her glare, Fuling mused, as if I hadn't noticed. Old Mrs. Ma turned around and, upon seeing her granddaughter in such a state, scolded her several times. Song Fuling thought, scold away, I will not rise. I shall pretend I do not hear. After a while, even she would tire of it. Moreover, dear grandmother, your scolding indicates that I have not yet become accustomed to your expectations. Once I adopt this lazy habit, you will grow used to it. And should I ever become industrious all of a sudden, you will surely clap your hands in delight, exclaiming, "Oh, my granddaughter has made something of herself." With a grin that revealed her muddy face, Song Fuling's expression was fortuitously captured by Song Yingfeng, who had hurried over. Though her aunt felt helpless, she cherished her little niece deeply, especially since she was the only child of her third brother. Fat girl, what about the water? Is it still green? If not, we might as well pour it straight into the pot. Song Fuling exchanged glances with her aunt. Let us just drink it dirty. Upon saying this, a vivid image of everyone spitting into the river to test for poison flashed in her mind, prompting her to exclaim, "Aunt, add a few drops of vinegar to the water. We would rather drink sour water." Old Mrs. Ma gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Such nonsense. That girl insists on having boiled water. What is she thinking? So picky." This meant she had to boil water in a small pot on the mule cart, forcing the others to step aside, as there was no room. She had to be cautious as well, with so much piled inside the cart. She had to avoid any fire hazards, ensure the pot didn't tip over, and be careful not to burn herself. They had boiled water 3 times on the journey. That girl drank with the ferocity of a water buffalo, and it was not enough for her. She even insisted everyone else drink more to replenish themselves. That little girl, trying to be a good person, was making life difficult for her elderly grandmother, who was precariously balancing on the cart, boiling water. Fortunately, Fat Girl had taken a long nap, which made things somewhat easier. Otherwise, it would have been even more chaotic. Just listen to that, old Mrs. Ma grumbled. Those fleeing are practically drinking raw water, and this little girl demands vinegar. Song Yingfeng quickly interjected, "Mother, Lower your voice. Didn't my third brother specifically ask you to be mindful? Fat girl is growing up. Don't scold her in front of others. It's embarrassing for the whole family. She continued, adding vinegar to boiling water is prudent. It's better than dealing with diarrhea. It doesn't cost much. Vinegar isn't like salt or soy sauce. It won't make a difference whether we have it or not on this journey. Drinking clean water is worth it, even if it means a day of discomfort. Moreover, Mother, the vinegar you had was spilled by my brother to ward off snakes. We are now consuming what he brought from home. Fat girl, has tea eaten your vinegar? Fat girl thought, why does that sound a bit off? Lying there, Song Fuling had heard her aunt's advice to her grandmother. Sighing, she wished to convey that she had genuinely been trying to lower her expectations. Since her arrival in this world, her mental journey had unfolded as follows. Initially, upon hearing they would have to flee and ride in a mule cart out of the city, she had felt apprehensive. She had never ridden in one before, having only traveled in cars. The experience of being in a mule cart felt jarring, as if she might be shattered with every bump. At that time, her parents had been preparing fried dough sticks as future provisions while enduring the bumpy ride, leaving her utterly astonished at their resourcefulness in such cramped conditions. It was so narrow that after packing their belongings, there was barely enough room to stretch her legs. Yet, they managed to do it. She had felt so miserable, lamenting the quality of their food, which was far worse than the boxed meals she had on trains. As for shelter, she had tried to nap in the cart, filled with both luggage and family, and had to curl up in a cramped position, awakening with stiff joints. Clothing was of little concern. During that time, she felt a strange sense of pride, realizing how much she could endure. The following day, she found herself living in a cave, then in tents on the mountain, climbing through mud while being startled by unknown creatures. She drank water filtered through charcoal, subsisting on dry rations devoid of meat or vegetables, even lacking pickles, which left her meals tasteless. She thought to herself, I can truly endure hardships. I am the epitome of the resilient Song family. Yet, after the day's arduous journey, she longed to return to the cave, where life had been much more stable. Though food lacked flavor, it had been safe and secure. When she was too exhausted to climb back onto the mule cart, there had been only a small space, the size of a modern cushion, reminiscent of the seat cushions from her school days. Any additional space was non-existent, yet she felt an overwhelming happiness and slept soundly. In summary, reflecting on her first day after crossing over, she realized that it had been a time when she had despised everything, perceiving each task as a struggle. Now, however, she recognized that riding in the mule cart had allowed her the most space to lie down and enjoy the best food while looking her best. That day had become a dream in comparison to her current reality. Oh, if only I could start over, I would cherish it dearly. And now, with river water boiling and a few drops of vinegar, she was uncertain if she could endure to see that day again. Mother, Song Fuling said, taking a freshly steamed bun, devouring it voraciously while mumbling, I now believe in your words. No one is beyond suffering. One speaks according to their circumstances. Those born in the 90s or 00s who claim they can't endure hardship simply need to consider their conditions. For instance, we are fleeing, and even a 1-year-old can learn to endure and live simply. Qian Paying nodded weakly. I never imagined I could walk this far, several tens of thousands of steps. Song Fuxing's subsequent remarks nearly earned him reproachful glares from the two women, each shooting daggers with their eyes. Chapter 70. Who scares whom? Qian Paying remarked. After such an exhausting day, having walked tens of thousands of steps, I almost wish to emulate my daughter, collapse dramatically, push aside my bowl, and care not for the world. She pondered the audacity of her husband, who assigned tasks to her and her daughter as if they were in dire need of discipline. What tasks? To act as decoys. Indeed, akin to the modern concept of a stooge, whether for meals or merchandise. Their assignment was to provide ideological support. In essence, it could be encapsulated by a line from a comedic skit. The production team convenes for meetings and organizes study sessions. At around 7 in the evening, the newly appointed political commissar, Song Lijing, sat cross-legged at the front, a pipe clenched between his lips, reluctant to let it puff smoke. Clearing his throat, he addressed the gathering. Let us not doze off. I wish to reflect on our first day descending from the mountain. However, keep your voices low enough for all to hear. Otherwise, it would be chaos. If anyone wishes to speak, kindly raise your arm. Song Fuxing, seated beside him, quietly corrected. Sir, raise your hand. Yes, raise your hand to speak. After demonstrating the gesture, the assembly exchanged glances, each contemplating, discussed today. We all witnessed the day's events. What more is there to say? It has never been customary to deliberate after a day's toil. Suddenly, Song Fuxing coughed softly. prompting Qian Paying to roll her eyes before raising her hand. Allow me to share a few thoughts. We must learn from our mistakes and not exhibit leniency. As we did today by sharing our provisions. We have fought battles, and we cannot afford to falter. Imagine the consequences if we were to show weakness. Indeed, we must not waver. Should anyone perish before our eyes, we must not share our provisions, echoed the crowd, as the sentiment resonated deeply, particularly among the elder women, whose wealth of experience fueled their fervor. They lamented the plight of the vulnerable and recognized that if the younger generation were to be harmed, they too would suffer greatly. The discussions grew impassioned, some forgetting to raise their hands in their fervor. Song Lijing observed with satisfaction, while Song Fuxing raised an eyebrow, noting the profound understanding among the crowd. He cleared his throat again. Song Fuling, aware of the necessity of maintaining her father's dignity, raised her hand and spoke. Esteemed elders and respected relatives, I wish to voice a few words. My father has spoken of unity. We must stand together. There are countless unfamiliar faces traversing this path, yet we recognize only the 14 families assembled here. In times of hunger, strife, or even in life and death, it is these families who will offer their hands in aid. Just as when Uncle Fuguwei passed, among the multitude fleeing, none would lay him to rest but us. Only we, regardless of the circumstances, will lend assistance. She continued, when we reach a new town and settle, we will be seen as outsiders. We shall only recognize one another, having lost other kin. We were once a village, and now, as we journey forth, we must become each other's closest allies. With a firm grip, she declared, thus, we must remain united. Her words, articulated in simple yet impactful language, aimed to instill a sense of solidarity among the group, emphasizing the perils of division. The journey ahead was fraught with danger, and together they could navigate the challenges. As her speech stirred the hearts of the assembly, Song Lijing felt a wave of emotion as he recalled those from their village who were lost. Summarizing the moment, he urged, let us all live well. Let not one of us falter. We are all that remains of our familiar faces. Though the discussion did not lead to a cacophony of voices, the impact of the sentiments expressed resonated deeply. The atmosphere shifted subtly. The communal spirit began to flourish. The butcher, holding the clean stomach of a pig, approached Guizbetting, saying, Guilar, I hear you lack a water pouch. Take this. I've cleaned it for tomorrow. Ah, Uncle Gao, this is splendid. It can hold quite a bit of water, Guo replied gratefully. Meanwhile, Wang Per reassured a neighboring young wife, don't worry about the child. He'll manage. A little one hardly takes up much space. Your family is large. We have enough blankets to share. Nearby, men gathered around Song Lijing and Song Fuxing, sharing tea leaves, inviting others to partake, exclaiming, this will refresh us. I grabbed it on the way. Madame Ma, seated on her quilt, felt an inexplicable urge to glance at the woman across the way, reflecting, forget the quarrels for now. I want to show you how my sons will flourish and honor me when we reach our destination. Amidst these subtle shifts, Song Fuling, having discreetly contributed to the conversation, wandered off with her sisters, seeking privacy. Unbeknownst to her, her distinctive attire, a blend of ancient and modern styles, caught the eye of an opportunistic observer, who had previously survived through petty theft. As the evening wore on, he conspired with his brother. Shall we rob these people? Are you mad? They could easily overpower us. We cannot touch their supplies or vehicles. They have watchmen. Let us instead steal that valuable item from the girl's waist. It's not iron, but looks precious. We can sell it once we enter the city and enjoy a life of luxury, he schemed. With thoughts of riches dancing in their minds, they plotted a stealthy approach, oblivious to the bonds forming among the villagers who stood united against adversity. As dawn broke, they discovered that the two brothers had vanished without a trace. After a brief discussion filled with various plans, they stealthily slipped into the gap between the mule cart and the ox cart. Fortune smiled upon them. Aided by the moonlight and the dying embers of the fire, they quickly spotted a pair of slender legs clad in black trousers, resting just above the fire. The younger brother took a defensive stance while the elder nodded in understanding. Swiftly and silently, they approached Song Fuling. Peering in, one of them suddenly squatted down in shock, while the other involuntarily exclaimed, "Oh dear." Awakened by the commotion, Song Fuling was startled to see two strangers staring at her, sending a wave of terror through her. "Oh heavens, a thief is here to rob me," she thought. In unison, Song Fuling and the two would-be thieves screamed, "Someone is robbing us. There's a ghost." The masked Song Fuling gasped, "What?" Chapter 71. My defiance. The four robust individuals sprang into action, swiftly subduing the thieving brothers with remarkable agility. However, The wound on one of them reopened, blood seeping from the torn flesh. Upon hearing his daughter's startled cry, Song Fuxing's eyes flew open. Initially, he intended to rise gracefully at once, but he stumbled, tripping over the money and rice bags held in his embrace, leaving him momentarily dazed. With a faltering step, he fell to his knees, scrambling back to his feet. He instinctively shielded his daughter, bellowing, "Who goes there?" without waiting for the brothers to confess. The 5-year-old Qian Misho, her hair disheveled, charged forward. Finding her uncle utterly foolish, she exclaimed, "Is that even a question? They are guilty of stealing my glutinous rice bricks. I will punish you." Qian Misho, with fierce determination, used her head to butt, her small fists and legs to strike, and even resorted to biting. Her demeanor radiated a fierce resolve, prepared to fight to the bitter end. She was furious, not because she cared about the stolen grain, that was a matter for adults, but because they dared to snatch away the treasured bricks from beneath her sister's pillow. Such an offense was unforgivable in her eyes. They had to answer to her first. Song Fuxing had no choice but to grasp Qian Misho by the collar, pulling her back from her fervent assault. The child was far too agitated. They could not allow her to approach any closer, for the two thieves were already restrained by the crowd. He feared that if the situation escalated, Qian Misho might become a hostage. "Uncle, they are trying to steal my bricks. I heard them, I know. Can I deal with them? Just listen to me." Qian Misho was handed over to Qian Peiying, who cradled her as she sobbed, "Sister, did they take my bricks? Please check on my bricks." Caught off guard by her sudden outburst, Song Fuling struggled to manage the chaos. Her brother had only cried in distress before running away. He had never caused such a ruckus. Qian Peiying, comforting Qian Misho, urged her, "Quickly, let us see for ourselves and put your mind at ease." She handed the tattered bundle containing the glutinous rice bricks to Qian Misho, saying, "Open it and see for yourself. They are still there. Do not be afraid." Song Fuling continued to soothe her brother. "How could I let them steal? The moment they approached, I noticed them. Before they could take our glutinous rice bricks, they were caught. Please, stop crying." The crowd, now fully awake and alarmed, gathered around, armed and ready. They began to comprehend the situation. Goodness! These thieves were after the glutinous rice bricks from the plump girl's pillow. The thieving brothers, kneeling in defeat, exchanged bewildered glances at the unveiled rice bricks, nearly retching at the sight. Who would steal such worthless things? Would anyone even want them for free? "Listen to us. You must let us explain," one brother pleaded. Song Fuxing dismissed their protests, stating that their capture was all that mattered. He had no time for explanations. The sounds of the awakened children, wailing alongside Qian Misho, filled his ears. "Take them outside and give them a beating." Tian Shifa and others began to pummel the two brothers, leaving them bruised and bloodied. After a while, they asked if they were willing to concede. The more cunning brother hastily pleaded for mercy, admitting their fault. Yet, he forgot about his less astute sibling, who defiantly shouted, "I will not concede." Then prepare for more punishment. "Are you willing to concede now?" By this time, he was bleeding from his nose. "I will not concede. I did not steal the glutinous rice bricks." Before Tian Shifa could strike again, the younger brother of the thieves landed a hefty slap on his elder sibling's face. "Brother, can you please just concede? But I really did not steal the glutinous rice bricks." The elder brother's eyes were red with frustration, feeling both scared and wronged for being accused of stealing such trivial items. Chapter 72. Illness. Song Lerzhang, accompanied by his men, conducted a thorough inspection, apprehensive about losing any belongings. He admonished the 4-night watchmen, questioning their diligence. "Is this how you honor the contributions of your companions? Keep your eyes wide open and remain vigilant. Do not let the fire extinguish without your notice." Meanwhile, the women comforted their children, urging them to return to sleep, for dawn would bring more travel. They murmured age-old lullabies, soothing their little ones with phrases like "do not be frightened." Qian Peiying cradled Qian Mishu, gently rocking him back and forth while softly patting his back. She understood that the child's distress stemmed from a mix of confusion and the heavy burden of responsibility he felt towards the two bricks that symbolized the task entrusted to him by his grandfather. Thus, he carried this weight on his small shoulders, aware that it was his duty to protect these precious items. Song Fuling lifted her mask to the top of her head and poured some hot water for Qian Mishu, saying, "Here, take a sip and stop crying. You're sobbing uncontrollably." After a brief moment, Qian Mishu glanced at Song Fuling, his eyelids drooping. A few seconds later, he lifted his gaze again and said, "Sister, please be careful from now on." His words indicated that, after careful consideration, he was willing to allow her to continue resting. Grateful, Song Fuling nodded earnestly. "Thank you, Mishu." I will be more cautious and ensure that nothing goes missing. She exchanged a knowing look with Qian Peiying. Both understood that the concern was not about the glutinous rice bricks, but something else entirely. However, they dared not voice their thoughts, as the child had fixated on the bricks, and they wished to avoid further distressing him in the middle of the night. Song Fuling glanced at the thermos she had set aside, her eyes flickering with consideration. Meanwhile, Song Fuxing swiftly tended to the wounds of the four strong men, troubled by their situation. The medicine he had procured before their escape was running low, yet the injuries showed little sign of improvement. The supplies would last only one more day. Should their condition not improve, finding a physician with medicinal expertise amidst their plight would prove challenging. Herbal remedies are acceptable, he mused, as long as the physician is knowledgeable. Hai Tai, unable to sleep immediately, approached and inquired, "Third uncle, does Brother Sanzhuang know martial arts? Could you ask him to teach us during our breaks?" "Ask him yourself," replied Song Fuxing before he rose to check on the two beaten thieves. To his surprise, the brothers had turned on each other, engaging in a quarrel where the younger brother slapped the elder, demanding an apology, while the elder retaliated with kicks, asserting, "Why are you hitting me?" Both had already suffered injuries at the hands of their captors, blood streaming from their noses and mouths. Song Fuxing had little interest in this farce. He needed rest. "Get lost," he ordered. "If I see you again, not only will you not dare to covet our belongings, but if you are spotted nearby, I will break your legs." The pair of thieves was then released. The nearby refugees, awakened by the commotion, had gleaned the situation, piecing together the cries of the children. Their collective sentiment echoed a singular thought. Despite the apparent numbers, the group seemed to lack substance. Aside from the mules and oxen that could be slaughtered for meat, they possessed little in terms of sustenance. After all, how could such a ruckus arise over a single moldy brick of glutinous rice? As dawn approached, the journey resumed. However, not long into the morning, Qian Mishu suddenly fell ill without warning, his face flushed and feverish. Song Fuxing, carrying him on his back, felt the heat radiating from the child's forehead as he slumped against him, lethargic and weak. Chapter 73. Unusual weather. A peculiar scene unfolded as the heavens unleashed their fury a mere 100 miles away. Gale-force winds and torrential rains lashed down, accompanied by thunder and lightning, as if the sky itself had sprung a leak. The descent from the mountains meant braving the elements, with the air on the peaks being chillier and damp. As day turned to dusk, individuals huddled close, seeking warmth from one another's body heat, cocooned in thick quilts that stifled any breath of air, while bonfires burned continuously through the night. Song Fuxing, in a desperate bid for warmth, resorted to clutching a hot water bag throughout the day, cradling it as if it were his lifeline. The urgency of nature's call was met with trepidation, as even a brief exposure to the cool breeze, mingled with raindrops, would send shivers racing down one's spine. In 2 words, the atmosphere was described as damp and cold. Yet, a short distance away, the weather was starkly different, dry and scorching. The air was still, making every breath feel laborious, as waves of heat enveloped all in their path. Groups of weary refugees sat listlessly by the roadside, gasping for air, their heads drooping in fatigue, indifferent to the world around them. They cared not for the inconvenience they posed to others, too drained to rise. Amid this sweltering heat, a curious figure emerged from the crowd, a man whose attire set him apart from those around him. His hair was styled into a topknot atop his head, while his feet were clad in simple grass sandals. His loose garment hung open, revealing a bare chest beneath, and he sported knee-length shorts. In his arms, he cradled a child of 4 or 5, who leaned against him, utterly exhausted. Song Fuxing's appearance was indeed unconventional for the era, even in the oppressive heat. The ancient norms dictated a more modest presentation. In modern times, donning shorts and going shirtless might raise eyebrows, but in the past, such attire was deemed scandalous. The more esteemed individuals were, the more layers they donned, regardless of the weather, as maintaining one's dignity was of utmost importance. Despite his awareness of societal norms, Song Fuxing dismissed them in the face of overwhelming heat. He called back to his daughter, Song Fuling, urging her to cling to his arm so he could pull her along. Such familiarity between a father and his teenage daughter was rare in ancient times. Even tender-hearted fathers like Tian Shifa rarely interacted with their daughters in such a manner. Song Fuling, however, was unbothered by the oddity of their closeness. She approached her father, wrapping her arm around his. She had hoped to occasionally hitch a ride in the cart, but her mother's menstrual cycle had put a damper on that plan. Indeed, the misfortune of such timing in such sweltering conditions was almost unbearable, leading her mother to near tears upon discovery. Song Fuling had urged her mother to take her place in the cart, advocating for her comfort over societal judgment, insisting that they should not skimp on necessities during their journey. She felt fortunate, having her parents to care for her, allowing her a moment of indulgence even as a refugee. Had she traversed this world alone, she would have faced a far harsher reality. As they pressed onward, Song Fuxing held his daughter close, while also cradling Qian Mishu, who was feverish and restless. His other hand busily wiped the child's brow, armpits, and neck with an alcohol swab, while he remained vigilant, concerned for the boy's health. He recalled his wife's warnings about the dangers of administering adult medication to children, opting instead for physical cooling methods. Hold on a little longer, he encouraged Qian Mishu. Once we find water, we can rest, and your uncle will give you some medicine, all right? The child nodded weakly, clinging to his neck, his eyes glistening with tears. Just then, Tian Shifa and a few young boys approached, having searched for a water source. After hours of searching, they finally spotted a place to replenish their supplies. Brother, we found it, they exclaimed, relief evident in their voices. Song Fuxing passed Qian Mishu to one of the sturdy boys, who was reluctant to let go, crying out for his uncle to hold him instead. I'll be back shortly, Song Fuxing reassured him, but the child's persistent protests echoed in the air. Then, with one hand holding his wife and the other his daughter, he fled with a tattered straw mat under the peculiar gaze of the onlookers. Old Madame Ma, vexed, rolled her eyes in disbelief. She had never witnessed a man treating women and children in such a manner, utterly disregarding dignity. Yet, she chose silence, feeling parched and overheated. As for Song Fuxing and his companions, they were in a hurry to attend to their needs, ostensibly heading to the restroom. They instead fashioned a makeshift enclosure with the mat. With a thud, he lay down, rolling his eyes, prompting Song Fuling and Qian Paying to realize he had retreated into his own little world. How fortunate, how blessed, to be able to escape in such a manner. Can your father not be a bit more thoughtful and bring us 2 ice creams? Mother, you're on your period. You can't have any. Qian Paying sat on the ground, lamenting, Oh ancestors, I too desire an ice pop. It's sweltering. At that moment, if both I and your grandmother were to fall into water, I would surely shout, Save your mother, quickly save your mother. Don't worry about me. I relished the coolness of the water. Song Fuling, carefree and lighthearted, burst into laughter, her sunburned face beaming with a foolish grin. Chapter 74. Modern Wonders in Ancient Times. The phenomenon of space is truly remarkable. Astonishingly, while Song Fuxing's physical body lay on the ground outside, he was able to roam about in the space as if he had a tangible doppelganger, much like a person moving freely in their own home. Upon entering the space, his first instinct was to open the refrigerator door and plunge his head into the freezer, desperate for relief from the sweltering heat. As he immersed his head in the chilly confines of the freezer, he casually rummaged through the various items stored within. At that moment, he was alone in the space, free to express his thoughts without restraint. He muttered to himself, Goodness, she is quite the stockpile, so much pork. Oh, and a whole frozen chicken. What's this? Ah, beef. Yes, it must be beef. Thank goodness Paying knows how to manage our supplies. Curiosity piqued, he unwrapped a food bag and exclaimed, Frozen sauerkraut balls, splendid. Once thawed, they would pair wonderfully with stir-fried pork belly, served alongside a bowl of rice and pickled cucumbers. Delicious. He shook his head, realizing he must stop dwelling on food, lest he succumb to temptation. As he crouched to open the bottom drawer, he was greeted by a vibrant array of ice cream packaging. In the past, he often chided his daughter for indulging in ice cream late at night, questioning the necessity of such a treat when fresh fruit awaited. Yet now, he found himself genuinely excited. Oh, let's see what we have here. This all looks delectable. He picked up a bar only to put it back, reminding himself to save some for his daughter. He turned towards the kitchen, which led to the north balcony where bottles of mineral water and beer were stored, all saved for the New Year festivities. He knew there was an abundance of water in that cabinet, yet he resolutely decided against taking any, opting instead to preserve it for his daughter's future needs. Instead, he retrieved the fruits and vegetables he had soaked in water prior to his journey and began to drink the washing water. After all, it was certainly cleaner than the water from ancient streams. He guzzled half a basin before wiping his mouth and darting back to the refrigerator. Meanwhile, the mother and daughter duo outside anxiously awaited, watching as Song Fuxing suddenly opened his eyes, ice cream appearing in his hands. Their astonishment was palpable. Song Fuling snatched the ice cream, exclaiming, Father, that was quick. Only a few minutes. Qian Paying gazed at him in disbelief. Did you really find it? I can't believe you were so fast. In the modern era, Song Fuxing had never worried about household matters, always turning to her for answers. So, it was hard to fathom he could find anything with such precision. No, first let me deliver these ice pops to you too. I know you're overheating. Hurry, eat up, I'll be going back in. Wait, father, have you eaten? You must be hot as well. Song Fuxing waved them off. I'm fine. I just cooled off in the freezer. If you don't believe me, feel my forehead. Song Fuxing frowned. That's not enough. Father, you should have one too. I've eaten. This one is just like yours, he replied, rolling his eyes before retreating into the space once more. However, Song Fuxing found herself unable to enjoy her ice cream. As Qian Peiing eagerly devoured her popsicle, she glanced back to see her daughter sitting silently. What's wrong? Song Fuxing confessed. Mother, father hasn't he eaten? This ice cream I have is coconut gray. He said it was the same as mine. How could that be? Before we came to ancient times, there was only one left in the fridge. Qian Peiing paused, her mouth agape, before finally saying, just eat yours, listen to me. I'll save half of mine for your father. Hurry, before it melts. Yet, no matter what Song Fuxing rummaged for inside, the ice cream would not last. As the two women savored their ice cream, Song Fuxing was busily exploring the space. He muttered to himself, I need the thermometer, medicine, my spare shorts, tank top, and her undershirt. What else? Rubbing his head, he wandered into his daughter's bedroom, recalling her sunburned face, and began searching through the vanity. He recognized the need for sunscreen but was bewildered by the variety available. SPF 15, 25, 30, and even 50. Which one should I take? The highest, perhaps? He recalled the pitiful sight of Qian Mishu struggling to eat, and decided to head back to the north balcony to find some milk powder. The women's milk powder came in small packets, which were easy to grab, but they were meant for females, enriched with zinc and other additives, best saved for his wife and daughter. After rummaging, he finally unearthed a large canister of unopened goat milk powder. Holding it up, he frowned at the label proclaiming it to be skimmed. Modern folk truly waste their blessings, always seeking to reduce fat. They should try living in ancient times, where hunger would turn their eyes blue, forcing them to eat anything they could find. In ancient times, a plump person was a sign of prosperity, indicating a plentiful supply of food. Once he was done scavenging, he filled a plastic bag with goat milk powder and exited the space, only to be met with Qian Peiying's exasperation. Why did you bring out my old pajamas? I asked for a plain t-shirt, something less conspicuous. This one has ruffles on the collar and sleeves. It's clearly machine-made, not hand-sewn. How can I dress Mishu in that? Is this not an old pajama of yours? You never threw it away. It's been piled in the cabinet. With so many clothes, how am I to know which is which? Song Fuxing interjected, Father, why did you bring out my sunscreen? I'm going to apply it on you, he replied. I'm just a little refugee, dripping with sweat. What good is it? In 5 minutes, I'll be barefaced again. Song Fuxing retorted, enough. Don't nitpick. If you're so capable, you can go in yourself. I can retrieve things, but not return them. Song Fuxing insisted, I need to change clothes quickly. We've already wasted too much time. What if your mother thinks we've all fallen into a pit? Meanwhile, Qian Mishu eagerly awaited the return of his family, longing for the moment he could finally be held close by them instead of being left to fend for himself. Tossed aside by the likes of Si Zhuang and Manager Niu. At last, water was available, eliminating the need to use the ancient, foul-tasting liquor to cool him down. As Qian Peiing hurried back, she immediately mixed warm water to bathe Mishu, using a towel to clean his body inside and out. Afterward, she removed his heavy clothing and dressed him in a flowery pajama, allowing him to wear it like a dress. Aside from the slightly large neckline, he looked adorable. She then styled his hair into 2 little braids, making him resemble a little girl. Song Fuxing cradled Mishu in his arms, discreetly placing a thermometer under his armpit. Within seconds, the measurement concluded with a beeping sound. It's 38.5 degrees. Hurry, fetch the medicine. Mishu looked up in wonder, pointing at the electronic thermometer. Uncle, what is this? It makes a sound. At that moment, old lady Ma suddenly raised her voice, gripping Song Fuxing tightly, prying open her granddaughter's mouth and exclaiming in despair. Oh heavens! What has happened to my granddaughter Estan? Oh no, this is bad. Sen-er, come quickly. Song Fuxing felt quite embarrassed, having forgotten that after indulging in ice cream, her tongue would turn black, leaving her at a loss for how to explain. Chapter 75. Helplessness. The oppressive heat intensified the agitation of the people. Old Lady Ma waved her arms and struck Song Fuxing on the back. How could you be so gluttonous? How could you dare to stuff something into your mouth that you don't even recognize? I'll teach you a lesson. After delivering a few blows to her granddaughter, Old Lady Ma herself became exhausted, panting heavily. Song Fuling's punishment stemmed from her father, that notorious liar. Claiming that she had spotted wild fruits while using the restroom and, tempted by their allure, had hastily eaten them, resulting in her blackened tongue, nothing to be overly alarmed about. Listen to how carelessly crafted that excuse was. It was no wonder she was being punished. Song Fuling's father, Song Fushing, had not anticipated that his mother would react with such fury. Frowning, he intervened, exclaiming, "What are you doing, mother? Why are you hitting us? How old are you to be striking her? I've never even touched her finger, and here you are, making a scene, with her father shielding her." Song Fuling tugged at his sleeve, saying, "It's all right, Dad, don't fuss. Grandma is just a bit startled." Qian Peiying also urged Song Fushing, "You should attend to your own matters. Once you finish with the rice birthday celebration, go wash up in the river to cool off. Don't get involved here. Just leave." Qian Peiying spoke this way because she had witnessed old lady Ma's trembling hands, which were entirely genuine, and noticed her pale face. Clearly, she feared that her granddaughter had been poisoned due to her blackened tongue. Song Fushing's loud voice attracted the attention of nearby families, who were watching the scene unfold. And old lady Ma felt embarrassed. After all, she had genuinely been concerned for Fuling. Reluctantly obeying his wife, Song Fushing turned to leave, but muttered, "I've told you before, girls are sensitive. Don't scold them in front of others. And yet, here you are, raising your hand to hit her. Why would a child eat wild fruits? What compels her to stuff unknown things into her mouth? It's poverty, thirst, hunger. She has gone without food or drink. It's our failure as adults, and when there's anger, why take it out on her?" Qian Peiying waved her hand again, urging, "Just go about your business. Stop dawdling." Song Fuling stood awkwardly, fidgeting with her fingers, contemplating. If only she had truly indulged in ice cream earlier, the sweetness was delightful. So delightful that her blackened tongue was indeed a result of that indulgence. She nearly cried at her father's words, which struck a chord. Qian Peiying then instructed her daughter, "You should go find Tao Hua and the others to wash up. What about the younger brother? You needn't worry about that." Just as Song Fuling turned to leave, Song Jinbao ran over. "Sister, were the fruits sweet?" Song Jinbao's eyes lit up. "Where did you find those fruits?" Old lady Ma, suddenly enraged, brandished the ladle and charged at Song Jinbao, grabbing him tightly. "I told you about those fruits." One after another, fruits, fruits. As Song Fuling watched her grandmother swing her arm, the ladle landed firmly on Song Jinbao's backside, making her wince in sympathy. And she quickly covered her own behind and ran away. In the kitchen, Zhu Shi felt anxious and wanted to intervene, but feared that her mother-in-law might strike her as well. Just then, her husband, Song Fushi, returned with a water bucket and shouted, "Jinbao's father, hurry and reason with mother." Song Fushi glanced at the scene of his son being punished and replied, "Reason with her? Let her blow off some steam, otherwise she might get sick from holding it in." Zhu Shi stared in disbelief. Were Song Fushing and her husband truly brothers? One was protective, while the other allowed their mother to vent her frustrations on their only son. Indeed, let her vent. On that very day, several families had resorted to punishing their children, resulting in cries of despair and children rolling on the ground. This was the sorrow of the impoverished. The poor would rather let their food spoil than consume it, hoarding it instead. However, the heat was unbearable, and every household faced the dilemma of their stored meat and eggs going bad. They had to eat, for they couldn't let the meat rot or the eggs become incubators for chicks. If they didn't eat, they would have to throw it away. Eating felt like a painful sacrifice, especially now, with uncertain futures looming. Only the innocent children remained genuinely joyful. The more the children clapped and cheered, the more it pricked at the fragile hearts of the adults. Chapter 76. The gourd and its lit. Old lady Ma turned her back to the group, sitting on the grass mat in a huff, tears streaming down her face. The daughters-in-law hesitated to inquire about the quantity of food she was preparing, whether she was cooking the meat that was about to spoil or boiling the eggs that could no longer be kept. They dared not approach her, nor did they feel entitled to make decisions on their own. Old lady Ma was infuriated not only by the oppressive heat, a relentless force that seemed to push them southward rather than northward, but also by the suffocating atmosphere that left her breathless and unable to preserve any food. The meat and eggs were already troubling enough, but the grains, if steamed too long, would surely spoil. Adults could manage to eat something, but what if the children suffered from stomach issues? Moreover, her heart was heavy with sorrow. She was deeply affected by the way Song Fushing shouted at her, as if he were ready to confront her. For so many years, her third son had never spoken to her like this. She could not fathom the reason behind such behavior. Perhaps it was due to their prolonged time together, which had revealed his growing impatience with her. Yet, He never considered why she was so frightened or why she reprimanded her granddaughter. After all, their family had only one child. What if the plump girl consumed something harmful? In old lady Ma's heart, she had never contemplated replacing her daughter-in-law, Qian Peiying, with someone who could bear more sons. She believed that a person should not act so cruelly. Sending a woman back to her family was akin to forcing her into despair. More importantly, during Qian Leoi's lifetime, he had provided considerable assistance to the Song family. To be frank, without his support in those years, her family would have been much poorer, perhaps even unable to afford a meal. Thus, she could not accept taking advantage of someone and then discarding them when convenient. She sincerely hoped that Qian Peiying would soon conceive. If that were truly impossible, she had indeed entertained the thought of having her third son take a concubine. Even if it meant selling a couple of acres of land to provide for the new wife, she would cover those expenses herself, allowing the child to be raised by Qian Peiying as though it were her own. Adoption was a last resort, one to be avoided if possible. Of course, in the current plight of fleeing famine, where each day was uncertain, such contemplations were futile. Therefore, the well-being of the plump girl was of utmost importance. She was the sole child of the third family and could not be allowed to fall ill or suffer from the cold. She needed to be robust and resilient. Discussions regarding the future of having more sons could be postponed. What mattered most was to protect the child in the present. Just then, when the plump girl stuck out her tongue, revealing its dark hue, old lady Ma felt her heart twist in anguish, her frustration flaring. Sister-in-law, I heard you've been quarreling? Are you unhappy about having a child? The elder aunt, holding her grandson in one hand and a water bucket in the other, had clearly just returned from drawing water. Old lady Ma immediately turned around, retorting, "Who are you to speak? Your family quarrels do not concern us." "All right. Your family hardly makes a fuss since your second son is nowhere to be found." The elder aunt felt a pang in her chest. How could this woman speak with such force? She had come over with good intentions only to be met with barbs that struck at her vulnerabilities, leaving her breathless with indignation. Meanwhile, Song Fuxing had arrived at the riverbank, believing the water to be deep enough for a swim, at least reaching his ankles. However, the water was disappointingly shallow. It was too shallow to draw with a bucket, forcing him to use a small basin. Pouring half a basin at a time into the bucket, filling the bucket would take an eternity at this rate. This is dire, he thought. At that moment, Song Lijing, in agreement with Song Fuxing, hurried over, saying, "Fuxing, quickly show us your treasure. Let us see if those ahead have run out of water. They must not be without it." Indeed, no water would be catastrophic. Without it, the livestock would perish first, followed by the people. Chapter 77. Water is as important as food. Since Song Fuling had spoken with her father about the two thieves, who seemed not to be after silver or grain, but rather targeting her stainless steel thermos, she urged her father to put away the binoculars and refrain from using them unnecessarily, as they attracted too much attention. Consequently, Song Fuxing ceased to use the binoculars and indeed stored them away. Now, they were retrieved once more, and along with Li Zhongye, her brother-in-law Tian Shifa, and Wang Zhongyu, they ascended a nearby elevated mount. The girls were washing clothes, which were damp with sweat. One did not need to be close to detect the pungent odor from a distance. However, soaking the garments required considerable effort, much like kneading dough. To ensure they were thoroughly wet, it was impossible to achieve a deep clean. This underscored just how shallow the river water truly was. As Arya scrubbed her garments, she simultaneously scratched her scalp with her nails, occasionally using her arm to alleviate the itching. Her long hair was damp, and her scalp was slick with sweat, making the incessant scratching more aggravating. The sound of her relentless scratching irritated Song Fuling, who sat nearby washing her feet, wishing she could cover her face in frustration. Feeling utterly uncomfortable and unable to look at Arya, Tao Huan noticed Song Fuling's disdain for Arya and quickly shifted the conversation. "Penya, where have the third uncle and the others gone? Look, they are climbing that mount." Upon hearing this, Song Fuling sighed. "You all should wash whatever you can while there is still water. Do not be deceived by its scarcity. Even a mere finger's depth still constitutes water. I fear that soon we may not have any drinking water left, and that would be dire." The three girls immediately halted their actions, turning to stare at Song Fuling in disbelief. "Do not look at me like that. Hurry and wash." "Oh, Arya, please stop scratching. I beg you to let your hair down for a proper wash. Do not worry about using too much soap. If your aunt refuses to lend you any, use mine to avoid unnecessary arguments. You must understand that while our faces may become grimy, resembling those fleeing from calamity to evade trouble, our hair should remain clean. Every little bit counts. Moreover, once we leave this place, we may not have water available to clean ourselves. After you finish your tasks, let us prepare some food and fill every vessel we have with water. I suspect it will take quite some time for everyone to gather water. Indeed, Song Fuling's predictions were accurate. As Song Fuxing and the others descended from the mound, their expressions were grave as they began to organize. Song Fuxing directed the butchers to quickly lead the mules and oxen to the river for a sufficient drink, ensuring they would be well fed as well. Remember, when we leave later, we must ensure the animals are taken to the river for a hearty drink. Li Zheng, addressing the group, called out, before we depart. It is imperative that we fill every possible container with water. Be it water bladders or spare bamboo tubes, do not let any go to waste. If you can think of a way to hold water, fill it up. Furthermore, Li Zheng gathered everyone to emphasize another crucial point. In our households, some may not have mules or oxen, while others may possess several. These animals require multiple servings of water daily, especially in this heat. So we must ensure they are well hydrated. Otherwise, they may become restless and refuse to move. Those without livestock should not simply stand idly by. Everyone must contribute to fetching water for the animals. Do you understand? Our families must be united. The crowd responded in a scattered chorus. Unity. Correct. Unity. Now hurry along. Ladies, prepare the meal. Once the food is ready, make sure to fill the pot with water. Chapter 78. As the water supply in modern homes was about to cease, Wang Posey's young daughter-in-law quietly inquired of her husband, "Since there is no water ahead, shall we just stay here? Although the river has little water, it is certainly better than having none at all. Without water, how can one survive? Who knows how far we must travel to encounter water again?" Wang Zhongyu looked at his wife with an expression that suggested she had lost her mind. "What nonsense are you uttering? Staying here is no different from hiding on the mountain back then. This open land is not your home. Can you truly linger here for a lifetime? We must press on, no matter what. Just do as you're told." "Ah, yes, we cannot linger here," Wang Posey's daughter-in-law remarked, slapping her forehead. But soon she was beset by another dilemma. This time, fearing rebuke, she chose to consult Song Fuxing, who was nearby. "Uncle, with all the buckets filled with water, we cannot simply pile them on the luggage as we would during our travels. Where is there space for these basins of water? We cannot stack them either." As she spoke, her eyes darted about, reflecting her unease. Song Fuxing, clad in a sleeveless vest, Nike shorts, and straw sandals, was oblivious to her discomfort. He furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation. Indeed, transporting a large quantity of water would add considerable weight and bulk, necessitating that every household streamline their belongings and discard much. Voices rose in a cacophony. "What? We can't keep the straw mats. What will we lie on in the afternoon? What? We must discard our clothes? If we throw them away, what will we wear? We hardly brought many. Don't throw away the quilts. Delang, are you out of your mind? What will we cover ourselves with at night? We are already sleeping under the open sky." The young man, referred to as Delang, exclaimed, "Mother, did you not hear the village chief and brother Song say that anything temporarily unused must be discarded? The lack of water is a matter of life and death." Chaos ensued, voices clamoring in disarray. Song Fuxing felt exhausted, urging his parents to leave unnecessary items behind, as the cart had no room to spare. Yet, old Lady Ma was obstinate. To her, every tattered item was a treasure, even the patched clothes. "Mother, just keep the cotton clothes and shoes we will need shortly. I assure you, we will not freeze. As for warmth, we can simply remove layers. We'll share one quilt, and those belongings stuffed with worthless fluff must go. Keep only the decent clothes. My elder and second brothers will wear mine if theirs are inadequate, and the same goes for my sisters-in-law. Let us prioritize Qian's garments." After speaking, Song Fuxing called out to Qian Peiying, gesturing for her to find decent clothes for Si Zhuang to change into, insisting he discard the current set. He added that they should calculate carefully to avoid unnecessary delays and ensure that essential items were discarded. Then, Boss Niu approached Song Fuxing, asking son-in-law, "What shall we do with the several jars of wine I brought?" Song Fuxing pondered briefly. "Let us save them for when there is no water to drink. At night, when the quilts are insufficient, we can drink wine to keep warm. For now, just arrange them neatly, placing a board on top to stabilize things and allow for stacking. Furthermore, any cotton quilts, luggage, or raincoats that would not break upon falling should be placed atop the cart, securely tied with rope and covered with oilcloth." It was imperative to maximize space in the cart for the water basins. At this juncture, the women remained resistant to the idea of discarding their belongings, expressing significant dissent. For them, having managed to bring these items from home was already a blessing, and after days of arduous travel, the notion of relinquishing them was simply unacceptable. Addressing his aunt, whose family owned oxen, Song Fuxing retorted, I have seen with my own eyes that just 2 to 3 dozen miles ahead. Many are parched by the roadside, collapsing with uncertain fates. They likely passed this place without realizing there was a small river, which my brother-in-law had specially searched for. We are indeed favored by heaven. If you do not discard these items and do not prepare to collect water, I ask you, who can guarantee that there is water 2 or 3 dozen miles further? What if, after traveling that distance, there is still no water? The mules and oxen will perish of thirst. Once they die, do you think you can push the cart with the remaining items? Can you carry them? Song Lirong directed his anger toward the others, exclaiming, Look at those refugees. They have no belongings, some even lack a morsel of food, yet they survive. Why must you complicate matters? Do not be greedy and lose sight of the essentials. Food and water are paramount for survival. The leader and the political commissar joined in the reprimand, their anger serving as a means of control, and the women resignedly acquiesced. Once they accepted this, the next step was to rush to the riverbank for a thorough cleansing. In that shallow stream, they seemed eager to wash everything, including themselves, with little time to spare, even soaking their hair in the process, as if fearing they would never touch water again after leaving this river. They filled containers with water to boil for drinking, urging men to drink heartily, even forcing it down the throats of children, who protested, We can't drink anymore. Mother, truly we cannot. It was not merely about drinking free water in abundance. They wished to stockpile enough to last until the next day. Water was as essential as food. Consuming 20 buns in one meal would not suffice to last until next month. Meanwhile, Song Fulling's family was preparing a meal of egg soup. At last, a decent meal. Yet her grandmother had managed to make a pot of unseasoned egg soup, insisting they drink until full. Thus, they ended up feeling satisfied with water rather than food, belching as the broth surged upward. As the mules and oxen set off once more, the sound of wooden wheels rolling over stones echoed along the path, heralding a continuation of the arduous struggle for survival that lay ahead. Chapter 79. Borrowing light as the wheels began to move, several elderly women exclaimed, Oh dear, my water. Be gentler, steady it. They wished they could return to the riverbank to refill the water that had sloshed out, unwilling to waste even a drop of their precious cargo. This request, however, was somewhat unreasonable. How could one possibly avoid jostling? Even a hand-pushed cart, with careful maneuvering to dodge large stones and pebbles, would inevitably tilt, let alone the mules and oxen, who understood not a word of human language. After a hearty meal and a refreshing bath, they were restless, occasionally tossing their heads and bodies with abandon. The water in the large barrels and small basins rippled back and forth on the cart, swaying this way and that. At that moment, everyone looked disheveled, with damp hair, each seeking a moment of relief from the heat. Sweat-drenched towels hung around their necks, dripping incessantly. Yet these towels, having barely settled around their necks, quickly lost their coolness, warmed by the scorching breeze. The droplets that fell to the ground evaporated almost instantly. Each person donned their finest attire, though most wore coarse, unyielding fabrics that were difficult to wash, providing little warmth in winter and failing to absorb sweat in summer. Nevertheless, these garments were once reserved for special occasions, too precious to wear frequently. A few individuals sported cotton clothing, a luxury afforded only by slightly more prosperous farming families. Among them, the 3 daughters-in-law of Old Ma were particularly eye-catching. He and Zhu had borrowed money to acquire their vibrant cotton garments for the first time. Their colors, deep blue and bright green, were far from drab, and having washed them in the river before departure, they appeared remarkably clean. So much so that one might mistake them for not fleeing from disaster at all. They walked along, occasionally admiring their outfits. In stark contrast, Song Fuxing's elder sister, Song Yinfeng, along with Tao Hua and the 2 Yis, looked rather downtrodden beside he and Zhu, as they wore their old clothes, limited by the modest means provided by paying. Their garments were ill-fitting and far too large. Yet, in the eyes of Song Fuling, the collective appearance of these individuals could not rival the deep blue short-sleeved shirt worn by Si Zhuang, which belonged to her father's Armani collection. Si Zhuang himself considered his attire rather fine. Despite its peculiar style that exposed his arms, it was undeniably refreshing. Moreover, the young lady had specifically instructed him, Si Zhuang, do not put on another layer, it is far too hot, and covering that wound is not advisable. Even the shopkeeper Nyo envied him, remarking that the young lady's special instructions and the opportunity to wear the young master's clothing were signs of fortune. Indeed, Nyo was correct. Si Zhuang felt deep gratitude for having such benefactors as the young lady and the young master, and vowed to cherish his good fortune. Gradually, They had walked only a few miles when, due to Song Fuxing's sleeveless shirt and short pants in the lead, and Si Zhuang's similar attire, the men behind them became envious, feeling the heat unbearably. They too wished to shed their layers, disregarding any sense of decorum. After all, could their dignity compare to that of Song Fuxing, the scholar who had once topped the examination? It is worth noting that during the day, the most oppressive heat occurred around 2 in the afternoon, rendering breathing a laborious task. Wang Zhongyu halted, passing the cart to his wife to steady it. He wiped the beads of sweat from his brow with his towel, gritting his teeth and tearing open the fine clothing he had only donned at noon. His wife remarked, "Oh dear, you look quite unseemly." "Unseemly, you say? Let it be," he retorted. Chapter 80. Once we were young masters, Wang Zhongyu's disrobing had a far greater impact than that of Song Fuxing. After all, Song Fuxing and his family were accustomed to wearing peculiar attire, and his sudden removal of garments had desensitized everyone. However, Wang Zhongyu was different. He wiped the sweat from his brow with the sleeve of his shirt, glanced back at the distant position of Tao Hua, and decided to shed his clothing as well. The Gao brothers followed suit, tossing their garments onto a cart, prompting several eager young men, including Hu Zai, Dalong, and Erlang, to do the same. It became evident that humanity is inherently reluctant to wear clothing. It feels constraining. Song Fuxing contemplated advising his elder brother, second brother, and brother-in-law to loosen their belts for some relief, but as the eldest brother, Song Futsai cast a few glances at his younger siblings and decided against it. After all, as the elder, he had to maintain some dignity, even in the heat. Seeing his elder brother remain clothed, Song Fuxi also opted not to undress. Considering his status as Qian Peiying's second brother-in-law, Tian Shifa was mindful of Tao Hua. With his daughter growing up, he felt it inappropriate to bare his torso. Even amidst their plight, he must uphold a father's image in her eyes. As for his son Hu Zai, if he wished to undress, let him do so. The women, however, had a different predicament. Not only were they perspiring profusely, but they also had to keep their hands busy while trudging along. What were they to do? They were reluctant to discard their clothing or meager belongings. Before their departure, Song Fuling had suggested, almost in jest, that they cut their garments into large pieces of fabric, creating holes for their eyes and a potential opening for their noses. When the mosquitoes became bothersome in the afternoon, they could cover their faces and secure the cloth around their necks with a string. This would serve much like a mask. Everyone could have a piece of cloth, which would not take up much space. If it were unnecessary, it could serve as padding in their baskets or even as a towel to wipe away sweat. Song Fuling's casual remarks unexpectedly resonated with the women. Some, equipped with scissors, began poking holes in their old clothes while maintaining their pace. At the front of the group, Song Fuxing suddenly stiffened, feeling a warm liquid trickle down his back. He was carrying a travel bag on his front and a large basket on his back, the bottom of which contained a moisture-proof mat, his jacket, and various odds and ends, with Qian Mishu seated atop. Qian Mishu had been drowsy since taking her medicine. She had not even noticed their departure and had been sleeping in the basket, her head covered with a large towel to shield her from the sun. It was likely that in her stupor, perhaps from drinking too much egg soup, she had inadvertently wet herself. Song Fuxing gritted his teeth, recognizing the situation. Just when he had managed to wash and change his shorts by the riverbank, attempting to appear somewhat presentable, this child's accident had ruined everything, leaving him with an unpleasant odor. To make matters worse, Qian Mishu woke up after her mishap, rubbing her eyes and leaning over to embrace Song Fuxing's neck, saying softly, "I'm all wet." Resigned, Song Fuxing replied, "Well, it happened. Are you feeling better?" "Yes, uncle, I'm thirsty," she responded. He unscrewed the cap of her water pouch, shaking it before handing it to her. She took a sip and froze. The child had intended to express her surprise loudly, but quickly covered her mouth with her tiny hands, glancing around furtively before whispering in his ear, "It's sweet, uncle." "It's sweet?" Song Fuxing chuckled. "You've never tasted it before, have you?" Maybe I have," Qian Mishu replied uncertainly. "Is it milk?" Song Fuxing realized. This little one was from a wealthy family, accustomed to being pampered and having experienced milk before. In the brief moment he was distracted, she called out, waving her small hands, "Sister, auntie," and insisted on feeding him the water pouch. "Uncle, drink. Quick, it's sweet. I can't drink it." Startled, Song Fuxing hurriedly shushed her, thinking it was best to keep this a secret. The little bit of milk powder he had was hardly sufficient to quench the thirst of an entire family. Just as he was about to remind her not to make noise or speak of it, Gao Taitu at the front called out to him, "Third uncle, look. Isn't that the carriage you saw in your treasure? It looks quite extravagant, but why hasn't he it left?" Your treasure truly is remarkable. We've traveled so far to encounter it. Chapter 81. Drought in the distance. A cart stood motionless by the roadside, merely a few hundred meters away. This cart had caught the attention of Song Fuxing and his companions before they set off, as they had deliberately climbed a hillside to gaze far into the horizon, where they had indeed spotted it through their telescope. Since their exodus began, they had not encountered any carts along the road, which made them particularly attentive to it. However, Iron Head raised a valid point. Amidst the bustle of boiling water and preparing meals, coupled with the time spent on their journey, it was perplexing that this cart had not budged an inch. Were its occupants not in a hurry to travel? As Song Fuxing and the others drew closer, a collective gasp escaped the men in the front. The cart, drawn by horses, lay with its steeds lifeless. It was no wonder it remained still. Inside the cart, for individuals, both young and old, had perished, with the youngest appearing to be just over a year old. In the sweltering heat, they had begun to decay, releasing a foul odor that assaulted the senses. Song Fuxing covered his mouth, sensing an ominous foreboding, and turned to his daughter-in-law, saying, "Put on masks. Find anything that can cover your mouth and nose. Misho, cover yourself with a towel. You are not to come out unless I say so." He then shouted to the group, "Quickly, cover your mouths and noses." One after another, instructions were relayed. Unexpectedly, the idea proposed by Song Fuxing before their departure was now being put into action. Although the others were unaware of what was happening, they all took the head coverings that the daughter-in-law had just finished sewing and donned them, wrapping their children close in their arms. Some bold soul suggested to Song Fuxing that they salvage the fine cart and wheels for their own use, as it could carry a considerable load. Song Fuxing replied dismissively, "Enough of that nonsense. There are no wounds. The horses are dead, and so are the people. Do you know how they perished? Let me tell you. Do not touch anything." He turned back to his cousin, ordering, "Signal them to hasten through." The elderly women in the mule cart began to shout, "Slow down, slow down. Don't spill the water." After traveling a few more miles, all the women who had argued with Song Fuxing and Song Lirong about not discarding their belongings before departure were now filled with dread. The further they ventured, the more parched the grass became. The more they pressed on, the hotter and drier it grew, revealing the presence of more corpses. The figures they had seen through the telescope were not merely resting. They were numerous souls who had succumbed to the hardships of fleeing. Among the scant survivors, they sat amidst the dead, numbly scooping grass and dirt into their mouths in a desperate quest for moisture. One elderly woman, lying motionless by the roadside, was initially presumed lifeless. Out of respect for the deceased, they carefully circumvented her body, but unexpectedly, she suddenly seized the last vestiges of her strength to grab Song Fuxing's foot, gasping, "Water, give me water." After uttering that plea, she breathed her last. Startled, Song Fuxing cried out, while Song Fuxi, nearby, hastily abandoned the water he was preparing to push and urgently passed the cart's handle to his eldest son. With a few swift kicks, he forcefully dislodged the elderly woman gripping Song Fuxing's ankle. Observing his niece shuddering, Song Fuxi pulled her close, asking, "Chubby girl, are you all right?" Meanwhile, Song Fuxing was distraught, rushing towards them with the basket containing money and Misho, calling out, "Daughter, daughter, it's all right. I'm here, don't worry." Misho, seated in the basket, extended her little arms, saying, "Sister, don't be afraid. I'll blow for you." With her mask on, Qianping leaned against the window of the mule cart, her eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded, "Fuxing, come up here. I'll get down and walk. It'll be easier." Chapter 82. The devoted fan behind the mask, Song Fuxing wept, tears streaming down her face. What kind of bizarre ordeal is this? Misfortune seemed to plague her family, and they had committed no wrongdoing that warranted such suffering. Surviving in the cracks, each step was fraught with challenges. Here, she no longer aspired to wealth or luxury. She merely wished for a stable existence. She longed to live without witnessing death, without the constant dread that accompanied her sleep, and without the grueling early morning treks that left her face glistening with sweat and her legs feeling leaden. Why must it be so arduous? Taking a deep breath, she fought to suppress the overwhelming tide of tears, repeatedly reminding herself, "No, Song Fuxing, do not dwell on despair. Be strong and optimistic. Your complaints, your vulnerability, your tears will only burden your parents further. If you can find a measure of joy, their psychological load will lighten. They have strived diligently to ensure your safety and survival." Fearing that her father, Song Fuxing, might detect her sorrow through her voice, she spoke softly, "Father, it's nothing. It's merely a person who hasn't fully passed. Let us continue. We must not let the shopkeeper and the others halt." Shopkeeper Nyo, concerned for the young lady, had already stopped the mule cart, prompting the others to halt as well. Seeing his daughter appear relatively composed, Song Fuxing gently patted her back before gesturing for the shopkeeper and the rest to keep moving. Meanwhile, Song Fuling hastily adjusted her emotions and approached the cart, adopting a tone of feigned impatience as she addressed Qian Peiying. "Mother, please refrain from overreacting. Just sit quietly in the cart." Tao Hua, perceptive as ever, noticed the tears on Song Fuling's neck and had been equally startled earlier. She grasped Song Fuling's hand, pulling her along, fearful that her sister might weaken from fright, and whispered, "Chubby girl, when fear grips you, remember, we are not alone." Indeed, their survival amid such adversity was a blessing, especially considering the elderly in their group. Each time they encountered those desperate enough to consume grass or dirt, or those who lay lifeless on the ground, they would clutch their hearts and lament. Had they not journeyed together, they would have been voiceless, lifeless. If left to fend for themselves in this calamity, they would surely have succumbed to despair, perhaps wishing to spare their children from the burden of their existence. The women walking alongside the men were equally reflective. They discovered that overthinking could lead to unnecessary worry, and that Song Fuxing was indeed their guiding star. His foresight was remarkable. He always seemed a step ahead of everyone else. For instance, when they had not yet run out of water, he had sent Tian Shifa and a few others to scout for a water source, insisting that they could only rest upon finding it. Upon discovering a shallow stream, he quickly climbed a hill to survey the landscape and ordered everyone to fill their containers, prioritizing water over their belongings. Moreover, before they had even descended the mountain, Song Fuxing had meticulously arranged for every potential scenario, designating responsibilities and formulating plans should any refugees attempt to seize their supplies. In times of desperation, people tended to trust fate even more than before. Thus, when the women witnessed those who perished from thirst and then looked at their own cattle, which still had water to drink, several daughters-in-law quietly advised their husbands, "Remember, from now on, whatever Song Laosen instructs you to do, you shall comply. Follow his lead, for his judgment is infallible. Ignore anything he advises against. We shall align ourselves with him. He is clever, and his decisions are sure to be sound." At that moment, Song Fuxing, at the forefront of the group, suddenly donned his outer coat, fastening it securely. The women promptly offered their cloaks to their husbands. Some men, growing impatient, remarked, "It's hot. Why wear it when we've just taken it off? Hurry and put it on. Look at Song Laosan. He doesn't seem any less affected by the heat than you. He would prefer to walk bareskinned if he could. So there must be a reason he has put it on now. If he takes it off later, I will too." Chapter 83. Advancing reluctantly. It is often said that women possess keen insight and thoughtful consideration. Song Fuxing not only dressed himself in warm clothing, but also donned a headpiece made from a mosquito net. He called out to the group, instructing them to put their clothes back on, urging everyone to cover themselves as thoroughly as possible and not to remove their face coverings. He deliberately lagged behind, stopping to lift Qian Mishu from the basket. He carefully dressed the child in shoes, trousers, and a tattered old garment, layering it for warmth, and ensured the mask was securely in place. Qian Mishu, displaying great understanding, expressed concern for Song Fuxing, saying, "Uncle, I feel much better. I can walk for a while." Song Fuxing affectionately patted the child's head, then called for his daughter and Qian Peiying, reminding those nearby to keep their feet covered and to put on socks. Finally, Song Fuxing took the bottle of essential oil, discreetly applying it to his daughter, his wife, and Qian Mishu, including himself behind the ears and on the wrists. He then called out to old lady Ma, "Mother, come here." As she approached, he swiftly applied the oil to her, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. "What is this peculiar scent? Are you applying it to my neck, third son?" As for the others, Song Fuxing grasped the bottle tightly, contemplating before addressing his sister. Song Yinfen quickly responded, hurrying forward with her basket. "Take this and apply a little to the children, just a small amount on their foreheads, and try not to draw attention. We must not seem overly selfish. Also, inform the eldest brother and second brother to cover themselves as thoroughly as possible." Song Yinfen accepted the oil, nodding silently without further inquiry. Suddenly, the butcher Gao hurried over, exclaiming, "Third son, what's wrong? I noticed you've stopped." Song Fuxing replied, "Uncle Gao, look at this stretch of land. How many have perished in the water? These must be travelers ahead of us, perhaps unaware of that shallow stream, collapsing only when they could no longer endure their thirst. It's estimated that at least 200 or 300 have died, and we've only covered a short distance. The heat is unbearable, and I fear that mosquitoes may bite the deceased. Who knows if any of them succumb to illness? If they bite us afterward, we could be infected. If the situation ahead is similar, With even more casualties, I genuinely worry about the prospect of a plague. What? Third son, don't frighten me, Gao exclaimed, his face paling. In ancient times, every plague was a cause for alarm, claiming many lives. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated turning back, unwilling to continue forward. But then he sighed, pondering the reality of retreating. Returning would only lead to facing desperate refugees, chaotic soldiers, and robbers who, once mere ruffians, now seized the opportunity to loot and destroy. They were defenseless farmers, ill-equipped to stand against such threats. At this juncture, it was clear, even familial bonds could not be trusted. Although he had not directly experienced it, he had heard countless tales of relatives who, even before being robbed, had been attacked and killed by their own kin over food supplies. Having any surplus grain at home was a curse, a death warrant that made returning impossible. Song Fuxing remarked, "This is merely my conjecture. Let us prepare ourselves mentally. Today, as long as the livestock remain upright, we must press on, even if it leaves us limping. In any case, we must hasten our departure from this area and be ready to move in the dark. I can only hope the children will withstand it." Chapter 84. Playing tricks. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, Qian Mishu tightly grasped Song Fuxing's hand, her little legs stumbling alongside him. Occasionally, she would glance up at him by the flickering torchlight, silently imploring, "Uncle, when will you mention carrying me? Please. I can hardly walk any further." Song Fuxing had long since noticed her longing looks, but feigned ignorance. He thought to himself, "Mishu, if you can hold on a little longer, try to be self-reliant. It is not that your uncle is unwilling to carry you. Rather, he himself is nearing exhaustion and barely able to continue." Meanwhile, old Madame Ma peered out for the 5th time, casting anxious glances at her granddaughter, Song Fuling, who lay sprawled in the mule cart. Noticing her grandmother's hopeful gaze, Song Fuling quickly crossed her arms and shook her head vigorously, clearly refusing to get down. Old Madame Ma, unable to endure any longer and unwilling to forcibly pull her granddaughter down, hastily called out, "Shopkeeper Nyo, is there any chance you could spare a bit of space in your cart?" Shopkeeper Nyo first cracked his whip sharply against the sluggish mule, urging it to move. And only after that did he lean back and grimace, saying, "Madam, I've already walked the cart down, and the mule can't bear any more weight. It's on the verge of collapse." Upon hearing this, old Madame Ma nearly succumbed to despair, almost collapsing onto the ground. Just as her legs trembled and she was about to fall, Song Fuling took a deep breath, summoning all her courage to exclaim, "Grandma, you get up here. I'll get down." "Huh. Oh, I'm coming." The mule cart halted, and old Madame Ma climbed in while Song Fuling descended, the two of them awkwardly switching places. Yet, as Song Fuling stepped aside to leave the cart, tears streamed down her face once more. It was the 2nd time she had cried that day. Grasping her grandmother's sleeve, she sobbed, "Grandma, do you know? I truly don't want to get down." Old Madame Ma pried her granddaughter's hands away from her sleeve, intending to say, "Just wait a moment for me to rest. I'll make room for you." However, her heart ached not from a lack of affection, but rather from the weight of her granddaughter, who seemed impossible to lift back up once settled. She had already walked for 3 hours, 3 whole hours. Oh, dear heavens, it nearly exhausted her. Old Madame Ma's lips moved, but in the end, no words escaped. In her heart, she thought, "Let us not worry about it now. We can discuss it later." This time, Song Fuling's tears were accompanied by many others. For instance, in the 2nd mule cart, Song Jinbao was throwing a tantrum, wailing, "I'm already asleep. I'm already asleep. Don't wake me." Song Fuxi, filled with frustration, nearly stopped to scold him. "Get down and let your 2nd sister up. She has injured her leg. Can't you be a bit more considerate?" Zhu Shi was displeased. The more she scolded her precious son, the more he acted out. She pinched Ya's ear and whispered, "How could you fall while walking? Look at how your father is reprimanding Jinbao. Are you satisfied now?" With tears streaming down her face, Ya thought, "What satisfaction? I didn't want to fall either. My legs felt so heavy and uncooperative, and I had no control over my feet. They just tripped." Old Madame Tian and Song Jinbao shared the same cart. Observing Jinbao's crying and fussing, while Ya wept outside, Song Fuxi continued to scold the children, ultimately conceding, "I'll get down. Let Ya come up." Song Yinfeng, concerned for her mother-in-law, said, "Mother, you've just been on the peach blossom cart for a while. You must rest for a bit." Old Madame Tian waved her hand dismissively. "I'm fine. Let the child come up. I can still manage." Chapter 85. Exhausted to tears on the 3rd mule cart sat Qian Pei, who found herself ensconced among the grain sacks. This cart could bear only her weight and that of her family's provisions. As she pressed her curled legs, she thought despairingly, "It's over. My sanitary pad feels like it's about to leak, and the group hasn't stopped. Have we been walking for several hours already? If I don't change my pad soon, it won't matter if my pants get soiled. My blood will stain the grain sacks. What will I say when others ask me about it?" "Oh, sister?" Song Infeng responded hurriedly. "Yes, third sister-in-law. What's the matter? Shall we take a break? The third brother says there are many dead in this area. We cannot stop." Qian Peiying's face was a portrait of despair. "What if I sneak a change in the cart?" "Yes, I'll change it and throw it out in the dark." For those families with livestock, it was somewhat better, as they could at least squeeze 1 or 2 people into the cart to rest their weary legs in turns. For families without mules or oxen, every child cried, and the elderly had already succumbed to exhaustion. Previously, older individuals and younger children could borrow a seat in someone else's cart, but today that was impossible. Other carts were laden with water, large barrels, and small basins, leaving no room at all. With the mules and oxen trudging for several hours, they could not bear the additional weight. Those with carts had their elderly and children walking outside. They felt it inappropriate to take up space in someone else's cart. Consequently, families without livestock lamented their plight. Especially for those men pushing handcarts, they wished to have their mothers sit atop while they pushed, yet they were reluctant to leave their own children crying below, pleading, "Father, I truly cannot walk any further." Torn between their mothers and their own offspring, these men felt their hearts tugged in 2 directions. They wished they could sprout extra limbs to simultaneously push their mothers and carry their children. However, the reality was that they bore the burdens of their possessions, their arms trembling with fatigue. They had exhausted the water from the handcarts. Indeed, families without mules or oxen had consumed all the water they had packed before setting out. At the back of the line, the wife of Guo Laoda hurried to the front and sought out Song Fuxing, saying, "Third brother, I implore you for a favor. Can we use the water from our cart to feed the mules and for everyone to drink? Let us use ours first. Afterward, please. Out of kindness and in consideration of your elder brother, when we reach a place where we can rest, share some of your stored water with us." Fearing Song Fuxing would refuse, Guo Laoda's wife added urgently, "Rest assured, third brother, I am not unreasonable. At the resting place, we only need enough water to cook and drink. We will conserve it, drinking only what is necessary." Guo Laoda's wife was deeply concerned for her husband. With no mules or oxen, he was solely relying on his strength to push the cart. Now, as the elderly and children struggled to walk, he had to manage the water, belongings, and the burdens of the elderly and children. His 2 younger brothers were in similar predicaments, each stubbornly trying to appear strong. But this was no time for bravado. They simply could not endure. She genuinely feared they would tire themselves out, which is why she felt compelled to approach Song Fuxing. Guo Laoda's wife believed that Song Fuxing would agree and that he would not renege on using their water, for he was a person of good character and integrity. Indeed, upon hearing her plea, Song Fuxing smacked his forehead in realization, having completely overlooked this matter. Yes, Guode's wife, feel free to use our water." He then instructed everyone to relay the message. Families without livestock could use the water from the handcarts first, and when it ran out, they could go to the families with livestock to fetch water for cooking and drinking. Furthermore, he refrained from organizing pairs, simply reminding everyone, unity is key. Thus, it was clear that efforts had been made to alleviate the burdens of those without mules or oxen, yet the journey remained arduous, pushing everyone to the brink of exhaustion. Often, one could hear women scolding their children through tears. "Why are you crying? Isn't it exhausting? Your tears are just water. Hold them back." This was the level of weariness that could reduce individuals of all ages to tears. Chapter 86. Without water, how far have we traveled today? Song Fuxing calculated in his mind. To draw a comparison with the modern city he was familiar with, he recalled that a journey from his city to a neighboring county was roughly 30 kilometers. Driving with strict adherence to traffic regulations, he would spend about an hour on that distance. Today, however, from early morning until now, close to 9 in the evening, they had trekked nearly 100 miles. In ancient times, distances were not measured in kilometers, which would be incomprehensible to most. 100 miles equated to approximately 50 kilometers in modern terms. This meant that they had covered a distance akin to driving from the city to the county and back again. A round trip on a good road would take about 2 hours, yet they were traversing this distance on foot, burdened with their loads. Comparatively, even a marathon would pale in comparison to the trials they faced today, pushing the limits of endurance. One could only imagine the despair of the elderly, women, and children, each one on the verge of tears. Breathless and fatigued, Song Fuxing found himself gasping for air. Just at that moment, Tian Shifa returned with his small team from the search for water. The group looked at them with hopeful anticipation, and Song Fuxing hurried forward to greet them. However, the familiar gestures and expressions were disheartening. Tian Shifa raised his torch and for the third time waved his hand in a gesture of negation. At that moment, the morale of the team plummeted. Even Song Fuxing felt a wave of despair wash over him, prompting him to squat down on the ground. Seeing him sit, the others followed suit, collapsing onto the earth. Logically, one would expect chatter among the ranks when the group halted, especially in the dark of night. But aside from a few calls from the cart drivers, silence enveloped them. Each person was preoccupied with their exhaustion, their chests rising and falling heavily as they removed their head coverings and wiped the sweat that streamed down their faces. Song Fuxing, too, was using a towel to dab at his neck, panting as he asked, "Brother-in-law, did you see any villages ahead?" With a pained expression, Tian Shifa shook his head. Burdened by the weight of responsibility, the group had provided them with the best equipment to ensure they could cover more ground in their search for water. They were armed with superior weapons, such as the long pole and sharp knife in the hands of the stout girl. In terms of provisions, the third brother had given each of the four a twisted breadstick, one for each pair, distributed upon each return trip. The village head had provided them with salted eggs to replenish their lost salts due to sweat, handed out on each return as well. The butcher contributed a piece of meat, acknowledging their hard work and heavy responsibilities. Although others did not offer much, each person carried 2 water bladders, filled to the brim on every trip. At this point, however, they were reluctant to consume much water, merely moistening their throats, insisting that the 4 of them drink more to compensate for their efforts. Regrettably, the 4 had ventured deep into the surrounding area, running alongside the path. But despite their best efforts, they found nothing. Not only was there a scarcity of water, but even the grass had withered, and many trees had been stripped of their bark. The village head leaned towards Song Fuxing and asked, "Fuxing, what is your decision? Whatever you choose, we shall follow." The butcher, raising his voice, inquired, "Xiao-san, shall we continue forward?" Hearing this, Niu Zhonggui interjected, "Son-in-law, we truly cannot proceed any further. My mule is on the brink of collapse." Chapter 87. What a futile endeavor this is. Continuing forward, there are no villages to offer respite, regardless of the route taken. It seems destined for a night spent under the open sky. At this moment, Song Fuxing finally comprehends the meaning behind Tian Shifa's words. This road is only traversed by desperate souls. 100 miles, coupled with the distance covered the previous day, would equate to crossing a significant town in modern times. Yet, in this ancient era, traversing such a distance yields nothing but desolate land, devoid of any village or establishment. Apart from encountering refugees suddenly rushing into the group seeking water or stumbling upon the deceased, there is an endless expanse of barren land. The group drives their mule-drawn carts across the terrain, adhering to the established order from the previous day regarding who manages which tasks. However, this time, there is no need to send anyone to fetch water, for there is none to be found. Suddenly, a woman begins to jump and wail in distress. What is it? What happened? Wang Posi's young daughter-in-law, startled, covers her mouth and cries, "There is a dead person." Song Liring lets out a sigh of relief, his tension dissipating. And he feels compelled to scold, "Isn't it normal to find dead bodies? Haven't we seen enough on this journey? Stop your wailing." He then turns angrily to the others. "When setting up your belongings, keep your eyes peeled. Use the torches to illuminate your surroundings. If you see a corpse, push it away with a hoe, lest it brings any illness." Song Fuling, unperturbed by his words, immediately grasps Qian Peiying's hand with one and tightly holds onto Qian Mishu with the other, whispering, "Mother, Mishu, let us stay right here. I just checked this spot. It is clean. We shall pretend we cannot hear anything. Do not assist or engage in work. Wait until my grandmother finishes setting up before we proceed." With darkness enveloping them and the torches failing to provide clarity, she fears inadvertently stepping on a corpse, uncertain if it is truly lifeless. Qian Peiying recognizes her daughter's genuine fear and, alarmed, wraps her arm around Song Fuling, saying, "Yes, I will stay with you here." Without moving, Mishu hesitates, but sister, my leg hurts," and anxiously waves his small hands, assuring, "I just want to sit here, not move." Qian Peiying replies, "Then sit on my feet. We must prevent any little insects from biting you." Thus, Song Fuling firmly holds her mother back from helping until Malai finishes spreading the bedding. When she looks back, it seems as though a few individuals are missing. Without a torch in hand, she can only call out anxiously into the distance, "Fat girl, here I am." Song Fuling jumps out from the shadows. You've done well. But did you pay close attention while laying things out? Were there no dead bodies? No. Rest assured, grandmother has taken care of everything. You may sleep soundly. Your uncle has sprinkled some medicinal powder around you children. I'm not sure what it is. But he claimed it was for preventing snakes and insects during his mountain trips. Wonderful. My uncle is truly remarkable. As she speaks, Song Fuling leads Mishu to lie down. Calling out, Sister Taohua, eldest sister, second sister, come quickly. Mother, don't leave. I am scared. Qian Paying mentions she needs to boil some hot water for Mishu's medicine and will return shortly. Ma Laotai observes the bedding she just laid down, now filled with people. Her granddaughter plays the role of a good Samaritan, calling out to everyone without allowing herself a moment's rest. She busies herself with arranging bedding. Feeling somewhat slighted that her uncle was praised as a great person with not a word of commendation for her efforts, she sighs in resignation. Sister Gua jogs over. Annie, I'm here to fetch water. How much? Perhaps 1 basin? Sister Gua hesitates. Ma Laotai rolls her eyes. What? It's late. Do you still plan to cook porridge? I believe it's best to skip it tonight. Our family is already hungry and not traveling. Mother, Song Fusheng frowns. This was agreed upon. Both families share the water. Our mule has already drunk from theirs, so hurry and fetch a basin, a larger one at that. Gua's family has many members. Even if they do not cook, they need at least 1 basin of water for tomorrow's journey. Do not be stingy. Sister Gua nods gratefully to Song Fusheng and explains to Ma Laotai. Annie, we cannot cook porridge. There's simply isn't enough water. However, as the 3 brothers mentioned, we must boil water for tomorrow. Chapter 88. The value of rarity. Families like that of Old Lady Ma and Sister Gua, as well as the Butcher Gao and the Wang family, are fortunate in that they rarely engage in disputes over the trivial matter of fetching water, making their lives considerably easier. These households have managed to avoid hunger throughout the day, and now that they have come to rest, there is no need for them to prepare meals. Without the necessity of cooking, they can serve water, which in turn diminishes the need for excessive conversation. Before departing in the morning, Sister Gua had thoughtfully prepared additional dry pancakes, devoid of oil or salt, which were unlikely to spoil. These hard, unyielding cakes could be thrown with enough force to cause injury. Her intention was merely to create a convenient food source, never anticipating their utility later in the day. As the journey continued, these pancakes provided sustenance for her family. The Gao family, on the other hand, had smoked meat on hand. Whenever someone felt hunger pangs, they would take a bite, benefiting from the savory flavor while conserving the meat from spoilage. The Wang family was able to maintain their composure thanks to the astuteness of Old Lady Wang. During midday, upon hearing that water might become scarce ahead, while other families frantically rushed to gather and store water, she calmly tended to her duties. She steamed grains above a pot, while boiling eggs below, perspiring from her efforts, yet ensuring her family would not go hungry. As for Old Lady Ma, she indeed benefited from her daughter-in-law's foresight. Previously, she had scolded Qian Paying for being wasteful, lamenting the oil and flour required to make fried dough twists, questioning why she could not remain at home and enjoy the comforts of a lady's life rather than endure hardship. However, after today, she no longer voiced such criticisms, recognizing the value of those twists. After all, from the time they departed from the shallow river until they finally paused for rest, they had walked for 6 or 7 hours. A person is like iron, and meals are like steel. One cannot endure long without sustenance, especially when traversing such distances. Yet, aside from feeding the mule with water and fodder, the journey continued unabated. Old Lady Ma's daughter-in-law had expressed her concerns about the dangers of mosquito bites, instilling a sense of dread. With many perishing along the way, the sight of the deceased unsettled many travelers. Additionally, the mule cart, typically capable of accommodating 2 or 3 individuals, was now laden with water containers, forcing the frail Old Lady Ma to curl up uncomfortably. Unable to prepare meals as she had before, despite her numerous skills, she found herself constrained. Thus, the fried twists, tea eggs, and small pieces of unidentifiable dry rations prepared by her daughter-in-law were brought out, allowing the family to eat on the move without losing time. This sufficed for a meal. As for their current state of hunger, they were only mildly peckish, but the situation necessitated saving water for cooking grains in the morning. Old Lady Ma mused that if she did not prepare ready-to-eat provisions by morning, the fried twists would be entirely consumed, leaving them with nothing for the next day. Her perception of her daughter-in-law began to shift when she noticed Qian Paying fetching water. Alarmed, she exclaimed, "What are you doing? That water is essential for our survival." Qian Paying, startled by the interruption, replied, I am boiling water. Old Lady Ma questioned the need for water, suggesting they should simply rest. Qian Peiying, exasperated, explained, I need to prepare medicine for Si Zhuang. He requires hot water to take his medicine. Surely you cannot prevent me from using this small amount of water? Old Lady Ma, hesitant to provoke further conflict, remained silent. Meanwhile, Qian Peiying, glancing at Old Lady Ma, overheard several other mothers-in-law chastising their daughters-in-law for their perceived inability to conserve water. She thought to herself that this ancient matron, despite her poverty, exhibited a practical mindset that was sometimes more sensible than her own modern mother-in-law, who lacked for nothing. Compared to other families, she appeared to possess a reasonable disposition. Turning to Old Lady Ma, Qian Peiying reassured her, no one dares to waste water, nor would anyone steal from you. You should lie down and rest. We have traveled extensively today. However, the rare kindness in her words went unnoticed by Old Lady Ma, who remained engrossed in the unfolding events around her. Chapter 89. In the early hours, a heated argument erupted between Song Fuxing's aunt and a young woman from another household. The young woman exclaimed, Your cattle have consumed all the water from my home. We now have to come to your place to fetch more. Wasn't this agreed upon beforehand? Why are you being unreasonable, throwing tantrums and making a scene? I am not a beggar. The aunt, equally incensed, retorted, I could bring you one basin. But what more do you expect? You seem oblivious to the situation, demanding yet another basin. Do you see anyone else boiling porridge at this hour? That would waste water. If we don't boil porridge, it wastes grain as well. My family scarcely has enough provisions to last, and we can't afford to eat solid food. Must we rely on your supplies? The young woman was taken aback. What have I said? I haven't spoken ill of you. How am I being unreasonable? You want to continue this? Oh, my heart aches, you wretched daughter-in-law, causing distress to someone my age. Have you no conscience? The aunt clutched her chest, feigning faintness. The two women exchanged sharp words, creating a lively commotion. As is often the case, there were those who delighted in the discord upon hearing the argument. Several other households joined in, claiming, You didn't provide enough water. While the young woman countered, I gave you plenty, so be grateful. On the left side, the scene unfolded similarly. Old Madame Ma could hardly keep up, for on her right, the eldest daughter-in-law of Song Lerzhang was also vociferously berating her kin. I told you not to boil water yet. Wait until I finish steaming the grain. The water will boil in due course, allowing us to fill the water pouch without delay. Can't you think ahead? Don't you know we're short on water? Get out of my way. Hearing this, Qian Peiying tilted her head to glance over. She stood up, intending to advise against drinking the steaming water, as it was commonly known to be hard water, laden with nitrites that could cause poisoning if consumed in excess. However, she opened her mouth, hesitated, and chose to suppress her words. She thought to herself, it's better to avoid poisoning, but under the current circumstances, they lack ample water, so missing 1 or 2 meals shouldn't matter. Song Lerzhang hurried back, hastily tying his trousers, having just returned from the latrine. Upon his arrival, he bellowed, What is all this ruckus about? His voice resonated as if a kettle had suddenly begun to boil, and the women appeared to have found their leader, seeking fairness and justice. The eldest daughter-in-law of Song Lerzhang stated, Father, you expect me to steam grain for the night watchman. The grain has been gathered, and I don't mind putting in extra effort to steam a few more buns, but you haven't organized the water supply for everyone. Is the water for steaming the grain coming from our household? The old man's face flushed with indignation at his daughter-in-law's words, feeling embarrassed by her stinginess. He turned sharply to his eldest son, shouting, Eldest. The eldest son immediately scolded his wife, Go back to the kitchen and prepare the meal. You have too much time on your hands. Standing beside Song Lerzhang, the aunt wept, You must help me. I nearly fainted from her vexation. The young woman, feeling wronged, lamented, Lerzhang, she's being unreasonable, treating me like a beggar for water. When I can't argue back, she clutches her heart, trying to intimidate me with her age. Others who had engaged in quarrels also turned to Song Lerzhang, stating, With the little water you've given me, I won't have enough to prepare the grain for tomorrow, and there won't even be enough left for the children to drink. Lerzhang, we only prepared this much. We have no ulterior motives. Song Lerzhang regretted returning too early from the latrine, now surrounded by a cacophony of voices, leaving his head spinning. Behind Song Fuxing stood the cattle manager and the butcher, having just inspected the livestock, and the three approached briskly. Song Fuxing exclaimed, What is all this commotion about? Instantly, silence ensued, and everyone appeared somewhat flustered. Song Lerzhang inquired, Oh, is it just you who were so chatty a moment ago? Chapter 90. The second gathering after a long day. A meeting was convened despite the exhaustion that weighed heavily upon them. Yet, amidst their fatigue, they seemed to possess abundant energy to bicker, as if sleep were a distant concern. Furthermore, this was a valuable lesson gleaned from modern society, the necessity of gathering, especially in challenging times. This time, Song Fuxing did not defer to Song Lijing. He took it upon himself to address the assembly. Sitting cross-legged before everyone, he declared, "I am uninterested in who is right or wrong. I cannot adjudicate disputes. I have only one thing to say. If this cannot be resolved, let us part ways." What? The expression of Annie turned pale, and she was the first to protest. "We have not quarreled over anything substantial. How can we just disband?" Hearing this, Old Lady Ma scoffed and muttered under her breath, "You're always stirring up trouble. How can we avoid disbanding?" The young wife who had been arguing with Auntie grew flustered as well. Song Sengu. "No, I just..." Not only did this young wife struggle to articulate a coherent thought, but the other women, who had previously been competing for favor, also began to fumble and flail, each one becoming increasingly agitated. The men of the household glared at them, as if to say, "Go ahead, keep arguing. Disbanding would suit you just fine." Although Wang Posey's family was not directly involved, the mention of disbanding startled them. Would this not bring misfortune upon them as well? Wang Posey grasped Old Lady Ma's hand firmly. "Sister, have you noticed this whole journey? I only wish to speak with you. I care not whether they choose to disband, but our two families must stick together." "Oh dear, it's so hot. Don't pull at me." Old Lady Ma swatted Wang Posey's hand away. "We are in a meeting. Do not speak out. If you keep talking, my son will only become angrier." "All right, I shall remain silent," Wang Posey conceded. Hearing this, Qian Ping exchanged glances with her daughter, and judging by Fuling's expression, she surmised that her father was in a foul mood. Given her understanding of her husband, it was not merely a matter of being upset. The situation had escalated to a critical point, so dire that kindness could no longer be afforded. It seemed her husband might genuinely consider severing ties. Song Lijing cast a furtive glance at Song Fuxing, and upon doing so, his eyes flickered before he bellowed at the gathering. "Today marks the first day of our water shortage, and we still have some water left, yet you continue to bicker. What of tomorrow, or the day after? If we cannot find water for several days, will you not be left fighting over the last drops?" A man raised his hand. Song Lijing let out a huff, pausing for a long moment before commanding, "Speak." The straightforward man stood and said, "Master Lijing, brothers, let us all calm down. I cannot speak for the women of other households, but I can assure you that my own will be well taken care of. That is all I have to say. My household is my responsibility." As soon as he finished, several other men echoed in agreement. "Yes, let us take care of our own, after a tiring day. The heat is unbearable, and we should not add to the chaos." "Indeed, Master Lijing, we were not present earlier. We had our hands full, gathering resources and preparing for meals. Otherwise, how could we allow them to create mischief? Women are often full of concerns." Song Lijing glanced at Song Fuxing and sighed. "Fuxing, you have heard the sentiments of the others. It is not easy. With just over a dozen households, we must unite as one. We need to look out for one another on this journey. While their squabbling disrupts our established order and undermines our unity, we must address it. Please, share your thoughts, as everyone is watching." After a moment of contemplation, Song Fuxing spoke. "We face significant challenges. I do not know how many days the remaining water will sustain us. Nor do I know how far we must travel or how many days it will take to find more. Our mules and cattle need water. They grow thirstier with their toil under this heat, requiring several meals a day. The little water we have is barely sufficient for the elderly and children. How can we provide for the animals? How long can we stretch the water we've saved?" With all these concerns weighing on my mind, I returned to find 7 or 8 of our 14 households in discord, nearing half. Yours, mine, and hers. Too much of this and too little of that. Our unity is fraying. What purpose does it serve for us to remain together if we cannot resolve our differences? As he spoke, a hint of frustration crept into Song Fuxing's voice. "Do you all still think our current predicament is not dire enough?" Chapter 91. The third watch. Several women were already in tears, overwhelmed by their hardships. Look, even to wipe their tears, they had to reach into their head coverings. On such a sweltering day, they were drenched in sweat, afraid to remove their coverings, bundled up tightly to avoid mosquito bites. Song Lijing took over from Song Fuxing, exclaiming, "Indeed, all they do is create chaos, especially in these trying times. Have we not witnessed enough of the tragic scenes along the way? Just look at how many have fallen on the road, injured and robbed of their rations, forced to endure. If one is singled out for robbery, it could lead to starvation. We, as a group, bolster each other's courage, and look out for one another. Nothing has happened to us, and yet we are not satisfied. How can we be content? Enough with the scolding. They find solace in their contentment. The more tragedies they witness, the more they appreciate what they have, which is why they fear separation, and their tears flow even more freely. Song Lijing's words were deeply ingrained in these honest folk. However, Song Fuxing exchanged a glance with Qian Ping amidst the crowd, thinking, that old man is cunning. His words are likely directed at me, urging me to consider the difficulties my family faces alone. Just as he finished his internal critique of Song Lijing's cleverness, the latter promptly took a practical step. He gestured for his eldest son, saying, bring me my blue bundle. Dad, protested the eldest son, wide-eyed. Just bring it. And have your wife boil some water, enough for each person to have a bowl. Upon hearing this, Song Fuxing turned his head to look at Song Lijing, who was also looking at him. Fuxing, I may have had some selfish motives in the past, but given the current hardships, I am setting them aside. I am old now and have little else to offer except some medicinal powder. People who live long tend to hear much. According to our ancestors, there is a herb that can help prevent diseases and fevers. It is a family secret passed down. It feels embarrassing. But when your family member was ill with a high fever, I had intended to reserve it for my own children to ward off illness. Now, I am offering it for everyone to share. Regardless of its efficacy, it will provide some comfort. As he spoke, Song Lijing untied the bundle to show Song Fuxing. This herb is hard to find. We do not often see it. I have gathered it over the past few years and ground it into powder, saving just enough for everyone to have a few servings. In Song Fuxing's estimation, the amount of medicine appeared substantial, sufficient for Lijing's entire family for half a month. However, distributing it among over 200 people would render it inadequate. Previously, he had planned to discreetly retrieve a few packets of banlangen for his family of 4, including his aging member, to drink as a preventive measure against the heat. He hadn't even considered his elderly mother, not out of neglect, but because she was still concerned about her other children and grandchildren. How would he manage if they all requested some? At that moment, gazing at the medicinal powder in Song Lijing's hands, Song Fuxing felt as if something had gently pricked his heart, an indescribable sensation. If he could feel this way, one could only imagine the reactions of the others upon hearing this. Song Lijing waved his hand dismissively. Enough with the tears and lamentations. Such expressions are futile. Instead, use that energy to assist Fuxing in figuring out how to navigate our current plight. If your minds are not sharp, then exert more physical effort. I reiterate. For those of us still alive, seeing anyone starve or suffer in front of us is unbearable. We have journeyed this far together, and those who have fallen were not strangers to us. Thus, we must unite, sharing our burdens and looking forward to better days. Do you hear me? The crowd responded in unison, we hear you. Some, upon hearing this, raised their arms in enthusiasm, shouting, unity. Yes, unity. A man scolded his wife. If you continue to quarrel with your sister-in-law, just wait and see how I will deal with you. The wife nodded in agreement, while the sister-in-law interjected, elder brother. I acknowledge my faults. I have been too stingy. We should all conserve water. The young daughter-in-law who had argued with her aunt also approached, saying, Auntie, let us not be like that. My family has stopped cooking porridge, and I've switched to steaming buns. The aunt hesitated, feeling embarrassed and under the watchful gaze of Song Fuxing's uncle, who also disapproved of her. She finally relented. It's not that I forbid you from making porridge. We simply need to wait a bit longer. Right now, we should conserve our rations until we find more water. If you wish to save your grain and drink something thinner, no one will stop you. The water in the large pot began to boil vigorously as Song Lijing added the medicinal powder. The atmosphere was charged with emotion, filled with camaraderie and solidarity. Song Fuxing chimed in. While we drink this medicine, let us also discuss how to deal with the impending slaughter of the mules and cattle. We cannot hold on to them any longer. With a splutter, Granny Ma spat out her medicinal broth. Chapter 92. The Fourth Watch. Old Madam Ma, unable to bear the thought of the medicinal broth, hastily set down her rice bowl and gestured discreetly to Song Fuxing amidst the crowd, implying, sacrifice someone else's livestock. Yet, a sense of ambiguity gnawed at her heart. Firstly, her family possessed a mule. If she were not inclined to slaughter it, she ought to refer to her son as an old cow, rather than a mule. Secondly, her son was no longer the boy he once was. His previous tantrums and cries held no sway in the current circumstances. What if they were to kill her mule? In the eyes of traditional farmers, the slaughter of livestock was an immense matter, as some households might never afford a cow in their lifetime, akin to the modern urgency of selling a home for cash. Thus, not only were the families that owned livestock in distress, but even those without livestock wore expressions of deep concern. The grim reality was evident. There was no need for Song Fuxing to reiterate that the animals required substantial water, more than humans could consume. The current predicament rendered it impossible to feed them. The livestock relied on grass, yet the surrounding area remained parched without any forage. Song Fuxing cautioned, "Not only are we devoid of grass and water, but you are aware of only one aspect. There is a second to consider. We consume medicine to prevent illness, especially in this sweltering heat, as the risk of disease rises. However, have you considered that without shelter, our livestock may also fall ill? From what I have learned, such epidemics typically originate from animals. And the most alarming aspect is that once they contract a disease, anyone who has touched them is at risk of contagion. One infected animal can transmit the illness to another. Rodents and cattle are often the sources of such afflictions." The butcher, visibly alarmed, inquired, "Is that true, Fuxing?" Song Fuxing nodded gravely. "Before we even discuss the scarcity of water to feed them, with the heat being as oppressive as it is, we must consider the possibility of slaughtering our livestock while they remain healthy. The meat can still serve as sustenance, for once they fall ill, they become inedible, and starving to death is not an option." This topic weighed heavily on their hearts, and the crowd murmured among themselves, debating whether to proceed with the slaughter. While it was evident that each family could share the meat, the oppressive heat rendered the notion of slaughtering livestock impractical, as the meat could not be consumed entirely, and salt was scarce. Ultimately, the consensus reflected an uncertainty as if they were contemplating the sacrifice of their own livestock. "Fuxing, let us wait just half a day longer. Perhaps we can conserve water. What if it rains tomorrow, and the temperature drops? What if we find water? What if there are fewer deaths, and the risk of disease diminishes?" Song Fuxing was momentarily touched by the empathy reflected in their faces. He said, "Very well, having hope is always a positive thing. I shall heed your counsel. However, by noon tomorrow, if there is still no water and the heat persists, we shall assess which family's livestock is unable to feed, and we will have to make a decision." As the night deepened, around 1 in the morning, each household was wrapped in their blankets, lost in slumber. Qianping turned over and, upon realizing the space beside her was empty, was startled awake. Weary and hungry, she squinted in the dim light of the fire, glancing around but finding no sign of Song Fuxing. The young boys on watch were utterly unreliable, snoring loudly. Stealthily, Qianping changed her sanitary napkin and, upon returning, shook her head at the sight before her. "Thank goodness we haven't encountered robbers. We have merely faced petty thieves. They have nothing of value to attract bandits. But if trouble were to arise, these boys wouldn't know what hit them." Her father? Qianping dared not wander far, frightened by her daughter's warnings, and worried she might inadvertently tread upon bones. "Hey, why aren't you asleep?" she called out. "You too? Why can't you sleep?" "Ah, I am utterly exhausted. Yet sleep eludes me." Qianping squatted before Song Fuxing, whispering, "Are you planning to sneak into the storage space to fetch a cigarette? Did you really dismantle an entire pack from the cabinet?" Song Fuxing, expecting her to scold him for neglecting his health, was taken aback when she glared at him and said, "Do you understand the market value of cigarettes here? They have never even smoked. I was hoping to sell them at a high price once things settle down. How can I sell them if you've opened the pack? Am I to sell them one by one?" Song Fuxing's expression froze, disbelief washing over him. Chapter 93. The Fifth Watch. Dear wife, your heart is quite expansive. Even contemplating the transportation of tobacco from ancient times, Qianping remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Song Fuxing. "And what of it? They have never encountered a filter tip. Enough of that. I shall refrain from criticizing you. From now on, do not meddle with it. Consider that package as promotional merchandise and allow them to sample it. Who knows, it might sell better. As for the wine, let me assure you, the more peculiar the glass bottles in our foyer cabinet, the more they will sell. They exude an air of nobility and sophistication, perhaps providing us with enough to purchase a house. Do not wear that sorrowful expression. The future is bright. If that is still insufficient, I have contemplated alternatives. You may remove the faux diamonds from our daughter's clothing and the gaudy beads from her hair ornaments. Anything that glitters should be salvaged. And then there are the perfumes." "Wait a moment," Song Fuxing interjected, furrowing his brow. "The future? Do not get ahead of yourself. You should be troubled by the present." "What troubles the present? Is it not you who is here?" This retort momentarily left Song Fuxing speechless, as he realized the potency of genetics. No wonder Fuling slept so soundly, nearly sprawled across the bed, her heart as big as her mother's. Surveying the surroundings, he deliberately shook the torch in his hand and directed its light into the distance to ensure no one could overhear them before lowering his voice to his wife. "There's no water left. How can you remain untroubled?" Qianping frowned. You may frighten them, but do not attempt to intimidate me. You simply do not wish to bring them along, fearing the inconvenience of fetching water, worried about revealing our situation. I know we have water, beer, soft drinks, bottled water. Her unwavering confidence momentarily stunned Song Fuxing. Come now, what are you pretending to be naive about? We have tap water. Song Fuxing opened his mouth in disbelief. Feeling utterly helpless, was his wife truly oblivious? On the day they arrived, he was frantic, rambling incessantly, his mouth parched. And it seemed she had taken none of it to heart, dismissing his words as mere idle chatter. Qian Peiying, I have explained the state of our space to you. How can you still be so oblivious? Ugh. He slapped his thigh and let out a long sigh. After a moment of thought, Qian Peiying suddenly panicked. What is happening? It cannot be that our water supply has been cut off. Cut off? There is no such thing, I have told you before. You are driving me mad. Qian Peiying, now equally irate, retorted, who are you shouting at? You are the one mumbling and blaming others. Me? Song Fuxing appeared obstinate, but ultimately conceded. Fine, I was unclear. Let me clarify this time. He proceeded to elaborate once more. The space is static. I have conducted experiments. For instance, our phones, whatever battery level they had when we arrived here remains unchanged. Our daughter's phone still lights up with WeChat notifications. And it continues to do so in this space. Can't you call out? She inquired. Cannot be done. It remains on that same screen. The battery level remains constant. It can stay on for days without depleting much energy, but no buttons respond. But didn't you once cool your head in the refrigerator? If the refrigerator is continually cooling, it should have power. Who told you it has power? Whatever was frozen in our freezer before we left remains frozen. Even if I conjure it now, it will still be in that frozen state. However, I have tested it. If you throw room temperature bottled water into the freezer, it remains at room temperature no matter how long it stays there. Do you understand now? That wretched space. Whatever condition our home was in before we left, it remains so. Household appliances do not function. The brightness in the room is always that of the afternoon when we departed. This left Qian Peiying speechless. So before we left, you did not turn on the tap, the water did not flow, and no matter how I twist the faucet, even if I were to break it, there would still be no water. Chapter 94. The sixth watch. Qian Peiying sank to the ground in despair, lamenting, what kind of wretched space is this? I can understand not being allowed to use my phone, but why can't the refrigerator, which is clearly powered, freeze anything? I have no outstanding utility bills. Why is there no running water? She cursed the heavens, feeling that if they were to grant her a space, they should at least be generous about it. Song Fuxing, startled, instinctively glanced upwards before hurriedly covering Qian Peiying's mouth, saying, Hush, my dear, calm down. Don't curse the space too harshly, otherwise, we might lose our beer and mineral water as well. Qian Peiying swatted away his grimy hand, having gone a day and night without washing. Believing his wife had calmed down, he was taken aback when she began to weep anew, tears streaming down her face. Old song, I can't bear it anymore. I hate myself for this. It's all my fault. Remember when I cleaned the water heater? Our daughter turned on the bathroom tap to wash her cloth, and I foolishly turned it off, thinking I was saving water. Song Fuxing embraced Qian Peiying, attempting to soothe her. He reflected that at this moment, it was futile to assign blame. They were both caught in the throes of fate. Moreover, he was reluctant to criticize his wife, who was suffering in the heat during her menstrual cycle. Then, a thought struck him. In this ancient setting, he would have to endure the cycle of life alongside her. Not just the monthly tribulations, but also the looming specter of menopause. But he quickly dismissed these musings, realizing that the pressing issue was the scarcity of water. If they could not access water from the source, how would they survive with only half a water pouch each day? The key to obtaining water lay with his ancient mother, who was exceptionally meticulous about conserving resources. My dear, crying won't help. We need to think practically. Help me devise a plan to retrieve water. At that moment, a voice called from a distance. Is that you, Uncle San? The sun had barely risen, and whispers of Song Fuxing's sleepless night spread among the villagers. Song Lirong, awoken by her full bladder, was surprised to find her parents still asleep. Assuming they were exhausted, she decided not to disturb her mother and instead tucked her blanket around Qian Peiying before approaching Grandmama, whispering, Grandma, will you accompany me to the toilet? Grandmama internally sighed, wondering why she needed company for such a simple task. Is your aunt awake? Perhaps she should accompany you. No, I want you to come. In Song Lirong's eyes, besides her parents, Grandmama was the most reliable person, surpassing everyone else. It was a realization that had crept up on her over time. Reluctantly, Grandmama set down her straw and muttered a complaint as her granddaughter tugged her toward the toilet. As they walked back, Song Lirong was handed a salted duck egg. This gesture was a token of appreciation for her father's tireless efforts on behalf of the community. Having spent a sleepless night worrying. In these times, a salted duck egg was a precious commodity, valued for both its taste and the salt, which was vital. As they walked, Grandmama quietly grumbled about a certain Wang Pa, who had a reputation for exploiting the needy by offering low prices for eggs. Unaware of the theft she was committing. Grandma, why dwell on the past? She specifically stopped us to give us something nice. Let us not speak ill of her. Here, take it back and share it among the children. Share a single egg among several kids? Grandmama pondered briefly before shaking her head. Keep it hidden. You can have it all to yourself. They need not know. Let us pretend it doesn't exist. Just ensure Ji Bao doesn't see it. That little rascal is like a wolf when it comes to food. Chapter 95, the seventh watch. Just as the first batch of cornmeal steamed buns was ready, Song Fuling and the old matriarch Ma mysteriously vanished. Taking over the task of steaming the provisions was Song Yinfeng. As she worked, she found herself in a quandary. Should she rouse her younger brother and sister-in-law? The two were sleeping far too closely, their heads nearly touching even with a rice bag between them. With everyone else awake and observing, it felt rather inappropriate. This situation made her daughter and the other girls blush, hesitant to pass by the sleeping couple, and they busied themselves with packing their belongings while turning their backs. Meanwhile, the old matriarch Ma was equally troubled, feeling embarrassed for the first time in her long life about sneaking a bite. Especially when she thought of her 3 grandsons who had yet to eat, and here she was, a grandmother, clutching half a salted duck egg in secret. A wave of guilt washed over her heart. Song Fuling held a steamed cornmeal bun in one hand and half a salted duck egg in the other. She took a large bite of the bun and a small nibble of the egg, eating hastily because she hadn't had dinner the previous night and was famished. It was a desperation that grew with her hunger, a longing for a hearty meal that deepened with each passing day. In just a few days, she had become accustomed to the rough texture of cornmeal, which made her choke and burp. Slow down. Take your time, the old matriarch Ma urged, patting her back. Song Fuling looked up. Grandma, why aren't you eating? Me? Well, you see you should eat first. You certainly won't have enough with just that half, Grandma. Didn't we agree to share both our hardships and our fortunes? Our family doesn't know about the egg, and Mrs. Wong won't tell my father. It's just between us. We'll split it in half. You must eat. If you don't, I might just choke on it. The old matriarch Ma understood that her granddaughter was trying to coax her, knowing full well that she wouldn't actually choke. The way she savored the food made it clear she wouldn't part with it so easily. I was thinking of taking it back for your elder brother to try too. You don't know, this is a precious item, even in normal times. It's rare to have such a treat at home. Before she could finish, Song Fuling forcefully shoved the salted duck egg into her grandmother's mouth. Will you take it back for doesn't matter? How are you going to share half? Hurry, open your mouth. You can't just have a bite suddenly. Song Fuling found herself at a loss for words, a pang of sadness washing over her as she saw her grandmother salivate at the sight of the half-eaten egg. It was indeed a long stream of drool. However, the old matriarch Ma brushed it off, wiping her mouth with her hand. You silly child. Look at the imprint you've left. Sigh, I'll eat it. After all, taking it back would only cause more quarrels. Your second aunt would surely complain about her son, while your elder uncle's family has 2 boys, claiming unfairness. Song Fuling felt a twist of sorrow in her heart. But her face brightened with joy. Then eat quickly, so we can return. As the old matriarch Ma slowly savored the salted duck egg, Song Fuling couldn't help but make a wish. Grandma, once we settle down, I'll make you fried chicken. What chicken? The old matriarch Ma asked, puzzled. Fried. Using half a pot of oil, coating chicken thighs or breasts in fine flour, and frying them. Oh my, that sounds fit for an emperor. I can scarcely believe it. What's the matter? Let my father earn some silver for us to spend. Then I'll make you a meal akin to those fine steamed buns, slice them, stuff them with fried chicken, spread meat sauce on them, and add a couple of vegetable leaves. You can hold it and enjoy. It will be fragrant with meat and bread. And then, let my father make us a stove so I can roast duck for you. Using small flour pancakes to wrap around the duck meat and green onions. Truly, it will be delightful. Grandma, once we are certain of where our home is and no longer have to pack and travel, I'll ask my father to prepare a pot. And we can have hot pot with pork, lamb, and more. The old matriarch Ma interrupted. Hold on a moment, in just a short time. You've nearly named every animal under the sun. Quickly, stop talking. Aren't you getting a bit too excited? I fear you might lose your senses. Why don't you believe me? I trust you as much as a ghost. You once tried to trick Jin Bao into eating plain rice. Just then, the loud call of Song Jinbao echoed through the air. Grandma, fat girl, where are you? Chapter 96. Old Lady Ma believed that one should never engage in dishonest deeds. Just observe how she turns her face away when conversing with her little grandson, fearful that he might catch a whiff of the salted duck egg flavor lingering in her mouth. If he were to notice, she dreaded the prospect of him raising his voice to question her. What would she confess at that point? With 10 or so households nearby, it would be utterly humiliating. Then there was her little granddaughter. Notice how the child, still closely attached to her parents, would shy away from San and Qian Shi, retreating to a distance. What could that trio possibly be discussing that necessitated such secrecy? Why must they whisper while sharing food? We dared not inquire, but it was evident that they had abandoned her. With that abandonment, one might wonder, could the little granddaughter be clandestinely learning such behavior from her mother? Alas, if Pang Ye's loose lips let slip any secrets to Qian Shi, as a mother-in-law, she would certainly ponder how greedy her daughter-in-law must be. Mother, is that bundle on the roof of the cart secure? Huh. Old Lady Ma only just grasped the situation. Song Yinfeng looked into the distance with a puzzled expression. What are you gazing at, mother? Ah, merely observing your third brother's family, always keeping their distance. What could they be discussing? Perhaps deliberating on how to draw water. She speculated. Song Fuling blinked in disbelief. Father, I have no ideas. But you are a graduate student. What trouble has a graduate student caused anyone? Look at how your parents assert their righteousness. Even a graduate student hasn't studied the art of deceit. Have you both forgotten? Since childhood, you have threatened me, insisting that lying would earn me a beating. How could I possibly have experience? Song Fuxing found himself at a loss for words, shifting his gaze to Qian Peiying. What are you staring at me for? I'm not particularly skilled at this either. To be frank, it is unnecessary for you to consult me and my daughter. You have been lying since childhood, mingling in society for years, weaving tales daily. What wisdom do you seek from us? You two are truly remarkable, Song Fuxing acknowledged, shaking his head. You are unconcerned and readily pass the responsibility. Aren't you afraid I might become a source of ridicule, with people thinking I am some kind of monster? Song Fuling retorted. Father, I must say, there is no monster as hideous as you. Qian Peiying chimed in. Then what is your role? As a man, you must shoulder the burdens. Surveying the surroundings, Song Fuxing urged the two women, stay vigilant. With a mere roll of the eyes, we can slip into the space. As he entered the space, he pondered how to distribute the water to others, contemplating how to articulate it. Yet, he decided to leave it for later discussion. After all, one step at a time. Who knew, as those individuals eagerly anticipated, if they might encounter a stream or brook today? Thus, his primary objective for entering was to execute the first plan, to procure some water for his family. Seizing the opportunity before departure, he discreetly filled water bags and flasks, aiming to conserve water for his family. After all, every bit saved counts. Upon entering the northern balcony, he rummaged through cabinets while muttering. My daughter mentioned she wanted some energy drinks to replenish her strength. Which box is it? He continued. Oh, she also wants cola. How demanding she is, wanting 2 types. Energy, ah? Found it. It's all right here. Opening the box, Song Fuxing retrieved 4 bottles of energy drink, 1 bottle of cola, and 2 small bottles of mineral water, placing them in a plastic bag. Initially, he intended to exit the space after packing the water, but suddenly halted, realizing he should be more mindful. He explored each room. Upon twisting the radiator valve, he gasped in surprise, quickly tightening it again, not daring to waste a drop. Is there really water here? Water stored in the radiator? How splendid. Our home has several radiators. Thankfully, we didn't install underfloor heating. If the water runs out, I can draw some for us to drink. He glanced at the 5L bottle of tap water set aside for watering plants, nodding in approval. Yes, this water is clean. I can think of a way to take it out for Old Lady Ma and our family, including the half basin of water left from washing vegetables. Finally, he arrived at the bathroom. He surveyed the area, lifting the lid of the tank behind the toilet. Feeling pleased to discover some water there, he pressed the toilet button, knowing full well that it wouldn't produce any delightful sound. Still, he felt a slight disappointment. Staring at the water remaining in the toilet after each flush, he mused, I could use something to scoop this water out later for them to drink. Emerging from the space, the 3 of them anxiously poured beverages into the empty flasks and water bags, sharing sweet whispers while furtively enjoying their drinks. Song Fuling burped, exclaiming, Ah, my goodness, this is bliss. Qian Peiying embraced the cola bottle, gulping down large swigs, realizing for the first time how quickly one could choke on carbonated drinks. Old Song, hurry up, you should drink some too. You two drink while I tidy up the empty bottles. We mustn't attract attention. We need to leave soon. The group is likely waiting for us. Drinking while I work won't delay us. Chapter 97. The three individuals who had secretly indulged in cola seemed to be in remarkably higher spirits, as if sugar had worked its calming magic upon them. Song Fuxing, sporting a bun atop his head, ambled along in worn straw sandals that had long since revealed his big toe, caked in black mud, while carrying a bulging backpack. He led the way with a purposeful stride. Song Fuling, appearing somewhat disheveled, clung to the arm of her mother, Qian Peiying, whose hair was askew. The pair conversed softly as they walked, with Song Fuling imparting her wisdom on hitching rides. As they progressed, Song Fuxing suddenly broke into song, humming a familiar tune. You carry the load, I lead the horse, welcoming the dawn and bidding farewell to the twilight. Treading through trials, forging wide roads, after the toil. We set forth again. Upon reaching this point, he glanced back at his daughter. Ever the supportive daughter. Song Fuling immediately ceased her conversation with her mother and harmonized with her father in unison. Onward we go, la 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 la. Through the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, through the bittersweet experiences of life. May I ask where the road leads? The road lies beneath our feet. Qian Peiying playfully batted away her daughter's mock microphone gesture, chuckling with a hint of resignation. You two, truly optimistic souls, can still find joy in song. Indeed. Song Fuling's spirit was buoyant, though it remained uncertain whose optimism she had inherited. Nevertheless, the song resonated with their current circumstances, eyes wide open to the journey ahead. Pausing only when darkness fell, it was no wonder that Song Fuxing felt inspired. Look, here we are, a new day, and we set forth again, called out the shopkeeper. Nio. He cracked his whip, urging the horse onward. Ma Laotai walked alongside the first cart, while Song Fuling sat comfortably inside. How fortunate she was. With merely a few words, she had secured her grandmother's favor. She was the kind of child who could not be denied a ride. The first sentence she had uttered upon returning to the group was, Grandmother, can you guess what my parents just asked me to do? They told me to drink less water, as there isn't enough to go around. My mother said you're getting on in years and shouldn't have to go without. She then vowed, I'll do my best not to drink today. Don't worry, I'll save my share for you. Ma Laotai stood with her mouth agape, stunned for a good 10 seconds before letting out a sigh. You little ones, your bodies are still developing and not yet strong. If you're thirsty, you must drink. I know what's best for you. And so, as they were about to set off, Ma Laotai insisted on pushing Song Fuling onto the cart, wanting to walk a little first. She recalled how, when her granddaughter had sneaked a duck egg, she had instructed her to crouch down and not stand out. But her granddaughter had complained of leg pain. Song Fuling, however, climbed aboard without hesitation and added, Grandmother, do you know why I didn't even ask you to let me have a turn? Why not? Ma Laotai inquired. Because it's still cool for now. The sun hasn't come out yet, so you can bear to walk a bit. Once the sun is scorching, I'll get down, and you can rest. Oh, her dear granddaughter. Having raised so many children for her sons, none were as cherished as her own Plump darling. Plump was obedient in her youth, but in the past 2 years, they had scarcely seen each other. Now, upon their reunion, she was endearing and sweet-tongued, often drawing close to her grandmother, radiating warmth. Thus, with just those 2 casual remarks from Song Fuling, Ma Laotai ended up walking for an additional half hour compared to the previous day. Meanwhile, Qian Peiying found herself perched on the last cart laden with grain. Unlike Ma Laotai, who had pushed Song Fuling onto the cart, Qian Peiying had to muster her courage, facing the envious glances of her sister-in-law as she clambered aboard with the rice sack. Internally, she recited her daughter's counsel. Mother, if you're too timid, you will suffer. She resolved to ignore the judgment of others, realizing that their discontent merely indicated that she had yet to instill in them the proper expectations. How to describe the nature of human habits? If you ride a mule cart every day, over time, it creates an illusion that the seat belongs to you. When the day comes that you must relinquish it to another, they might even express gratitude, praising your kindness. As for now, if they stare at you, consider it merely a phase of habit formation. Chapter 98. A second update. Despite her psychological fortitude, Qian Peiying was, after all, an adult. With so many children gazing expectantly from beneath the cart, a twinge of guilt surged within her as she climbed aboard. I must administer medicine to Michaud. He has yet to recover. Second sister-in-law Zhu's expression remained unchanged, primarily out of fear of her younger brother. However, inwardly she scoffed, thinking, administering medicine while riding? One might think you were nursing. It was the eldest sister-in-law, he, who had grown accustomed to such circumstances, as described by Song Fuling. Moreover, he felt a sense of obligation. We are adorned in the fine garments of our younger siblings, and they always provide food for her sons, De Lang and Air Lang. Though the matriarch sometimes intervened, insisting that De Lang and the others had outgrown the need for sharing. The younger sister-in-law consistently maintained that they were still children and thus should divide the provisions. He, preoccupied with her natal family, was reluctant to forge close bonds with anyone. As her parents and brothers were unaccounted for, yet she was not oblivious to these dynamics. Throughout the morning, the women and children trudged along, appearing utterly drained, their faces glistening with perspiration. In stark contrast, the men were not only fatigued but also anxious. The quest for a water source that morning was a matter of life and death for the mules and oxen, and indeed, for all involved. Song Fuxing had long since retrieved his binoculars, taking advantage of the clear daylight to survey the surroundings as he walked. Consequently, Qian Misho was also entrusted to Qian Peiying, and to accommodate him, a bag of grain had been added to the cart pushed by elder brother Song Fucai. Even Song Lijing was making the journey, leaning on his cane as he followed closely behind Song Fuxing. Every time Song Fuxing glanced through the binoculars, Song Lijing would inquire about what he had seen, which only served to further irritate him. The living and the dead appeared few and far between. It struck him as odd. Surely there should have been many refugees ahead of them. Had they all perished? Or were they simply on the wrong path? Song Lijing, furrowing his brow, replied, "Head north. The route is correct. There are no alternative paths. Perhaps they have all succumbed to death." 2 hours later, a weary search party led by Tian Shifa returned, their foreheads glistening with sweat, prompting even the previously numb women to lift their heads with hopeful anticipation. Alas, they shook their heads in disappointment. Tian Shifa reported, "I even dug into the depths of the earth, but found no water, just cracked dry ground. Brother, what shall we do?" After feeding the livestock 2 servings of water that morning, and allowing them to drink once more after 3 hours of travel, the total remaining water would barely suffice for cooking and boiling water, lasting at most until the day after tomorrow. Song Fuxing and Song Lijing exchanged glances. The answer clear in their eyes. They must halt and sacrifice at least 2 animals. Once the livestock were secured and the fodder prepared, they would determine which 2 were unfit for labor and thus should be culled. Song Fuxing's aunt rushed toward her family's old ox, exclaiming, "Eat! You must eat!" Upon seeing her sister-in-law's fervor, Ma Laotai also dashed over, urging the 3 mules, "Bow your heads and eat. Eat with all your might." The aunt glared at Ma Laotai, and with fervent determination, she stomped her feet and shouted, "If you don't eat, we'll have to kill you. Consume your food." Ma Laotai, undeterred, rolled up her sleeves and pointed at one of the mules that refused to eat, barking, "Eat, you stubborn creature." The 2 elderly women shouted with all their might at the animals. Observing this, Song Fuxing sensed trouble. Her grandmother's voice was faltering, and she realized she had not been able to shout louder than the old woman. This simply could not stand. She rushed forward, joining her grandmother in waving her arms and shouting in unison, "Eat, eat, eat." Song Fuxing sat on the ground, covering his forehead with a long sigh. Chapter 99. The Midnight Cry. Why is it that the other families do not wail, while these 2 elderly ladies cry out in anguish? It is because their livestock is particularly uncooperative. They neither eat nor move, leaving the women in a state of palpable anxiety, almost rushing forth to assist them in their consumption. The old ox belonging to Uncle Song Fuxing has grown too old. One must understand that livestock, much like humans, suffer from the frailty of age. As they age, their strength wanes, and their legs grow weak. Meanwhile, the mule from Song Fuxing's own household, the very one that pulls the grain cart, which Qian Peiying rides, appears to have lost its appetite, occasionally trembling with exhaustion, its head drooping in fatigue. Consequently, these 2 animals find themselves ranked at the bottom of the list. Feigning ignorance of his mother's incessant eye-rolling, which could rival a fish's as it flips, Song Fuxing, adhering to principles of fairness and transparency, declared, "We shall slaughter my uncle's ox and my own mule." Auntie Song fell to the ground, unable to utter any other words. This was the pre-agreed rule, meant to prevent any potential backlash from changing their minds, leading her to merely beat her thighs and wail. "Oh, my child, my child." Song Fuxing thought to himself, "What is this? Does the old ox call for help?" He wished they could refrain from making such a scene, for anyone unaware might believe they were about to slay him. Auntie Ma, slightly more composed than her sister-in-law, pointed at the mule and shouted, "You unworthy creature! You unworthy creature!" Song Fuxing noticed that her grandmother was shouting so loudly that her neck muscles were visibly straining, and her voice was becoming hoarse. This could not continue. She stepped forward to intervene, saying, "Grandmother, please accept the reality." Then, seizing the moment while everyone else was comforting the weeping Annie Song, who was reaching out helplessly to the ox being led away, much like a modern-day scene where a person is escorted to the crematorium, she whispered, "Grandmother, look. Just look at her. Do not despair. At least you both are equal in this." Auntie Ma indeed turned back to regard her sister-in-law. Surprisingly, this seemed to provide her some comfort, especially as she mused, "The ox left by our patriarch has been under the care of the main household for so many years. This time, it will be settled. After the slaughter, it will be done and dusted. And we shall feast on the beef as our share of what the old man bestowed upon us. Fat girl, make sure to feed your grandmother well later." Auntie Ma wiped away the tears that had formed in her eyes and shouted at the butcher, "Why take it away to kill? What a waste of effort. Just do it here. My sister-in-law deserves to witness how it is done. After all those years of care, it hasn't been easy." Song Fuling quickly tugged at her grandmother's clothing. This elderly woman, harboring her frustrations, did not need to voice them. It was unnecessary and could provoke further conflict. Just as the fragile peace was beginning to mend, Auntie Song shot a fierce glare at her. The butcher pretended not to hear, mindful of the many children present, as any violent display would surely frighten them. Indeed, like Song Fuling and Qian Mishu, who dared not look at the scene, the siblings sat on the ground, covering their ears with wide eyes. "Is it done yet?" Qian Mishu asked. Just then, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. Little Qian Mishu shivered and dove into Song Fuling's embrace. "It's all right, little brother. Soon, it will taste delightful when roasted. I will sneak some salt to you. Just remain silent. Sister, your mouth has an odor." Song Fuling, unable to cover her ears any longer, immediately clasped her hand over her mouth. How could she have such a foul breath after just a day and a night without brushing? Qian Mishu, puzzled, leaned closer to his sister, sniffing around her mouth. Not quite satisfied, he pushed her hand away. It smells nice. You must have eaten more than I did." Song Fuling pondered. Did the energy drink leave such a strong aftertaste? "Little Mishu, even though you didn't have any soda, you did drink milk, whereas I had none." Chapter 110. The fourth evening, Song Fuling led Qian Mishu to a discreet location, purposefully taking a stroll away from prying eyes. She unscrewed the lid of the thermos and poured a little of its contents, offering it to her younger brother. Upon taking a small sip, Mishu's eyes widened in astonishment. His small head tilted back to gaze at Song Fuling. The child, already strikingly handsome, resembled a little girl. At that moment, his bright, expressive eyes sparkled with surprise and delight, evoking a sense of tenderness in Song Fuling. She squatted down, unable to resist pinching his cheek, playfully remarking, "You are a tad dirty, though." Qian Mishu shook his head vigorously, evading his sister's playful grasp, and eagerly inquired, "What is this drink? Is it sweet plum water?" "Sweet plum? What could that possibly be? Is it delicious?" Mishu's gaze was fixed intently on the remaining liquid in the thermos lid, nodding enthusiastically, his small throat swallowing in anticipation. "Hurry and drink it. We must not let others see." However, Mishu suddenly looked up and asked, "Has Aunt tasted it? What about Uncle?" "Oh, that. Sister, pour some back for Aunt to try, and let Uncle have a taste too." Song Fuling felt a pang in her heart from the innocent, yet piercing honesty of these two beloved souls, her grandmother and Mishu, who could unwittingly strike at her emotions without warning. She tapped the thermos and urged, "Drink up, there's still plenty left." Unexpectedly, Mishu expressed concern, "Sister, don't let anyone know." After issuing this caution, he delicately dipped his tongue into the drink and, under his sister's encouragement, finished it all, even licking the lid clean with delight. Delicious. So sweet. The child's face radiated satisfaction. His spirits lifted as he chattered excitedly, "Sister, I didn't want to drink it all at once. I wanted to sip a little now and a little later, so I could enjoy it until nightfall. But I can't, for fear of being seen. It's better to drink it all at once, don't you think? What are you two up to?" Song Jinbao ran over. Song Fuling distinctly heard Mishu exclaim in a tone of alarm, "Oh no," before he dashed off, pulling her hand as he ran, his little legs moving quickly. Song Jinbao was momentarily taken aback by their sudden departure, but managed to halt his own movement. The foolish boy scratched his head, calling out, chubby sister, Grandma wants you to eat some meat. Are you running away from it?" Realizing that calling for meat had no effect, Jinbao grumbled, "Well, I've called out, so it's settled. I'm off to eat meat." "Oh dear, is it really worth such a fuss over just a little drink? It's as if a cat were chasing a mouse." Qian Mishu provided a resolute answer to Song Fuling, "It is worth it, sister. Have you forgotten how the mouth tastes? One mustn't speak of it. Oh my, how utterly maddening. Mishu, wait until I prosper. I shall let you drink sweet plum water every day. Meanwhile, Qianping was also in a frenzy, exclaiming, oh my, why is it that everyone can enjoy mule meat? Yet old lady Ma refuses to let me roast any? She rushed over, agitated, snatching it away with such force that it nearly scalded her neck and face, leaving her quite startled. The answer came unexpectedly, as old lady Gu, in front of everyone, scolded her daughter-in-law with an open palm. Why are you so greedy? You eggless hen. The sharp sound of the slap caught the attention of Song Fuling and Qian Mishu, who halted in their tracks and turned to look. At that moment, Song Fuxing quietly comforted Qianping. You were quite loud when you were arguing with the old lady. Just look at how envious the elder sisters are. Don't let it get to you. After all, the old lady was brought to tears. There's a reason we don't usually eat such animals here. You wouldn't understand. Mule meat is fragrant, horse meat is foul, and I would never eat mule meat. Do you not know? A mule is a hybrid of a horse and a donkey. It cannot reproduce. Hence, people here are likely to believe the same, fearing they might not bear children. Qianping retorted through gritted teeth, I never intended to have children. Song Fuxing replied, indeed, I never intended to either. Sigh, everyone is so caught up in their superstitions. They aren't even starving. He realized the people from this region are even more particular than those from their own. Chapter 101. The fifth watch. These individuals were not lacking in firewood, as several piles were ignited, appearing from a distance as though the area was ablaze. One could not boil meat in water to remove the blood and foam. Roasting was the only option. Surprisingly, after a prolonged absence from meat, the aroma was rather enticing. Were it not for the tattered garments and the peculiar hoods adorned with holes that each person wore, one might mistake the scene for a casual outdoor barbecue. Qianping was quite impressed by her daughter, whose nimble fingers seemed as if they had been trained in the arts of thievery. From her backpack, she deftly retrieved salt, applying it to the raw meat with remarkable precision. The process continued with each piece, her control over the salt's quantity remarkably adept. What astounded her most was her daughter's incessant chatter while she worked. Song Fuling, while salting the meat, remarked, these people are truly perplexing. Even in such dire straits, they still ponder the prospect of having children. That old woman, Gua, fails to consider the implications of her son's wife suffering through this ordeal. After enduring such hardships, it would be a miracle if she could even recover in a year or two, let alone bear a grandchild. What a nonsensical way of thinking. I refuse to believe that consuming mule meat could have any beneficial effect. Qian Mishu interjected, Sister, what does it mean to be insane? It refers to a kind of madness, was the reply. Oh. As Song Fuling flipped the meat, she recalled the barbecue grill they had brought from the modern world, a remnant from the time when her mother had roasted chess pieces in their cart. This time, it served its purpose well for roasting meat. Furthermore, since her mother had recently cried over the elder Ma's insults, it felt awkward for their family of four to join the larger gathering, allowing for more casual conversation. Father, look at that man, the husband of Gua's sister-in-law. He is utterly spineless, allowing his mother to berate his wife. It has been hours, and that old woman continues her tirade, even threatening to scratch her daughter-in-law's face. How absurd. Who has time for such fastidiousness regarding what one can or cannot eat? In the past, I would leave the house without brushing my teeth or washing my face. And you, Father, could hardly walk such distances without complaining of leg pain. Mother was so particular that she wouldn't allow us to drink even unfiltered water. Qian Mishu, having grasped the sentiment, nodded earnestly in agreement. Indeed. The three of them exchanged glances, sensing that Qian Mishu's uncle seemed skeptical, which was unwarranted. She emphasized with a childlike voice, in the past, I had a servant. Song Fuxing tossed straw into the fire, responding, you still have a servant now. Qian Mishu tilted her head in confusion. Huh? Isn't that me? Song Fuling chuckled, noticing her father's penchant for teasing Mishu. You see, one must speak appropriately according to the time and place. Moreover, that old woman Guo must not have heard the saying about the offspring of mules. 1,000-mile steed is still a steed. The same applies to her daughter-in-law. After consuming mule meat, she may either not conceive or perhaps give birth to extraordinary children. Song Fuxing's eyes twinkled with amusement. He relished hearing his daughter articulate her thoughts, affirming that the money spent on her education was well invested. Though he might not fully comprehend her words, the eloquence was evident, contrasting sharply with his own limited vocabulary. Qianping, however, was exasperated by her daughter's incessant chatter, admonishing, no matter how much you talk, you won't be eating mule meat. The affairs of others are of no concern to us. Why can't I? I intend to have a piece roasted shortly. After all, I've never tried it before. Neither of you have dared to stop me, and I shall eat it regardless. I defy anyone to prevent me. Plump girl, Delang called out. Grandmother has instructed me to inform you that you are not permitted to eat mule meat. Very well, brother, rest assured, I shan't even touch it. Song Fuxing, Qian Peiying, and Qian Mishu exchanged knowing glances, their expressions laden with unspoken sentiments. Chapter 102. The Sixth Watch. Although Song Fuxing was acutely aware of his own lack of education, he remained oblivious to the fact that the incident involving the consumption of mule meat significantly elevated his standing in the eyes of Song Lijing. As Song Lijing listened to Guopozi relentlessly berating her daughter-in-law, he found himself repeatedly tempted to intervene, unable to endure the cacophony of arguments and slaps that ensued. Yet, every time he turned to Song Fuxing, hoping for him to take the lead and quiet the uproar, Fuxing's family seemed unaffected, continuing their conversation as if the clamor were mere background noise. It dawned upon Song Lijing that Fuxing's intention was to encourage unity among families, ensuring that disputes between households were quelled. However, if the discord arose within one's own kin, Fuxing would feign ignorance and remain uninvolved. It is often said that righteous officials find it difficult to arbitrate domestic affairs. Ah, how remarkable it is. No wonder Song Fuxing is regarded as a learned man in the surrounding villages. His intellect is indeed profound. It is clear why he is more persuasive than Song Lijing, who, despite his seniority, had always been tasked with mediating family disputes, a thankless endeavor. If Providence were to grant him another chance, Song Lijing mused, he would certainly approach his role as a village chief with renewed vigor and wisdom, embodying the principle of lifelong learning. Similarly, the meal incident had a profound impact on Song Fuxing's standing in the eyes of Granny Ma. The two women, already bonded through shared experiences of fright and camaraderie, had exchanged secrets and spoils, including salted duck eggs. Now, they rallied together in support of the mule. With a household of over 20 members, Granny Ma's voice turned hoarse from calling out to the mule, while the others seemed oblivious, save for her little granddaughter, who rushed to her side. It became evident that during critical moments, the rest were of little use, with her granddaughter proving to be the most reliable ally. Before the group set off again, Granny Ma discreetly summoned Song Fuxing aside, offering her dried meat and expressing concern for her thirst, noting that she hadn't had a sip of water since noon. Look, I brewed this for you, and added a hint of vinegar. I filled this small jar with water for you. Keep it quiet, she instructed. Yet, the water jug was full, and there was no way to disclose this without revealing its contents or its aroma. Song Fuxing shook the jug to indicate she had enough and stubbornly refused the water, even urging Granny Ma to share it with her elder siblings. How considerate she was. Granny Ma then cautioned, when we walk, remember to keep your distance from the cattle in front and behind us, as well as our mule. Make sure to inform your father. Granny, just tell my father yourself. I'd rather not engage with him. Besides, I need the shopkeeper to load the grain onto the cart, while you can let your uncles handle the water. But why the need for distance? As the afternoon wore on and the sun bore down relentlessly, the group heard a loud crash emanating from the direction of Song Lijing's home, followed by a cacophony of falling objects, including the old man himself, who stumbled out, cradling his great-grandson. The cattle from Song Lijing's household had collapsed without warning, closing their eyes and failing to rise again. Just as Song Fuxing was about to inquire whether the old man had sustained any injuries, a cry of alarm rang out from the neighboring Gao butcher's home. This is bad. Gao's eldest son, prioritizing safety, quickly maneuvered the handcart away from his father, fearing the fallen cattle might crush him. After a moment of trembling, Gao's cattle too succumbed, leaving the butcher in tears, lamenting the loss of an animal he had purchased for 18 taels of silver. Song Fuxing surveyed the situation, glancing from Song Lijing's household to the Gao family, then exchanged a look with her grandmother. The atmosphere within the group plummeted, heavy with gloom. The livestock, now burdensome liabilities, required copious amounts of water daily. The prospect of butchering them was a time-consuming endeavor that could not be overlooked. Yet even if they were slaughtered, the heat posed a risk of spoilage, and discarding them would be a lamentable waste. Chapter 103. The first task was to unload the cart from the deceased ox. The butcher, enduring a heavy heart, brandished his cleaver, blood splattering onto his face and arms. Following the advice of Song Fuxing, he meticulously selected the finest cuts of meat from the ox, discarding the bloodied pieces directly onto the cart. After completing his work at home, he hastened to the residence of the village chief to continue his grim task. At that moment, the village chief was seated on the ground, surrounded by onlookers. Though the cart was not particularly high, rendering a fall manageable, the elderly man, in a bid to protect his great-grandson, landed awkwardly on his coccyx, rendering him immobile. Despite having a large family with many children, the absence of available oxen to assist was a dire predicament, especially with the elderly man incapacitated. It would require at least 2 strong individuals to unload the cart. Madame Ma glanced back, observing the eldest daughter-in-law of the Gao family organizing their belongings. While the village chiefess family was also busy tidying up, they needed to clear a space on the handcart for the elderly man to recline comfortably. With a heavy sigh, Madame Ma's expression reflected her anxiety. The situation weighed heavily on her mind, particularly as her family possessed even more items. Having already slaughtered a mule, the thought of the remaining 2 mules collapsing filled her with dread, especially since those remaining were already harnessed to the cart. Resignedly, she contemplated dismantling the cart, if necessary. The mule that had been slaughtered around noon was currently being pushed by Tiger and 4 sturdy men. Tian Shifa was pushing an old cart belonging to the Tian family, while previously 4 men had been assisting him. Now, with insufficient manpower, he could do nothing. Should the remaining mules fall, what would become of her son? Alas, her son was not particularly robust either, struggling to carry a child without becoming breathless. The prospect of him pushing the cart while walking was utterly discouraging. The old ox steward was advanced in years. Even if he collaborated with her son, they would still face the challenge of managing the other cart. Madame Ma cast a glance at her eldest son, pondering who might assist him with the original cart. Song Fuling noticed her grandmother watching her and wondered what was amiss. Madame Ma shook her head, dismissing the thought of relying on her daughter-in-law, who, while pleasing to the eye, lacked the strength for such labor. Her gaze swept over Song Yifeng, her 3 daughters-in-law, and the other 3 granddaughters, including Madame Tian, each receiving a cursory glance. If it came to it, the women would have to join forces. But how could they manage? The thought of it all ignited her frustration. However, Madame Ma had gleaned a piece of wisdom from her despair. In times of hopelessness, she would observe her sister-in-law's family. After surveying their plight, having lost their only ox and witnessing her brother-in-law struggling to push the cart, she found a flicker of confidence in their shared misfortune. Indeed, Madame Ma's concerns were echoed throughout the households of those who raised livestock. Even those with a modicum of faith were inclined to kneel and pray for divine intervention, hoping for their oxen to remain vigorous, requiring neither water nor fodder. As the procession resumed, the remnants of the slaughtered ox lay bloodied and dismembered behind them. Fushing, it's growing dark. Should we pause for a moment? The village chief inquired, reclining against the cart. No, we cannot rest. Earlier, I spotted what appeared to be a small village up ahead, Fushing replied, gesturing towards the horizon with the aid of a telescope. Upon hearing this, the village chief perked up. They had traversed hundreds of miles without sighting any dwellings, let alone a village. As they continued onward from around 7 in the evening until 11 at night, the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes filled the air. Yet, with anticipation, they finally glimpsed houses. However, the reality was disheartening. By all that is holy, this is no village, Fushing exclaimed, incredulous. Conversely, Song Fuling, with a sense of dread, silently lamented. In a village of 10 homes, 9 are empty. Not even a dog can be found. Beneath the torchlight, the vegetation is utterly consumed. One might inadvertently tread upon the bleached bones of the deceased. Upon entering the village, they encountered not a single farmer. Chapter 104. The second update. This village is indeed quite expansive, yet not a single farmer is in sight. As they entered the village, not a soul engaged in agriculture was encountered. Song Lijing languished in the cart, tapping the bottom of the pot with a ladle, calling out, "Is anyone there? Is there anyone?" No response was heard. By the dim light of the torch, Song Fushing turned to see his daughter tightly clutching her mother's arm with one hand, while the other hand grasped her grandmother's hand. At her feet was a small head, that of Miaoshou. It seemed his daughter was softly calling for Sanjuang, urging him to stand before them. Shifting his gaze behind, he noticed that nearly all the women and children huddled together in small groups. To speak candidly, it was already past 11 at night, nearly midnight, and stepping into a village that offered no response sent chills down his spine, making him hesitant to venture deeper. Song Fushing summoned Tian Shifa, saying, "Brother-in-law, we are too numerous. Let us halt the procession here and await your return. Please take a few individuals to search for a well in the village. Upon finding water, come back immediately to alert us. Here, take this lighter. Should the torch extinguish, rekindle it swiftly." Understood. Gaotu, are you there? Yes, uncle. You youngsters, move quickly. Choose a household that appears respectable and enter to see if anyone is truly home or if it's merely an illusion. Bring your tools. Once arrangements were made, Song Fuxing particularly emphasized to several individuals, be sure to cover your mouths and noses. Use the torch to scout ahead. Do not act recklessly without clarity. If anything seems amiss, return immediately. The group responded in unison. Got it. The team tasked with locating the living, led by Gao Tu, took off. Suddenly, a loud cry erupted from the High Butcher. Though his son, Gao Tu, was neither the eldest nor the youngest. He was the one most cherished by the butcher due to his courage and meticulous nature, reminiscent of the butcher's own youth. It was indeed alarming that even Gao Tu, known for his bravery, was startled enough to shout. Before long, Gao Tu and his companions returned, their faces drained of color. Uncle, aside from empty houses, there are corpses hanging. And the dead lie on the beds. There are bodies everywhere. I even saw rats feasting upon their eyes. One detail Gao Tu omitted was that the rats had also noticed them. Instead of fleeing at the sight of humans, they pursued them, causing them to flee in terror. It seemed that out of 10 households, 9 were deserted. And the one that still had occupants was merely a faade of the deceased. Their brother, Tian Shifa, and the others returned, reporting that the well was dry. Surrounded by many white bones, with likely more at the bottom, I ran from our side all the way to the village's end, where there were still recently deceased, all with swollen bellies, presumably from consuming earth. Song Fuxing swallowed hard. We must leave this place at once. Let us go. In his urgency, Song Lijing struck the pot again, calling out, quickly, do not leave anyone behind. All of you, keep up, hurry now. We cannot linger here. The sound of wooden wheels pushing the cart resumed as the men exerted all their strength to hasten their pace. The women, carrying children and supporting the elderly, found renewed vigor, matching the men's speed, fearful of being left behind. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, cooling the air. After enduring the relentless heat of the sun for 2 whole days, this refreshing wind felt like a long-lost comfort. Yet, the very rarity of such a breeze made it unsettling. Many preferred the oppressive heat. For instance, Song Fuxing felt as if this wind carried an ominous presence, and the sound of the wind resembled ghostly wails. He shivered and called out, Gualauda. Yes, Fuxing. Keep the horn I gave you. Do not stop until you leave the village. My whole family is from another world. Chapter 105. The midnight toll as they approached the village's end. Amidst the blaring of horns, a cacophony of clattering sounds echoed. Alas, the sole cow belonging to the Wang family had succumbed. Gualauda's wife, initially stationed at the rear of the procession to sound the horn, halted as she noticed the commotion and the line coming to a standstill. In the darkness, Wang Laopa's eldest daughter-in-law cried out in alarm, What shall we do? The cow is down. The second daughter-in-law tugged at her elder sister-in-law, her face etched with urgency. What do you think we should do? Hurry, gather your things and come over. We need a few people to unload the cow. Wang Laopa's youngest daughter-in-law reacted swiftly, pushing a bundle of garlic shoots towards Wang Zhongyu, rolling up her sleeves to collect the items that had fallen from the cart, such as the large iron pot. We need our pot to cook. Before she could finish, a dozen nearby torches illuminated the scene. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Laopa seized her youngest daughter-in-law and decisively exclaimed, Forget the pot. Don't touch it. The family's cart had inadvertently struck the bodies of the deceased. As previously mentioned by Tian Shifa, the belongings, including blankets, had fallen atop the corpses, while the crucial large black pot had landed squarely on one of the deceased's heads, further mutilating their already decayed visage. Mother, we need to retrieve it and wash it. How can we cook without a pot? Wang Laopa lamented in a heavy tone. Where is there water to wash? Touch it, and we risk falling ill. Look at how the rats have gnawed at them. Song Fuxing hurried over and advised against collecting anything. It's better to be safe than sorry. With so many of us, we cannot risk a single pot endangering our lives. If anyone contracts a disease, the entire group is doomed. He then rallied. Let us gather a few people to help unload the cart and depart swiftly from this village. What about the cow? Shall we kill it now? Before Song Fuxing could respond, Wang Laopa interjected. Kill it? No, let it go. Don't waste everyone's time. Let us just hurry and pack up to leave. The nearby individuals began assisting in piling the belongings onto the cart, salvaging the topmost blanket that had barely touched the deceased. With the faint light of the torches, Qian Ping stole a glance, her scalp prickling at the sight. Intentionally diverting the conversation to alleviate the tension, she whispered to her daughter, That old Mrs. Wang is quite resourceful. Most elderly women are miserly, reluctant to part with anything. let alone discard possessions. They would rather salvage the tattered remains. Yet she is different, more pragmatic than even her daughters-in-law, abandoning the cow and the pot. Song Fuling nodded in agreement. I suspect she fears the unforeseen. Perhaps she worries that someone in her family might coincidentally fall ill. She dreads the thought of others speculating about her family's misfortune over something as trivial as a pot, thus opting to forego everything rather than risk calamity. Unbeknownst to them, Ma Laodai, eavesdropping nearby, reflected, I understand now. Should misfortune befall my family, I too would refrain from scavenging recklessly. Once their belongings were secured, the group hastened to exit the village, eager to distance themselves from the ominous sight. After traversing approximately 5 miles, Song Fuxing called out, there is no need for the horn anymore. Wang Laopa, unable to contain her emotions, turned to gaze back at the village, clasping her hands in prayer, silently beseeching, to those few souls we encountered, we did not intend to intrude upon you, nor did we mean to harm you with the iron pot. The blanket left behind is but a token for you to keep warm as you depart, and the cow, too, shall remain to pave your way. I implore you, do not linger near my family. In the dead of night, around 2 o'clock, when weariness enveloped the travelers, they continued trudging along the inky path. Qian Mishu clung tightly to Song Fuxing's neck, battling sleepiness as his head nodded. Each time his little head drooped on his Song Fuxing's shoulder, a jolt of energy would awaken him. This was not an isolated case. Every child bore the same plight. The horrors they had witnessed in that village left them with a profound fear of the night, too terrified to close their eyes, fearing that upon doing so, their parents might vanish, leaving them utterly alone. For in that village, many children had perished, abandoned and orphaned, succumbing to hunger and thirst. Chapter 106. The fourth watch around 5 o'clock in the morning, Song Fuling lay on the ground, unable to wait any longer. Having not even unpacked her moisture-proof mat, strands of dry straw were tangled in her hair, and her weary eyes fixated on the sky above. Just a few days prior, as she walked, she had felt that after such an arduous journey, she had reached her limit. The day before, she experienced a sensation of suffocation, overwhelmed by the heat, and thought, this must be my limit. If I continue, I shall surely perish. Yet today, as she lay there, she realized her previous assessments were mistaken. Today was her true limit. Astonishingly, she had managed to walk through an entire day and night, which filled her with a sense of pride. Convinced that exhaustion would claim her life, yet strangely, she remained alive. As Song Fuling reflected, it became evident that everyone was engaged in a similar struggle against their own limits. Like her, they all believed they could not endure further, convinced they would fail. Yet in their quest for survival, they discovered boundless potential within themselves. The butcher, addressing Song Fuxing, who sat slumped on the ground, remarked, Xiao Sanzi, the 2 cattle we slaughtered on the road the other day, they are beginning to spoil. Shall we roast them for a meal now? Tian Shifa added, third brother. The mules and the beef from our uncle's farm that we stopped to kill at noon, there is much leftover meat. After another night, it will certainly spoil. An elderly gentleman from another branch of the Song family approached to report, Fuxing, I must inform you that our cow cannot hold on any longer. Should we slaughter it now, or do you have another plan? The butcher, upon hearing this, grimaced and confessed, Xiao Sanzi. The other 2 cattle in my possession are also on the brink of death. Song Fuxing glanced at the cow manager who hesitated to speak, realizing that their remaining mules were in a similar state, barely clinging to life on mere fodder. Indeed, since the previous afternoon, they had not provided the livestock with water. How could they possibly survive? However, the dilemma lay in the fact that if they slaughtered the animals, the group could only consume so much in a day, and it would be unwise to let any of it go to waste. Better to slaughter all, select the finest cuts, and consume them. Any meat that spoiled along the journey could be discarded. The butcher swallowed hard. Slaughtering livestock was a laborious task, and he felt utterly drained, his throat parched and sore. Cow manager, pour a bowl of wine for the butcher, he instructed. Song Fuxing interrupted the butcher's refusal with a commanding shout. From this moment forth, water is to be reserved solely for the children. I have several jars of wine. We adults shall partake of this instead, and after each meal, we can moisten our throats. Fuxing, that is not advisable. Song Liring protested, struggling to rise, and called out to everyone, for now, we must refrain from drinking. Once we have rested sufficiently before resuming our journey, we may drink then, but remember, the wine must sustain us for the day. Fortunately, the ancient wine was of low alcohol content, crafted purely from grain. It was no wonder that warriors of old could drink copiously before facing tigers, or that ancient people often drank to quench their thirst. Song Fuling mused. If this were modern liquor, The more one drank, the thirstier one would become, completely ineffective. Song Fuxing replied nonchalantly, "Very well, should anyone become unbearably thirsty, they may come to me for more." In truth, many were already parched, especially considering they would soon consume the dry roasted meat, leaving their throats feeling scorched. Several women restrained their children from taking too much from the rice bowl, urging, "Just a bite. You cannot drink anymore. The remaining water must be saved for your younger siblings." The children pleaded, "Mother, I am thirsty." Song Fuxing lay beside his wife, who softly reminded him, "I suggest we rest sufficiently before setting off again. If we move forward without water for half the journey, what shall we do?" "Indeed," Song Fuxing replied, "what can be done? We shall enter the space and draw forth water to bring back. At the very least, a bowl of water per person should sustain us for the day." He was determined to believe that after securing their lives, they could continue on their journey, even through the night, without water. Chapter 107. The fifth watch in a continuous cycle of comparison between sleep, food, and drink. Song Fuling persevered through gritted teeth. In regards to sleep, she found herself unable to awaken, her rest insufficient, and she felt on the brink of despair, longing to scream. "I have traveled for an entire day and night. May I not have more than 5 hours of uninterrupted rest?" However, she swallowed her words and observed others instead. Sister Taohua, Dia, Arya, Songjin Bao, despite their advanced years, seemed to require much less rest than she did because they had work to do, while she simply collapsed and fell asleep. Even Mi Shou, who had yet to fully recover from her cold, appeared exhausted to the point of swaying while walking. Yet she uttered not a single complaint. How could Song Fuling not feel overwhelmed by the comparison? Regarding food, Song Fuling snatched a piece of roasted meat from her grandmother's hand, taking a bite only to find it dry and devoid of salt. As she lowered her gaze to her own meal, she felt a pang of shame for even considering complaining about the roasted beef. When it came to drink, her embarrassment only deepened. Setting aside the fact that their home had water, her father, who seemed to care more about Mi Shou than himself, would not spare her even a drop. Her grandmother, on multiple occasions, stealthily inquired, "Why don't you drink water?" Furthermore, she revealed a secret. "I have saved a small jar of water for you children, hidden away under the guise of a pickled vegetable jar. I didn't share it with the others. It's just for you. Don't tell your father." Upon hearing this, tears welled up in Song Fuling's eyes. She almost disregarded her father's admonition and opened the jar to offer her grandmother a drink. Yet, just as her emotions surged, her grandmother turned and walked away, muttering, "Well, at least there are tears. I thought you might be too parched to even produce urine. You needn't drink. That water must be preserved. See, if you do not reflect on the modern world or compare yourself to your past, but only measure against the current company, you will find contentment." Her grandmother seemed to imply. Song Fuling's father, Song Fusheng, approached her and retrieved anti-inflammatory medication from her backpack, holding it tightly in his hand. He looked at his daughter and said, "For Zhuang saved Mi Shou's life by delivering the message in time, which in turn saved our family of 3. He works for us, tirelessly and selflessly, and will likely contribute his whole life to our cause. It's hot, and his wound has become infected. He has a slight fever. We cannot afford to ignore this." With that, Song Fusheng left, his words trailing off. Song Fuling chuckled softly at her father's retreating figure, understanding that his earlier explanation was as much for himself as it was for her. As she gazed at his back, memories flooded her mind of their family's departure, when her father had warned, "Listen well, daughter. Do not let your compassion lead you astray. Regardless of the elderly or children, do not show kindness in the face of death. We have only this limited supply of anti-inflammatory medicine. What will we eat if we remain here forever?" Standing before the group, Song Fusheng raised his bowl and proclaimed, "We are about to set off. The journey ahead will be challenging. Whether there will be water, and if we can find it in time, relies solely on us. To leave this cursed land, this place rife with potential contagion, depends on what? It depends solely on our own feet, on how swiftly we can move." With a collective resolve, they downed the contents of their bowls, gritting their teeth in determination. Everyone, men and women alike, young and old, echoed in unison, "We will endure." Though each bowl contained but a meager amount of liquid, they lifted their bowls with both hands, drinking as if in a ritual of solemnity. With no livestock remaining, all 14 families relied solely on handcarts. They had only rested for half the morning before setting out under the blazing sun. With her backpack secured, Song Fuling attempted to relieve Qian Peiying of her burden, insisting, "Mother, do not overexert yourself. You are at the peak of your menstrual flow. Allow me to carry it." I can balance both the backpack in front and the basket behind. I am quite capable. However, Qian Peiing evaded her daughter's attempts to relieve her of the basket, grasping Song Fuling's arm and whispering, "Daughter, I can manage. It's just a little menstrual discomfort. Remember, the three of us have drunk more water than the others, so we must strive to outperform them." Chapter 108, the sixth watch, dedicated to Yu Shui for the reward. Song Fuxing wiped the sweat from his forehead with the towel draped around his neck. The shopkeeper Niu, panting heavily, inquired, "Can you hold on, sir? Let us go." Together, Song Fuxing and the shopkeeper exerted themselves to push the handcart once more. Qian Peiying, with a basket on her shoulder, supported herself with a stick and pulled along Michaud, asking, "Are you tired, Michaud?" Michaud's little legs trembled as he replied, "I'm not tired. I can still walk for another hour." Yet, barely finishing his sentence, he collapsed at Qian Peiying's feet with a thud. She squatted down to embrace him, her own beads of sweat falling like droplets to the ground. Meanwhile, Song Fuling was leading the way, her backpack slung over her shoulders, a water bottle around her neck, binoculars in hand, and a small, important bag belonging to her grandmother tucked under her arm, rumored to contain silver. Without the mule cart, no one could expect assistance. Yet not only could Song Fuling manage her bag, but she also helped her grandmother while occasionally taking over her father's tasks. Scanning the road ahead with her binoculars, "Look, there are people ahead," Song Fuling exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she called back to the others. Although the group was unaware of how these individuals could possibly relate to them, hearing Song Fuling's shout about living people rekindled their dwindling spirits. And they began relaying the message. "Hurry, there are people ahead, let us push on." With newfound vigor, they pressed forward. In just an hour, this group, relying solely on their legs, caught up with the living beings ahead of them. It was noteworthy that these individuals might have set out days earlier, yet they were overtaken, a testament to the group's remarkable efficiency. However, upon drawing closer and observing the condition of these people, the collective reaction was to muster even more strength to leave them behind. The 20 or so individuals, each with protruding bellies and limbs as thin as twigs, clearly appeared malnourished. Upon seeing the group, these 20 souls seemed to find a flicker of hope, pleading for water and offering promises of silver. One man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, attempted to proclaim the worth of his silver note, but, overwhelmed, he collapsed near Song Fuxing without uttering a word. Song Fuxing, without even glancing at him, thought to himself, "I have an air conditioner, a color TV, and a washing machine at home. What good is that to me?" The others shared his sentiments, believing it absurd for these people to demand water from them. They were on the verge of becoming like them. Despite their own poverty, they felt they could scrape together some silver if someone were to sell water. The 20 emaciated souls lay on the ground for a moment before Song Fuxing's group moved far ahead. As Song Fuling peered through her binoculars, she announced, "There are more people ahead." However, before she could relay the news, her grandmother interjected, "Oh, just don't bother telling us about the living. What good is it? Just point out some greenery or grass next time." The child had stirred their hopes unnecessarily, as they had expected to encounter individuals with whom they could converse, only to find those even worse off than themselves, leaving them too frightened to approach for fear of contagion. Resigned, Song Fuling fell silent. An hour later, they surpassed 2 more groups of parched refugees, the most pitiful among them crawling on hands and knees, desperate for water, hoping against hope to reach a source. 2 hours later, Song Fuling gasped for breath, licked her lips, and, utterly exhausted, looked at her grandmother. "Grandma, why do you keep staring at me? Why don't you call out?" But there's no greenery in sight. "Didn't you tell me not to shout for no reason?" Their privately stored water had long been depleted, as had the team's supply. Hope was fading, and Ma Laotai, her voice tinged with despair, lamented, "Fat girl, do you think your father's treasure might be broken?" As night fell around 8 o'clock, Song Fuxing felt drenched, as though he had just emerged from a sweat-soaked bath, his clothes clinging uncomfortably to him. He glanced at the darkening sky, unsure if it was truly dark or merely an illusion. They could wait no longer. They could not continue walking, as both their water supply and their endurance had reached their limits. This moment was ideal for subtle actions. It was imperative to access their hidden water supply. Stop and rest here. Chapter 109. The fourth concurrent event when the command to halt was issued. A sense of relief was conspicuously absent. Instead, a heavy gloom descended upon the group. Without Song Fuxing's reassuring pause, there was no respite, and their spirits sank to the depths. In truth, they did not wish to stop. The water had run out, and they could only press onward. relentlessly striving to escape this arid region in the hope of finding solace. Yet, exhaustion rendered them immobile. With weary faces, they silently parked their handcarts, leaving luggage and cooking pots untouched, slumping down onto the ground, heads bowed. A few men even removed their head coverings, realizing that shielding themselves from mosquitoes was futile. Whether they fell ill or succumbed to thirst, the outcome remained the same. Despondency enveloped each individual. In such dire circumstances, the role of leadership became evident, highlighting why some were destined to lead. When faced with adversity, they refrained from complaints or surrender, instead seeking solutions. Song Lerzhang produced a piece of red cloth and directed the butcher to procure the finest cut of beef. He placed the meat upon the cloth and set it on the ground, with the support of his two sons. He gritted his teeth against the pain in his lower back and knelt upright before the offering. Once settled, he inspected his hands, rubbed them clean, and then, with palms together, raised his voice to the heavens, calling out, "5 emperors and 5 dragons, descend with light and wind, spread your grace liberally, assist the Lord of Thunder. From the 5 lakes and 4 seas, water flows to the source, water flows to the source." At that moment, Song Fuxing was rummaging through his cart, retrieving all the empty barrels, including the already depleted oil drum, preparing to carry them along. Unbeknownst to him, in that fleeting moment, despair had taken hold, and they began to beseech the heavens. Song Fuxing and the kneeling Song Lerzhang exchanged glances. Song Lerzhang swallowed hard, his eyes wide with urgency. "What shall we do, Fuxing? Grandfather has forgotten the latter part of the rain invocation. Our village's rain seeker is not present to guide us. This invocation is incomplete. Heaven cannot lend aid without a proper call. You are a scholar, can you not add a concluding phrase?" "Swiftly, as the law commands," replied Song Fuxing. Song Lerzhang's eyes lit up with excitement. That's it. That's the phrase. He momentarily forgot about Song Fuxing and began to kneel, arms outstretched, repeatedly calling out the invocation, ending with "swiftly, as the law commands." The elderly women felt that the formal rain incantation, though traditional, was somewhat muddled and incomplete. Thus, led by Granny Ma, they joined in with fervor, hands clasped, kneeling as they cried out, "Little children weep, unable to plant seedlings. We beseech the heavens for torrential rain and fierce storms." In a blink, the women, elders, and children ceased all else, wholly focused on their supplication to the heavens. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos, Song Fuxing approached Tian Shifa. "You and the 4 brothers must stay here to guard against the refugees from behind who may seize our belongings. I will lead a group to search for water. Who knows what lies beneath the earth? Water may yet be found." Tian Shifa nodded but soon regretted his agreement. He realized that the helpers his brother had gathered for the search were all, well, akin to the elderly. For instance, those with weak legs or frail bodies would struggle to venture far, panting heavily. In short, they were the elderly, the weak, and the infirm. Not a single capable man like him, the 4 brothers, or the Gao brothers had been designated for this task. Tian Shifa felt a wave of despair. How could these individuals possibly assist in the search for water? Song Fuxing thought to himself, it is precisely these unfit individuals who will make it easier for him to seek water. The capable ones must remain behind, otherwise, it will be even more challenging to fabricate a tale. Qian Mishu clutched the hem of Song Fuxing's garment tightly. "No, sister, let uncle go alone, or I will accompany you." Song Fuxing reassured Qian Mishu. "You have an important task to fulfill. You see, your small stature is perfect for invoking rain. Thus, you must kneel and implore the heavens for water. Obey, for our success in finding water depends on you." With tears in his eyes, Qian Mishu promptly knelt down. "But how do I ask? I can't remember all those words." A glimmer of inspiration crossed Song Fuxing's face. "Just chant, Xiao Jingting, come quickly, Xiao Jingting." Come quickly. As Song Fuxing departed with his wife and daughter, accompanied by 12 elderly and infirm individuals, they left behind the chorus of rain supplications. Little did they know that, back home, rain was pouring down heavily from the moment they began their descent southward. As they knelt in prayer, thunder and lightning roared to the south, where torrential rains threatened to flood the towns. Meanwhile, they were suffering from severe drought, their thirst unrelenting. Indeed, the drought would lead to death by thirst, just as excessive rain could lead to drowning. Song Fuxing handed a hoe to the elder. "Uncle, you and these 2 gentlemen should dig here. If you discover moisture in the earth, return swiftly to inform them. Do not call for me. It would be futile. I must carry these empty barrels further ahead." "All right, Fuxing, I will dig deep," the elder assured him. Thus, the family continued on their way. discarding the 12 unfit individuals into small groups to dig. Meanwhile, they ventured further away, and as night approached, it was nearly 9 o'clock, the darkness enveloping them. Song Fuxing instructed, "This will do. You both should apply some cooling oil and wait for me. Do not stand idly. Move about to keep the mosquitoes at bay, and fan yourselves to avoid bites." With that, Song Fuxing rolled his eyes and entered the space. This troublesome space would not allow him to bring in buckets or take them back out, compelling him to seek items he could discard without regret. But in modern life, who hoards broken things? Everything in his household held value, making it difficult to part with anything. He rummaged through to find 2 large bowls, ventured into the bathroom to retrieve his plastic foot bath and another large plastic basin, unsure of its previous use. He turned on the main valve controlling the living room's heating. Initially, he used the 2 bowls to catch the rust-colored water flowing from the valve. Once filled, he quickly set them aside and switched to the plastic basin, filling it with 2 large bowls of clean, warm water. After some thought, he calculated that they would need to journey again tomorrow. It was best to take a risk and stock up on water until they found a source. He returned to the bathroom to fetch Qian Peiying's foot bath, larger due to their modern love for foot soaks, and filled it to the brim. With the living room's water nearly depleted, he finally turned off the valve. Qian Peiying pointed to the 2 bowls. "What kind of water is this?" "The initial water from the heating system. Once I finish my preparations, I'll dig a deep pit and pour this undrinkable water into it. And the water you used to wash your rags was mixed with detergent, right? It's also not suitable for drinking. When the time comes, I'll pour it all into the pit, pretending it's water from underground. All the water we've dug up has been exhausted." Finally, Qian Peiying understood the source of the large bowls of water. "Old song, that heating water is not potable. It's recycled water, likely full of nitrites. Consuming too much can lead to poisoning." Song Fuxing, in a state of urgency, perspiring profusely, interrupted her. "Who would let them drink so much? You only know about nitrites. Leftover dishes, pickles, and sour vegetables contain them too. People used to eat those daily. Yet none fell ill. Please refrain from causing trouble. I have shown enough kindness. Without me, their fate would be dire. They would perish from thirst. What harm is there in drinking some warm water? I can hardly believe it. At least it's better than dying of thirst. Please keep quiet, Dad. Are you so afraid that others won't hear? My mother means that since we have water, beverages, and beer at home, we should bring them all out. If that is not possible, we should at least find some clean water, lest we give them something tainted." Before Song Fuling could finish, her father interrupted. "You are all too naive. How can we just bring everything out? Are we to give each person a bottle? Where would I get that? Beer and drinks? They have never tasted those flavors. If they ask me, what should I say? That I made it for them? Besides, there are only so many bottles. Just the 2 of you, and I don't even know if there will be enough to go around. How many people are here? Our family runs a supermarket. We only bought a few boxes for the new year. You all can't come up with any ideas, and here I am, racking my brain to get some water out, lying, and then having to cover it up later. You 2 will surely find fault with it. Oh dear, what are you shouting for? It sounds like the heat is bringing on an early menopause." Song Fuling waved her hand. All right, Dad, don't be angry. We'll do as you say, just go back in and continue fetching water. You 2 are not allowed to linger. Pour this water into their bucket. And as for our basin, let us take it far away and bury it. We need to retrieve a few more large plastic basins. Those will definitely give us away. We simply cannot keep these basins." With that, Song Fuxing went back inside. This time, he moved the 5L of tap water meant for watering plants and used a bowl to scoop water from the toilet tank and the toilet itself into a washing basin. One bowl after another. He intended this water for the children in the group. At the very least, it was better than warm water. Despite his earlier scolding of his wife and daughter, he was feeling a bit uneasy. He couldn't risk the children's health. Their stomachs were already weak. So the warm water was reserved for the sturdier adults. After Song Fuxing fetched the water a second time, and then the third time for his family, the 3 of them were in full swing. Song Fuling filled her water pouch and water bottle with mineral water. And she even brought out the pouch she had prepared for Michaud. Qian Peiying carefully carried basin after basin of water, pouring it gently into the ancient water bucket. Upon seeing the 5L of Farmer's spring tap water, she remarked, "Lao Song, let us not pour this out. Leave this bucket as it is. It's much cleaner than their ancient buckets." Ultimately, the concern was that they might discover the truth. Otherwise, our empty mineral water bottles and buckets are far more convenient than their rickety wooden barrels, making it easier to push the cart. At that moment, Song Fuxing, who was digging a pit, nodded in agreement. "That is fine. After all, we previously had a bucket for soybean oil. Once the oil was used up, we had this kind of bucket. Your grandmother has seen it. If she inquires about the additional bucket, just insist we brought it long ago and say she simply didn't notice it before. Good. Song Fuxing conducted a final check on the area for burying the plastic basins. He looked at the deep pit he had dug, satisfied that the wastewater had seeped in. Believing this depth would create the illusion of a water source. Crafting such a beautiful lie had exhausted him. When Qian Peiying returned with several water pouches and bottles, Song Fuling cheerfully called out to everyone, "My father has found water. Although it's not much, it's enough to quench our thirst, so hurry and help fetch it." Those praying for rain halted their actions, staring blankly at her. "Don't just look at me, uncles and aunts. Go fetch the water. It's quite remote. My father is the only one there." It was just the uncles. Everyone who could still walk rushed in the direction Song Fuling indicated, including Grandmama. Several elderly individuals stumbled and got back up to continue running. Among them was Grandma Gua, whose 2 grandsons had been desperately thirsty, and she feared for their well-being, unable to even call out for their mother. Thus, Grandma Gua was particularly agitated, especially upon seeing the water. Trembling hands like withered grass dropped to her knees as she sat on the ground, clasping her hands together, tears streaming down her face as she bowed deeply to Song Fuxing. "Dear nephew, Fuxing, I bow to you." Song Fuxing, utterly exhausted and nearly collapsing, turned away and said, "Aunt, please don't shorten my lifespan. Do not do this." Some were returning with water, while others, like Tian Shifa, were eager to dig deeper into the pit. Song Fuxing stopped him. "Brother-in-law, there's really nothing left. The only wet spot is where the water came from, and I can't fathom how it happened. This is it, there's no more." Before Tian Shifa could speak, he called to his most simple-minded nephew, "Dala, you go down into the pit. You're young and nimble. Brother-in-law, just shine a little light for him." Dala climbed down, feeling around and digging. But the torch couldn't illuminate the deep pit well. He pragmatically reported back, "3 uncle, you were right. The water has stopped flowing. Aside from a bit of moisture, there's no water left. Then let us head back. Brother-in-law, big brother, lend me a hand. I'm utterly exhausted." The others called out, "3 uncle, we'll carry you back." The strong men among them immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, let us carry 3rd brother." And without further ado, 1, 2, 3, lift. While Song Fuxing being carried back was already quite an extraordinary affair, even more remarkable was when Song Lurzhang embraced him and wept uncontrollably. "Grandfather, please don't cry. It's heaven's will that we one die of thirst. You just prayed to the heavens, and it worked." Song Lurzhang affirmed, "No, it's you. You are the benefactor of us all. Just think, through all the trials and tribulations, wasn't it Fuxing who kept us safe? Even the heavens know that Fuxing is our blessing, granting him this opportunity to find water. Without Fuxing, even if the heavens showed us pity, we would not have discovered it. Fuxing has saved our lives time and again, saving your children and our mothers." This declaration had a profound impact. Not only did Grandma Gua kneel in gratitude, but many women also wept and knelt to bow to Song Fuxing. The men clasped their fists and bowed or patted him on the shoulder, their eyes glistening with tears. "Qian Peiying." Song Fuling. Qian Misho, puzzled, asked, "Sister? Was it me who prayed for it?" "Xiao Jingding, come quickly, come quickly. From now on, whenever we lack water, I will recite." Song Fuling whimsically reassured Misho, "Stop reciting. It's not good for you if you recite too much. You'll wet the bed if you do." Chapter 110. 2 chapters combined. To reward Wu Qianyu with 10,000 coins, Song Lurzhang inquired with eager anticipation, "Fuxing, shall we convene?" Upon observing Lurzhang's gaze, Song Fuxing understood without needing to ask. If a meeting were to occur tonight, it would undoubtedly revolve around praises for his theme. He neither sought gratitude from others nor desired to be scolded. He merely wished that the others could perceive this water as a divine gift. To speak candidly, we cannot afford to sacrifice our own sustenance for others, to offer the best to them while we ourselves endure hardship and hunger. Likewise, we cannot merely watch as others suffer. If we have the ability to save a life, to extend a hand and share what we do not require, we should indeed do so. In essence, we are but ordinary individuals, lacking any grandeur in this life or the next, burdened with selfish desires, nothing to boast about. Song Fuxing remarked, "Grandfather, look at my current state. I am utterly exhausted from pushing the cart and digging deep wells for water. I have never felt such fatigue before. I must take my leave to rest. You all can figure out how to distribute the water. Very well. I shall have the eldest's wife prepare a bowl of porridge for you to rest with. When you awaken, she will bring it to you." Go and rest now. Song Lerzhang gazed at Song Fuxing with the tenderness reserved for a beloved grandson. Madame Ma held a ladle, standing before several water buckets. Wang Zhongyu approached to draw water, and a smile finally graced his face. Auntie, there is no need for such concern. Rest assured, we will not waste a single drop of water. If half a bowl suffices, we shall not take a full one. Madame Ma smiled in acknowledgement. I understand. It has been a long day, and I too wish to rest early, but the tasks assigned by your respected elder must be adhered to. Here, 4 bowls of water for the adults and 2 for the children. Serve them well. Song Fuling, listening nearby, thought to herself, no, grandmother, you do not wish to rest. Despite being an elderly woman from ancient times, you are somewhat enamored with authority. You relish the weight of your words in the village, but I see through you. Though I remain silent, we are still good friends. Just then, her aunt arrived to fetch water, and Song Fuling cast a glance at her. It was evident that her aunt was indeed her aunt, for she had taken slightly less water than was given to others, intentionally provoking them. Her aunt scrutinized the water in her bowl, then glanced at Madame Ma, her lips moving slightly before she turned to leave. Stop! Her aunt exclaimed, not hiding her irritation. Do you not know the difference in bowls? Come here. After a moment of confusion, her aunt responded excitedly, sister-in-law, hey. As soon as her aunt departed, Song Fuling began to fiddle with her aunt's water pouch, giving her a thumbs up, generous indeed. Madame Ma beamed, indeed, we are kind-hearted, my 3rd son takes after me. Meanwhile, Qian Peiying observed everyone drinking water, her heart in turmoil. The warm water varied in quality. It was not merely a matter of circulation. Some heating companies even mixed chemicals into the water. Uncertain of the contents provided by her own heating company, she felt uneasy, even contemplating allowing her family to suffer thirst rather than risking their health. She feared that if they shared water and something adverse occurred, the weight of guilt would be unbearable. Little did she know that an unexpected twist awaited her, and it would strike her daughter rather than anyone else. Madame Gua carried a bowl of water, first glancing at the snoring Song Fuxing, and then, with a loving smile, addressed Song Fuling. Child, this is the water we have saved from our own portions, pooled together into one bowl for you. Song Fuling shook her head, clutching her water jug. No, thank you. Grandma Gua, I have water. Madame Gua insisted. Dear child, we discussed it, and there is nothing else. Our intention is simply to share this precious water, allowing you to have a little more than others. It is sweetened with sugar. As she spoke, she brought the bowl to Song Fuling's lips. At that moment, Song Jinbao exhibited remarkable maturity, refraining from snatching the sugary water. Song Fuling observed the frail hands that held the bowl, then looked up at the ancient faces smiling and nodding at her, all while listening to her father snoring blissfully. She smiled. All right, I will drink it. Thank you. The cost of those 3 words might have been fate itself. Everyone else consumed the water without incident. Even the 2-year-old slept soundly, but only Song Fuling suffered from diarrhea. Her grandmother grew exasperated, wishing for a resolution to her discomfort. The following morning, Song Fuling felt lightheaded, pondering, it is true that I relied on my father. Yet in the end, he has caused me trouble. Song Fuxing yawned and asked his daughter, what troubles you? Song Fuling shot him a glare. That morning, many families returned with water, and when they offered the first sip to their children, the little ones were astonished, clamoring for more, having initially overlooked the sweetness. The first-hand news came from the Gao family, as the butcher was on night duty. He informed everyone, that chubby girl stirred up quite the commotion last night, sitting alone and rubbing her belly. Later, she wandered over to the water buckets twice. She must have added sugar to the water. Indeed, Song Fuling had transformed into the Little Mermaid, sweetening the water for everyone. She had initially contemplated adding salt, believing that the combination of salt and sugar would provide energy. But she hesitated, fearing the consequences of overuse. However, sugar was a different matter. She felt confident in its use. When she poured in nearly half a bag of sugar, she acted impulsively, driven by a desire to bring a touch of happiness to everyone during such harsh times, even if only a little. The gesture moved many, yet one remained ungrateful. You've made it too sweet. Song Fuling sat atop Song Lerzhang's cart, turning to her grandmother with a frown. Why do you complain? I did this for you. Madame Ma walked beside the cart. You made it so sweet that it no longer quenches thirst, leaving me even drier. Humph. Song Fuling turned away, choosing not to engage her grandmother further. She had even offered her grandmother mineral water, secretly swapping it out. And that old lady had no idea of the effort it took to provide for her. The cart was driven by Song Lerzhang's eldest grandson, who chuckled at the banter between the two. Song Lerzhang had been relocated to the Wang family's cart, as Song Fuling was unable to walk due to her upset stomach and needed to take her father's place in the front, using a telescope. Suddenly, Song Fuling exclaimed, "I see someone carrying a load ahead." Madame Ma's eyes sparkled. "Do you see any green?" "Ah, I see a mountain." Finally, a mountain. Upon hearing this, Song Fuxing felt invigorated. Earlier that morning, he had been filled with doubt, influenced by his daughter's grim words about desolate lands devoid of life. Yet now, after walking for just half a day, they could see the silhouette of a mountain. "Mountains are good. Where there are mountains, there is water," he exclaimed, and the group rallied with renewed vigor. "Let us push onward. Let us push onward." Their cries reverberated with enthusiasm. From the brink of despair, they transitioned to a state of hope, even drinking the sweetened water. The moment they learned of the mountains ahead, their spirits soared, and they surged forward, surpassing 4 groups who had been trudging along with heavy burdens. As we approached the foot of the mountain, we beheld those who could skillfully drive a carriage and ride a horse. Chapter 111. The first watched the sight of a horse-drawn carriage and riders on sturdy steeds halted at the foot of the mountain was a spectacle beyond the imagination of ancient farmers, as such occurrences were rare even on trips to the town. For those elderly villagers who had never ventured beyond their hamlet, encountering a horse was a mere fantasy. Their utmost aspiration was to gather enough resources to purchase a single ox. Thus, it was evident that they were worlds apart. The villagers were agitated with excitement upon spotting the mountain, hopeful that it might harbor water. As for the myriad of refugees surrounding them, whether affluent or destitute, the presence of horses or their appearances were of no concern. They felt no connection to that world. However, for the trio from the modern era, this moment bore a different significance. Firstly, a weight had been lifted from their hearts. The sight of a wealthy household affirmed that they were indeed on the right path. It is worth noting that Song Fuxing had no recollection of ever journeying to the north. He feared straying from the right route. His earlier pursuit of scholarly success had led him southward to the provincial capital. As for the others, it was best to forget them. Many had never left their village, so one could hardly expect them to discern which path to take. Unlike modern individuals who roam freely, ancient people, if they managed to survive, would often settle in one place for generations. Collectively, they lacked the experience of long-distance travel. Thus, as they traversed the narrow paths, it must be said that Song Fuxing was rather muddled, relying on the corpses of the deceased refugees to guide him, alongside his seasoned instincts, which indicated that to reach the north, one must continue traveling northward. Now, with the sight of the affluent household confirming their direction, joy was inevitable. After all, encountering such a household allowed them to inquire, "From where do you come? Where are you headed? How much longer must we travel to reach the city governed by the Prince of Yen?" A response would enable them to calculate their remaining journey, as well as their provisions for food and water, instilling a sense of hope. Do not underestimate these inquiries, for they are not easily answered. For instance, among 100 refugees, one might possess the knowledge to respond. If one were to randomly approach a refugee, the likely answer would be, "As long as I am not starving, I shall keep moving forward," utterly lacking in clarity or direction. The underlying reason for such ignorance lies in the isolation of the ancient world. With princes dividing provinces among themselves, and with the recent chaos, few had the leisure to wander aimlessly. Moreover, most refugees hailed from the same region, journeying northward from the south, akin to blind men. There were no northerners traveling in their direction, rendering their access to information exceedingly limited. Thus, they sought out capable individuals, specifically the wealthy. For such families possessed knowledge and experiences far exceeding those of the common folk. They might have traveled to the north and could provide insight into the duration of the journey to the city. As the handcarts came to a halt, Song Fuxing, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, approached the man holding the horse reins. He stopped 5 meters away and clasped his hands, asking, "May I inquire, where is the land of the immortals?" He thought to establish rapport before posing his questions. Get lost. If merely being told to get lost had sufficed, he would have complied, but the man suddenly drew a large knife, pressing it against Song Fuxing's chest. What was happening? Song Fuling dashed forward, brandishing her long staff, the small dagger affixed to it aimed at the man. Her face flushed with urgency. "Put it down. If you don't, I shall pierce you." Her hand trembled as she gripped the staff tightly. Qian Peiying's expression also shifted dramatically, and like a whirlwind, she rushed forward, furiously pointing at the man and rebuking him at a rapid pace. What harm is there in answering 2 simple questions? If you choose not to respond, so be it. But why draw a blade? Is there no law here? Simultaneously, all present, young and old alike, surged forward, Encircling the carriage, the 4 separately mounted horses, and the 7 robust men. Their eyes were ablaze, joining Qian Ping in a fierce chorus. Put it down. They displayed a united front, signaling that should he refuse, they would take matters into their own hands. An elderly woman, wielding a large iron pot, prepared to charge. If he dares to point a knife at my son, I shall smash him. This rapid turn of events occurred in the blink of an eye. The 7 men were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated such unity among the refugees. They felt somewhat aggrieved, for they had not intended any harm. They merely wished for Song Fuxing to remain silent and avoid stirring trouble. The countless refugees they had encountered along the way all bore similar appearances, and their approach had always been to brandish their swords, which would typically send others fleeing. They had not expected that a mere request for water would lead to such an altercation. Lowering their swords seemed unwise, yet refusing to do so, especially with their companions fetching water from the mountain, placed them at a disadvantage, 7 against 100, particularly with that formidable elderly woman brandishing her pot. Stop! A woman's voice from within the carriage commanded. The voice was far from pleasant, hoarse and dry, a clear indication of dehydration. It was apparent that the occupants of the carriage had endured a long journey without sufficient water. The man quickly sheathed his sword and bowed before the carriage. Mississippi. Move the carriage further away. You too, do not speak of matters beyond your understanding. What does that mean? The elderly woman queried, inspecting Song Fuxing for injuries. They look down on us, came the reply. From now on, do not converse with such individuals, do you understand? The elderly woman saw no issue with their disdain. After all, they were worlds apart. In the past, upon encountering affluent families on their travels, she had knelt in confusion, unaware of whom she was bowing to. Her primary concern was why her son had approached to speak, and she admonished him against such reckless behavior, which could lead to danger. Qian Ping turned to her daughter. What did that mean? Song Fuxing clenched her teeth. That person, despite being reduced to fleeing, still clings to an air of superiority, implying that one should not waste words on those of a lower status. Perhaps modern individuals found it intolerable to adhere to such hierarchies. Qian Ping, filled with indignation, exclaimed, I've come to realize that people here seem incapable of normal conversation. Their minds are unlike ours. We nearly lost our lives just to ask for directions. And they resort to drawing blades. What a wretched place. Song Fuxing intended to soothe his wife and daughter, who lacked knowledge of ancient customs, fearing their lack of awareness. After all, this was the ancient world, and such anger was unwarranted. However, he had no time for that. As Tian Shifa and the others worried that Song Fuxing might again stray off course while seeking directions, for he was the treasure of their entire group and needed protection. Thus, they took the initiative to inquire. The group of men climbed the mountain for a while and encircled a few individuals descending. These newcomers, believing they were about to be robbed of water, braced themselves for a fight, but Tian Shifa quickly clarified that they were merely seeking information. They soon learned that in this vicinity, not just within 100 miles, but for thousands, moving forward would lead to parched lands. And only those with extraordinary luck had managed to reach this place. This mountain was renowned. At a height of 1,000 meters, there lay a valley. And at the peak, water flowed year-round, a source that had not run dry for millennia. The mountain itself bore only grass, no trees. And many of the grasses were toxic and should not be consumed lightly. It was a place of wonders, a unique marvel of the world. However, the source of water was guarded by a band of bandits. To access the water, one had to pass through them, paying 2 coins of silver for entry. How much water could one draw? Would the bandits greedily demand more than the agreed amount? The newcomers hastily shook their heads, assuring that the bandits were reasonable. They cared not for the quantity of water drawn, but the real question was whether one could survive the encounter. Countless refugees, lacking silver, had dared not confront the armed bandits. Instead, they turned to attacking those returning from the water source. Look at these individuals, their bodies marred with wounds, likely having managed to safeguard only the meager water they carried in bamboo tubes, escaping only through swiftness. Chapter 112. The second update upon hearing the news. Song Fuxing's face displayed a look of panic. Father, a single word conveyed an unmistakable message. Our family lacks for nothing, at least not in terms of water. You must not venture into the mountains recklessly. Song Fuxing's eyes flickered momentarily, and his gaze spoke volumes. Of course, I am unwell. Just moments ago, the mere act of someone brandishing a sword nearly caused me to wet myself. Song Fuxing pressed her hand to her heart, taking deep breaths. In just this brief moment, the mention of swords and rumors of refugees seizing water left her feeling alternately chilled and flushed, genuinely fearing that her father, in his role as leader, might set a perilous example. Qian Ping remained relatively composed, as she possessed a deeper understanding of her husband, while their daughter failed to grasp it. Old Song relished portraying himself as an admirable father, embodying virtue and kindness before her. However, Song Fuxing's decision to refrain from climbing the mountain did not signify that the problem had been resolved, especially after the recent events. It had been proven that a larger group provided greater security. A few local craftsmen gathered urgently near the cart, where Song Lirong was located to discuss the matter. Song Lirong asserted, "We must ascend the mountain. At present, we are without water, and as we advance, Fuxing, what do you have to say? What was it you murmured at noon? The land is parched, devoid of life. Just listen. We have traversed only a few hundred miles. We are far from 1,000 miles, and ahead, it is likely just as arid." They all anticipated a lack of water, which is why they are risking their lives on this mountain. Song Fuxing interjected, emphasizing a critical point. The ancient Koshan Pass lies atop the mountain, rising 1,000 meters. Only by climbing can one reach it, and it requires considerable effort. The paths up and down the mountain are narrow, and if everyone attempts to push their carts upwards, the task becomes exceedingly difficult. Moreover, after obtaining water, we could be ambushed and have our provisions stolen. With the elderly, women, and children pushing carts, our pace would be painfully slow. Therefore, we must divide into two groups. One group shall remain at the base to safeguard the grain and the elderly, while the other will carry buckets and ascend the mountain for water. Both groups face peril, while it may seem that the ascending group bears the greater burden. Those at the base guarding the provisions are not without their own challenges. The presence of the elderly and children may impede progress. Should a large number of refugees descend from the mountain to seize our supplies, the group at the base may prioritize protecting the grain, neglecting to safeguard the children. Song Lirong nodded in agreement. Fuxing has articulated the essentials. Ultimately, it is uncertain who will ascend and who will remain below. Both groups encounter difficulties. Those who ascend must prioritize their safety and avoid injury. Yet how many buckets can one person carry, and how many can accompany them? Can we afford to pay a few individuals to fetch water? Meanwhile, Qian Ping communicated with her daughter in hushed tones. Fuling, if each person contributes 2 coins, how much would that amount to? Song Fuling pondered for a moment. I'm not entirely certain. If we consider 1 won to equal 1 yuan, then 2 coins would be equivalent to 200 yuan. However, in ancient times, the calculations weren't so straightforward. Given fluctuations in prices and the gold-silver ratio, it could well exceed 200 yuan, I suspect. Purchasing water for over 200 yuan is more exorbitant than what is charged at our local tourist attractions. Sigh. Fuling reflected. It surpasses the price of a bottle of water in a bar, which can range from 25 to 30 yuan. But do we not abandon both land and homes? In times of famine, monetary concerns become trivial. Survival takes precedence. Yet, it remains exceedingly expensive. Mother, they hardly earn much in a year. Did you not hear my father mention that the money he lent to my aunt is a significant sum for the common folk? And this small pouch I carry, it belonged to my grandmother. I must tell you, it contains her private savings, for tales. She confided in me that she has been saving it for most of her life, instructing me not to divulge this to others. Consider how much they might earn on average each month. I suspect it would take farmers several months to accumulate 2 coins. Chapter 113. The midnight hour, the women hastily retrieved large cloth bags, filling them with empty water bladders, pig bladders used for water storage, and bamboo tubes from one household after another. Some elderly ladies even packed several clay jars into another bundle, tying it securely, intending to hang the jars around their necks once they filled them with water. At Song Fuxing's home, Old Lady Ma not only gathered all the empty water bladders, but also placed 2 5-liter empty bottles of Nongfu Spring into 2 exceptionally sturdy bags. The youthful faces, fresh and eager, were preparing for the task ahead. Each young person carried a cloth bag filled with empty water bladders on their backs, while another bag containing clay jars and other water-conveying implements hung from their chests. Song Fuxing's big nephew, Dallin, and his cousin, Huzi, appeared particularly burdened, as their bags were filled with the Nongfu Spring bottles. They were tasked with climbing a 1,000-meter mountain, filling the bottles with water, and then descending. It was easy to imagine the weight they would bear once the bottles were filled. Song Fuling watched in stunned silence. In modern times, she had carried 5-liter bottles of mineral water from the supermarket downstairs and into the elevator without a second thought. The thought of Dallin and Huzi filling these 2 bottles, each carrying one on their shoulders while their backs were laden with water bladders, was unfathomable. Furthermore, they could not even use their hands to assist. as they would each need to carry 2 wooden buckets of water. All the weight would press down upon these young shoulders. Song Fuxing observed their anxious expressions and asked, "Are you afraid?" "No, Uncle San. If you tell us a few encouraging words, we won't be afraid." Song Fuxing nodded. "Indeed, do not fear. For your fathers and uncles are by your sides, protecting you. They will exert every ounce of strength, risking their lives, to ensure no harm comes to you. Remember, in any situation, do not attempt to assist the adults. You must focus solely on carrying the water down swiftly. Only if you run quickly will your fathers and uncles be able to descend in time to protect you." After addressing the young water bearers, Song Fuxing turned his gaze toward the robust men responsible for escorting them. With the need to guard the supplies, vehicles, and the elderly, women, and children at the base, 10 young men were sent to fetch water. Each pair of youths was flanked by 2 strong men, while several middle-aged men, nearing their 50s, were included in the escort team merely to bolster numbers, tasked with encircling the youths to shield them from sight and assist in carrying the buckets. Thus, only 7 or 8 truly capable fighters were present. "I will not burden you with many instructions," he advised. "Axes and knives, keep them ready. Use deadly force if necessary." He specifically addressed the less capable men. "Once the water is collected, ignite your torches. We do not ask you to kill anyone, but should anyone dare to approach, use your torches against them." For burly men stepped forward, shaking their heads at Song Fuxing while gesturing toward Song Fuling's second uncle. Song Fuxing understood their reluctance to ascend the mountain. They believed their duty was to safeguard the family, preferring to stay close to ensure everyone's safety. He reassured them, "You see how intimidating they look, but truth be told, only my brother-in-law and you are truly formidable. None of them have ever killed, nor have they seen real blood. They might panic in a real crisis. Rest assured, I will be down here monitoring. If the situation turns dire, we will retreat. Should you encounter any abandoned carts, lead the others to follow us quickly." After a moment of contemplation, the men acquiesced. The expedition up the mountain commenced, with the number of strong men and youths diminished by dozens. Those at the base dared not be idle. Song Lijing leaned on his cane, quietly instructing the remaining strong men, "Move the grain together. Should trouble arise, push those few carts loaded with grain. We can forego the rest." Song Fuxing also addressed Old Lady Ma. "Gather the women and ensure that the children who cannot run or those with poor legs are all together, waiting in the carts. The rest should move quickly to free up as many empty carts as possible. Once they descend with the water, we shall make our escape." As they carefully consolidated their food supplies, Song Fuxing felt a surge of frustration. "Is this all the food we have left? We have only been on the road for a few days." Song Lijing was equally incensed, particularly upon witnessing the women stealthily wiping away tears. They did not wish to cry and cause more chaos, yet their worry for the men and sons ascending the mountain was overwhelming. He sure, Old Lady Ma's eldest daughter-in-law, wept for her husband and eldest son, lamenting, "Why didn't the second family send anyone? And look at Zhu, how fortunate she appears with Song Jinbao." Song Lijing struggled to contain his anger. "Why weep? It's hard enough to survive. We fight for every morsel, and the grain will not last long. When have we ever had it easy?" His words struck a chord. Indeed, even without the threat of disaster, weren't they perpetually struggling for food, for sustenance? They should have grown accustomed to hardship by now, so why still cry? At that moment, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from the mountain, filled with despair and pain. Reaching the foot of the hill, if the mountain harbored thousands of refugees, the number of people at the base was comparatively small, merely a few hundred, most waiting for their family members to return with water. Some families were present, having fled together, while others were in small groups, lying down or slumped in exhaustion as they awaited news. A bloodied young boy came rushing down the mountain, crying for help, with his first stop being the cart driver. Although the men with knives and horses appeared formidable, they regrettably turned him away, ordering him to step back. The boy then turned to plead with Song Fuxing's group, for they were the largest in number at the foot of the mountain. "Please, save my grandfather." He kindly informed everyone that there is water at the mountaintop. "They killed my father and robbed my grandfather of his silver." The boy gasped for breath, overwhelmed by the horror of his words. Old Lady Ma swiftly pulled Song Fuxing behind her, stepping forward to ask urgently, "Did they pay silver, and yet still the bandits killed and robbed?" "They are not bandits. They are from our village. My grandfather is their village head. Please, please save us." The boy was covered in blood, with more oozing from his hair, and before he could finish speaking, he collapsed unconscious. Hearing this, Song Lijing clutched his chest, feeling a pang of fear. Although he only grasped fragments of the story, the stark contrast was chilling. Just moments ago, Their group had been asked to pay silver for water, and not one person hesitated. 10 individuals entered, each required to pay 2 coins, yet they collected excess. When someone suggested returning the surplus, others insisted it was better to pay more than risk the bandits changing their minds. As they waited, another young girl approached Song Fushing, gasping for breath. She looked at the kindest-looking old lady Ma and whispered, "Grandma, please buy me as a servant. Just give me something to eat and drink. I can do anything. I beg you." She knelt, knocking her head against the ground. Old Lady Ma turned away, unable to bear the sight. She thought to herself, "I still hope to find a place for my granddaughter to eat and live. If this continues, I might even have to sell her." Meanwhile, those fetching water had reached the mountaintop. Ironically, over 100 bandits armed with swords turned out to be quite reasonable. They were not difficult to deal with. They honored their word, allowing passage for payment. Once the water was collected, they expected a swift departure. In comparison to the refugees, the bandits appeared almost benevolent. Chapter 114. The fourth watch. 10 youths, having paid their silver, were led inside, following the bandit guide in a daze. They twisted and turned, making their way toward the valley's entrance, their minds racing as they repeatedly recounted the steps instructed by Song Fushing. First, they had to observe the number of people drawing water and assess their condition. It soon became evident that Song Fushing possessed a remarkable foresight. Why were there so many people? This was hardly a place for fetching water. It resembled a bathhouse. Numerous refugees, with disheveled hair, drenched themselves, their clothes soaked through, while some even scooped water with their shoes. Finally, they had found water. It offered a refreshing respite, yet the question loomed, did they truly wish for this? The water taken from here might not be preserved. Nevertheless, drenched and hastening down the mountain, they could wring out some moisture from their hair and clothing to share with the elderly women and children below. Gao Taitu and Dalong exchanged a glance before sheepishly addressing the bandit guide. "Good sir, could you kindly lead us to the water source? We are most grateful." As they spoke, they pressed 2 pieces of silver into the bandit's hand and bowed respectfully. This was precisely the purpose Song Fushing had for sending them in, to observe. It was better to spend a little money than to risk the health of those nearly dying of thirst. Upon reaching the water source, the 10 youths adhered to their uncle's second directive. They first relieved themselves of their burdens, then, in unison, plunged their heads into the water. Soon, bubbles began to surface as they drank heartily. As my uncle said, first quench your thirst, feel the coolness in your hearts, and regain your spirit to descend the mountain with vigor, they reminded themselves. Once sufficiently refreshed, some boys began to cough and sputter as they unwrapped their water bags, filling them with water, while others busied themselves with their bamboo tubes. Meanwhile, the 4 strong men waiting outside could not approach the valley entrance, as they were kept at bay by a multitude of bandits wielding knives. The slope above was barren, overgrown with poisonous weeds, and littered with the lifeless bodies of refugees. Many living refugees knelt, beseeching the guards to grant them entry for just a sip of water. The bandit leader, toothpick in mouth and knife at his side, appeared, gesturing to his men, "Take a few of these unfortunate souls who have succumbed to poison and toss them down the mountain." He then laughed heartily at the kneeling refugees. "It seems you are newcomers, unaware of the rules here. Have you seen those guarding the path? They understand my ways. Begging is futile without silver. You either find a way to procure some, or, well..." Among the supplicants was a scholar, who, amidst the cries, shouted, "You are exploiting the misfortune of the refugees. Such a fate will surely bring divine retribution upon you." In that moment, dozens of knives were drawn, and silence fell. The 4 strong men braced themselves, fearing the scholar's words might provoke the bandit leader. The leader, momentarily taken aback, discarded the toothpick and laughed heartily. "Heaven? Huh. I sue. Seek wealth without robbery or deceit. 2 pieces of silver are simply 2 pieces. I have never demanded more. Those 2 pieces are merely to offer you a chance at survival. The heavens would commend my benevolence over your kind who only care for food and drink." Advancing a few steps, he casually grabbed an old man. "Want a drink?" The old man nodded vigorously. The leader's gaze fell upon the man's daughter, who the old man promptly offered in exchange for water. "Take her, just let me in for a sip." The 4 strong men seized Tian Shifa's clenched fist, filled with unspoken warnings. Even without their intervention, Tian would have felt the weight of the moment, for the kneeling refugees, witnessing the old man's offer, began to shout, "I'll give you my daughter. I have 3 daughters to spare. I'll run down the mountain to fetch my daughter. She is more beautiful." The bandit leader, having received a few girls, laughed even louder and turned to the waiting men. "You all see how I offer them a chance at life. So benevolent. Oh, and brothers, you can escort them too, for a mere 100 taels per trip." Each of you earns 5 taels, which buys meat and wine for us. And we help carry your water, ensuring your safe descent. It's a profitable arrangement. I, Sue, always keep my word." At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from inside. His hair disheveled, clearly having enjoyed a refreshing wash. 100 taels, quickly, my lord, please send someone to escort me down." The 4 strong men's first reaction was not anger, but a sense of numbness. They had witnessed too many tragedies, and he was but another. His initial thought, he could do this job too. If the son-in-law needed assistance, he could return after safely delivering him to the city. Calculating swiftly, he reasoned, escorting would yield 5 taels, and if he made several trips in a day, he could save enough to provide for his son-in-law, a house, land, and a mule. Before long, the 10 youths emerged, carrying water. Upon stepping beyond the bandits' designated boundary, the previously desperate refugees transformed, their expressions turning fierce as they surged forward. Just as Song Fuxing had surmised, the burly-looking men were, in fact, simple farmers, unaccustomed to violence. The 4 strong men proved capable of the escort task, prompting the bandit leader to descend the slope for a closer look. Armed only with wooden sticks, they kept the aggressive refugees at bay, skillfully deflecting their attacks. When one refugee swung a pitchfork toward them, the 4 strong men swiftly countered, disarming him and turning the weapon against its owner. Fortunately, they were not alone. As hundreds of refugees rushed at them, Tian Shifa barked, "Kill, kill, kill." The men brandished torches and swung hoes and knives. Gao Taitu, straining under the weight of his water bucket, shouted to the stunned Dalong, "Hurry!" Dalong, gripping the water tightly, gritted his teeth, silently promising himself, "No need for help. Father will be fine." Uncle said, "The steadier and faster we are, the better." Chapter 115. A young boy, protected by his father and uncle, carried 2 water buckets with trembling hands, careful not to falter or lose focus, gritting his teeth and exerting every ounce of strength to move forward. Song Fuxing's elder brother, Song Futsai, had not intended to take anyone's life when he first swung his machete. His intention was merely to frighten them away. He had spared his opponent, but the opponent had not shown him the same mercy. Not only did they almost disrupt their formation, but had it not been for the timely intervention of the 4 strong men, his son Dalong would have been overwhelmed by a group of refugees. With reddened eyes, Song Futsai bellowed, "Kill." This command felt as though he were chastising himself, more so a rallying cry, as he relentlessly swung his machete, severing heads one after another. The 4 strong men led the charge, mercilessly striking down anyone who dared to approach, wielding their clubs with ferocity that rendered them a force to be reckoned with. Tian Shifa, bringing up the rear, wielded his hoe with vigor, dispatching foes with each swing. The men, brandishing torches and makeshift weapons, were driven into a frenzy under the leadership of the 4 strong men. On the mountainside, a small band of 20 or so, formed for the purpose of robbing silver and water, had positioned themselves by the roadside, waiting. However, upon witnessing a group descending from the peak with an overwhelming aura, they were taken aback. "Mother!" exclaimed the second thief, the one who had previously attempted to steal Song Fuxing's stainless steel water jug. He addressed their new leader. "I have seen them before. Brother, we must think this through. The man at the front could subdue me in 2 moves, I swear it." The burly leader stroked his beard, unfazed. "What have we to fear, brothers?" "No, brother," the second thief insisted. "Listen to me. Why confront them directly? We are here for riches, to quench our thirst, and to procure silver to enjoy ourselves in the city. There are plenty of prosperous merchants traveling up the mountain. Anyone wishing for a drink must come here. Engaging with them is unnecessary." The burly leader, realizing the wisdom in his words, nodded in agreement. "You make a fair point. Besides, the 4 strong men are already approaching. Their presence is enough to instill fear." He gestured for his brothers to retreat and clear a path. However, as the thieves watched the 4 strong men descend, one muttered regretfully, "They truly possess a treasure. It could fetch a high price." Guolaoda's trumpet sounded nearby as Song Fuxing's voice rang out, urging everyone to hurry. The men guarding the supplies began to push handcarts, lining them up at the mountain's exit. Before long, the bloodied forms of the 4 strong men emerged, followed closely by the 10 boys carrying water. After enduring numerous trials, the boys' mental fortitude had strengthened. They did not rush to seek out anyone, but kept their eyes fixed on the empty carts, moving steadily and placing the buckets with utmost care, ensuring not a drop was wasted before collapsing beside the carts, gasping for breath, their arms feeling as though they could no longer lift. One by one, they hung their arms limply, their eyes reddened as they searched for their fathers and uncles. It was not until Tian Shifa arrived at the rear that Huzi finally let out a sob, and Dalong, upon seeing the blood on Song Futsai's shoulder, could no longer contain his tears. Father, Huzi choked out. Father, my foot. High Butcher ignored him completely. At that moment, even weeping felt like a luxury. There was no comfort, no care, and certainly no time to inquire about wounds. Everyone was deeply concerned that the hundreds of desperate refugees below would surge forward. So they dared not pause with the carts. One by one, they pushed the carts onward, the wheels creaking against the ground. Song Fuling helped her injured uncle, and the trembling Dalong pushed the cart, gritting her teeth with such force that her face contorted in strain. Song Fuxing, Qian Peiying, and Niu Zhonggui struggled to push the heavily laden cart, as Song Fuxing shouted, 1, 2, 3, lift. The group endured their injuries, thirst, and hunger, walking tirelessly for over 2 hours before finally stopping when darkness enveloped the land. The resting place was remote, as the road ahead was no longer littered with corpses, but rather filled with the many living refugees who had set out earlier. There were people of all sorts among them. They dared not drink water or eat in the presence of the refugees during the day, and could only do so under the cover of night. Song Fuxing checked on everyone's injuries, asking, is anyone feeling unwell? Headaches, nausea, confusion? Tian Shifa waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing severe, just minor injuries. We've been fortunate, third brother. You have no idea, he continued. The mountain is filled with the dead. Those who are thirsty know the grass is poisonous, yet they eat it. Some who once had silver have been robbed and now follow others to partake in the plunder. The scene is grim, with corpses being hastily cleared away. There are at least 800 refugees still on the mountain, he said. They have no silver for water and will rob anyone they see. They kill first and search for valuables later, especially when they catch sight of water. We owe our survival to the 4 strong men. Song Fuxing nodded in agreement, relieved that these refugees had already exhausted themselves by the time they arrived. Otherwise, they would have been overwhelmed. Perhaps, he mused, they were fortunate that the bandit leader was involved. The High Butcher, having just finished bandaging his wounds, looked pale and confused. Little Sanzi, why are you thanking the bandit? He asked the worst of them all, making people trade their daughters for a drink. Song Fuxing pondered before replying. That bandit leader surely does not want the refugees to succeed. He permits them to linger on the mountain but will not allow them to gather in large numbers. A group of 10 or 20 is manageable, but once they amass into 100, he will intervene to disrupt them. Otherwise, they pose a threat to his control of the mountain. From that day forward, the night watch became vigilant, no longer daring to doze off. For a moment, they all felt that perhaps it was safer to be among the dead than to mingle with the living refugees. Human nature was far more terrifying, and it was easier to lose one's life. 3 days later, as they paused to catch their breath, they heard several women wailing, searching for lost children. Another group of refugees sighed. Wherever the crowd gathers, we should go. The fewer the people, the more likely we are to be devoured. Some of the older women cursed, blaming the outsiders who had robbed and pillaged along their path. We were just fine before you arrived, and now we are fleeing, our family shattered. We despise you outsiders. Their grievances resonated deeply. Song Fuxing had intended to inquire about how far they were from the city, but thought better of it, realizing they were already hated. Just then, they heard orderly footsteps approaching. Before Song Fuling could understand what was happening, she watched as the nearby refugees all fell to their knees, some shouting cheers, others crying for salvation. Song Fuxing pressed his daughter down beside him. Father, are they bringing us water and food? Don't get your hopes up. Then why are they cheering? They must be sending troops to suppress the situation. I suspect they are headed to seize the mountain with water. If the prince can send troops to manage that, it signifies he cares about the plight of the refugees. Song Fuling discreetly raised her dirt-streaked face, catching sight of a young man riding at the head of the procession. Exuding vigor, she glanced at the soldiers, noting how heavy their ancient armor appeared. Chapter 116. 2 chapters combined. The rhythmic clatter of hooves resounded as the young general, Lu Pan, rode past the kneeling Song Fuling without casting even a fleeting glance at the beleaguered refugees. Yet, this indifference brought immense joy to the refugees, who bowed repeatedly, exclaiming their gratitude. Thank you, Prince. Thank you, General. Song Fuling joined in the chorus, offering insincere bows, having done so more than a dozen times in mere moments. Though her heart brimmed with genuine gratitude, the strikingly handsome young general, despite his aloofness, had instructed his attendants to inform the refugees that, 300 miles ahead, there lay a mountain stream with fresh water, and that they would reach the first city under the jurisdiction of Prince Yin, Yuzhou City, after 700 miles. A soup kitchen for refugees awaited them at the city gate, urging them not to linger, but to proceed swiftly. Together with Qian Peiying, Song Fuling murmured their thanks. "Thank you, Prince. Thank you, General." As the soldiers moved farther away, Song Fuling sat up straight, grasped Qian Peiying's hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, "Mother, did you hear that? How wonderful. We can enter the city. There's water 300 miles ahead, and in 700 miles, we will reach our destination. Let us hurry. We can make it in 10 or 8 days. No time to rest. We must press on." Her enthusiasm was infectious, igniting a wave of excitement among the group. Even the village chief was moved to tears, and the butcher's eyes glistened with emotion. The older individuals began to sing praises of Prince Yan, extolling his compassion for the people. It is known that not every prince permits refugees to enter the city. Some, notorious for their brutality, would make slaughtering the townsfolk their first order of business during a siege, resenting any resistance from those not of their own blood. Thus, in the face of disaster, Prince Yan's self-decision not to close the city gates was indeed a testament to his benevolence. However, the imminent influx of so many refugees posed numerous challenges for the city. To put it bluntly, they resembled an invasion of locusts wherever they went. They left devastation in their wake. Witnessing the plight of those who had fled, it was evident that the local populace would suffer greatly. The demand for food and water would escalate dramatically, straining the resources of those already residing there. Such a situation required a strong will to accept. Now, with the assurance given by General Liu, a sense of security washed over them. As long as they could reach their destination alive, there would be governance to oversee their needs, ensuring they would not perish in the streets. How could they not be moved to tears? "Let us walk another 10 or 8 miles today," urged Song Fuling. Nearby, several groups of refugees began to organize themselves. Even those who had lost children, while the parents mourned, began to gather their belongings, preparing for the journey ahead. Unbeknownst to them, General Liu's timely announcement had also safeguarded their lives. A band of thieves had been lurking, waiting for nightfall to raid their meager supplies. One should not underestimate the sensitivity of a starving person to the scent of food. These thieves, possessing a cache of salt, knew that only salted broth could smell so enticing. They were desperate to seize the opportunity. Yet, upon hearing that water and mountains lay ahead, the prospect of gathering food seemed less appealing. Those contemplating robbery weighed their options, realizing that such an endeavor would likely lead to mutual destruction. With hope now on the horizon, they chose to refrain from violence. If they could endure just a little longer, who would wish to battle a band of over 200 for mere sustenance? As long as they could reach Yuzhou City, where the government would provide porridge, it was wiser to bide their time. Thus, the would-be robbers, even before they could act, found their resolve wavering under General Liu's words, opting instead to hasten their departure. Song Fuling and her companions remained blissfully unaware of this near calamity. Had they known, tears would have surely flowed. After all, their own supplies were nearly depleted. With hundreds to feed, they had long ceased to distinguish whose grain belonged to whom, sharing whatever meager rations they could muster. Water too was scarce. Only 2 bottles of mineral water remained from their stock, carried on Song Fuling's back. As for salt, while they had some, it was insufficient. The pickled vegetables had long been consumed, and without the salt she had managed to save, they would have lacked the strength to continue. Prepared for the possibility of another 20 days or even a month of travel, Song Fuling's family resolved to dip into the Korean chili sauce she had procured for their bread, knowing that without salt, their situation would be dire. However, that sauce was a last resort, to be used only when absolutely necessary, for this land lacked proper chili peppers. Thank heavens. It seems we are nearing the end of our ordeal, sighed Song Fushing, though uncertainty lingered. Had they truly reached the end? 3 days later, Song Fuling declined the offer of a cart from the village chief's family, opting instead to walk atop a moisture-resistant mat, hoping to warm herself through movement. Behind her, a cart laden with homemade charcoal provided warmth for the children, who huddled under 2 blankets, including the little one, Michaud. Their group had donned every piece of clothing they could find, yet their feet remained painfully cold and swollen, straining against their straw sandals. Chilled to the bone, their fingers numbed, they felt as though they had been thrust from the sweltering heat of summer into the depths of winter, with temperatures plummeting by several degrees overnight. As October waned, the north grew increasingly frigid. This year's erratic weather, oscillating between sweltering heat and bone-chilling cold, signaled a significant calamity. Song Fuling exhaled a cloud of breath, turning to her grandmother. "Grandmother, are you cold? Come, let us share a mat." Carrying a basket on her back and a satchel over her shoulder, with her hands tucked into her sleeves, Grandmama shook her head after a sniffle. It's your father's fault for insisting we discard our belongings. Last night was freezing. We could hardly keep our eyes shut, huddled together for warmth. Who would have thought it would turn so cold after such heat? With her heavy limbs and stiff feet, Grandmama sighed, alas. I wonder how many behind us have succumbed to thirst or will perish from the cold. It seems there will be no planting in spring. But let us focus on the present. Look there, a mountain stream. Let us allow everyone to quench their thirst. Song Fuling raised her binoculars to survey the area, quickly stowing them away. Since the influx of refugees had surged on this road, she had been vigilant about securing her belongings. To avoid drawing attention, her family had refrained from taking out their cotton shoes or down jackets, instead layering the warm clothing they had brought. Look, look, we've arrived at the mountain stream. Upon sighting the water, everyone should have rejoiced. After so many days, they could finally drink to their heart's content and wash their faces. Yet, as soon as their fingers grazed the water, they recoiled from the icy shock. Song Fuxing gestured urgently to his daughter, "Don't wash. You'll catch a chill. In just a few days, we'll be in the city. The first thing I'll do is boil water for you to wash. Obey me." At that moment, Song Fuxing's face was etched with lines of weariness, the hardships of their journey aging him by a decade. As the cold settled in, conversation dwindled. Everyone donned their hoods, not to ward off disease, but to keep warm. Each person bore the pain in their knuckles as they filled buckets with water for future use, not pausing to rest, all consumed by the urgency to reach the city. Just as they finished collecting water, an unexpected event unfolded. A band of thieves, fierce men, along with their entourage of more than 20 individuals, brandishing knives, clubs, and daggers, charged towards Song Fuxing and his group. These desperate souls were fleeing down the mountain, having narrowly escaped a crackdown that almost claimed their lives. Consequently, they possessed nothing, suffering from hunger and cold along the way, and had not encountered a wealthy individual to seize silver or even procure enough food to satisfy their hunger. Upon spotting Song Fuxing's group, their spirits surged with a newfound vigor, intent on pillaging provisions, stainless steel pots, silver, and quilts. At that moment, the weary group was drawing water, their weapons laid aside. Completely unprepared, especially the women and children. In an instant, Song Fuxing was wounded on the arm by the second-in-command of the thieves. He barely had time to shove Qian Peng out of harm's way before he bellowed, "You bastard!" and surged forward unarmed. Rage coursed through him. He recognized the criminals from before and regretted not having dealt with them then. From that moment on, he vowed that anyone who dared to cross him or even appeared suspicious would face dire consequences, for human life held little value in such dire circumstances. Shouts of battle pierced the air as 4 strong men protected the children by the cart. The women, screaming in fury, grabbed whatever they could find and charged forward, determined to defend their loved ones. "You dare to harm my child? You dare to attack my husband?" Song Lijing swung his cane, enduring the agony in his waist as he lunged at their attackers, exclaiming, "I will not live." At that moment, Song Fuling, for just an instant, contemplated giving up on life herself. "Father, move aside." The girl's piercing cry rang out, prompting Song Fuxing to roll out of the fray. Song Fuling hurled the bottle, which exploded with a resounding bang. Not far away, Lu Pan and his team were returning when they heard the commotion, urgently pulling on the reins of their horses, frowning at the sound. "Is that gunpowder?" To confirm his suspicion, Song Fuling threw another bottle, which almost detonated in her hand, the liquid bubbling violently before it burst again. This spectacle left the 20 or so bandits utterly dumbfounded, while the 2 thieves leapt in fright, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. What they had never encountered before was the sight of Madame Ma and Song Fuling, each clutching a basin of water, racing towards them. Madame Ma brandished her basin, exclaiming, "I will scald you to death, you wretched scoundrel." The scalding water, over 100 degrees, cascaded onto them. Another basin followed, discarded as it was hurled at the assailants. In an instant, a dozen bandits were left rolling on the ground, desperately seeking refuge from the scalding liquid, their flesh searing. The sound of boots pounding the ground echoed as a group of soldiers surrounded them. Song Fuxing knelt, anxiously watching his daughter, pondering. What in the world has she created with those explosive concoctions? Song Fuling, kneeling with her head tilted, cast a knowing glance at Song Fuxing. "Father, I told you about it. Chow plus H2O. It's, well, hot. It heats up quickly, like warming rice." Earlier, she and her grandmother had been preparing to discard quicklime, thinking it unnecessary for the journey into town since they had no grain to protect from moisture. However, their careless decision led to this chaotic scene. Chapter 117. Combined chapters. The crowd was gripped by fear and trepidation, trembling in dread of the general's wrath towards those who sought refuge and engaged in conflict. While their plight was understandable as victims forced to retaliate against their oppressors, the violent actions, wielding blades and clubs, resulted in brutality reminiscent of a butchered hog. Kneeling and shivering, Lu Pan approached Song Fu Ling directly. She could see his black boots, but did not dare to raise her gaze, her eyelashes fluttering with trepidation. "Did you throw that?" Lu Pan inquired. Returning to the general, "It was my daughter." Song Fu Sheng interjected hurriedly. Silence. Song Fu Ling, prostrate on the ground, tilted her head to meet Lu Pan's gaze. "It was me? Oh dear." Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through her, and she pressed her left hand against her right palm, where a large blister had burst from scalding. After a brief moment of pressure, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed forward, her face landing on Lu Pan's boot, unconscious. Lu Pan disdainfully shook her off with his foot, taking a step back, his expression one of utter contempt as he glanced at Song Fu Ling and then down at his own boots. Meanwhile, chaos erupted around them. Song Fu Sheng, overwhelmed with despair, thought to himself, "What will be, will be. This is my daughter. Has she fainted from fear? Or has she fallen ill from exhaustion?" Qian Peiying scrambled quickly to her daughter's side, clutching her in a panic. Fu Ling," she cried, shaking her daughter desperately, but to no avail. In a moment of complete breakdown, Qian Peiying looked up at Lu Pan and shouted, "Just end our lives, please. We have endured enough." At that moment, her spirit shattered. She had never encountered death before, and now it seemed inescapable. They were surrounded by countless others, all fighting for mere morsels of food and water, resorting to violence with knives and clubs. Day and night, they walked tirelessly, their feet blistered and calloused, their bodies worn down by the relentless strain. Once, her daughter would prepare meals for her and old Song, expressing gratitude for their hard work, but now they survived on meager rations, with her daughter refusing to eat more than a morsel. She was petrified, witnessing her father's injury, and in a moment of panic, threw a pot of scalding water. In this tumultuous scene, there was no time for questions or accusations. Let them perish. We would rather die with memories of a civilized society than suffer any longer. Old Ma, weeping fervently, crawled to Lu Pan's feet, her tears mingling with snot as she pleaded, "Sir, please do not execute my family. It was I who threw the water, not my granddaughter or my son." Lu Pan, taken aback by the chaotic pleas, could hardly comprehend the situation. Suddenly, another imploring voice emerged, and he was surrounded by desperate souls. Song Fu Sheng, refusing to back down, remained knelt beside his daughter, calling out for blankets. Soon, a blanket was brought, alongside the distraught Qian Mishou, who sobbed uncontrollably, pleading for her sister to awaken. Lu Pan, overwhelmed by the cacophony of cries, signaled the accompanying physician, who assessed Song Fu Ling's condition as one of extreme shock. In truth, she was disoriented, lying on the floor of a space that felt both real and surreal. Gradually, she opened her eyes, and upon fully awakening, her startled screams echoed throughout the room. She had entered a realm of her own, while Song Fu Ling jubilantly reveled in her newfound space, oblivious to the chaos outside. She was being carefully placed onto a cart, covered with blankets as adults continued their interrogation. Old Ma brought quicklime, instructing the attendants on its usage. While Lu Pan observed the peculiar reactions of the substances, he witnessed firsthand the explosive potential of combining quicklime with water, realizing its application in their earlier confrontation. As the scene unfolded, Song Lijung knelt, explaining the significance of the bottles he carried, filled with precious medicinal herbs. Despite his injuries, he was compelled to push the cart, fearing the loss of their precious cargo. Voices of the women rose in defense of Song Fu Ling, declaring her actions were meant to protect the group. "She is a good girl. She only acted to save us." With confusion lingering in the air, Lu Pan pressed on, seeking clarity amidst the chaos, as Old Ma hesitated, uncertain of what to disclose. The situation remained fraught with tension, the outcome hanging in the balance. As a result, with an excess of quicklime and a scarcity of water, the three elements, water, quicklime, and air, reacted rapidly. Fortunately, he was swift enough. The porcelain bottle, once hurled into the air, exploded instantly, shattering into countless fragments. After hearing the sound, Lu Pan fell into silence. His attendant, Shunzi, unable to discern his master's intent from his expression, tentatively inquired of the others, "Why did we bring this item on our journey?" "This item? The tale is rather lengthy," someone began. "There was a woman named Chunhua, yes. She is the stepmother of Chunhua." Li Xiu nodded repeatedly, confirming, "Indeed, I am her stepmother." Enough of this nonsensical chatter, Shunzi interjected impatiently. How did you come to know that these two substances would react explosively? What a coincidence. The butcher, struck by a sudden inspiration, replied, To answer, my lord. I am a pig farmer and a butcher. The others quickly chimed in, each adding their own fabrications. Yes, we saw it at the butcher's place. His pigsty was abundant with quicklime, and we all know this substance generates heat and can explode. In essence, there is no need for further interrogation. We harbor no guilt. Old Lady Ma added to the confusion. I saw it when I visited. My daughter, who resides in the city, knows nothing of this. Lu Pan cast a glance at the spot where Song Fuling lay, realizing the futility of denying their intentions. Song Fuxing, trailing behind Lu Pan, was nearly rendered deaf by the exchange, as it was evident that the sole incriminating detail was his daughter. The sincerity of their claims was apparent. General, you have observed. It is indeed quicklime, not gunpowder. We are merely common folk. How could we possibly come into contact with gunpowder? Rest assured, we are not bandits. Subsequently, Song Fuxing exchanged glances with Song Lijing, signaling him to present the official document validating Song Lijing's position. He also produced his examination certificates, letters of recommendation from several teachers, and his personal seal from his time teaching in the county. This seal, though seemingly trivial, was a mark of distinction reserved for scholars. Ordinary individuals were not permitted such privileges. Hence, the ancient adage holds true, all professions are inferior, only scholars are esteemed. Lu Pan's gaze swept over the group of robbers, prompting Shunzi to swiftly kick the second thief among the siblings. They possess documents. What about you? The second thief pondered momentarily before responding, We are mere rascals. Where could we procure proof? We come from nowhere and seek to go nowhere. Without proof, your act of violent robbery renders you unstable elements within the city. Proceed with their detention, Lu Pan declared, leaving behind a few words before moving toward the ravine to fetch water. As he departed, the non-ancient individual, Qian Peiying, was left in a state of shock. That young man had uttered merely a few words, yet the faces of the robbers bore the marks of his command, causing them to wail in distress. Her legs felt weak. Moments ago, she had been pleading for death. Had that young man truly lost his patience? Would she have already met her end? Oh my Fuling, she thought, please don't make such a commotion, stop pushing me. I was already awake, merely pretending to sleep. Chapter 118. The third watched the soldiers encamped beside Song Fuxing and his group, who were busy preparing a meal over a fire. Meanwhile, Song Fuxing and his companions were in disarray, having overturned several handcarts, with blood seeping from numerous arms and legs. Taken aback by the medic's offer of treatment, the group, led by Song Lijing, knelt once more, preparing to express their gratitude to the general with heartfelt cries. However, Shunzi interjected sharply, Silence. Do not disturb our general's rest. Yes. Yes, Song Lijing replied, wiping away tears as he knelt, his sorrow genuine. Seizing the moment while Shunzi was not far off, he turned to Song Fuxing, who was helping him to his feet, and said, The general is a great benevolent soul. Under such a commander, the people are truly blessed. He spoke with a feigned air of casualness, deeply moved as he shared his sentiments with Song Fuxing. Hearing this, Shunzi smirked, walking back with a sense of pride, musing, Of course, encountering our young master is indeed a stroke of fortune for you old farmers. Others would give anything for the chance to meet him. Our young master is a prodigy, a dragon among men, the grandson of Duke Yi, the first under the command of the Prince of Yan, and the son of the valiant General Wang, treasured by the old lady and the sole grandson of the old patriarch. There is no distinction between legitimate and illegitimate. In the grand estate, he is the only heir, surrounded solely by sisters. Yet, Song Fuxing had little time to indulge in idle conversation. He hastily checked on his daughter, for she was his only cherished child, nurtured with all his love. Daughter, daughter? Exclaimed old Lady Ma as she hurried over. Don't be scared, my dear. Grandmother is here. Let me touch your hair, you won't be frightened. Song Fuling lay on the cart, slowly opening her eyes. Grandmother, father, mother, she murmured, tears glistening in her eyes as she blinked at them. Old Lady Ma clutched her heart, exhaling deeply. Her legs weakened, and she slid to the ground beside the cart. You nearly scared me to death, she cried, as Qian Peiying embraced Song Fuling's head and began to weep. Father, are you hurt? I was so worried just now, Song Fuling asked anxiously. Song Fuxing's eyes reddened, and instead of answering whether he was fine, he wiped his daughter's face with his soiled hands. Good girl, well done. Seeing her sister awake, Qian Mishu, filled with excitement, dove into Qian Peiying's embrace, squeezing in beside Song Fuling, wailing like a small, injured creature, imitating Song Fuxing's tone. Good sister, well done. The family shared a heartfelt moment of tears before returning to their tasks. Song Fuxing went to tend to his wounds, with Mishu insisting on accompanying him, claiming she would blow on her uncle's injuries to alleviate the pain. Meanwhile, old lady Ma gathered the rest of the family to fetch more water, nearly spilling the basin in her haste. Observing the commotion, Song Fuling quickly jumped off the cart, abandoning her act of unconsciousness. She pulled Qian Peiying aside and glanced around to ensure no one could overhear. Mother, guess what extraordinary experience I just had? Huh, didn't you just faint? Look closely, Song Fuling replied, clutching her large backpack. Speaking of the backpack reminded her of her cleverness. She had foreseen this situation long ago. On a moonless, windy night, she had shared her thoughts with her grandmother. Grandmother, with so many people on the road, we must not misuse my father's treasures or my water jug. Even Uncle Guo's trumpet is safely tucked away. And this bag, it draws too much attention. Could you spare 2 more sacks to wrap it up? Just a simple stitch with twine will suffice. See how wise she is. Otherwise, that young general, with eyes sharp as hooks, would not have been easily deceived. Even if she explained the lime water, he would not be fooled by a rainproof backpack. While it might work on the fellow farmers traveling alongside them, it would not on someone worldly like the young general. Mother, look closely, she said, directing the opening of her backpack towards Qian Peiying. With a simple twist of my hand, what I had just touched has vanished. Qian Peiying gasped, you didn't just faint. You entered a space, didn't you? You can do that too? Yes, mother. Am I not impressive? She laughed gleefully. Qian Peiying gazed at her daughter's carefree smile and urged, quickly, change it back. Mishu will want it soon. Song Fuling paused, then frantically checked her backpack. Oh dear, how did it happen that simply flipping it caused the items to change? What should I do, mother? I can only send things in. I can't take them out. Oh. Qian Peiying understood. Her husband could retrieve items, while her daughter could only send them in. What could she do? She glanced at her palm. Why do you have a knife, dear? Are you foolish? Father, it's bad. Quickly help me get Mishu's brick out. Song Fuling exclaimed, running back and forth, muttering anxiously. In the distance, Lu Pan turned to observe Song Fuling. He had taken particular note of her when she dismounted the cart, seeing clearly the joy radiating from her once dirt-streaked face. Moments later, Lu Pan became a sight to behold in his own right, seated there, savoring a boiled egg. Not far off, a row of small children, led by Song Jinbao and flanked by Qian Mishu, stood shoulder to shoulder, each watching him intently while sucking their fingers.